transmigrated into the Beast Master world. At the outset, awakening a dual SSS Beast Master talent, utterly intoxicating. Relying on this innate talent, he continuously transforms his companion beasts. Elemental Spirit, Spirit Swordmaster. Lucky Dice, Cursed Demonic Dice. Demonic Jester, Ominous Clown Monarch. Years later, standing at the pinnacle of the world, the crowd gazes upon numerous obscure companion beasts, each possessing the power to obliterate stars and vanquish deities. The onlookers exclaim, "Is this what you call beast mastery?" Chapter 1, The Eye of Evolution. On Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, Nanchon City, the Awakening Hall of the 5th Middle School has become a dense throng of students, all tense yet filled with anticipation. Everything that transpires next will profoundly impact their futures, leaving no room for complacency. The awakening of Beast Master talents. As the awakening crystals intermittently emitted dazzling radiance, the expressions on the faces of the young men and women varied greatly. Su Hailong, F-rank talent, Wind's Protection. Lu Dabiao, E-rank talent, Flame Enhancement. A female teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, gently adjusted her spectacles and diligently recorded the talents awakened by the students. The teacher had hair cascading to her waist, her countenance cold yet alluring, dressed in a form-fitting black skirt and wielding a ruler. She was practically overflowing with buffs. However, in such a tense atmosphere, no one took the time to appreciate these details. With each announcement, another student was confirmed to have awakened their Beast Master talent. A panorama of expressions filled the Awakening Hall. Students awakening advanced talents brimmed with vigor, while those with lower talents sighed in despair, lamenting a bleak future. I wonder if this cohort will yield an A-rank talent. Lu Rushuang mused internally, hopeful that the stronger the talents awakened by her students, the greater her bonuses would be. Amidst the queue for awakening, Luo Yang rubbed his fists together, his eyes shimmering with a distinct intensity. Indeed, he was yet another time traveler. He had arrived in a world where everyone was a beast master. A millennium ago, Blue Star experienced spatial rifts, leading to the emergence of various secret realms, and countless races descended, plunging the entire Blue Star into darkness. Even the once proud firearms proved ineffective. This calamity came to be known simply as the cataclysm of the myriad races. Just as humanity was on the brink of surrender, the first Beast Master was born. By employing the strategy of using monsters to combat monsters, hope was restored to humanity, shattering the equilibrium of the myriad races. To this day, we exist in an era where everyone is a Beast Master. Animals, plants, elements, machinery, blades, firearms, swords, and halberds have all attained sentience, possessing the will to engage in battle autonomously. Beast Masters are no longer confined to merely contracting monster beasts for combat. All individuals can awaken their Beast Master talents and form contracts with monster beasts upon reaching the age of 18. Similarly, the Beast Taming talents exhibit a remarkable diversity. Over time, individuals have categorized these talents from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, A, and the pinnacle, S grade. In the era of universal beast taming, possessing a high-level beast taming talent resembles a formidable stepping stone. Without such a talent, one's prospects for success are significantly diminished. Whether one is a beast tamer or a companion beast, the selection process is mutually exclusive. Those with lower-tier talents experience a much slower growth trajectory and lack the privilege of choosing a beast taming academy, whereas the opposite holds true for those with advanced talents. Nevertheless, the majority of students awaken talents that typically range between F and E grades, with high-level talents appearing only sporadically. Oh heavens, it can't be too difficult to have a chance to traverse to another world, can it? Please, do not subject me to a template of mediocrity. Luo Yang fervently prayed within himself, hoping not to be granted a lowly talent that would earn him the disdain of others. He yearned for a genius template to push through obstacles effortlessly. The queue progressed swiftly, as most awakened talents were generally situated within the F to E grade spectrum. Lin Yue, B grade talent, affinity with demonic beasts. This proclamation instantaneously captured the attention of all present. Clad in simple attire, Lin Yue appeared remarkably out of sorts under such scrutiny. Her pure and innocent appearance evoked sympathy, and her delicate white hands were tightly clasped in anxiousness. Lu Rushuang, discerning her discomfort, softened her previously cool countenance and gently patted the girl's shoulder, encouraging her to relax. A B-grade talent, as long as it is diligently nurtured, promises substantial achievements in the future, and being of a special category makes it all the more rare. Special talents refer to those specifically tailored for beast tamers, with an affinity for demonic beasts standing out as a top-tier B-grade talent. Generally, it is the companion beasts that actively seek to forge contracts with their tamers, including many that possess immense potential. Additionally, the types of beast taming talents encompass enhancement, support, and fusion categories. Among these, the enhancement talents are particularly broad, allowing direct amplification of the tamer's beasts. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl would awaken a B-grade talent? Damn it, a B-grade talent. This talent is indeed a sensational presence, even in the prestigious and city number 5 high school. Lin Yue, is it too late to cling to your leg now? I have a bit of money. Various flattery and sycophantic remarks echoed throughout the hall. Unfamiliar with such circumstances, Lin Yue felt utterly flustered and uncertain of how to respond. Yet, she sensed that she might be on the verge of soaring. What are you all clamoring about? Silence, everyone. Lu Rushuang glared fiercely at the rowdy classmates. Next, Luo Yang. Place your hand upon the awakening crystal and allow it to guide you. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yang extended his palm. To his astonishment, the crystal did not feel cold. Rather, a warm current surged within his hand. Bright radiance erupted forth. The awakening of his talent was successful. During this process, a striking line of text suddenly illuminated before Luo Yang's eyes. Available extraction attempts. 1. Automatically extract SSS grade Beast Taming talent Ethereal Eye. As the voice concluded, a shard with a crimson eye fell from the awakening crystal, merging seamlessly with his Beast Taming talent. The awakening crystal was instantly enveloped in a crimson glow that even pierced the heavens. From a distance, a monumental red pillar of light ascended into the clouds, resembling a formidable crimson sword. The very sky was dyed an extraordinary scarlet. Accompanied by swirling red clouds, a blood-red single eye materialized. In the face of such a terrifying spectacle, the awakening hall fell into an eerie silence. All present could only gaze in awe at this breathtaking sight. Goodness gracious, I'm so startled that my native tongue slipped out. This phenomenon is truly otherworldly. What kind of talent could possibly evoke such a terrifying manifestation? It must be beyond S-grade. Initially, the attendees have been engrossed in Lin Yue's awakening of a B-grade talent, but now, overshadowed by this alarming phenomenon, they felt utterly insignificant. Even A-grade talents do not provoke such fearsome manifestations. It must undoubtedly be an S-grade talent. This fellow is exceedingly fortunate. An S-grade talent is exceedingly rare in city, with hardly any appearing throughout the year. Moreover, the manifestations of those S-grade talents are far less intimidating than this. One wonders what exactly Luo Yang's S-grade talent is. If Lin Yue's B-grade talent elicited envy, then the S-grade talent invoked sheer dread. It felt almost dreamlike. Some students even scrutinized whether they had any past grievances with Luo Yang, contemplating apologies should they awaken afterward. Such a talent, if not extinguished prematurely, is destined to become a pivotal figure within the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Rushuang's delicate frame trembled slightly, and her breathing grew rapid. To think it is truly S-grade. Yet how does this S-grade talent differ from those recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's talent registry? Luo Yang, what is the nature of the S-grade talent you have awakened? Lu Rushuang inquired softly, suppressing her inner curiosity. Teacher, I have awakened the S-grade talent, Eye of Evolution, Luo Yang replied confidently. Chapter 2. The Beast Mastery Space. In truth, Luo Yang awakened a talent even more formidable than the Evolution Eye, the SSS grade Nether Eye. This remarkable ability not only allows him to perceive information about his companion beasts and their various evolutionary paths, but most importantly, it grants him insight into the unique aberration path of each beast. Aberrated beasts are truly one of a kind. In other words, they cannot be mass-produced. There exists only one in the world. Under the laws of nature, even if the same beast and identical evolutionary materials are utilized, it is impossible to create a second one unless the aberrated beast meets its demise. Given that the SSS grade talent is extraordinarily astonishing, and recalling the striking similarity between the awakening phenomena of the S-grade evolution eye and the Nether Eye in Luo Yang's memory, this serves as a precautionary measure for future aberrations of his beasts. Thus, Luo Yang opted for a more modest path, following Lu Rushuang's guidance. This S-grade evolution eye is classified as an auxiliary talent, akin to assisting in beast mastery, as it can uncover the evolutionary routes of companion beasts. While it may not rank among the pinnacle of S-grade talents, its supportive effects are undeniably substantial. However, in comparison to other S-grade talents, its power is somewhat lacking. Luo Yang silently mused. Perhaps he possesses more than one talent. Indeed, this ability could be considered an outstanding skill among S-grade auxiliary talents. Although the awakening phenomenon bears a resemblance to the S-grade evolution eye, it appears more akin to an amplified version of it. Aside from its coloration, there are virtually no other differences. Thus, Lu Rushuang remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Furthermore, the world of Blue Star is inherently strange. The emergence of additional bizarre occurrences is hardly surprising. This talent is exceptionally suited for you, whether in selecting companion beasts or evolving them. It will save you from many detours. Work diligently and do not squander your gift. With the appearance of this S-grade talent, Lu Rushuang became increasingly dedicated to her work. Once all the students had awakened their talents, the next step was to establish the beast mastery space. Under Lu Rushuang's guidance, all students returned to the classroom. Following the teacher's instructions, they invoked their beast mastery talents to create a dedicated space for their companion beasts. The significance of the beast mastery talent lies in its substantial influence on how far a beast master can advance. The higher the beast mastery talent, the greater the benefits of the established beast mastery space for the companion beasts. For example, an E-grade beast mastery talent can create a space that accelerates a beast's growth rate by twofold, while a D-grade can achieve fourfold. Extending this logic, an SSS-grade beast mastery talent undoubtedly propels a beast's growth rate to unprecedented heights, significantly shortening the growth cycle. At last, the space was successfully established. Luo Yang reveled in the vastness of his beast mastery space, a smile gracing his face. His initial space measured a staggering 1,000 cubic units, and as his level increases, so too will the expanse of his beast mastery space. Starting at the pinnacle, following the successful establishment, Luo Yang began to examine his panel. Beastmaster, Luo Yang. Level, 0. Companion beasts, 0. Talents, 1 Infinite Extraction, SSS, 2 Nether Eye, SSS. Talent 1, Infinite Extraction. 1 allows the user to see fragments available for extraction within proximity of the protagonist. 2 can extract skills dropped by companion beasts after they use them, with a certain probability. 3 can extract skill proficiency from skills dropped in battles. Talent 2, Nether Eye. Double SSS, Beast Mastery Talents. Noteworthy, in Blue Star, a Beast Master is permitted to possess only 1 Beast Mastery talent. Throughout history, there have been no exceptions. Not only does he possess dual talents, but they are both SSS grade. This dual talent is likely connected to his transmigration. It is possible that the World S rules detected 2 distinct souls, allowing him to simultaneously possess 2 talents. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable. Simultaneously, Luo Yang discovered that this infinite extraction is nothing short of a divine skill. It enables him to extract skills from other companion beasts and enhance their proficiency. Skill proficiency is categorized into 5 levels. 1 Initial Understanding, 2 Entry Level, 3 Proficient, for Comprehensive Mastery, 5 Pinnacle Mastery. Should a skill reach the Pinnacle Mastery level, even an ordinary skill can transform the mundane into the extraordinary. This combination is simply extraordinary. As long as he maintains steady development and avoids recklessness, he is bound to secure a place among the beast masters of Dragon Country in the future. Next, it was time to contract his first companion beast. Luo Yang fell into contemplation. With the Nether Eye talent at his disposal, he is uniquely positioned in selecting companion beasts. Moreover, due to the distinctive nature of his talent, the aberration of any beast he contracts in the future also has its own implications, alleviating concerns of being turned into a test subject. The first companion beast must possess significant potential to avoid the awkward situation of needing to replace it when its potential is exhausted. The levels of companion beasts range as follows: 199 level, Elite, 119 level, Extraordinary, 2039 level, Lord, 4059 level, Monarch, 6079 level, and Cataclysm, 8099 level. In Dragon Country, over 50% of companion beasts fail to surpass the elite level, remaining confined to that tier for their entire lives. Selecting an appropriate companion beast is of paramount importance. Presently, Dragon Country is thriving, giving rise to numerous unique professions, such as breeders, whose talents are predominantly related to evolving companion beasts. They are tasked with researching the diverse evolutionary paths of beasts. Different evolutionary materials consumed by the same type of beast result in vastly different final forms. For instance, Eevee can take on various forms depending on the materials it absorbs. Currently, the most popular companion beast in Dragon Country is Squirtle, with over 50 documented evolutionary forms. Even common players find it exceedingly accessible. The key lies in Squirtle's evolutionary direction, which has led to its widespread adoption, making it a versatile companion beast. It possesses both physicality and damage. Who could resist such an appeal? Once all the students had established their beast mastery spaces, the first companion beast could be selected from the school's beast enclosure. For those whose families had arranged beasts for them, they could head home after class, while the others were to follow Luo Yang. No sooner had she spoken than several students stepped forward, adorned in fineries and exuding haughty expressions. Although their awakened beast mastery talents were not particularly remarkable, the options for their companion beasts were abundant. With the backing of their elders, their growth would remain swift, allowing them to outpace ordinary individuals significantly. Such arrangements from home are indeed rare. After all, the school's beast enclosure also contained exceedingly rare beasts, albeit under the premise of possessing high talents. Luo Yang led the students to the beast enclosure on the back mountain and then solemnly stated, "The beast enclosure is marked. Proceed to the enclosure corresponding to your talent level to select your companion beast. Remember this crucial point. If a beast exhibits rejection towards you, you cannot force a contract. You must contact the enclosure staff to report it. Otherwise, if you provoke them, they may launch an attack." In previous years, numerous students have foolishly challenged the limits of the beasts, resulting in their own misfortune. Is that understood? The students chorused, "Teacher, rest assured, we will behave." Luo Yang, observing their obedient expressions, helplessly waved her hand to disperse them. "Long live the teacher. Let us go. With my charm, the beast will surely line up for me to choose. Go ahead and boast. Do you think you are Lin Yue? Come on. I'll show you the harsh reality to awaken you from your daydreams. I have made my choice. I intend to contract the fiery tiger. Although it requires substantial resources, its evolution path is transparent, and its combat prowess in the early to mid-game is commendable, making it exceptionally friendly for novice players." The students engaged in animated discussions, all brimming with anticipation for their contracted beasts. Luo Yang gazed at these eager youngsters, reminiscing about her own beginnings, when she too had once been like them. "Luo Yang, follow me," she instructed. "As for the rest of you, I appreciate your cooperation." The staff members in the beast enclosure nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 3, The Spirit of Elements. Upon concluding her words, Luo Yang led Luo Yang to the special beast enclosure. Entry to this area was restricted to those with S-class talents, and Luo Yang could count on one hand the number of times she had been inside. "We have arrived. Let us enter," she said, standing before the luminous portal that marked the entryway. The special beast enclosure was undoubtedly situated in a realm of mystery. To Luo Yang's surprise, upon stepping inside, he encountered none of the anticipated foul odors or refuse. Rather, the environment was impeccably clean. As they entered the special beast enclosure, it became evident that the space was somewhat cramped, yet 5 creatures encased in protective barriers were clearly visible. "Only 5? Luo Yang remarked, astonished. Whether any of these beasts could undergo mutation remained uncertain. If none were suitable for mutation, he would have no choice but to explore the beast market for alternatives. His talent was primarily to identify beasts brimming with potential. You dare to complain about the quantity? Each of these beasts far surpasses those in the ordinary enclosures. Had you not possessed S-class talent, you would not even be permitted entry," Luo Yang retorted, bemused by Luo Yang's words. If other students had the chance to contract one from within, they would surely be grateful. Luo Yang remained silent, his anticipation growing as he activated his underworld eye. Name: Thick Earth Bear. Attribute: Earth. Level: LV2, Elite. Potential: LV45, Lord. Racial skill: One Chain Heavy Punch, 65100. Initial understanding: Evolution path: 5. The potential is too low. Luo Yang mused, shaking his head. The potential of a beast was analogous to the talent of a beast master, representing the zenith of the beast's growth. Unless a formidable opportunity arose to transcend its limitations and reach a higher tier, the likelihood of such an event was minimal, nearly negligible. Optimal path: Thick Earth Bear, Desert Explosive Bear. Even the strongest evolution route only reached the level of Lord, falling significantly short of his expectations. In his heart, Luo Yang yearned for a beast whose potential was at least at the monarch level. He shifted his gaze to the other beasts. Astonishingly, there was even an artifact-type beast. Although artifact-type beasts possessed sentience and the ability to engage in combat, they remained relatively uncommon on Blue Star, as most individuals preferred corporeal beasts. This preference resulted in a limited number of contracts for such creatures, while many still believed in the capabilities of traditional beasts. The power of artifact-type beasts could not be dismissed. Numerous renowned entities in the Dragon Kingdom were artifact beasts. Within the protective barrier lay a black longsword, quietly resting on its rack. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, it began to frantically slash at the barrier, black sword energy swirling as if to vent its inner fury. Yet, no matter how enraged it became, the barrier remained undisturbed. What a display of madness. Clearly, it is not to be taken seriously. Ignore it. This sword is merely trying to intimidate you, Lu Rushuang noted, observing that Luo Yang remained unfazed. She then elaborated. This artifact beast was brought out by the 5th School's beast masters from the beast secret realm in recent years. After various assessments, it was determined to possess the potential to qualify for the special beast enclosure, hence its placement here. Name, Obsidian Blade. Attribute, Dark. Level, LV2 Elite. Potential, LV49 Lord. Racial skill, 1 Frenzied Slash, 70100. Initial understanding. Evolution path, 3. Optimal path. Obsidian Blade. Purple Obsidian Blade. Luo Yang shook his head, unfazed by the sword's antics. After all, it could not escape the barrier, especially with Lu Rushuang present. However, he was intrigued by the glowing orbs that fell from it. Extraction opportunities, 2. Extract 10 points of skill proficiency from the Obsidian Blade. With each slash from the Obsidian Blade, more luminous orbs appeared. Extraction opportunities, 1. Extract 10 points of skill proficiency from the Obsidian Blade. Regrettably, he did not acquire any skills. After extracting 2 units of proficiency, no further orbs remained for extraction. Lu Rushuang noticed Luo Yang lost in thought. Luo Yang, what are you doing? Why are you standing there like a statue? Have you been stunned into silence? Luo Yang smiled wryly. No, teacher, I was just pondering something else and lost track of time. Upon regaining his focus, he resumed using the underworld eye to survey the information of another beast. He discovered that although the potential of these 3 beasts was commendable, they all fell short of the threshold for mutation, failing to meet his expectations. Never mind, let us examine the remaining 2. Perhaps they will hold a surprise. As Luo Yang turned his attention to another creature, suddenly, he froze in place, his pupils constricting. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Name, Spirit of Elements. Attribute, None. Level, LV1 Elite. Potential, LV53 Lord. Evolution path, Tint Mutation path. 1. His breath quickened as he hurriedly examined the mutation path. Mutation path, Spirit of Elements. Spirit Swordmaster. Spirit Swordmaster? The evolution path of the Spirit of Elements varied based on the type of evolution materials used. Utilizing fire attribute epic materials would lead to the evolution into a fire spirit, while light attribute epic materials would transform it into a light spirit. However, he had never heard of a Spirit Swordmaster. Driven by curiosity, Luo Yang investigated the potential of the Spirit of Elements evolving into a Spirit Swordmaster. Name, Spirit Swordmaster. Attribute, Gold. Level, LV1 Elite. Potential, LV60 Monarch. Mutation path, 1. Indeed, the mutation path is terrifying. He gasped. The potential reached the Monarch level. Crucially, the Spirit Swordmaster could continue to evolve. Would there be a chance to break through the shackles of Blue Star in the future? Suppressing his excitement, he declared, Teacher Lu, I wish to contract this Spirit of Elements. Very well, I shall assist you with the registration. With your talent, contracting the Spirit of Elements should pose no issue. I will lift the barrier confining it, and you may proceed with the contract here. Once completed, find me outside, Lu Rushuang replied, waving her hand to dismantle the barrier. Freed from the barrier's constraints, the Spirit of Elements joyfully floated around them. As a spiritual entity, it could traverse freely through the air. And since it was in its initial state, thus, it now appears exceedingly adorable. Moreover, as the elemental spirit drifts, Luo Yang notices luminous orbs descending. Available extraction attempts, 3. Extracted 10 skill proficiency points from the elemental spirit. With utmost caution, Luo Yang reaches out to touch the floating elemental spirit. Little one, you must be feeling quite lonely in this sunless day. Come with me. I shall show you the wonders of the outside world. And my exceptional talents will greatly aid your growth. I could even help you surpass your ancestors and break free from your shackles, employing both coaxing and persuasion. Luo Yang opens the Beast Master space, allowing the spirit to experience its unique energy. The allure of the energy within the Beast Master space is irresistibly potent for any beast, especially one associated with a dual SSS level talent. What cadre could withstand such temptation? Chapter 4, Contract Successful. The elemental spirit encircles Luo Yang, emanating a benevolent aura. Observing this, Luo Yang hastily begins to sketch the contract formation. With a flicker of light, both parties swiftly complete the contract, establishing a bond of souls. Luo Yang then proceeds to examine the materials required for aberration. Aberration materials. 1. Epic level evolution material. Spirit, sword, embryo. 2. Gold attribute, lord level demon beast crystals. 10 bottles of spirit nurturing liquid. Gently stroking the elemental spirit's head, he whispers, "Little one, please stay in the Beast Master space for a while. I will release you upon my return." After securing the elemental spirit within the Beast Master space, he must now focus on gathering the materials for aberration. The other materials are easily obtainable, as they can be purchased with money. Furthermore, with his S-level talent, he can apply for a Beast Master loan at school. However, the most daunting challenge is the Spirit Sword Embryo, of which he has never even heard. The mere mention of epic level sends shivers down Luo Yang's spine. Evolution materials for beasts are categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and eternal, with levels varying drastically. For a student like Luo Yang, epic level evolution materials could very well cost him his life. Nonetheless, he resolves to devise a plan for the Spirit Sword Embryo later. Departing from the special beast enclosure, all students who successfully contracted must report to Lu Ruxiang to register their contracted beasts, facilitating the school's arrangement for subsequent training. Teacher Lu, I have successfully contracted the elemental spirit. Very well, please wait here for a moment. I will take you to select an evolution resource from the school treasury. Luo Yang feels somewhat bewildered. As the sole S-level student at Anqing No. 5 High School, he has the privilege not only of free contracting, but also the opportunity to obtain an evolution resource from the school's treasury for his beast. Teacher, does the evolution resource treasury contain the epic level evolution material, Spirit Sword Embryo? Luo Yang inquires with a glimmer of hope. Spirit Sword Embryo? I believe there might be one. Why do you ask? Lu Ruxiang regards him with curiosity, pondering what scheme this young man is concocting. Nonetheless, recognizing his potential, she feels compelled to remind him not to indulge excessively and to focus diligently on his beast. At such a tender age, he should not be so frail that he must pause to rest after a few steps. How will he attain happiness in the future? Once all students' beast information is registered, Lu Ruxiang promptly dismisses them, advising them to cultivate their bond with their first beasts. The emotional state of a beast can significantly influence its training speed and overall condition. On the first day of contracting, there is no rush to become stronger. The primary focus should be on nurturing the bond, avoiding any hasty actions. Subsequently, Lu Ruxiang leads Luo Yang to the school's evolution resource treasury. Guards patrol the entrance, and Lu Ruxiang presents her credentials. Esteemed colleagues, I am here to collect evolution resources for this student. It seems that Anqing No. 5 High School has finally produced a promising talent this year. After verification, they are granted access. Upon entering the evolution resource treasury, a plethora of rare evolution materials greets Luo Yang's eyes. He cannot help but marvel, although No. 5 High School ranks low in Anqing. Its resources and faculty are undeniably impressive. These are the accumulated treasures since the school's establishment, a testament to its unwavering investment in students' growth. Your elemental spirit possesses immense potential. Among the known evolution paths, the light spirit is the most formidable. You may select the epic level evolution material, Radiant Feather. It has the future potential to evolve into a holy angel, as I would recommend, dear student. Teacher, I wish to select the Spirit Sword Embryo. Luo Yang asserts earnestly. What? You mustn't be reckless. This concerns your beast's future, and you cannot afford to act impulsively. Lu Ruxiang places great importance on this only S-level student. Had it been anyone else, they would have already received a wake-up call. Among the known evolution paths, the light spirit shows the greatest potential. Prudence would dictate choosing Radiant Feather as the evolution material. Teacher, I want to give it a try, Luo Yang states with determination. Lu Ruxiang falls into silence. Luo Yang's talent is the S-level evolution eye. Perhaps he truly has a method? Yet, Lu Ruxiang adheres to the conventional thoughts of most educators, who typically seek stability. After all, even if there are alternative paths, the cost of trial and error is too high. Students cannot afford to waste time, especially during this golden period of cultivation. Not everyone possesses Luo Yang's unique abilities. Now that he is no longer a child, he must take responsibility for his decisions. Having reached a conclusion, Lu Ruxiang refrains from further inquiries, recognizing that these matters are the student's secrets. The second shelf on the left, fourth compartment. Following her guidance, Luo Yang retrieves a jade box from the shelf. It feels icy to the touch. The jade box protects the materials from losing their spiritual energy. He handles it with great care and gently opens the box. A sharp sword aura strikes his face, bringing a slight sting. Once the aura dissipates, a finely crafted jade sword lies within. It is palm-sized, its blade adorned with intricate patterns. Gazing at such a splendid spirit sword embryo, one cannot help but marvel at the wonders of the world. With this pivotal epic level material secured, the remaining materials will be easily acquired. Upon exiting the evolution resource treasury, Luo Yang applies for a 3-year Beast Master loan from the school, with a total limit of 10 million, repayable within 3 years without any interest. Early repayment is also an option, a supportive measure from the Dragon Kingdom for those with extraordinary talents but lacking a background. With the Beastmaster loan, they will not fall behind in cultivation resources, allowing them to focus more intently on their training. Earlier, Luo Yang discovered that a single Lord-level gold attribute crystal costs 5 million. It is indeed a financial burden, yet the eventual outcome will prove its worth. After completing the necessary paperwork for the Beastmaster loan, the funds are swiftly deposited. Luo Yang has now acquired all the required materials from the school's evolution resource treasury. After all, the school is not a charitable institution. They have already shown great generosity by providing a promising beast and an epic-level evolution material. With all materials gathered, the total expenditure amounts to 6 million. Luo Yang is solely focused on returning to assist the elemental spirit in its aberration. Witnessing the elegance of the spirit swordmaster is of utmost importance. Now, everything is in place. Returning to his empty home, Luo Yang has grown accustomed to the solitude. The identities of his parents were those of beast tamers and mercenaries, who vanished without a trace after venturing into a secret realm when he was merely 14. According to reports from Blue Star, that realm encountered a catastrophic event, resulting in the demise of all who entered. The only remnants left behind were this villa and a modest sum of savings. Regardless of how precious the evolutionary materials might be, Luo Yang never considered selling this house, as it harbored a plethora of childhood memories. Upon returning home, Luo Yang promptly summoned the Spirit of Elements. Name: Spirit of Elements. Attribute: None. Level: LV2 Elite. Potential: LV53 Lord. Evolution Path: 10. Mutation Path: 1. Leveling up so swiftly? Luo Yang mused. It was only natural, given the uniqueness of his beast taming space. It would indeed be strange if the dual SSS-tier upgrade at a rapid pace. As soon as the Spirit of Elements materialized, it perched on Luo Yang's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against him. What a clingy little creature. Let us give you a name. How about Little Ling? Luo Yang gently patted her head. Little Ling nodded, clearly relishing the affection. Now, neither of us would be alone. Thus, the once desolate villa brimmed with newfound vitality. Chapter 5. Clarity of the Sword Heart. Little Ling, prepare yourself. Shortly, I shall present you with a surprise that will enhance your strength. Although the process may be somewhat painful, I have faith that you will endure, right? Luo Yang smiled as he stroked her head. Gurgle, gurgle. Little Ling nodded, her gaze resolute. After speaking, Luo Yang located a bathtub and filled it with water, pouring in the nurturing liquid entirely. Gurgle, gurgle. The water within the tub instantly transformed into a vibrant green, bubbling energetically. The spirit sword embryo and the Lord Grade metal core would be added last. Little Ling, come quickly and immerse yourself in the tub. Luo Yang urged the Spirit of Elements to dive into the bath. Once her body was entirely enveloped by the nurturing liquid, he hurriedly tossed the other 2 evolutionary materials into the tub. Soon, a chemical reaction erupted within the bath. The fused spirit sword embryo surged with ferocious metal energy, flooding into the body of the Spirit of Elements. Little Ling's expression twisted in agony, her ethereal form marred by terrifying fissures. Luo Yang stood by, his heart racing, too anxious to even breathe. She must hold on. The connection of their souls allowed him to vividly sense Little Ling's suffering, tightening his heart in anguish. Little Ling, endure. You must surpass your ancestors and become the strongest spirit. This is your chance to alter your destiny. Seize it. The powerful energy relentlessly reshaped Little Ling's very being. After enduring this metamorphosis for a good 10 minutes, a golden light enveloped her. This was the wheel of evolution, heralding imminent success, with the next step being the transformation of her life stage. Soon, Little Ling would emerge anew. The blinding radiance obscured all sight, leaving Luo Yang uncertain of the events unfolding within. Yet, his soul sensed that Little Ling was progressing positively. As the wheel of evolution dissipated, the transformed Little Ling appeared before Luo Yang. In a mere instant, she underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer manifesting as an ethereal being, she stood barefoot in midair. The moment she materialized, stealing the color from the sky. Her form bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary person, clad in flowing white gossamer, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Even with her face veiled, one could perceive the exquisite beauty concealed beneath. A transparent long sword rested upon her back, as delicate as a cicada's wing, defying the absence of a sheath by adhering effortlessly behind her. From a distance, it appeared as if she bore no weapon at all. In this new form, Little Ling's beauty was undeniable. Luo Yang gazed at the evolved Little Ling, utterly astounded. Master? Oh my, Little Ling, you can speak now. And your voice is so sweet. Luo Yang was dumbfounded. Her voice was simply delightful. Yes, after evolution, I naturally acquired this ability. I just need a little time to adjust, she replied. But first, let me check your status panel. Name, Spirit Sword User. Attribute, Metal. Trait, Clarity of the Sword Heart. Level, LV2 Elite. Potential, LV60 Monarch. Racial skills, Godspeed, 0-100, Initial Understanding. Star-Shattering Sword Chi, 0-100, Initial Understanding. Mutation Path, Spirit Sword User Spirit Sword Sovereign. Splendid. Truly splendid. In the future, one could continuously draw new skills through limitless extraction, ensuring comprehensive development. At present, possessing one speed and one offensive skill was ample. Godspeed significantly enhances one's speed. No trace remains beneath the swiftness of Godspeed. Star-Shattering Sword Chi unleashes a sword Chi capable of obliterating stars. Once drawn, this sword is invincible. The key was awakening such an extraordinary trait, which only beasts with monarch-level talents could hope to achieve. This delineates the vast chasm between monarchs and lords. The advantages of traits for beasts are immeasurable. The disparity in combat power between those with traits and those without, even at the same level, is profound. It appears I must focus on extracting proficiency to elevate Little Ling's skill levels. Luo Yang now possessed a clear plan to continuously enhance Little Ling's level and skill proficiency. With the trait of Clarity of the Sword Heart, she would naturally be highly attuned to sword skills, mastering them with ease. Having extracted 50 proficiency points, it was time to put them to the test. Let us first try Star-Shattering Sword Chi. I will allocate all 50 points to it, maximizing its potential. Little Ling could distinctly sense her understanding of Star-Shattering Sword Chi deepening. Luo Yang quickly checked her skill proficiency. Racial skills, Godspeed, 0-100, Initial Understanding. Star-Shattering Sword Chi, 50-100, Initial Understanding. Only 50 proficiency points remained until mastery was achieved. Typically, it would take a month of diligent practice to progress from initial understanding to mastery. If I extract a few more proficiency points tomorrow, Star-Shattering Sword Chi could ascend to the next level of mastery. This would save an entire month of arduous training. Master, I feel I have gained new insights into Star-Shattering Sword Chi. Your skills are truly remarkable. Little Ling exclaimed, her tone reminiscent of an adoring fan. Despite her transformative evolution, her essence remained that of Luo Yang's devoted admirer. Rest assured, you shall not be neglected while following me. Remember to consolidate today's achievements within the beast taming space and familiarize yourself with your newfound skills. Little Ling nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with admiration. By the way, can you remove your veil? I am quite curious about the beauty concealed beneath it. Do you wish to see, Master? I am curious about the world beyond the veil. Little Ling replied, her fair ears tinged with a rosy hue. With a gentle motion, she unveiled her face, revealing her complete visage. After witnessing Luo Yang's ethereal beauty, one could only liken his flawless skin to that of exquisite mutton-fat jade, and his unadorned visage resembled that of a celestial being, adorned in delicate white gauze. One could hardly overstate his breathtaking allure, reminiscent of a beauty that could topple nations. He evoked the essence of a female sword fairy. Upon observing Luo Yang, he silently mused, behind the veil lies an unparalleled beauty, concealed to avoid startling the world. Enough is enough, Xiaoling, Luo Yang said solemnly. Though a hint of selfishness lingered within him, the beauty behind the veil was for his eyes alone. Understood, the veil shall only be unveiled for my master. Xiaoling replied with utmost obedience. At that moment, Luo Yang's vanity reached new heights. Who could remain unenchanted by such a sight? All right, it's getting late. Xiaoling, you should rest early, he suggested. Can I sleep with you tonight? The beast mastery space is too dark, and I'm afraid, Xiaoling implored, her tiny hands clutching the hem of Luo Yang's garment. We can share the bed, but maintain some distance, and you must refrain from any actions, he stipulated. Yea, long live my master. After a brief wash, Luo Yang settled into bed and drifted into a deep slumber, and the night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Luo Yang stretched languidly, having enjoyed a restful night filled with delightful dreams. After changing his bed linens, he gathered his belongings and set off for school. As a newly contracted beast master, he understood the necessity of systematic learning. Many theoretical concepts regarding beast mastery were entirely foreign to them. If they were to be thrown into a secret realm immediately, only a handful would likely emerge unscathed. Chapter 6, The Exchange Competition. Upon entering the classroom, Luo Yang found his classmates fervently engaged in discussion. Following their awakening yesterday, all of Luo Yang's details had been laid bare. Numerous female students had taken to social media, posting ridiculous inquiries such as, I have beauty and a bit of wealth, but how much would it cost to keep Luo Yang for a night? Even more absurd were offers of lavish rewards for siring offspring, as it was widely believed that those with high innate talents would produce equally gifted progeny. leading many girls to entertain ulterior motives. Some extreme individuals even contemplated using drugs to force intimate relations. Such scenarios were far too common. Luo Yang's name had made its debut in the public eye. As he entered the classroom, every gaze was drawn to him. He had become the talisman of their school, having contracted the rare elemental spirit beast. A promising future lay ahead. How had they not noticed Luo Yang's remarkable handsomeness before? Was it too late to pursue him now? They speculated whether his elemental spirit had undergone evolution. If it transformed into a light spirit, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the other high school prodigies, Luo Yang returned to his rightful place, swiftly finishing his breakfast. Soon after, the announcement echoed throughout the school. Today marked the annual Anqing Friendship Exchange Tournament, with teachers and students from various high schools arriving shortly. All students and faculty from their school were required to assemble at the training ground, and class teachers were tasked with taking attendance. Traditionally, the first day after contracting a beast involves friendly exchanges. However, as their school consistently placed last, they held little interest in rankings. Everyone hurried to the training ground. Missing even a single individual would not be tolerated. Lu Rushuang arrived in the classroom to direct the students. Upon reaching the training ground, it was evident that the expansive area could easily accommodate the multitude of students. This was a specially constructed training arena, built entirely from rare materials, where students commonly engaged in beast battles. Have you heard? The second high school awakened an A-class enhancement talent, and the first high school even produced an S-class talent. This year truly brims with geniuses, and it's unfortunate for us, one student lamented. I wonder if our school will once again place last in the Beast Mastery Exchange this year. It has been 4 consecutive years. Thankfully, my resilience has grown thick as a castle wall. I fear nothing. Why worry? Our school has Luo Yang with an S-class awakening. Another chimed in. We may not secure a spot in the top 3, but escaping the bottom should be within reach. Anqing boasts 5 high schools, ranked 1 through 5. Luo Yang was well aware. This event allowed the various high schools to gauge one another's capabilities, especially since all had just contracted their beasts. At this moment, they stood on equal footing. The competition would hinge upon the relationships with their beasts and their mastery over them. Given that their school now had an S-class talent in Luo Yang, it was likely many would be anxious. This was an opportune moment to utilize the exchange event to enhance his proficiency, elevating Shaoling's skills to a more refined level. Luo Yang felt a surge of excitement, as he had been seeking a venue to refine his abilities. His unique skill had a peculiar limitation. Proficiency could only be gained during battles or while observing others in combat, including the defeat of beasts. However, should there be no restrictions, it would be overwhelmingly advantageous. Arriving at the training ground, Lu Rushuang and several teachers were already in position. Today, Lu Rushuang appeared particularly poised, her figure elegantly accentuated by a fitted black skirt that captivated the attention of both students and teachers alike. Noticing Luo Yang attempting to slip away, she swiftly pulled him back. Luo Yang, you must stand at the front. Lin Yue will be beside you, while the rest will line up behind them in 2 rows. Lu Rushuang had already informed the principal of Luo Yang's situation, and the principal regarded it with utmost importance. Their school had been lacking in young talent, failing to fill its admissions quotas annually, with most outstanding students being lured away by the top 2 schools. The decline had persisted for 5 consecutive years. Without a solid foundation, they might have been consumed by other high schools long ago. Today could be regarded as a proving ground for their school. With Luo Yang's S-class talent as a beacon, they could navigate through these challenging circumstances. Luo Yang, don't worry if your evolution doesn't succeed. You are a promising candidate. I will petition the principal for special consideration to provide you with the bright feather, and once your beast recovers, you may try again, Lu Rushuang reassured him, patting his shoulder to quell his anxieties. She assumed Luo Yang's evolution had failed and was attempting to preserve his confidence with her well-intentioned consolation. Teacher, I successfully evolved. But it seems my beast has undergone some form of mutation, which I cannot find documented in the Dragon Kingdom's evolution records. Luo Yang had already concocted a plausible explanation, as the world rules prohibited the emergence of another Shaoling. Even if he divulged the materials for evolution, they would likely not succeed, and he could attribute everything to the mutation. Yet, excessive mutations could pose a risk. A mutation? Is it for better or worse? It should be a positive development. Luo Yang replied ambiguously. As long as it's good, it should be a benign mutation. After the exchange tournament, I will take a closer look at it. Lu Rushuang said. By the way, today's exchange may pit you against talents from other high schools, but since everyone has only recently contracted their beasts, don't be disheartened if you lose. However, if you can help our school escape the bottom ranks, the principal has promised to clear your 1 million beast mastery loan and even reward you handsomely. The opportunity to rise rests in your hands. Escape the bottom? Such good fortune exists? Luo Yang felt a flicker of hope. The feasibility of avoiding the last place seemed promising. Although a 1 million loan was not insubstantial, no one relishes the feeling of being in debt. Rest assured, teacher, I will do my utmost. Lu Rushuang understood that despite Luo Yang's seemingly carefree demeanor, he did not take significant matters lightly. Soon, all the teachers and students from various high schools had arrived at the venue. Due to the rotation of communication venues, the first 4 years were spent at other schools, and this year, it finally fell to number 5 middle school. The teachers from No. 5 swiftly came forward to extend their hospitality. The training ground at number 5 remains unchanged, I see. Why not upgrade it a bit? The training grounds at our other high schools have long been enhanced to encompass a more comprehensive range of training. Old Fong, such remarks are unwarranted. It's hardly surprising that number 5 has not been able to renovate after languishing at the bottom for 4 consecutive years. One of the teachers from the 3rd and 4th schools chimed in, their tone dripping with sarcasm. The teachers from number 5 remained silent, their expressions darkened. The students trailing behind these teachers wore disdainful gazes, their expressions haughty, inciting a deep-seated anger among the students of number 5. Look at that arrogant brat ahead, strutting around like he owns the place. Who does he think he is? One of the students from number 5 muttered, seething. I used to love taking down guys like him. One would think he has his nose stuck in the air. That was Xiaoqiang from number 2. A genius with the A-grade talent of azure waves. His prowess was not to be underestimated, but he had never been this arrogant before awakening his talent. Students from No. 1 and number 2 harbored little regard for number 5, given their years of being at the bottom, even if they produced an S-grade talent. It was rumored to be of the supportive variety, offering little practical application in battle. It was likely that even a B-grade enhancement skill could easily overpower him. However, the situation was different for the 3rd and 4th schools. With number 5 now boasting an S-grade talent, they feared that they might find themselves at the bottom next. The audacity of these youths was astonishing. Luo Yang couldn't help but marvel at their youthful exuberance. They clearly had never faced serious repercussions. Nevertheless, he was aware that the enmity between number 5 and number 2 had been forged long ago, dating back to the era of the first Beast Masters. Every year, their friendly matches were marked by fierce confrontations between the students of number 5 and number 2, resulting in both physical and psychological duress. Chapter 7. Arrogance and Hubris. I shall strike with great intensity today. It seemed that Xiaoqiang sensed Luo Yang's gaze, returning it with a cold smirk and brazenly making a throat-cutting gesture, perfectly embodying arrogance. This incited an uproar among the onlookers. The students from number 5 were seething with anger at this blatant provocation. If only they had the strength, they would have dearly loved to teach this brat a lesson. They were frustrated at the thought of not witnessing his humiliating downfall. It felt worse than death. A female teacher from number 2 chuckled, my apologies, everyone. Young Xiaoqiang has just awakened his A-grade talent and is unaware of the vastness of the world. He may even seek assistance from your students to learn what true prowess is. We at number 2 would be immensely grateful. Ah, Teacher Fong, such words are misplaced. How can we expect youth to be anything but spirited? Another chimed in. After all, we all went through that phase. If they aren't bold now, when should they be? Indeed, old Fong, I find merit in what he says. Xiaoqiang's strength is commendable. It hardly warrants others to chastise him. The female teacher from number 2 spoke sweetly, her expression radiating self-satisfaction, unabashed by her words. The teachers from the 3rd and 4th schools were eager to flatter her, having already issued stern orders to their students to ensure a victory over number 5, lest they fall to the bottom themselves. Luo Yang smiled at the scene. He raised a middle finger at Xiaoqiang, turning it downward, a gesture universally understood, showing no fear of the provocation. Endurance? That was situational. Given that they were already being challenged at their doorstep, there was no need for restraint. If he was arrogant, one must be even more so. The animosity between No. 5 and number 2 could be traced back to the first Beast Masters, who encountered a precious spiritual herb in a hidden realm, only to clash with their counterparts from number 2, who claimed the discovery for themselves. The ensuing battle saw number 2 emerge victorious, seizing the prized possession and setting the stage for an enduring rivalry. This delicate relationship has persisted through the years, a legacy known to students upon entering the school. The students of number 5 erupted in fervor. Luo Yang is magnificent. Let us obliterate that brat in the competition, and for every victory, I shall reward you with 500. The atmosphere was charged with tension even before the competition began. Xiaoqiang was merely a jester in this drama. What truly concerned Luo Yang was the student from number 1 with the awakened S-grade talent, Shang Wan Fu. Shang Wan Fu remained unobtrusive amid the crowd, calmly meditating and paying no heed to the verbal skirmish. Such trivial matters were beneath his notice. According to Lu Rushuang, his contracted beast was shrouded in mystery, with no other school acquiring specific information about it. Humiliated by the jibes, Xiaoqiang's expression darkened as he surveyed the laughter of his peers. Yet, he understood the stakes. He shot Luo Yang a fierce glare, vowing to exact his revenge in the upcoming match. The teachers from number 2 nodded in approval. Though brash, he maintained his composure. Such individuals would traverse further along the path of beast mastery. If one wished to chastise him, it should be done openly on the training grounds, teaching him that there were consequences for momentary bravado. Xiaoqiang is a fine boy, aware of when to advance and when to retreat. Such poise at a young age bodes well for his future, remarked a teacher from number 4, seizing an opportunity to flatter. A teacher from number 2 snorted dismissively, outwardly unimpressed, yet inwardly appreciative of the praise. The principals of the 5 major high schools sat neatly at the judges' table, appearing amicable and jovial. Yet each harbored numerous ulterior motives. As Principal Yang Wanhua took the stage to address the assembly, the crowd fell silent. The principal, a man nearing 50, donned a simple black Zhongshan suit and walked with a commanding stride, his physique robust beneath his attire. In City, anyone aware of Principal Yang's heroic exploits held him in high regard, which explained why number 5, despite 4 years of languishing at the bottom, remained steadfast. With Principal Yang at the helm, the skies above number 5 would not cave in. Many years ago, City had faced a terrifying beast tide, resulting in significant casualties among its inhabitants. In that perilous moment, Principal Yang courageously charged into the fray, single-handedly confronting the tide and slaying the leading king-level beast, the charming Heart Fox, thereby earning the respect of all. His contributions during that beast tide were well known, albeit at the cost of sustaining irreversible injuries to his contracted beasts, compelling him to retreat from the front line. Nonetheless, even now, those who encountered him in City offered him their utmost respect, addressing him as Principal Yang. A warm welcome is extended to the esteemed principals, educators, and students from other institutions in Anqing who grace us with their presence at Anqing number 5 Middle School. As gracious hosts, it is our duty to offer a heartfelt reception and express our gratitude for their arrival. The sound of enthusiastic applause fills the air as we transition to the main event. Today marks the commencement of the new round of our exchange competition, a tradition that Anqing has diligently preserved, serving as a splendid legacy and an opportunity for every student to achieve recognition. Without further ado, let the exchange competition officially begin. Each class will select 1 student to participate, with Class 3 designating 2 representatives. Friendly exchanges and skillful sparring are encouraged. But we must emphasize that no harm should come to anyone. The victors must refrain from further aggression against the defeated. Each arena will be overseen by referees and safety personnel. We wish for the enduring camaraderie among the 5 high schools of Anqing. As Principal Yang Wanhua concludes his address, everyone rises in applause, including the other principals, as decorum dictates. The 5 classes of our school begin selecting their participants. Our Class 3 has chosen Luo Yang and Lin Yue to take the stage. Is there any dissent? A resounding no echoes from all. Although they aspire to bring glory to their school, their abilities may not entirely match their ambitions, as they represent the 2 most talented students in their class. Anqing No. 5 Middle School has 5 classes, with each typically fielding a student of B-level talent. Other high schools have sent forth their 6 most outstanding contenders. The pressure weighs heavily on our chosen students, particularly Luo Yang and Lin Yue from Class 3. Lin Yue has recently formed a contract with a pet beast she finds most satisfying, showcasing her unique talent, while others search for their ideal companions. She is inundated with offers, ultimately selecting the pet best suited to her, an ice fox of extraordinary potential, likely to reach the extraordinary tier and possibly even surpass the Lord level, proving to be an exceptional companion early on. Each high school has an equal representation of 6 students, culminating in a total of 30 participants, who will draw lots for their matchups. The 1st through 3rd places will receive generous rewards from the 5 high schools, which have historically been quite substantial. With formidable strength, they are nearly assured of success. Will today bring any unforeseen twists? Luo Yang muses quietly, noting that this year's rewards are particularly generous, with one school even offering $1 million prize. A testament to their confidence in Shang Wan Fu's prowess. They harbor no concerns about unexpected occurrences. Observing the multitude of participants, he surmises that many are merely here to serve as practice partners for Shang Wan Fu, akin to last year's arrangements with the 1st high school, leaving the lucrative rewards out of reach for them. Sighing, he reflects on the enticing nature of these prizes. Without the requisite strength, one must at least strive for a semblance of competition. With such rewards, concerns about early-stage resource allocation would vanish. In contemplation, Luo Yang considers the implications of so many students battling. Surely the accrued experience would soar. If fortune favors him, he might even draw a skill card. Rubbing his hands together, he begins to anticipate the forthcoming matches. After submitting the list of participants, the referee announces in a booming voice, "All students, please step forward to draw lots." With 30 participants, a half-zone avoidance principle will be in place, ensuring that students from the same school do not face each other in the early rounds. For the sake of fairness, one can only advance based on personal merit, devoid of any underhanded tactics. The drawing order is personally randomized by the 5 principals, ensuring absolute transparency. With 30 participants, they will engage in head-to-head matches. One student will receive a special bye, allowing them to rest for a round and automatically advance. Luck, after all, is a facet of skill. Following the first elimination round, 15 students will remain, who will then face off in another elimination round, continuing until a champion emerges. Everyone prepares to draw for the first round, with selected students stepping forward to ready themselves for battle. This group of 30 represents the elite of the 5 high schools, each one potentially poised to become a pillar of strength for Anqing in the future. The first draw is made by Shang Wan Fu, whose expression remains inscrutable, as if nothing could perturb him. He draws number 10. Meanwhile, his classmates silently pray not to confront the formidable competitors from the first or second high schools in the first round. As draws proceed, the results are publicly displayed. Shang Wan Fu's opponent is a boy from the 4th high school, who, upon realizing he is to face Shang Wan Fu, resigns himself to defeat. Soon, it is Luo Yang's turn, and he casually selects a slip of paper. Behind him stands Xiaoqiang, who warns, "You'd better hope we don't meet in the first round, otherwise you'll find out why flowers bloom so brightly." Xiaoqiang's icy glare is fixed on Luo Yang, for reasons unknown. Seeing Luo Yang's calm demeanor provokes an itch to provoke him further, perhaps due to their earlier exchange. A barking dog seldom bites, don't you think? Luo Yang glances at him, amused. Please, everyone can talk big. When it comes to trash talking, I am quite confident. His illustrious record includes successfully defending his parents in Zuan, even causing his opponents to rage quit. Your sharp tongue won't save you. We shall see whose skills prevail on the battlefield. Xiaoqiang, momentarily at a loss for words, realizes he cannot outwit Luo Yang and wisely falls silent, contemplating how best to unleash his retaliation when the moment arrives. Once all draws are complete, participants with matching numbers are paired as opponents and directed to the arenas. Luo Yang draws number 7, paired against a girl from the 4th high school, named Hyunxia. Her attire is strikingly bold, revealing her as quite the vixen. The previous night, Lu Rushuang had sent Luo Yang information about the students from various high schools and their awakened talents. Luo Yang had done his homework and learned that this girl possesses a B-level talent, Deadly Toxin, which enhances the potency of poison-type beasts, elevating their capabilities significantly. Oh, it seems my luck has run dry. I encounter an S-level talent right at the start, Hyunxia remarks with a sly grin, sauntering confidently toward Luo Yang. Her movements deliberate and exaggerated, as if her shirt might burst at any moment. Leaving her modesty aside, she certainly has her charms. If you let me win, you can do whatever you wish. Hyunxia begins to flirt with a cunning angle. Meanwhile, in the Beastmaster space, the little spirit exclaims, "Master, don't look. This woman is shameless and lewd. I will teach her a lesson for daring to tempt my master. Please, have some self-respect," Luo Yang responds, retreating to the preparation zone. Ridiculous, what a superficial distraction. Little spirit is far more appealing, with charm, physique, and strength all in abundance. Due to the limited number of arenas available, 5 battles will occur simultaneously. Luo Yang, designated number 7, is set to compete in the next round. Their positions are elevated on the arena, providing an excellent view of the action below. Luo Yang found a suitable angle to begin observing the fallen proficiency. Let the proficiency come in with fervor. As the referee's command echoed, both sides commenced summoning their beasts. The 5 arenas sparkled with vibrant energy, an array of beastly auras emerging in a dazzling display. Some arenas were ablaze with flames reaching the heavens, while others were inundated by torrential waters. With the arrival of the summoned beasts, the tension in the atmosphere became palpable. In the initial round of competition, 2 students from Wuzhong faced unfortunate luck, drawing formidable opponents. Alas, encountering such challenging adversaries in the first round puts us at a significant disadvantage. Our luck is truly dismal, lamented the students. The prospect of Xiaoqiang facing a Wuzhong student was particularly worrisome. As time progressed, all 5 arenas entered a heated climax. In the 3rd arena, Xiaoqiang wore a smile. Beside him loomed a colossal tidal envoy, its stature exceeding 2 meters, with 2 massive whiskers swaying nonchalantly. To put it politely, it was an envoy. To speak bluntly, it resembled a giant catfish. Remarkably, they shared an uncanny resemblance. Due to Xiaoqiang's innate talent, the contract with the sea beast unleashed its full potential, and the explosive power derived from his talent combined with the sea beast was far beyond mere addition. This sea beast had been procured with great effort by the school and airlifted from coastal cities via flying beasts, consuming considerable resources. Boy, it's not too late to concede now. Otherwise, I shall make an example of you, letting Luo Yang witness the consequences of provoking me. Xiaoqiang declared with a cruel smile. Enough with the idle chatter. Wu Zhong has no cowards. He understood well that while defeat was possible, surrender was not an option. To concede would be to bring disgrace upon oneself. Flame Tiger, give it your all. Chen Dalong shouted emphatically. Humph, overestimating yourself, Xiaoqiang retorted, putting away his arrogance and commencing the battle earnestly. Though boastful, he approached every match with total commitment. Having learned from a young age that even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Tidal Envoy unleashed the oceanic tsunami. A massive blue wave surged forth, enveloping the tidal envoy, which then surged through the waves, undergoing a swift transformation. In an instant, the tidal envoy wielded a blue trident, emanating a terrifying aura. The formidable momentum, combined with elemental advantage, placed the flame tiger under immense pressure. Roar! The flames enveloping the flame tiger intensified rather than diminished. As the master's aura influenced the beast's resolve, even in defeat, it must be with dignity. At this moment, Luo Yang in the spectator area was utterly engrossed, witnessing the radiant orbs of proficiency cascading down from the arena. Nothing thrilled him more than this spectacle. Available extraction attempts, 5. Extracting 15 points of skill proficiency from the water cannon turtle. Available extraction attempts, 2. Extracting 10 points of skill proficiency from the poison thorn vine. Available extraction attempts, 7. Extracting 20 points of skill proficiency from the tidal envoy. This bounty was indeed rewarding. Observing the continually increasing proficiency, Luo Yang unhesitatingly elevated his skills. Star Fragment and Swift Movement to the next level. Racial Skill, Swift Movement, 0-500, entering the threshold. Star Fragment, Sword Chi 0-500, entering the threshold. Within the beast space, Xiaoling suddenly acquired insights into her skills, feeling her two primary racial abilities break through to the next level. However, the experience required for the subsequent level had also escalated to 500, with the demands for future advancements expected to increase exponentially. With her two major racial skills upgraded, Luo Yang felt a newfound confidence in the forthcoming exchange competition. Casting a glance at the meditative Shang Wan Fu, he hoped that when the time came, he would remain as composed as he appeared now. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was diligently experimenting with her newly enhanced skills within the beast space, where designated areas existed for beasts to demonstrate their abilities. The chilling sword energy rampaged through the beast space, while the golden threads surged chaotically, their power soaring. After enhancing his skills, only 280 points of proficiency remained, insufficient for another upgrade. Having collected proficiency from the 5 arenas, Luo Yang shifted his attention to the 3rd arena, where it was evident that Chun Dalong's strength paled in comparison to Xiaoqiang's, as he was thoroughly dominated throughout the match. The tidal envoy showcased considerable prowess, likely having been airlifted at a high initial level. Otherwise, the speed at which the A-grade talent's beast space advanced would not be so swift. Name, Tidal Envoy. Attribute, Water. Level, LV4 Elite. Potential, LV48, Lord. Racial Skill, 1 Oceanic Tsunami, 11100, Glimpse of the Threshold. Despite Xiaoqiang's capability to swiftly conclude the battle, he relished in the torment. Inflicting relentless punishment upon the flame tiger, which bore numerous wounds, its flames dwindling. After each attack, Xiaoqiang cast a satisfied glance at Luo Yang, seemingly flaunting his achievements. Each time the flame tiger was knocked aside, it valiantly rose to continue the fight. Even the referee of the 3rd arena was unable to watch any longer, finding the situation utterly distasteful. Yet, with neither side conceding, he was left with no choice but to await the inevitable conclusion of the battle. How petty Xiaoqiang was. There were countless ways to win a match, yet he chose the most disparaging method, akin to a catfish, if not more loathsome. Senior Dalong, you've done your utmost. Concede. And everyone will understand, came the supportive voices. Alas, this is painful to watch. Though our Wuzhong ranks at the bottom, we give our all in every match. With each successive blow, Xiaoqiang too began to find the encounter monotonous. Tidal Envoy, finished the battle. The trident, imbued with the power of the ocean, swept down heavily, and the flame tiger let out a pained roar before collapsing, gravely injured. A long gash marred its chest, blood flowing profusely, with glimpses of bone visible within. In the 3rd arena, the victor is Xiaoqiang, declared the referee, hastily offering words of comfort to Chen Dalong. Take it easy, my friend. Quickly recall your beast to the beast space for recovery. With tears in his eyes, Chen Dalong gently stroked the flame tiger's snout before returning it to the beast space. The energy within the beast space not only facilitated the leveling up of beasts, but also aided in healing their injuries. However, this was limited to reversible wounds. Irreversible injuries could only be soothed and not fully healed, even by the beast space. Chen Dalong descended from the arena, dejected. The principal, Yang, seated in the VIP area, wore a grave expression, his gaze inscrutable, lost in thought. The principal of the second school fidgeted uncomfortably beside him, inwardly cursing, "Oh Xiaoqiang, winning is fine. But what sort of victory is this?" Returning to the team, Chen Dalong bowed deeply to his teacher. "I am unworthy, bringing shame upon Wuzhong alongside my peers." "It's all right. Dalong, I know you did your best, and you performed admirably," the teacher reassured him. The teacher extended his arms to embrace him, offering solace. As the first round of competition concluded, the trio from Class 5 faced utter defeat. Presently, only Luo Yang, Lin Yue, and another male student remained. The participants for the next round prepared themselves as the referee called out. In the viewing area, the teacher from Class 5 addressed the competing Luo Yang and Lin Yue, encouraging them, "Give it your all, and do not carry any burdens. Losing is inconsequential. Just ensure you do not sustain injuries." "Rest assured, teacher. We shall exert ourselves to bring glory to the school," they replied. As all participating students moved to their respective arenas, anxiety enveloped the students of Class 5. They could hardly fathom what to do if even Luo Yang were to falter. All they could do was pray that the flame of hope would not be extinguished. On Arena 2, all referees reiterated the rules of the match. With a commanding shout, the second round commenced. Luo Yang waved his right hand, and golden light cascaded down. A barefoot female swordsman gracefully descended from the air, her icy gaze fixated on He Yunxia. This unique entrance instantly captivated the audience. Wait, isn't Luo Yang's pet supposed to be an elemental spirit? It shouldn't he have evolved into this light spirit? What creature is this? I cannot find it in the Dragon Kingdom's pet records. Has there been an anomaly? Remarkably stunning. Is she a sword fairy? Yang Wangwo was also taken aback by the appearance of Shaoling. He sensed an extraordinary energy within her. Is this the genius student Lu Rushuang spoke of? Quite intriguing. If you surprise me, I shall reciprocate. Seeing this, He Yunxiao realized her temptation had no effect and resolved to rely solely on her strength to prevail. Purple Venom Scorpion. It's your turn. He Yunxiao's clear voice rang out, and a 2-meter-long purple-green scorpion emerged from the ground, its dark tail stinger exuding a soul-devouring aura. Luo Yang promptly checked the information on the purple venom scorpion. Name, Purple Venom Scorpion. Attribute, Poison. Level, LV3, Elite. Potential, LV35, Lord. Racial skill, 1. Scorpion's tail rain, 7100. Initial insight. Evolution path, 2. Shaoling, be cautious of its stinger and aim for a swift victory. Luo Yang was confident in Shaoling's abilities. Shaoling regarded the purple venom scorpion, thinking, blame your master for this predicament. The scorpion remained unaware of the torment that awaited it. With both sides ready, the match commenced. As the referee's command echoed, the two pets swiftly distanced themselves. Damn it, didn't the teacher say that Luo Yang's pet was most likely evolving into a light spirit? What is this? I've seen it before but know nothing of its skills. How do we fight? He Yunxia, oblivious to Shaoling's capabilities, hesitated and quickly made a decision. Purple Venom Scorpion, enter defensive mode. Activate your innate deadly toxin. The purple venom scorpion swiftly transitioned, its massive pincers assuming a defensive stance, while its tail was raised high, emanating a ghostly green light. He Yunxia was confident in her pet's defensive posture. Once she familiarized herself with the opponent's attack methods, she could initiate her own offense, significantly increasing her chances of victory. He Yunxia was experienced. In defensive mode, finding a flaw in the opponent's technique would allow her to unleash a lethal strike. It all depended on Luo Yang's attentiveness. I have a premonition that Luo Yang's pet will unleash something grand. Unfortunately, she underestimated Shaoling's prowess. Prepare to face justice. You wretched creature. Suddenly, Shaoling's form became translucent, vanishing from sight. A phantom white shadow materialized before the spectators, just as the purple venom scorpion's defense was activated. Sharp scorpion stingers shot toward Shaoling. Whoosh! Shaoling's speed surged, and she deftly evaded. Bang! A stinger struck the edge of the arena, sparking a shower of embers. Humph! That was just the first strike, He Yunxia smirked wickedly. Following closely, several more stingers were launched, but Shaoling nimbly dodged. Bang! Another stinger pierced the arena's edge. The barrage of scorpion stingers rained down like a tempest. If even one landed, He Yunxia would gain the leverage to prolong the battle. Yet, this required a delicate balance. Once the scorpion's attack cooled down, she would be in peril. It remained to be seen if fate would favor her. Chapter 10, Effortless Advancement. Shaoling skillfully navigated the arena, evading countless venomous stingers. The sharp tails radiated a terrifying ghostly light, as if poised to engulf her entirely in the next moment. Suddenly, Xiaoling observed a dwindling number of venomous stingers being unleashed by the purple venom scorpion. Seizing the opportunity, she unsheathed her longsword with a resounding metallic clash and a crisp ringing sound. After a graceful spin in the air, it landed firmly in her grasp. Without hesitation, she swung the longsword, unleashing a flashing arc of cold light that cut through the air, and a brilliant glow burst forth. Crack! Blood splattered across the arena as the scorpion's tail, half a meter long, was severed, the wound smooth as a mirror. Hiss! The purple venom scorpion grimaced in agony, the searing pain nearly rendering it unconscious. For the scorpion, its tail was akin to its lifeline, embodying all its vitality. The scorpion's fierce gaze fixated on Xiaoling, its inner fury urging it to tear her apart to vent its rage. Xiaoling stepped forward, raising her sword once more to strike fiercely at the purple venom scorpion. After being struck, it rolled several meters before crashing against the arena's protective barrier. A terrifying gash now marred its abdomen. He Yunxiao watched in anguish as her pet suffered. "You vile creature." He Yunxiao's eyes widened in fury. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the arena and eliminate Xiaoling. She had always believed that even if her pet were to lose, it would not be a humiliating defeat, as the poison attribute was exceptionally unique. Even pets of a higher level that were struck by the scorpion's tail would succumb to the toxins, ultimately facing death. However, she never anticipated that the peculiar pet opposite her would be exponentially more formidable than the purple venom scorpion. At that moment, the audience surrounding the arena was utterly astounded. The battle concluded with remarkable efficiency, seemingly placing the championship of the friendly match within reach. Is this the prowess of an S-class talent? Truly terrifying. It effortlessly dispatched the purple venom scorpion and severed its lifeline. Such ferocity. Upon witnessing the display, a chill ran down my spine. Indeed, it's astonishing. No wonder Class 5 boasts such a talent. Luo Yang's pet transformed into a female swordsman, unparalleled in combat strength. Yet, I wonder who will triumph in the battle against Zhou Xiaoqiang. I can hardly wait. Currently, Luo Yang's pet had not fully revealed its strength, making it difficult to assess. Nevertheless, I still blindly wager on Zhou Xiaoqiang, for his enhancement abilities greatly benefit his pet. Although Luo Yang is classified as S-tier, his talent primarily aids in support and information gathering about opponents' pets, thus having a limited impact on the battlefield. Therefore, I place my bet on Zhou Xiaoqiang. Huh, you don't grasp the situation. Haven't you heard that betting in reverse allows one to secure a villa by the sea? Today, I believe Luo Yang will create a miracle. Witnessing the ease with which Xiao Ling dispatched the purple poison scorpion, everyone marveled at the formidable prowess of Luo Yang's pet. At that moment, the referee ascended the stage and declared, the match has concluded. He Yunxiao's pet, the purple poison scorpion, has lost its combat ability. Luo Yang emerges victorious. The results from the 5 arenas were announced, and after a brief intermission of 10 minutes, the third round of challenges would commence. The referee bellowed to the audience below. Even after the match, Luo Yang did not forget to collect his skill proficiency. Extraction attempts available. 5. Extract 18 points of skill proficiency from the fallen purple poison scorpion. Extraction attempts available. 3. Extract 15 points of skill proficiency from the fallen extreme ice fox. After a simple extraction, an additional 200 proficiency points were credited to his account. Luo Yang discerned that the dropped skill proficiency seemed to correlate with the pet's level. The stronger the level or the higher the skill level, the greater the proficiency and extraction attempts would be. It was evident that higher level proficiencies and extraction attempts were significantly more abundant. However, thus far, he had not encountered any skills available for extraction, leaving him to await the conclusion of the competition to see if he could obtain valuable items by defeating beasts in the novice secret realm. Returning to the spectator area, Luo Yang summoned Xiao Ling back into the beast space to recuperate, ensuring that he could maintain peak performance at any moment. In the second round, congratulations were in order for the 2 representatives from Class 5, both of whom advanced to the next round. The students of Class 5 erupted into jubilant cheers. It turned out that Lin Yue, competing in the 4th arena against a contestant from Class 3, had also triumphed. Although the battle was fiercely contested, Lin Yue seized the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow, thus concluding the match. Despite the extreme ice fox being in a poor state afterward, achieving victory was already a remarkable feat, boosting the morale of the other students in Class 5. Consequently, the pressure on the other classmates in the upcoming matches was somewhat alleviated. However, the attention of everyone remained fixated on Luo Yang. The image of that sword-wielding figure, poised in midair, lingered in their minds, refusing to fade. What beast master would not desire such a striking swordsman, especially one who was a dashing female? Lu Rushuang made her way to the spectator area and found Luo Yang. "What is the name of your mutated pet?" she inquired. I observed the sword energy coursing through her, akin to a master of the sword path. Even I feel a profound sense of unease. And her potential must have surpassed the Lord level. Indeed, she is called the Spirit Swordmaster, and her potential has indeed reached the Monarch level, Luo Yang replied candidly. Ultimately, such information would be revealed, as concealing it under so many scrutinizing gazes would prove exceedingly challenging. It was better to acknowledge it openly. Although Xiaoling's potential had achieved the Monarch level post-mutation, it was not astonishingly unprecedented. While pets with Monarch level potential were indeed rare, they were not altogether non-existent. After all, only he knew the subsequent evolutionary path, and once he advanced to the next level, he would possess the ability to safeguard himself. Revealing Xiaoling's Monarch level potential was sufficient. For one can be peculiar, yet not monstrous. I must say, you are incredibly fortunate. It is a rare occurrence to encounter such a mutation once in a century. To call you the child of destiny would not be an exaggeration, Lu Rushuang gasped in surprise. As long as Luo Yang's development could be assured, he would undoubtedly become a Monarch-level Beastmaster in the future, much like the principal of Class 5, holding an exalted position. To mentor such a prodigy would provide Lu Rushuang with ample bragging rights in the future. I too believe I am quite lucky, Luo Yang smiled earnestly. For if fortune had not smiled upon him, he would not have awakened an SSS-level talent, and moreover, a dual talent at that. Let us strive diligently in the forthcoming matches. Many prominent figures have already begun to take notice of you. Perform well, and you shall undoubtedly reap rewards. In the spectator area of Class 1, Shang Wan Fu observed the entirety of the matches, turning his gaze toward Luo Yang with unexpected intrigue, his calm eyes shimmering with an unusual glimmer. Initially, he thought this exchange competition would merely be a routine affair, yet he found himself encountering a genuinely captivating opponent. Competitions should be this way to possess true challenge. Luo Yang, I hope you do not disappoint me. Shang Wan Fu was not concerned with the resources of first place, but rather the exhilaration of combat. It was the rivalry of battle that invigorated him. Finding a worthy opponent was more challenging than finding a girlfriend. Chapter 11. Unity of Weapon and Beast. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the third round of competition commenced. All students eagerly anticipated this round, filled with promise. As every student took their positions, the referee announced in a resounding voice, the third round of matches officially begins. Let the battling parties summon their pets. On Arena 1, Shang Wan Fu faced off against the genius from Class 2, Song Dehai, whose awakened talent was B-grade. Known as Bronze Wall and Iron Shield, greatly amplifying Earth-type pets. Should he select a robust Earth-type pet, it would indeed be a true Bronze Wall and Iron Shield. Tougher than even a turtle shell. Standing tall on the arena, Shang Wan Fu exuded an aura of confidence. Wealth, looks, and talent were all his. He was the embodiment of the Prince Charming in the hearts of many young women. All students were curious about the identity of his pet, and even the teachers from various high schools were no exception. The unknown always ignited the greatest curiosity. Whispers filled the air, with some even setting up betting tables to wager on what Shang Wan Fu's pet might be, illustrating his influence. Though his long hair fell to his shoulders, there was not a hint of fragility about him. Tied back, his stature was imposing, and his gaze sharp. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, his physique appeared exceptionally well-defined, exuding an extraordinary presence reminiscent of a rugged hero. In this moment, Shang Wan Fu radiated a profound self-assurance. Not merely in the face of any singular competitor, but in the belief that he would remain undefeated even against the renowned genius. This conviction resonated deeply within him. The invisible aura he exuded suggested that his strength was far more enigmatic than his appearance might imply. Shang Wan Fu was the new generation of prodigies from Class 1, rumored to possess a pet with Monarch-level potential. Even the principal of Class 1 held this pet in high regard, praising Shang Wan Fu as a once-in-a-century talent. It is easy to imagine the level of confidence such a claim instilled in him. Rumor has it that his talent surpasses that of Luo Yang. It appears he has awakened an S-grade enhancement talent. While Luo Yang's current strength was not insignificant, it fell markedly short in comparison to those with S-grade talents. Excitement brewed among the onlookers. The outcome of the match remained uncertain, and all awaited the spectacle with bated breath. Students from Class 2 fervently discussed among themselves, their eyes fixated on Shang Wan Fu, eager for a glimpse of his pet. At present, the anticipation surrounding Shang Wan Fu reached a fever pitch. Calmly, Shang Wan Fu declared, "Come forth." Crimson Eye. Instantly, the arena was bathed in a crimson hue, the air becoming unbearably heated. Even the spectators outside the protective barrier could feel the rising temperature. As the flames dissipated, a formidable crimson eye blade materialized. Its fiery blade was adorned with intricate patterns, emanating waves of searing heat, resembling a conflagration filled with destructive power. The crimson eye danced in the air, producing a mournful sound imbued with a sense of malevolence. Upon witnessing the pet on the arena, the spectators gasped in awe. Speculation ran rampant, as everyone endeavored to guess the nature of the pet. Almost every type of beast had been conjectured, save for the weapon-type pet. In the minds of most, the concept of tool-type companion beasts remains profoundly unfamiliar. Although these beasts possess formidable abilities, they are not without significant limitations. Despite their independent consciousness, they ultimately require the direct manipulation of a beastmaster, which consequently elevates the danger involved. Moreover, since most beastmasters form contracts with their companion beasts to evade peril, it is unlikely they would willingly place themselves in jeopardy. In contrast, beast-type companion beasts do not present such myriad concerns. However, tool-type companion beasts have their own merit. They are impervious to pain, yet if the tool spirit's body sustains damage, it is the spirit itself that suffers. At that juncture, the restoration of the spirit becomes more crucial than mending the physical form. This is precisely why the situation has elicited such astonishment among the onlookers. Were it anyone else forming a contract with a tool-type beast, they might have deemed that individual unwell. Yet now, with the contract being made by Shang Wan Fu, they speculate that there must be a compelling rationale behind his choice of a tool spirit. What? Shang Wan Fu has contracted a tool-type beast? How audacious! Selecting a tool spirit as his first companion beast. How impressive! Shang Wan Fu is truly ambitious. Tool-type companion beasts are indeed a bold choice, though it remains to be seen if there is a deeper reasoning behind it. Everyone is eagerly discussing this development. Yet, while they can only grasp the surface, the 5 esteemed principals observing from their seats perceive a different reality. They look beyond appearances to discern the essence of the matter. Truly, a remarkable individual has emerged from the first high school. I believe Shang Wan Fu has awakened an S-class talent of the integrated weapon and beast variety. And with a contract to a sovereign-level potential red-eyed spirit, his future achievements are bound to be significant. Principal Yang gazes at Shang Wan Fu with an inscrutable expression, betraying neither joy nor concern. Haha, Principal Yang's insight is remarkable. Indeed, this young man has awakened an S-class talent of integrated weapon and beast. However, the choice of the red-eyed spirit was entirely his own, and we only came to know of this outcome after his successful contract. Moreover, the esteemed Luo Yang from your institution is no less capable than Shang Wan Fu. I find myself rather eager to witness the clash between these two prodigies. Principal Ning Jian of the first high school beams with pride, his face illuminated with joy as he gazes at Shang Wan Fu. The emergence of such a student might make one wake from dreams with a smile. The talent of integrated weapon and beast is exceedingly unique. Only by forming a contract with tool-type companion beasts can this talent be fully realized. In this state, the Beastmaster and their companion beast become one, resulting in formidable combat prowess, mirroring the pain resistance of tool-type beasts. Naturally, this talent is not invincible. It demands great strength of soul from the tool spirit, or else the bond will disintegrate before long. Thus, it is crucial for the possessor of such a talent to secure a powerful first tool-type companion beast. A contract with a spirit of low potential would severely hinder the Beastmaster's strength, rendering them ineffectual against peers of equal rank. Research in the Dragon Kingdom indicates that the potential of these talent-bearing beasts must not fall below the Lord level. A spirit reaching Lord level merely meets the minimum standard. Finding a companion beast of even greater potential is certainly preferable, and securing one with sovereign-level potential offers an immense advantage in the early stages. Unless faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, one would find themselves virtually invincible. Luo Yang observes the red-eyed blade, his mind clear. Shang Wan Fu requires a sharpening stone, and so too does Luo Yang. It remains to be seen who shall emerge the more skilled. Name: red-eyed blade. Attribute: fire. Characteristics: fiery conflagration. Level: LV4 Elite. Potential: LV60 Sovereign. Racial skills: 1. Fire God / 35100. Initial understanding 2. Flame enhancement 30100. Initial understanding. Evolution route 1. Luo Yang examines the overview panel, noting its exceptional grandeur, and he surmises that Shang Wan Fu's S-class talent has indeed awakened. Among the recorded S-class talents in the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one that aligns with this. Integrated weapon and beast. Truly a fitting title, Luo Yang muses. If his own talent were merely the S-class evolution eye, he would find it impossible to compare with Shang Wan Fu. With Shang Wan Fu setting the stage, other students and teachers alike begin to comprehend the implications. Goodness! Shang Wan Fu's talent is indeed integrated weapon and beast. The significance of his contract with the red-eyed blade is immense. Just look at how Song Dahai has started to sweat. They gather to witness Shang Wan Fu's inaugural battle. eager to behold the allure of the red-eyed blade. It seems now that neither Oh Xiaoqiang nor Luo Yang can match Shang Wan Fu's prowess. His debut is destined to be a pinnacle achievement. Chapter 12. The Earthly Tortoise. Song Dahai's companion beast is the Earth attribute Earthly Tortoise. Thump, thump, thump. Upon its entrance, the arena is palpably shaken, as if a mountain were perched upon its back. A fully grown Earthly Tortoise is capable of moving an entire river valley. The price of such power is the conversion of speed into defense and attack. Naturally, tortoise-type beasts are among the slowest of their kind. Yet, the Earthly Tortoise boasts defenses that surpass even metal, and with gravity enhancing its might. A single strike from its claw can prove formidable even against beasts renowned for their strength. Additionally, its body is entirely encased. An ordinary person cannot penetrate its shell. Coupled with Song Dahai's talent, its defense is maximized, ensuring its evolution towards an imposing meaty shield. It is indeed impressive. One might boldly predict how long it will take Shang Wan Fu to prevail. Given the Earthly Tortoise's resilience, it would likely take at least 10 minutes. This is a conservative estimate, considering the red-eyed blade operates on both offense and defense, though its only drawback is the cooldown period. This match may well require around 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Song Dahai's expression darkens. These spectators underestimate him, believing he is merely a standard by which to measure time. Do they not realize the nature of his talent? As all arena beasts take their positions, the competition officially commences. Witness as Song Dahai's Earthly Tortoise strikes its forelimbs forcefully upon the ground, sending clear vibrations throughout the arena. Simultaneously, layers of defense emerge around its shell. Thick layers of earthen armor encapsulate the Earthly Tortoise, a manifestation of its racial skill, Mystic Earthen Armor. This skill forms 6 layers of earthen armor around itself, each capable of absorbing external damage. Despite the protection of Mystic Earthen Armor, Song Dahai feels immense pressure, sensing that it may not suffice. Ironclad. A tremor courses through Song Dahai as yellow energy floods into the Earthly Tortoise. Its yellow form deepens to a rich brown, and the beast itself enlarges to nearly double its size. The transformation occurs in an instant. Luo Yang, observing, can distinctly feel the newfound resilience of this creature. Name, Earthly Tortoise. Attribute, Earth. Level, LV3, Elite. Potential, LV39, Extraordinary. Racial skills, 1. Mystic Earthen Armor, 15100, Initial Understanding. Evolution Route, 10. Song Dahai does not harbor thoughts of victory. He merely hopes to prolong the encounter, considering that a victory in itself. Shang Wan Fu grips the red-eyed blade, and his presence undergoes a dramatic transformation. Simultaneously, the flame energy of the red-eyed blade envelopes him in a fiery armor. His once jet-black hair ignites into a vibrant crimson, resembling a blazing inferno from a distance. This is the fusion skill, Integrated Weapon and Beast. In a state of fusion, Shang Wan Fu's prowess reached its zenith. With a powerful push from his back foot, the flames engulfing the crimson eye blade surged fiercely. In this clash of spear and shield, who would emerge victorious? One side epitomized the pinnacle of lethal force, while the other boasted 3 layers of defensive buffs. Such a high-caliber confrontation was a veritable treasure trove for those still in their novice phase. With a thunderous roar, the Earth Tortoise, unwilling to yield, charged forward with its massive form. Shang Wan Fu deftly pivoted on his toes, launching himself into the air, and brought the crimson eye blade crashing down. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. The Earth Tortoise grimaced in pain. It was evident that the previous strike had taken its toll. As the searing flames continued to gnaw at its form, the defenses of the Earth Tortoise appeared as fragile as tofu before the might of the crimson eye blade. Yet, Shang Wan Fu showed no signs of stopping. He propelled himself off the Earth Tortoise, his sword gliding lightly over the blade's spine, causing the fiery energy to surge dramatically. And the crimson eye blade radiated an imposing aura. The blade pointed resolutely towards the heavens. Fire God Slash. What a fearsome strike. How could one student shine so brightly among his peers? Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. Song Dahai was taken aback. His own defenses were formidable among his peers. Yet Shang Wan Fu's strength was utterly terrifying. There was no way he could withstand such an assault. The Earth Tortoise roared defiantly, its gloomy earth armor coalescing into a colossal earthen shield. Its immense body pushed against the shield as it barreled towards Shang Wan Fu once more. Shang Wan Fu was simply too powerful. Despite Song Dahai exerting all his strength, he was unable to match up. The disparity between them was insurmountable. There's nothing more I can do, Song Dahai lamented, wiping the sweat from his brow. I concede. The referee announced the result. The victor of Ring 1 is Shang Wan Fu. Draw opportunities, 10. Skill proficiency of 30 points dropped from the Crimson Eye Blade is now available for extraction. Draw opportunities, 5. Skill proficiency of 17 points dropped from the Earth Tortoise is now available for extraction. Unsurprisingly, the proficiency dropped from the Crimson Eye Blade was the highest, contributing a staggering 300 points from a single individual. With the defeat of the students from Class 5, only 2 remained, Luo Yang and Lin Yue. The other students had been vanquished. Would history repeat itself with last year's tragedy? This was a question weighing heavily on everyone's minds. Let's not dwell on it. We still have a chance, a teacher reassured, but all were acutely aware that this exchange competition was teeming with hidden talents. The prodigies from classes 1 and 2 were no slouches, and those who remained after the eliminations were all formidable contenders. I'll remain skeptical before placing my trust, they mused during the 10-minute intermission. The next round's draw was about to begin, featuring a special by draw that would allow the selected student to automatically advance to the top 8. The remaining 14 would be divided into 7 groups, and each would step forward in turn to draw their matchups, in order from Class 1 to Class 5. If Class 5 can secure a spot in the top 3, I'll run 3 laps around Anqing in the nude. I've set this flag. Now let us see if they can rise to the occasion. Who do you think you're looking down on? Such a timid wager. I'm not boasting. If I win, I'll treat everyone to Oreos and candy, singing my praises. You, my friend, should refrain from using the guise of a bet to indulge in your own desires. You might not be able to handle it. As the audience erupted in lively banter, the stakes escalated absurdly, culminating in wagers involving Oreos. Nearby students hailed them as brave souls. Once the drawing concluded, the matchups were revealed, and to everyone's surprise, Luo Yang drew the lone bye, automatically advancing to the top 8. The opponents were set, and the skill levels appeared fairly even across the board. The real disparities would only become evident during the entrance examinations for the Beastmaster University. However, it was unfortunate that Lin Yue's luck had turned sour. Her opponent was none other than Xiaoqiang. It seemed that Class 2 had a particular vendetta against Class 5, with Xiaoqiang potentially eliminating all of Class 5 students. Damn, Lin Yue drew the short straw. Her opponent is that slippery catfish spirit. If she can't win, she should concede. There's no shame in it. If she loses, she can just cry in my arms. Xiaoqiang, eyeing his matchup, displayed a satisfied grin. Though his opponent wasn't Luo Yang, he still relished the opportunity to face a student from Class 5. The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 13, Skill Extraction. Upon learning of her opponent, Lu Rushuang approached Lin Yue. Yue, please remember not to act recklessly in the upcoming match. We all know what kind of person Xiaoqiang is. Don't let him exploit any weaknesses. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I won't act impulsively, Lin Yue replied softly. Lu Rushuang nodded in satisfaction, fully aware that youthful enthusiasm is commendable, but it must not be blind. An impulsive move in the face of such a vast disparity could spell disaster. As she turned to observe Luo Yang, she found him sprawled in the observation area, fast asleep, undisturbed by those around him. Some classmates even shielded him from the glaring sunlight. This was primarily due to the extraction of all proficiency points having concluded. And with the newly contracted beasts, the match held little spectacle. Once the skill proficiency was fully extracted in a single day, there would be no further drops when skills were released again. This anomaly was expected. If one could endlessly farm in a single day, there was no need for exertion. Just find a major competition and reap the rewards all at once. This lad was remarkably laid back, managing to sleep amidst the tension. Lu Rushuang couldn't help but admire such a calm competitor. Luo Yang was either extraordinarily composed or had complete faith in himself to be able to sleep while others competed. Oh well, I'll wake him when the match is about to start. She was determined to provide him with the best possible support as the sole representative of Class 5. Time flew by swiftly, and the competition for the top 8 grew increasingly fierce. It became evident that the victors were predominantly the pillars of their respective high schools. Names that resonated with familiarity. Luo Yang, by sheer luck, was the first to advance to the top 8. The matches progressed rapidly, with students being eliminated one after another, until they reached the final showdown of the top 8. Xiaoqiang versus Lin Yue. This match held little suspense. Xiaoqiang was indeed a frontrunner for the championship, and securing a place in the top 8 was a mere formality. Neither the audience nor the teachers held high hopes for Lin Yue's victory. Please have both contestants take the stage and summon their beasts. Xiaoqiang glared at Lin Yue with malice, intent on eliminating every student from Class 5. As a colossal wave swirled beside him, the Tide Envoy rose majestically from the surf, its black form adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an imposing aura. Due to the disparity in both the potential of their beasts and their respective Beastmaster talents, the Ice Fox's momentum faltered significantly upon facing the Tide Envoy. How? The icy blue pupils of the extreme Ice Fox reflected an intense unwillingness. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to swirl around it. Extreme Ice Fox, do not feel pressured. I will stand by your side. Lin Yue communicated with it through her soul. The snowflakes spun in midair, layer upon layer coalescing into a white serpent that soared towards the Tide Envoy. The ice serpent flicked its tongue and emitted a sharp hiss. Ah, not bad. You possess some strength, Xiaoqiang remarked with a slight smile, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Yet, his actions remained undeterred. In an instant, the ice serpent coiled around the waist of the Tide Envoy. The Tide Envoy wore a disdainful expression, swinging its massive tail. Crack! In an instant, the ice serpent shattered into countless fragments. However, these icy shards surged toward the Tide Envoy, proving to be utterly ineffectual. Xiaoqiang smirked indifferently as the Tide Envoy opened its enormous mouth, and a colossal wave surged forth, sending snow and ice swirling into the air. Xiaoqiang effortlessly parried this assault, not even invoking his innate talents, as the Tide Envoy rode the wave with astonishing speed. Subsequently, it swung its massive tail with great force. A segment of the arena was engulfed in darkness. The spectators marveled at Xiaoqiang's formidable prowess. The extreme ice fox let out a pained roar as it was violently thrown back, crashing against the protective barrier. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. That tail strike bore an overwhelming force, nearly shattering its body. Under the terrifying impact, the extreme ice fox had no opportunity to retaliate. Even as it lay on the ground, it felt its internal energy surging tumultuously. No wonder you're the pillar of the second high school. I am no match for you. Lin Yue acknowledged the grim reality. Continuing to challenge would only exacerbate the extreme ice fox's injuries, rendering it futile. Are all of you from the 5th high school worthless? A bunch of useless individuals. Xiaoqiang scoffed. I think the Beast Tamer Association needs to take a good look at this. Being at the bottom for 4 consecutive years raises serious concerns about the quality of education. He delivered his biting sarcasm without reservation. For the animosities between the high schools had been established over generations. The students from the 5th high school felt a surge of indignation. Damn it. Xiaoqiang truly deserves to be punished. They thought, their anger palpable, yet the overwhelming presence of the Tide Envoy was too oppressive. Now, our 5th high school has only one contender left. I have little hope, Luo Yang lamented, rubbing his bleary eyes, awakened by the surrounding clamor. He glanced at the competition on the arena. Suddenly, Luo Yang sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the stage. There. He noticed a peculiar sphere of light radiating a brilliant glow. Extraction attempts. 1. Extract skill blessing 1 dropped by Extreme Ice Fox. Finally, he had spotted the dropped skill. He would learn it. As the skill sphere was extracted, it transformed into a stream of blue light that surged into the mind of the spirit sword user. The blue glow signified that the skill's rarity had reached an exceptional level. Beast skills also possess levels. White for common, blue for rare, purple for epic, red for legendary, and gold for mythic. Name, Spirit Sword User. Attribute, Gold. Characteristic, Sword Heart Clarity. Level, LV4 Elite. Potential, LV60 Monarch. Racial Skill, Divine Speed, 0-500. Initial Mastery, Star Fragment Sword Chi, 0-500. Initial Mastery. Comprehended Skill, Blessing, 0-100. Initial Understanding. Skill Proficiency, 780. Evolution Path, Spirit Sword User Spirit Swordmaster. After reviewing the skill information, Luo Yang felt immense satisfaction. This was an amplification type skill with no attribute restrictions, allowing the blessing skill to increase the attack power of summoned beasts by 5%. Do not underestimate this 5% within the same level. It could very well be the key to securing victory in a match. Most importantly, blessing necessitated a clear mind, thereby conferring the ability to purify. Though its duration was brief, its applications were remarkably extensive. Luo Yang's fatigue dissipated in the wake of his joy. He elevated Blessing to Initial Mastery. Comprehended Skill, Blessing, 0-500, Initial Mastery. In any case, his skill proficiency was more than adequate. After enhancing Blessing, both the amplification time and purification duration were extended. With Lin Yue's defeat, the list of the top 8 contenders was unveiled. From the 1st high school, Shang Wan Fu, Tian Bin, and Wan Menger. From the 2nd high school, Xiaoqiang and Wang Hao. From the 3rd high school, Chen Sheng. From the 4th high school, Han Fei. And from the 5th high school, Luo Yang. The disparity was evident. The students from the 1st and 2nd high schools possessed a comprehensive strength that vastly outstripped those from other institutions. Even excluding Shang Wan Fu, the other students from the 1st high school could easily dominate. Was this the allure of the 1st high school? They secured 3 slots in the top 8, allowing us to congratulate the 1st high school for winning the championship of the 4396 Friendship Tournament. How splendid. Now, the preliminary warm-up has concluded, and the main event is finally about to commence. This year's intensity is significantly higher than in previous years. One would not have witnessed so many exceptional talents clashing in the past. Let us invite the top 8 contestants to the stage for the draw. This round will determine the 4 finalists, which is also pivotal for school rankings. Although it is merely a friendly competition, the media is still documenting every moment. Any news that emerges will be reported immediately. The higher the rank, the more prestige it brings to the school. After all contestants took the stage to draw lots, the matchups were announced. Luo Yang's opponent was Wang Hao from the second high school. It seemed that fate had conspired to align them against the second high school. Let the harvesting begin with you, he thought. Chapter 14, The Corpse Toad. Both sides summoned their beasts. Luo Yang opened the beast space, and Xiao Ling stepped out, sword in hand, exuding an air of sword energy, her strength having noticeably increased. Opposite him, Wang Hao was extraordinarily rotund. Being overweight was one thing, but he was also rather short, his face pockmarked enough to cultivate crops, and he sported glasses. He resembled a walking pumpkin. Luo Yang shook his head in disbelief. The second high school truly embraces the notion that being fat is beautiful. From teachers to students, they are all alike. Their food must be excellent. No student weighs less than 200 pounds. If someone were thin, I doubt they'd even be accepted into the second high school. He wondered if this fellow's beast could bring any surprises. Before taking the stage, Wang Hao had received strict orders from his teacher and O Xiaoqiang. This battle allowed for no defeat. As both sides' beasts appeared, Luo Yang beheld the enormous toad on the opposite side, covered in massive pus-filled boils, with a white, viscous liquid seeping from within. The most repulsive aspect was the patches of pitch-black, decaying flesh, with wriggling worms barely visible within. Even from a distance, the stench of rot was palpable. It was akin to a walking biological weapon. What on earth is this? Luo Yang was momentarily stunned by the sight. Good heavens! The worms are falling out of the rotten flesh. How utterly disgusting. He covered his nose, watching as worms continuously dropped from the toad. The most alarming part was that whenever a worm fell, the toad would even flick its tongue to reel it in, savoring the morsel as green juices dripped from its mouth. If you can't even tolerate such a small scene, you might as well surrender and shout that the fifth high school will never match the second high school. Wang Hao roared with laughter, his flabby body shaking uncontrollably. In the eyes of others, it is a repulsive creature, yet to him, it is a treasure of supreme value. From a young age, he harbored peculiar preferences. Ordinary pets elicited no response from him. Only this particular type of beast captured his heart and became an object of his unwavering affection. The school had even arranged for a doctor to conduct an evaluation, concluding that his psychology was distinct. Although he had formed a contract with this creature, his innate talent rendered him extraordinarily proficient. Within the second high school, his reputation was second only to that of O Xiaoqiang. What is the situation in this second school? Filled with bizarre and grotesque beasts, each more unsightly than the last. It left me disinclined to eat for 3 days. Enough of the idle chatter. Let the true prowess be revealed in the arena. If one possesses courage, let the world witness the might of the corrupted corpse toad. Observing students gazed upon the corrupted corpse toad, their expressions akin to those who had just tasted something repugnant. Name, corrupted corpse toad. Attribute, poison. Level, LV4 elite. Potential, LV44, Lord. Racial skill, corrosive tongue, 20100. Initial insight. Evolution path, 2. The match commenced. The corrupted corpse toad propelled itself forward with powerful leaps, closing the distance to Xiao Ling in an instant. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao Ling retreated several steps, evading effortlessly. With a roar, the corrupted corpse toad opened its maw and expelled a cloud of black mist, which rapidly enveloped the entire arena. Where the mist spread, the ground turned obsidian. The observing students wore perplexed expressions. Was this merely a display of nothingness? This corrupted corpse toad bore toxins, more potent than typical poisons, corruption of the flesh. Luo Yang furrowed his brow. The toxin's reach was extensive, permeating every detail. With a series of eerie cries, the corrupted corpse toad lunged forward once more. Xiao Ling, while dodging, contemplated her strategy. The toxin not only impaired vision, but also contaminated the body. Any contact with the skin could lead to festering wounds that ultimately reduced flesh to mere pulp. The portly boy wore a smug expression, convinced that no one could emerge unscathed from the toad's toxic haze. The toxin of this corrupted corpse toad was merciless, capable of obliterating evidence of existence. Xiao Ling, invoke a blessing, and be mindful not to contract the poison. Rest assured, master. Xiao Ling inhaled deeply, halting her movements. A radiant aura of blessing enveloped her. Noticing that Xiao Ling had ceased her retreat, the corrupted corpse toad immediately pursued. The potency of its toxin was formidable, and Wang Hao was confident in his own abilities. Even if Shang Wan Fu were to come into contact, he would fare no better. Despite Xiao Ling's agility, evading the corrosive toxin proved challenging. Yet the blessing possessed the power to purify filth. The more Xiao Ling evaded, the more openings she revealed. Just as the corrupted corpse toad was about to sink its fangs into her, the long sword was drawn. A ferocious surge of golden energy cleaved through the black mist. The corrupted corpse toad emitted a wretched cry as its decaying flesh fell away, landing on the ground with a sizzle that pierced the ears. What sorcery is this? Capable of withstanding my corrosive black mist? The corrupted corpse toad was taken aback. Its body was not comparable to ordinary flesh, having undergone decay and regeneration. Its hardness was formidable. Filthy creature, allow me to purify you. Suddenly, golden energy surged from Xiaoling, and with a swift dash, her sword slashed toward the toad's arm. Sensing the imminent danger, the corrupted corpse toad extended its dark tongue, preparing to ensnare Xiaoling. Back off. With a swift motion, Xiaoling severed the toad's tongue, blood spraying in all directions. The corrupted corpse toad writhed in agony. Its tongue was its most potent means of attack, and to have it so easily severed was a bitter blow. This is formidable. This girl is a significant threat. Wang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. The ferocity of this sword-bearing creature was terrifying, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Since I cannot best you, I shall compel you to reveal your abilities. Wang Hao's thoughts were intricate. Without forcing out some of the toad's powers, it would be challenging for others to counter. Flash. Xiaoling scoffed, lunging her sword toward the corrupted corpse toad's chest. Bang. The sword pierced effortlessly into its body, the toad's once proud flesh yielding like paper before Xiaoling. The corrupted corpse toad writhed in torment, attempting to escape, yet the sharpness of her sword far surpassed that of ordinary weaponry. The ground trembled as the toad thrashed about in agony. Luo Yang gasped in alarm. This was dire. The corrupted corpse toad was about to self-destruct, expelling its putrid flesh. Xiaoling, be cautious. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated. The corrupted corpse toad erupted violently, black smoke billowing forth as its flesh shattered into countless fragments. However, the surrounding air became tainted. A foul stench rapidly spread, necessitating intervention from the school's beastmasters to purify the atmosphere, lest everyone succumb to the odor. Xiaoling found herself enveloped in the black smoke, yet her body remained untainted, merely affected by the shockwave of the explosion. In that critical moment, Xiaoling had shielded herself with her spiritual energy. Luo Yang hid in a corner, evading the downpour of decaying flesh. Swiftly, Xiaoling maneuvered out of the smoke's reach. At the center of the arena, the corrupted corpse toad lay prostrate. Wang Hao, who had been perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion, was unfortunately caught in the blast, his body splattered with remnants of the toad. Even the medical personnel were at a loss. Doctor, please, save me. Wang Hao cried, a piece of decaying flesh from his hair inadvertently falling into his mouth. Ugh, help. Within the darkened flesh, revolting insects writhed, a sensation that nearly drove him to despair. Though he cherished the corrupted corpse toad, consuming its decaying flesh was beyond what he could bear. The nearby medical staff frowned, unsure of how to proceed. The sight of him, covered in rotting flesh and crawling insects, could make anyone lose their meal, yet those who managed to endure were indeed valiant souls. Take him to an open area, then let Squirtle use its water gun to wash away the decay. Afterward, he should hurry home to cleanse himself. Ultimately, it was the teachers of the second school who made the decision. Looking at Wang Hao, now a grotesque sight, even the teachers felt a sense of helplessness, suppressing their disdain and advising him to return home for rest. Yet, the expression on Xiaoqiang's face was far from pleasant. This fellow's strength had surpassed his expectations. It was known that he had to exert considerable effort to deal with Wang Hao, while Luo Yang had effortlessly defeated him. The disparity in power was evident. However, the actions had been taken, and there was no room for regret. With the referee announcing the results, Luo Yang successfully advanced to the top 4. Even if he were to be eliminated in the next round, the 5th school would not find itself at the bottom. Now, it was time for the 3rd and 4th schools to grapple with their own dilemmas. Initially allied, the 3rd and 4th schools quickly fell into discord after witnessing the match. Now, each loss represented a descent into the abyss, and with the media's penchant for exaggeration, their enrollment plans would inevitably suffer. Each individual would find themselves implicated. For now, the priority was strategizing on how to overturn the other, which was of utmost importance. The situation has escalated to the point of mutual confrontation. Luo Yang is truly remarkable and exudes charisma. This is precisely how it should be done. The exhilaration of witnessing this spectacle is beyond compare. It is a beautiful moment, as our 5th school has finally triumphed over the students of the 2nd school in a friendly match, allowing us to breathe a sigh of relief after harboring this pent-up frustration for far too long. The students of the 5th school are filled with righteous indignation. The animosity between the 5th and 2nd schools runs deep, and each encounter in their friendly matches is fiercely contested. One must be particularly cautious of the rivals' underhanded tactics when outside. Upon returning to the observation area, Luo Yang begins to analyze the recently concluded match. Fortunately, the skill of blessing was at his disposal. Otherwise, victory would not have come so easily. In the vast realm of Blue Star, each magical beast possesses unique characteristics. One must never underestimate any of them. Xiao Ling performed admirably, and upon returning, I shall reward her with an extra chicken leg. Xiao Ling is exceptional, with her hexagonal data showcasing top-tier capabilities across the board. Thus far, no pet has been able to compel the use of the star-shattering sword chi, a formidable technique. Luo Yang eagerly anticipates the power of the next level of the star-shattering sword chi. Soon, the list of finalists is revealed. As expected, the names are Shang Wan Fu, Xiaoqiang, Luo Yang, and the A-grade talent from the third school, Sheng. The students from the fourth school have been entirely eliminated, destined for the bottom position. The icy demeanor of the principal from the fourth school suggests a murderous intent. Noticing this, the media promptly instructs their shock team. Sensing the potential for a compelling story. Shock. Does anyone understand the fourth school's principal? From the judges panel, Principal Yang Wangwa states, this year's students exhibit a quality significantly higher than in previous years. Even the match itself is filled with excitement. The finalists this year would have easily claimed first place in previous competitions. Indeed, I have reviewed the profiles of students from other cities, and unsurprisingly, the overall quality this year is remarkably elevated. Perhaps we are on the brink of a new era for beast masters, as evidenced by the increasing frequency of secret realms emerging. The principal of the first school, an elderly man with gray hair and somewhat clouded eyes, seems to gaze further into the past than others. A great era is dawning, and the speed at which these children grow stronger must accelerate. If there is to be competition, it must be pursued to the fullest. This great era brings both opportunities and tragedies. Numerous talents emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Yet only a scant few will reach the pinnacle of the pyramid. Even if the sky falls, there are those who stand tall beneath it. What is there to fear? Let us anticipate who will claim victory in this year's friendly match, for the future of N City relies on these youth. The various principals engage in fervent discussions. Though they may occasionally vie against one another, they present a united front when addressing the outside world. Please welcome the 4 finalists to the stage. Luo Yang and his companions ascend the platform. With their entry into the top 4, the audience swells in numbers. The fifth school opens its seating to all students and members of the public, allowing them to witness the match and experience the electric atmosphere firsthand. Many have been drawn in by the media's live broadcasts. These 4 individuals are poised to become the new leaders of N City's next generation. However, they have yet to fully mature, providing an excellent opportunity for photographs. Once they have grown, they may not possess the audacity to pose for close-up shots. On the platform, Luo Yang silently hopes that the draw will not disappoint him. At this moment, Xiaoqiang lacks the courage to continue making bold statements. There are consequences to idle boasts. If he wins, all is well, but should he lose, he would find it impossible to hold his head high. The referee produces 4 slips of paper. Without hesitation, Luo Yang chooses the first one. After the other 3 make their selections, the referee examines each slip in turn before announcing the matchups. The challenge list for the finals is revealed. Shang Wan Fu from the first school will face Chun Sheng from the third school, while Xiaoqiang from the second school will battle Luo Yang from the fifth school. Please take a moment's respite. The competition will commence shortly. As the audience gazes at the announced matchups, a fervor of discussion ensues. This is thrilling. Today's matches are truly a clash of rivalries, and it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. The fifth school stands on the brink of achieving a historic feat by overcoming the second school today. After the top 4, the competition shifts to a larger arena. The first match features Shang Wan Fu against Chun Sheng. Both competitors are brimming with enthusiasm. The youthful Shang Wan Fu, a rising star, contemplates the challenge ahead with fervor. He aims to dethrone the new king. Even if this goal is a seemingly insurmountable peak, he remains undaunted. Such is the spirit of youth. It matters not if he loses. What is essential is the courage to embrace the challenge. Shang Wan Fu meets the intense gaze of his opponent, maintaining an unwavering expression. A genius? That merely serves as a threshold he must surpass. The referee, sensing the atmosphere growing tense, is acutely aware of the stakes at play. The final match for the top 4 officially commences, with Shang Wan Fu facing Chun Sheng. Let us direct our focus to the arena and anticipate the thrilling confrontation between the two. As both contestants summon their magical beasts, the arena transforms into a battleground of flames and shadows. Chun Sheng's beast embodies the dark attributes of a shadow sprite, moving through the shadows, where it becomes a true harbinger of death. The impending clash between fire and darkness is about to erupt. You are a worthy opponent, but not formidable enough. Shang Wan Fu declares in a calm tone, a subtle acknowledgement of his adversary's capabilities. His gaze fixates on the young man clad in black across from him. For Shang Wan Fu, this is merely a stepping stone. He has never regarded these so-called talents with any seriousness. His aspirations lie in the grand cities of Beijing and Shanghai, the realms of beast masters he yearns to conquer. He is determined to grow stronger and become a true powerhouse. If he is not strong enough, he will forge his own strength, as Tian Bin smiles confidently. The two exhibit palpable animosity in their every action. The match begins. At the referee's command, Tian Bin's shadow sprite melds into the darkness, its attack speed astonishingly swift. It flickers unpredictably within the space, its form akin to a ghost, elusive and difficult to capture. Shang Wan Fu's reactions are exceptionally quick, immediately entering a fusion state. He is aware of Chun Sheng's talent, akin to a domain-type ability known as the Dark Canopy, which envelopes the area in darkness, rendering both beasts and beast masters within it unrestricted. With the cooperation of his dark-type beast, his combat prowess is formidable. Yet, Shang Wan Fu, experienced and composed, remains unfazed even when visibility is compromised. With the Crimson Eye Blade, he unleashes a flurry of fiery blade energy, continuously probing the darkness to flush out his opponent's position. As long as there are fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from his adversary, he can perceive them with clarity. Meanwhile, the shadow sprite waits in the darkness, seeking an opportunity to strike. Shang Wan Fu's mental acuity remains highly focused, and post-fusion, he is attuned to spiritual fluctuations even without sight. In mere seconds, two beams of light collide in the arena, generating immense waves of energy. The two luminous orbs weave through the air, with each strike from the shadow sprite detected by Shang Wan Fu, allowing him to effortlessly counter and seize the opportunity to launch attacks of his own. With every exchange of skills, the shadow sprite's hands begin to emit the scent of singed flesh. The audience is enthralled by the spectacle. Ultimately, it is Shang Wan Fu, through sheer strength, who capitalizes on his opponent's moment of vulnerability, securing a decisive victory. Shang Wan Fu is truly handsome. I wish to bear you a basket of monkeys. Shang Wan Fu leads the way into the finals. Following this, the victor of the match between Xiaoqiang and Luo Yang will directly proceed to the finals to compete against Shang Wan Fu for the championship title. The two defeated contenders from the top four will enter the losers bracket to vie for the third place, while the vanquished shall take the fourth position. Luo Yang. The principal has declared that as long as victory is achieved, any conditions may be proposed. Lu Rushuang arrives in the lounge to inform them that Luo Yang has skillfully advanced to the top four, fully capable of putting up a good fight. A win would bring joy to all, and a loss would not be overly impactful. At the very least, Luo Yang's presence has restored some dignity to fifth high. And even in defeat, the rewards will remain substantial. Conditions to propose? Now that piques my interest. A glint of ambition flashes in Luo Yang's eyes. Once Little Ling's level rises, he too shall embark on the contract for a second pet beast, and the evolution materials required will undoubtedly incur a significant expense. With the ample evolution materials stored in the school's treasury, he can save a considerable amount of time. Fear not, teacher, as long as the conditions are met. Even geniuses can be brought to their knees. Luo Yang thumped his chest confidently. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the second high's lounge is considerably heavier. The thought of fifth high's resurgence is more painful than death itself. Moreover, the fact that they are stepping over their fallen bodies adds to the distress. The next semi-final match commences, featuring Xiaoqiang against Luo Yang, where past grievances will be laid bare, and the victor will be revealed. Please summon the combatants. Amidst the cheers from the audience, Luo Yang and Xiaoqiang take their positions at the center of the arena. The platform is enveloped by a massive energy shield to prevent any stray energies from harming the spectators, while over 10 drones with high-definition cameras hover above, capturing every movement with meticulous detail. As they take the stage, although Xiaoqiang has shed his former arrogance, his eyes still gleam with a murderous intensity. This battle is a testament to their prowess, with the honor of their school weighing heavily upon him. He dares not underestimate the challenge ahead. As both summon their beasts, they remain silent, fully aware that mere bravado will not influence the outcome of the match. Only the victor holds the right to taunt. Little Ling, give it your all. Xiaoqiang urges, his focus unwavering. He activates his talent, the tidal wave, empowering the tidal envoy to its peak form. Both beasts are filled with a fierce combat spirit. Little Ling strikes first, a golden sword slicing through the air towards the tidal envoy's vulnerable spot. Damn it! Xiaoqiang curses. He is acutely aware of the tidal envoy's weakness, which is glaringly obvious, yet typically undetectable to ordinary individuals. The opponent's ability to pinpoint this weakness is undoubtedly a result of the evolutionized prowess. Indeed, S-rank talents are not to be trifled with. Xiaoqiang's face turns ashen. Tidal envoy, do not allow them to strike your weakness. He commands, still searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Though the title envoy is exceptionally formidable, its weakness is equally fatal. Its abdomen is alarmingly vulnerable, typically concealed beneath its body, but now Luo Yang has exposed it. Oh Xiaoqiang's heart races. Let us go all out. Oh Xiaoqiang grits his teeth, employing every tactic at his disposal. The title envoy retreats rapidly, enveloped in a colossal wave. Yet it cannot evade the piercing golden sword that strikes its abdomen, eliciting a painful roar as its brilliance dims significantly. Seizing the moment, Little Ling presses the attack, targeting the title envoy's right arm. Boom. Little Ling's mental energy coalesces into sword chi, striking fiercely against the title envoy's right arm, causing blood to flow profusely. The title envoy, wounded, emits a mournful cry. Little Ling grants no reprieve. With incredible speed, it dashes before the title envoy. A white streak of sword chi cleaving through all. As the arena falls into a hushed silence, onlookers struggle to comprehend the spectacle. A total domination. Throughout the match, Oh Xiaoqiang was utterly overwhelmed. Remember, from now on in City, when you see our students from 5th High, bow your heads and know your place. Luo Yang declares as he approaches Oh Xiaoqiang. Oh Xiaoqiang grits his teeth, but the defeated have no right to retort. He exits the platform. A stark contrast to the bravado he once displayed, now resembling a lost dog. Wow, Luo Yang is incredible. He has toppled 5th High? Is Oh Xiaoqiang still arrogant? Has he been subdued? Luo Yang remarks, what? You are the elite from various esteemed schools. Damn it, I am the one who takes on the elite. Principal Yang observes Luo Yang closely. It seems 5th High is indeed on the rise. This Luo Yang possesses remarkable talent. I wonder who will prevail. Him or Shang Wan Fu from 1st High. The principal of 4th High speaks with envy, pondering why such a genius did not emerge from their own institution. I firmly believe our students from 5th High can create miracles. Shang Wan Fu looks at Luo Yang, a rare smile gracing his face. As I anticipated, Luo Yang, you are an intriguing adversary. We shall see the truth on the battlefield. Indeed, the news of Luo Yang's crushing victory over Oh Xiaoqiang spreads rapidly through the media as the friendly competition approaches its conclusion. Yet, the images from today's match remain vivid in everyone's minds, with a singular thought resonating: a new king must rise. Furthermore, should he manage to dethrone Shang Wan Fu in the finals, the significance of this competition would be beyond imagination. Chapter 17. The Sword Chi of Shattered Stars. All eyes converge upon this moment. The inaugural clash of two prodigies. Both possess S-rank talents, and this battle is destined to be a topic of discussion. Please summon the beasts. As the summoning array illuminates, two king-tier potential beasts emerge simultaneously. Even the 5 esteemed principals in the judges' seats begin to anticipate this pinnacle showdown, ready to witness the dawn of a new history. With blades clashing, neither combatant treads a conventional path. Their spirits are high, filled with confidence. A double-edged sword, indeed. The principal of 1st High speaks gravely. To tread an unorthodox path means contending against both fate and men, and the journey of growth is fraught with thorns. Whether they can emerge unscathed remains uncertain. Although he trusts in Shang Wan Fu's strength, in a scenario where both sides are evenly matched, the test will extend beyond mere strength. Indeed, it is time for other cities to recognize that City has successors. We have been too low-key for too long, and if we don't make our presence felt, we risk being forgotten. Reflecting on the past, City was once renowned as a sanctuary for geniuses. It is a pity it has fallen into decline. The Crimson Eye Blade and the Spirit Swordmaster lock eyes across the arena. This is a clash of sword chi and blade force, each holding their pride. However, the Spirit Swordmaster's sword techniques have ascended to the next level, rendering his sword chi denser and more lethal. In the first round of confrontation, the Spirit Swordmaster effortlessly overwhelms the Crimson Eye Blade through his profound understanding of sword momentum. Shang Wan Fu meticulously observes the Spirit Swordmaster, although he falters in this initial skirmish. The true contest has yet to commence. A formidable opponent is precisely what ignites his competitive spirit. Unleash your full power, weapon and spirit in unison. He activates his talent, and in an instant, Shang Wan Fu completes the fusion. Flames enveloped his entire being, and the crimson-eyed blade emitted a fierce blaze, coalescing into a visage of a fiery specter. It would not concede defeat. A paragon of swordsmanship, it aimed to affirm its supremacy. The Crimson Eye Blade belonged to the fire element, while the Spirit Swordmaster was of the metal element. Although there existed a slight elemental counterbalance, the Spirit Swordmaster excelled in every aspect compared to the Crimson Eye Blade. Thus, the countering relationship was negligible, relying solely on raw power. Standing upon the arena, Shang Wan Fu's hair billowed like flames, reminiscent of a deity of fire, while the blood-red Crimson Eye Blade seemed a harbinger of doom. The Spirit Sword Master hovered gracefully in midair, draped in flowing white gauze that danced with the breeze, his gaze indifferent to all. The Qianyuan sword soared behind him, transforming into myriad sword shadows, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. The two contrasting elemental forces counteracted, yet harmonized beautifully. Sword energy rained down. Wherever the spirit sword master swung, waves of sword energy dispersed like falling rain. This was a skill he had innovatively crafted based on the principles of sword energy. A torrential downpour of sword rain surged towards Shang Wan Fu, unyielding. The Crimson Eye blade responded with an explosive outburst of blade energy, coalescing into a menacing fire dragon. The two skills collided violently, even outside the protective barrier. One could witness the shockwaves of their attacks rippling through the air. The deluge of sword rain swiftly pierced through the fire dragon, which had once appeared solid, now riddled with countless fissures, ultimately resulting in an explosion that neutralized both the fiery cloud and the sword rain. Neither side gained the upper hand. Instead, they were both thrust back several meters from the recoil of their own attacks, nearly suffering internal injuries. Such formidable sword energy. The spirit sword master possessed a unique understanding of the sword path, wielding it with effortless grace. Although both talents were of superior quality, a slight disparity still lingered. Is this the finals? Remarkably thrilling. Indeed, Luo Yang's spirit sword master's strength was unfathomable, and it was evident that the Crimson Eye blade was beginning to falter. However, the outcome remained uncertain. Who would emerge victorious? The audience buzzed with excitement, recognizing both competitors as prodigies. Yet, each possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, with the latter being magnified in the face of the former's brilliance. As the first round concluded, the spirit sword master refused to yield. With a delicate touch, her jade hand glided over the blade, instantly enveloping it in an invisible aura of sword energy. At the same time, a blue luminescence twirled around her. With a fervent plea for blessings, Xiao Ling darted through the air, her longsword aimed directly at the vital points. Well done. Shang Wan Fu had never engaged in such a thrilling battle. His blood surged, electrifying his senses. Clutching the Crimson Eye blade, he met the spirit sword master's onslaught with unwavering resolve. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their weapons intertwined, forming a magnificent lotus blossom in the air. Both fighters transcended mere conventional techniques, employing extraordinary skills. This contest was destined to be a pinnacle showdown. Excellent. Now this is exhilarating. I am utterly captivated. Luo Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He was resolute in his victory. Regardless of your splendor, I shall bring you crashing down from your pedestal. Once again, the two clashed. This time, Shang Wan Fu exerted every ounce of his strength. The flames of war spread like wildfire. This was the very essence of the Crimson Eye blade. A teacher from Yizhong gazed upon his seemingly cornered student, gripping his aged hands tightly in disbelief that the student he had high hopes for could falter before another. It was a desperate bid to unleash the blade's true potential, clearly pushed to the brink. It seems you are nearing your limits, Luo Yang murmured. Indeed, he was a madman in battle. Huh. The sensation of being driven to one's limits is truly exquisite. Shang Wan Fu threw his head back and howled, his entire being igniting in a mesmerizing blaze of crimson flames, simultaneously unleashing his augmentation skill. Luo Yang, prepare yourself for my ultimate move. Shang Wan Fu maintained a serene demeanor. Regardless of the match's outcome, he was indifferent. Today's battle had enriched him immensely. He had not felt so invigorated in a long time. Huh, the ultimate move. Bring it on. Luo Yang too unleashed all his hidden cards in a single breath. The god of fire slash. He swung with all his might. The air itself was instantly vaporized as the Crimson Eye blade, imbued with overwhelming flames, tore through the sky, enveloping the spirit sword master. Star-shattering sword energy. The spirit sword master's sword energy was equally fierce, containing the power to obliterate stars. Boom. A resonant sound reverberated through the heavens as their forces collided, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light. The spectators held their breath. Who would emerge victorious? No one pondered this question any longer. They were entranced by the thrilling spectacle. As the radiance gradually faded, two silhouettes emerged, standing apart, each wielding their weapons, silently gazing at one another. The spirit sword master bore a tranquil expression, the Qianyuan sword returning to its place behind him. To the world, he appeared as an invincible sword immortal, yet the gentlest scene was reserved solely for Luo Yang. In contrast, Shang Wan Fu bore a faint trace of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth, his Crimson Eye blade quivering violently. He had reached his limit. A contented smile graced his face. You have won, but mark my words, one day I shall surpass you. As Shang Wan Fu's weakened voice echoed, Luo Yang laughed, saying, from the moment you were defeated by me, you could only look up to me, and the chasm between us will only widen. Nonetheless, I eagerly anticipate the day you surpass me. Chapter 18, Securing Victory. The arena erupted with cheers that resonated through the heavens. Luo Yang is incredible, even as a man. I find him extraordinarily impressive. Without hesitation, he retrieved a cardboard box to cover his lower half, shedding his clothing in all other areas before embarking on a daring streaking performance before the crowd. This audacious act ignited the atmosphere, leading to an array of eccentric flags emerging. It was evident that they were willingly participating, with no one coercing them. Luo Yang's response was utterly outrageous, an absolute showstopper. Yet, I must say, if I win, I shall outshine him even more. The students from Wuzhong were engulfed in madness, rising to their feet, proudly proclaiming themselves as students of Wuzhong. Even Lu Rushuang was moved to tears. They could scarcely remember the last time they tasted victory. They desperately needed a win to bolster morale. The young man now standing at the center of the arena had achieved just that. Victory obtained by stepping upon the proud heads of their adversaries. This match was destined to be inscribed in history. In this moment, the spotlight belonged solely to him. Others around him faded into insignificance. Xiaoling, splendidly executed. Luo Yang approached the spirit swordmaster, his previously icy demeanor melting into a radiant smile upon seeing him. They exchanged a knowing high five as the lights focused on them. This moment was forever captured in a photograph. At the judges' table, the principal of Yizhong sighed. Such is life, such is fate. The first-generation Beastmaster of Yizhong also fell to the inaugural champion of Wuzhong. It seems destiny is cyclical, returning to its origin. The media did not miss this monumental event. Within 3 minutes of the match's conclusion, they disseminated the news throughout the entirety of the city. Soon, Luo Yang's name became widely recognized. Back in the lounge, in an instant, others gathered around. The girls encircled Luo Yang, an array of fragrances wafting through the air, with some even boldly expressing their affection through whimsical poses. Surrounded by so many, and with elbows brushing against soft skin, Luo Yang felt his ears flush crimson. After all, he was still a novice in such encounters. He had never experienced such grand spectacles before. Even Tang Sung would have been tempted to break his vows in this situation. Indeed, if Luo Yang wished, these girls would dutifully present themselves, their requests trivial to fulfill. Girls? At this moment, they were in no short supply. As the competition concluded, heads of all participating schools, principals, teachers, and students took to the stage for a collective photograph, with Luo Yang standing prominently in the center, without any dissent. The other prodigious youths could only serve as mere embellishments. Initially, he had intended to invite them for dinner, but now, Fifth Middle School was resolutely defending its pride on its home turf. They felt a sense of shame, as if even drinking cold water would choke them. How could they possibly feel like dining? After a polite farewell, they departed on a bus. Inside the bus, Xiaoqiang gazed vacantly at Luo Yang's silhouette. It was evident that the match had shattered his pride, and the name Luo Yang had become a haunting specter in his mind. Meanwhile, Shang Wan Fu remained immersed in the aftermath of the battle, constantly reflecting on areas for improvement, determined to reclaim his position next time. For him, combat was the quickest route to conquest. The moniker Battle Maniac was not a mere facade. Though he had been dethroned, his spirit remained unbroken, emerging instead as a stronger version of himself. Thus, the annual friendship competition had officially commenced. Luo Yang had reaped abundant rewards from this event. He had become the most coveted gem of Fifth Middle School, undeniably unique in his standing. As Luo Yang sat in the lounge, he mused about the possibility of helping Fifth Middle School clinch the championship and the substantial prize that would follow. After all, one does not understand the value of daily necessities without raising a pet beast, having accrued a debt of 10 million before even graduating. He pondered how long it would take to repay it if he hadn't won the competition. It was akin to having a golden goose. And this was merely one. If there were 2 or 3, it was too daunting to even contemplate. After the competition's conclusion, Luo Yang made his customary visit to the school cafeteria to order a bowl of his favorite pig trotter noodles. In his childhood, being able to enjoy this dish was the epitome of happiness. He even indulged himself by adding 2 large chicken legs, one of which he sent to the beast space. Little Ling was diligently training within the beast space, possessing the unique trait of sword heart clarity. Even without infinite extraction, her skill proficiency was still rising at an impressive pace. While waiting for his noodles, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Luo Yang. It was Principal Yang, who approached with a tray and took a seat next to him. Luo Yang quickly rose to greet him. "Good day, Principal." "Ah, little one, do not feel pressured. Your performance today was exceptional. I must extend my gratitude, for it was your efforts that enabled Fifth Middle School to overcome its predicament. Of course, I shall also fulfill my promise. Various rewards will be plentiful for you. I will have Teacher Lu compile them. Additionally, there is a special reward that I shall reveal once your level increases, Principal Yang said, lowering his head to enjoy his beef noodles. A mysterious reward? The fact that it intrigued the principal indicated its significance. Surely, the effort would be proportional to its value. Luo Yang carefully noted several key phrases. Level increase. Could it be related to my second pet beast? He murmured, considering he was no longer lacking in other aspects. All right, I must take my leave. Enjoy your meal. After finishing his meal, Principal Yang stood and prepared to depart, giving Luo Yang's shoulder a reassuring pat. Keep striving. The future belongs to the youth. Train diligently. And if you have any questions, feel free to visit my office or call me. My number is 138x × 7777. Luo Yang shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. His immediate priority was to elevate his spirit swordmaster level while seeking suitable skills to enhance her overall strength. After all, if his talent could not establish a skill gap with other pet beast masters of the same rank, it would be a true waste, given that his first pet beast, the spirit swordmaster, was already a formidable offensive creature. Luo Yang contemplated acquiring a support-type beast for his second. However, support-type beasts were exceedingly rare, and their value varied greatly depending on their specific attributes. Thus, finding a suitable support beast was quite challenging, especially with the added difficulty of meeting the requirements for aberration. Nevertheless, Luo Yang maintained a hopeful attitude, trusting in his fortuitous luck. After finishing his pig trotter noodles, he realized it was getting late. Throughout the journey, numerous classmates requested photographs with him. He felt it would be rude to refuse, especially after such a victory. Moreover, these classmates were enthusiastic, some even bearing gifts for him. Luo Yang opted not to accept any extravagant presents, but instead cherished a meaningful photograph as a keepsake. Chapter 19. Special Training Class. The following day, Luo Yang arrived at school as usual. He had spent the previous night assisting little Ling in the beast space, yielding remarkable results. Her level had reached 6, with proficiency in various skills increasing by 15 points, particularly in the case of Shattering Stars, which had surged by 30 points after a night of rigorous training. This was undoubtedly linked to the inherent qualities of the Spirit Swordmaster. His overall strength had seen a significant enhancement, making a victory over Shang Wan Fu increasingly likely. However, he anticipated that this remarkable training speed would taper off in the later stages. Nevertheless, compared to others, his training pace was already astonishingly extraordinary. Even Luo Yang himself had received feedback from his pet beast, resulting in his own physical level breaking through to 6, with his soul and reflexes multiplying in strength. At this rate, he could facilitate the rapid growth of the Spirit Swordmaster and subsequently explore hidden realms. Upon arriving at school, he took his place upon the throne flanked by his guardians. Today was indeed a momentous occasion. Class assignments. Students were divided into different classes based on their talents, all aimed at better preparing for the Beastmaster University. As Luo Yang approached the classroom door, he overheard his peers still discussing yesterday's match. Luo Yang has truly soared. I heard the principal sought him out specifically to discuss his rewards. In just one day, he may become a millionaire. Even my mother knows his name now and urged me to learn from him. Sigh, while I envy him, anyone can achieve that level of skill. Now Luo Yang has completely outpaced us. I wonder if 5th middle school will benefit from his success. Shoo, lower your voices. Luo Yang is here. Luo Yang settled into his seat as Lu Rushuang entered the classroom. Her gaze swept across the room, and the students, upon feeling her penetrating stare, averted their eyes in deference. Lu Rushuang was resplendent as ever, clad in a black qipao that accentuated her graceful figure exquisitely, particularly her strikingly straight, beautiful legs that captured the attention of many. Silence. Today is the day of class assignments. 5th middle school is divided into 3 main classes: the standard class, the elite class, and the special training class, of which I am the instructor. Following the names I call, the students are to report to their respective classes. I would also like to remind everyone not to feel disheartened by being assigned to a regular class. I assure you, there are no worthless beasts, only incompetent beast tamers. Zhang Xiang, elite class. Li San, regular class. As Lu Rushuang completes the allocations, it becomes evident that the majority of students have been placed in the regular class, with only a small number assigned to the elite class and a mere handful to the special training class. To enter the special training class, one must possess at least a C-level talent, had it not been for the scarcity of talent at the 5th high school. The prerequisite for this class would have been a minimum of B-level. Those fortunate enough to enter the special training class will enjoy preferential access to resources and teaching staff, with the ultimate goal of gaining admission to one of the top 10 beast taming universities. Luo Yang, unsurprisingly, is among them. Now that the class allocations are complete, do not despair. Even in the regular class, there are opportunities to transition into the elite class. Merit prevails. The school is quite progressive in this regard. Everyone, please proceed to your respective classes for registration. The others, under Lu Rushuang's guidance, arrive at the special training classroom, which is indeed considerably more spacious. Furthermore, the number of students in the special training class is quite limited, totaling just over 30. Following yesterday's competition, Luo Yang has gained considerable notoriety, making the position of instructor for the special training class highly coveted. Even instructors from other schools are attempting to transfer here to compete for this position. Fully aware that with Luo Yang's presence, future achievements are guaranteed, potentially enhancing their own reputations. This is an aspiration many educators dream of. Within the 5th high school, some instructors have even resorted to fierce competition for this role, and had Principal Yang not intervened in a timely manner, the situation could have escalated into something rather unpleasant. In the end, it was Lu Rushuang who decisively advocated for herself, demonstrating both formidable capability and exceptional teaching quality to secure the position. Names are affixed to each desk, prompting everyone to quickly find their seats. Luo Yang locates his position in the 2nd row by the wall. Upon noticing the name on the desk beside him, he is taken aback to discover that his desk mate is Lin Yue, the timid and bashful girl. Hello, Luo Yang greets her politely. Hello, my name is Lin Yue. She replies, cautiously stealing glances at the confident young man, recalling his aloof demeanor and solitary nature at school, with few friends. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Luo Yang queries, noticing her gaze, perplexed. No, Lin Yue stammers, her nervousness causing her to falter in speech. Her eyes darting away from Luo Yang, hastily returning her focus to her own tasks. Luo Yang finds her reaction curious, but refrains from further inquiry. Currently, the course centers on a blend of theory and practice. Given the instability of most students' abilities, the school has opted against arranging practical training in the mystical realms due to safety concerns. Learning theory is akin to studying subjects like mathematics and language arts. Help! I don't want to attend class anymore. Luo Yang laments, realizing that he must endure lessons both before and after his transmigration. Fortunately, the theoretical knowledge of beast taming is far more engaging than standard textbooks, as the materials provided feature illustrations of mystical beasts along with their tendencies, preferences, and points of caution. Students begin to familiarize themselves with these concepts from a young age, making it a habitual part of their education. Understanding mystical beasts is akin to their compulsory education. These concepts must be memorized diligently, as they are matters of life and death. Astute parents ensure their children are well-versed in these subjects from an early age. However, Luo Yang feels little need for such rote memorization. His unique gift of the humorous eye suffices to unravel all mysteries, allowing him access to knowledge not documented in textbooks. Lu Rushuang is aware of Luo Yang's exceptional talent. Hence, she does not reprimand him for sleeping in class, though she casts him a warning glance to temper his indulgence. She uses Luo Yang as a case study to remind the other students that without such talent, they must exert considerably more effort. As Lu Rushuang elaborates on the theoretical knowledge of beast taming with great detail, the students listen attentively, while Luo Yang dozes at his desk, time slipping swiftly by in his dreams. As the class bell rings, Lu Rushuang calls out, Luo Yang, remember to come to my office after class. Noticing that Luo Yang remains in slumber, Lin Yue hurriedly nudges him awake and quietly informs him, Luo Yang, the teacher wants you to see her after class. Luo Yang, not wishing to overstep, quickly responds, understood, teacher. Lu Rushuang casts him an exasperated look, preparing to address his behavior during the upcoming practical class. All right, the rest of you may leave. There will be no classes for the next 2 days, but do not forget to practice. If I see no progress in your training after 2 days, prepare for the consequences. I assure you, you won't be able to escape unscathed. Rest assured, teacher. We will certainly practice diligently. Finally a break. I must indulge in some entertainment. If I don't listen to music, I shall surely burst. What? You have such a penchant? How fortunate. I enjoy it as well. Attending performances is a delightful pastime, and after rigorous training, it is the perfect way to unwind. Young people must remember to balance work and rest. Chapter 20. The Beast Taming Mall. Upon awakening, a satisfied smile graces Luo Yang's face. Likely in contemplation of the substantial bonuses ahead, he begins to strategize on how to spend such a hefty sum. With a 2-day break approaching, Luo Yang plans to take Ling Jianshi on a delightful excursion to the Beast Taming Mall, hoping to find suitable items for her while also offering her a chance to relax. After school, Luo Yang trails behind Lu Rushuang, his mind consumed by thoughts of money, his smile broadening. In his distraction, Lu Rushuang suddenly halts, and Luo Yang, lost in thought, inadvertently collides with her. In that moment, his hands accidentally brush against Lu Rushuang, a sensation that momentarily transports him to a state of euphoria. His nose nearly touches the back of Lu Rushuang, allowing him to distinctly inhale her fragrant essence. Just as he revels in the moment, Luo Yang abruptly awakens, jolted by the warmth radiating from his hands, involuntarily exclaiming, so ample and firm. A muffled gasp escapes Lu Rushuang's lips. Luo Yang's face instantly flushes crimson. He quickly raises his head, stammering, I am so sorry, Teacher Lu. My hands. I'm not sure what happened. They seem to have a mind of their own. I beg your forgiveness. You know I am a person of integrity. I would never engage in such lewd behavior. Please, be magnanimous. Lu Rushuang's cheeks flush with embarrassment, leaving her uncertain whether to be distressed by the sound that just escaped her or by Luo Yang's inappropriate touch. She casts a disgruntled glance at him. Realizing he has overstepped, Luo Yang quickly lowers his gaze, avoiding her eyes, mentally berating himself for his momentary lapse in focus that led to this mishap. He internally curses his misfortune, yet he cannot help but reminisce about the lingering warmth in his hands. But then, an inner voice resonates, rogue. How dare you disturb my tranquility? Lu Rushuang observes Luo Yang's awkward demeanor and shakes her head with a wry smile, thinking that while he is quick to apologize, he is still quite the handful. She scans their surroundings, relieved to find no one else present before she exhales. You are not to speak of this to anyone. Rest assured, I will remain tight-lipped and will not disclose what transpired between us. Luo Yang spoke with righteous fervor, yet his gaze inadvertently gravitated towards Lu Rushuang. Sensing an awkwardness in the atmosphere, Lu Rushuang swiftly redirected the conversation, urging, let us return to my office. Taking the lead, she departed, with Luo Yang hastily following suit. Upon their return to the office, Lu Rushuang beckoned Luo Yang aside. Her face still bore a hint of crimson, as if she was lost in contemplation of their earlier exchange, exuding a distinct charm. Though Luo Yang had a vague understanding of the matter at hand, he remained dutifully standing to the side. Please, have a seat. Lu Rushuang gestured towards the sofa. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved some documents from her desk and handed them to Luo Yang. Take a look. These detail your prize winnings from the competition as well as the school's rewards. As he opened the papers, he found a clear account of the competition prizes. 1. Friendship match reward, 12 million huaxia coins. 2. 5 experience candies for accelerating the training of elite-level pet beasts, applicable only to elite beasts. 3. A choice between 1 Lord-level potential pet beast or a Lord-level demon beast core. The rewards provided by the school included 1. The repayment of 10 million in pet financing plus an additional 10 million huaxia coins. 2. A selection of 1 epic-level evolution material from the school's treasury. With the school's assistance in repaying his pet financing, it effectively amounted to an extra 20 million. The total value of these rewards exceeded 50 million. Not to mention the materials for accelerating pet training, which were notoriously scarce and often monopolized by families and schools for nurturing their own children. It appeared that the school had indeed invested heavily, and he had unexpectedly profited from it. What does it mean to become wealthy overnight? This is it. Luo Yang's confidence surged, his shoulders straightened, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Teacher, please grant me the Lord-level Demon Beast Core as my reward from the friendship match. Everything else can remain unchanged. Very well. I have also converted some of the other rewards into cash. If you are certain, please sign at the bottom. The funds will be transferred within an hour. As for the other materials, they have been placed in this storage pouch. Lu Rushuang replied, producing a modest black pouch from her drawer and tossing it to Luo Yang. Though the pouch appeared unremarkable and somewhat worn, it was immensely practical. Despite being a basic storage pouch, it possessed the capacity of a room, and such items were not economically priced. After all, anything related to time and space was inherently valuable. Teacher, this storage pouch, that is a gift from the school. After all, it represents our institution. It would be rather unbecoming to lack even a storage pouch. Lu Rushuang waved her hand dismissively. And remember, having won the competition, do not let it go to your head. You must remain grounded. You are still young, and your future is just beginning. I look forward to seeing your name shine on Blue Star, at which point I can proudly boast that you were once my student. Rest assured, teacher, that day will surely come. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Luo Yang replied, his mind consumed with thoughts of wealth. Off you go, Lu Rushuang said, waving her hand impatiently, eager for him to exit. Her demeanor was far from gracious, especially after having been so stern moments earlier. She still felt the sting of her own reprimand. Once outside the school, Luo Yang hailed a bicycle, humming a tune and feeling exceedingly cheerful. He set off towards the largest pet beast market in Nanchon City, eager to broaden his horizons. With the 2 days of leisure ahead, he intended to utilize the time wisely to enhance his abilities. After riding for over half an hour, he finally spotted the brightly lit market. Its sign adorned with a grand dragon's head, intricately designed to depict the dragon's whiskers and scales in vivid detail. The area was bustling with throngs of people, especially since it was Friday, and the market was particularly crowded. At the entrance, vendors were selling roasted beast meat. Luo Yang summoned his spirit sword to the pet space. As summoning beasts was generally prohibited within the market due to the potential chaos caused by larger creatures. Luckily, the spirit sword was humanoid and thus blended in seamlessly. Once released, the spirit sword was akin to a young girl, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Although she had been diligently training in the pet space, the monotony of it all could become tedious. Recognizing this, Luo Yang seized the opportunity to take her out during the holiday. Understanding that continuous training without breaks could have adverse effects. Little Ling, I know you must feel lonely in the pet space. Since today is a holiday, let us indulge ourselves. I shall cover all expenses, he said, patting her excitedly on the head. Yay, long live the master, Little Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Luo Yang's hand, trembling with joy. Seeing her delight brought a smile to Luo Yang's face. Their bond felt remarkably comfortable. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the spirit sword had an amusing contrast to her appearance. Chapter 21, The Omniscient Ring. They approached the vendor's stall, where a bald middle-aged man was grilling beast meat. Despite his intimidating appearance, his tone was surprisingly gentle, and his movements in preparing the meat were swift and practiced. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder, he called out to passers-by, freshly roasted beast meat. Don't miss out. We have roasted snow deer, fiery chickens, and glimmering pigs, succulent meat that's free if it doesn't satisfy. Wow, that looks delicious, Little Ling exclaimed, her eyes wide as she watched the snow deer meat sizzling and oozing with grease, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. I'll take 2 skewers of each, please, Luo Yang declared flamboyantly, waving his hand. Certainly. Please have a seat at one of the nearby tables. Your order will be ready shortly, the vendor responded, his voice cheerful. The meat was sourced from specially bred beasts, possessing ranks though devoid of combat capabilities. Moreover, these spirit-infused meats were tender and fragrant. And the most crucial aspect was their ability to enrich one's inner spirit energy, albeit in limited supply. Regular consumption of such spirit-nurtured meats over time would significantly enhance one's physique compared to ordinary individuals. Wealthy families often provided their children with even higher-grade beast meats. 5 minutes later, the intoxicating aroma tantalized their taste buds, and both Luo Yang and Little Ling gazed longingly at the stall. Here you go, gentlemen, your order is ready, the vendor announced, approaching with a platter. Little Ling watched the steaming skewers with glistening oil, swallowing hard. Though she was tempted, she wished to share the experience with Luo Yang. Go ahead and eat, he encouraged, noticing her subtle hesitation, and handed her the largest skewer. The skewers were as long as their forearms, laden with tender meat. The most exquisite delicacy is undoubtedly the meat of the snow deer. Due to the unique conditions under which snow deer thrive, they must endure the harshness of winter, resulting in a remarkably firm texture of their flesh. Coupled with a diet rich in milk from a young age, the meat is both delectable and robust in flavor. It has even been ranked among the top 10 culinary delights of the Blue Planet, becoming an indispensable part of its gastronomy. In certain regions, various innovative methods of preparing snow deer have been devised. Would you care to sample it and savor its exquisite taste? The spirit swordmaster blew gently on the meat before taking a generous bite, closing her eyes to relish the intricate flavors as she chewed slowly. The taste was nothing short of delightful. It was her first encounter with such a sumptuous dish. Do take your time and save some room. There's much more deliciousness to be discovered within, Luo Yang remarked with a gentle smile. Most companion beasts subsist on raw, sanguine meat to maintain their primal instincts. Each companion beast possesses distinct traits, and some may never experience cooked food in their lifetime. As Luo Yang savored the meat, he could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his spiritual energy. Once the spirit sword master finished her meal, a message notification suddenly appeared on Luo Yang's phone. Dear customer, your Huaxia bank account ending in 1234 has received a deposit of 50 million Huaxia currency today at 6:35 a.m. The funds had arrived promptly. After completing the payment, they proceeded into the Beast Master Mall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vibrant display of colorful beast eggs, each accompanied by a label detailing the species and its advantages. The shops were bustling with patrons, predominantly young individuals, all clearly fascinated by the offerings. Continuing their exploration, they arrived at a store specializing in fruit-themed smartphones. Luo Yang pondered. It was the perfect opportunity to replace his own phone and purchase one for the spirit sword master, teaching her how to use it upon their return, an ideal way to keep her entertained during idle moments. Greetings. Are you two here to explore smartphones? A cordial female staff member approached them enthusiastically. Indeed, we would like to purchase 2 of the finest fruit smartphones. Please make your recommendations, Luo Yang replied. The staff member's eyes lit up at his words, recognizing a valuable client. Sir, We have just released the new Fruit 15 Pro Max model, featuring exceptional performance and battery life. Allow me to show you, she said promptly. Let us not waste any time. I'll take 2 of the latest models. Luo Yang decided. The staff member, momentarily taken aback, swiftly processed the order without hesitation. Luo Yang paid with his card, the total amounting to just over 30,000. A mere trifle. Upon receiving the phones, he handed one to the Spirit Swordmaster. This phone is for you, and I will teach you how to use it when we return. Do not underestimate this little gadget. It conceals a world of enjoyment within, and I assure you, once you get the hang of it, you will be utterly enthralled. As someone who had experienced this before, he understood the allure it held, especially for those unfamiliar with such technology. The Spirit Swordmaster felt deeply moved by this gesture, realizing that no words of gratitude could adequately express her appreciation for Luo Yang's kindness. The only way to repay him was by becoming stronger, enabling her to better protect him. They continued their exploration, indulging in various enjoyable activities. And it was evident that the Spirit Swordmaster was having the time of her life, a joy she had never experienced before. Luo Yang, inspired by her delight, was equally elated. Soon, they reached the 5th floor, where the ambience was notably darker and the number of shops seemed scarce. Despite its unassuming appearance, entry to this floor required verification of funds, as it offered luxuries beyond compare. Those with assets below 5 million were barred from entry. The shops here were spacious, yet the foot traffic was minimal. They made their way to a shop situated near the left elevator, aptly named Omniscient Bracelet. This establishment sold a unique item known as the Omniscient Bracelet. This bracelet, a product of the fusion of technology and the efforts of numerous beast masters, evolutionists, and breeders, had taken years to develop, holding significant importance for the Blue Planet. From the inception of the first beast masters to the present, all data regarding the various magical beasts had been consolidated into a core chip. With the mass production of this core chip, the Omniscient Bracelet was born. This device is capable of automatically scanning and providing comprehensive information about magical beasts encountered in the wild, including their species and skills. Furthermore, individuals who report new magical beasts can receive substantial rewards, with the highest reaching up to 1 million. Some have even amassed wealth by discovering and reporting new species. Consequently, this technology has continued to evolve and improve, marking a significant milestone in human technological innovation. However, this compact Omniscient Bracelet commands a staggering price of 3 million Huaxia currency, creating a stark divide between the affluent and the average person. Such an item is categorized as one that the impoverished cannot afford, while the wealthy find it unnecessary. In Chapter 22, The Forbidden Scroll, the Spirit Swordmaster, being a newly emerged companion beast, would certainly raise a plethora of questions among the other principals using the Omniscient Bracelet during the competition. As her data had yet to be entered into the database at that time, it is uncertain whether her information has now been recorded. But given the influence of the Beastmaster Alliance, it is likely that her combat data has already been integrated into their system, as such details cannot easily be concealed. Luo Yang felt fortunate that the Spirit Sword Master's mutation, influenced by the world's rules, could only manifest as a singular entity. If she were capable of mass reproduction, it would pose a significant threat. The evolution department of the Alliance would likely face considerable challenges, as the identical materials consistently failed to induce mutations in the elemental spirits. After a brief glance, Luo Yang decided to move on. While the items were indeed remarkable, they offered little assistance to him personally. They continued their exploration until they stumbled upon something of great interest, a shop selling skill scrolls. However, the shop's location was peculiar, with its electronic sign flickering erratically, and the word scroll dimmed entirely, suggesting it had not been maintained for quite some time. Tucked away in a corner of the 5th floor mall, this shop was quite discreet, with the adjacent establishments eerily vacant and shrouded in darkness. Only this shop remained operational. A sense of unease washed over Luo Yang. His instincts hinted at something amiss within. Inside sat an elderly man, dressed plainly yet exhibiting a vigorous demeanor, his long white beard drawing attention. The shop's dilapidated appearance belied its status as a functioning establishment, resembling more of a relic from the past. At that moment, Wu Jing also noticed the approaching figures outside but chose to remain silent, continuing to practice his calligraphy. Greetings, sir. Do you sell skill scrolls here? Luo Yang stepped forward politely to inquire. Wu Jing glanced at him briefly before returning to his writing, seemingly uninterested in engaging. Please, don't sell the scrolls. Wu Jing did not even lift his head. Luo Yang raised an eyebrow, but his patience was remarkable. Since the scrolls were not for sale, he felt compelled to inquire about the reason. The old man exuded an extraordinary presence, his brow brimming with authority that far surpassed that of an ordinary beast master. Esteemed elder, I genuinely wish to purchase. As you engage in commerce, There must be a rationale for not selling, correct? In my eyes, each scroll possesses its own essence. Having come into my possession, I am determined to find them a worthy home, ensuring they do not lose their luster. Wu Jing raised his head, his gaze serious and his tone resonant. This took Luo Yang by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a tenacious elder. Luo Yang was no fool. The continued operation of this shop hinted at the prowess of Wu Jing. The scrolls within were undoubtedly exceptional. The opportunity lay before him. It was now up to Luo Yang to seize it. Elder, I comprehend your stance, yet I earnestly seek a suitable skill for my pet. Even if the scrolls do not grant their approval, I shall accept my fate. Luo Yang's voice was resolute. He would not leave empty-handed. Moreover, he had a premonition that he would encounter unforeseen gains here. As anticipated, Wu Jing spoke indifferently. To gain the recognition of a skill scroll, there are no shortcuts. It is solely reliant on the pet's own comprehension. Nevertheless, I sense your sincerity. I shall permit your pet to enter the scroll chamber. Whether it can comprehend the skills depends on its innate talent. As for you, wait outside. Wu Jing likely surmised Luo Yang's identity, which accounted for his accommodating demeanor. Most importantly, he sensed the chilling sword intent emanating from the spirit sword wielder, perhaps indicating a genuine possibility of receiving the scroll's endorsement. Thank you, Senior, for your leniency. Little Ling, you may enter. It would be splendid if you could comprehend. If not, fret not. There's no pressure, Luo Yang reassured her, sensing her anxiety. The spirit sword wielder nodded, harboring her own pride. She did not wish to disappoint Luo Yang. Upon entering, she beheld the dark shelves lined with pitch-black scrolls, each distinct in appearance, emanating varying energies. Some scrolls crackled with lightning, while others were shrouded in dark energy. These skill scrolls were particularly unique, each giving rise to a mysterious spirit, especially the formidable ones. To conquer them, one must possess the strength to earn their recognition. Otherwise, the backlash from the scrolls could shatter a pet's soul, making it unwise for those lacking sufficient power to even contemplate learning from them. This was precisely why Wu Jing had initially opposed their entry. As the spirit sword wielder stepped inside, the energies from various scrolls attempted to overwhelm her. She summoned her inner spiritual power, forming luminous shields around her to fend off these energies as she advanced cautiously. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixated upon an unusual scroll. This scroll appeared exceedingly bizarre, its surface of vivid crimson adorned with numerous runes, exuding tendrils of black mist that were utterly terrifying. Upon seeing the scroll, the spirit sword wielder's heart inexplicably quickened. It seemed to be calling out to her, even prompting her innate abilities to awaken under its guidance. With clarity of heart, she was enveloped by a tempest of sword shadows. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the runes, and in an instant, a blinding radiance erupted. With the black mist billowing forth, within the scroll chamber, a violent wind surged, scattering the other scrolls, yet the peculiar scroll remained steadfast. Wu Jing sensed the anomaly within the scroll chamber, and his expression shifted drastically. This is bad, a forbidden scroll. The elder hurried into the chamber. Inside, he witnessed the spirit sword wielder's lifebound sword hovering in the air, radiating a fierce aura. Yet at that moment, she had succumbed to slumber, unresponsive to any calls to awaken. Wu Jing's heart raced with urgency, but he could only depart helplessly. In the scroll chamber, the spirit sword wielder found herself in a peculiar state, as waves of black mist infiltrated her being. She sensed a mysterious energy awakening within her, a feeling both wondrous and unsettling. Outside the chamber, Wu Jing addressed Luo Yang. To invoke a forbidden scroll is to defy the heavens. Should your pet fail to comprehend the skill, she will remain in eternal slumber until her demise. I regret not clarifying this earlier, assuming you would not find it. The scroll chamber also harbors a forbidden scroll, typically concealed in shadows, yet today it has emerged, far from ordinary. Wu Jing was deeply anxious. That forbidden scroll was his life's work, the enigma he had long sought to unravel. It contained the sealed ultimate techniques of a powerful being, imbued with a trace of destructive essence, the forbidden skill left behind by a formidable master as they faced death. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang's countenance changed drastically. Is this truly concerning the forbidden? I have no reason to deceive. This scroll indeed harbors forbidden skills. If my conjecture holds true, it is an ancient scroll sealed away, which has finally found its way into my possession through various twists of fate. Wu Jing sighed heavily. Acknowledging the gravity of the forbidden, it was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like them. The whims of fate are inscrutable. Chapter 23, The Sword of Heaven. The term forbidden scroll denotes an entity of great terror. Even a king-level expert would face obliteration should they attempt to comprehend it forcibly. How much less so for a mere student, whose awakened talent is but at the elite level. Wu Jing held no hope for the spirit sword wielder's survival. I advise you to prepare for the worst. After so long studying the Forbidden Scroll, I understand its power. Your pet is likely to perish here. Alas, it is my fault for not informing you beforehand. The reason he had come here and opened a scroll shop was to decipher the Forbidden Scrolls. Yet, he had never found a clue. Even Wu Jing did not dare to forcefully comprehend it, opting instead to explore other avenues for potential weaknesses. Though the Forbidden Scrolls harbored immense peril, who could resist the allure of their contents? Forbidden ultimate techniques. To bear the name of the Forbidden signifies power that could reach the heavens. Mastery of such techniques could yield devastation of catastrophic proportions. Challenging foes beyond one's rank would be trivial. Who could resist such temptation? Outside, Luo Yang was in a state of profound anxiety. The ability to invoke the spirit sword wielder's unique traits suggested that this Forbidden Scroll also pertained to sword skills. Had she matured, he would have felt less concern. However, with her still within the novice protection zone, it was miraculous she had not already been annihilated. Beneath the pressure from the Forbidden Scroll, the other scrolls trembled in the corners, lacking even the privilege to gaze up. Only the Forbidden Scroll floated in the air, exuding an aura of dominance over all. Wu Jing had mentioned that comprehension of the skill could grant escape from peril, but could forbidden ultimate techniques truly be so easily grasped? If even he struggled, could the spirit sword wielder truly face her doom here? Luo Yang endeavored to maintain his composure. The situation had not yet reached a dead end. The spirit sword master still held a glimmer of hope. No, he still possessed an opportunity. Luo Yang recalled his extraordinary talent for unlimited extraction. Indeed, it was this very ability that could potentially turn the tide. As the oppressive aura within the scroll chamber intensified, darkness enveloped the space. The spirit within the Forbidden Scroll seemed intent on shattering the soul of the young spirit, seeking to plunge her into reincarnation. The spirit sword master stood vacantly, her gaze vacant, seemingly bereft of intellect. This was the price one must pay to comprehend the forbidden. Success would lead to soaring heights. Failure would result in oblivion. Young man, I comprehend your sentiments, but if your companion were fully realized, there might be a flicker of hope. Alas, your beast level is far too low. I cannot even discern a glimmer of hope. It's akin to a death sentence. The Forbidden Scroll was running out of time, should no one grasp its essence. It would disintegrate into dust, vanishing into the heavens. I have labored for 20 years for this, and it is truly disheartening. Wu Jing appeared to have aged several years as he spoke, acknowledging that if no solution arose, he would have to wager his life. Yet, Wu Jing was not prepared to expend everything just yet. Suddenly, Luo Yang noticed a shard of a long sword fall from the Forbidden Scroll, the sword reaching skyward as if to challenge the heavens. Immediately thereafter, extraction attempts. 1. Extract skill, heaven-slaying sword technique from the Forbidden Scroll. Observing the luminous screen before him, Luo Yang took a deep breath. His once tense heart finally relaxed. A spark of life emerged. Wu Jing, believing the young man had come to terms with his fate, attempted to console him. Young man, take heart. Though your beast possesses boundless potential, the fault lies with me. In the future, I shall assist in procuring a companion for you that rivals her. Your future achievements will still be remarkable. Luo Yang did not respond, merely shaking his head in silence. Other beasts, no matter how commendable, could not compare to the spirit sword master. As his first companion, she held immense significance. He had promised to ascend to the mountain's peak with her. He could not go back on his word. In his heart, Luo Yang silently declared, I shall learn the heaven-slaying sword technique. The skill fragment transformed into countless specks of starlight, permeating the spirit sword master's body. The atmosphere in the scroll chamber subtly shifted. After a prolonged moment, the slumbering soul of the spirit sword master was summoned back. The Forbidden Scroll seemed to sense the aura of forbidden mastery within her, believing she had successfully comprehended it. Ultimately, the Forbidden Scroll appeared to fulfill its purpose, as the black luminescence merged into the spirit sword master, wishing her to complete her final ode. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice echoed in the spirit sword master's ear. Remember, do not disgrace its power. As time flowed on, the Forbidden Scroll gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. No trace of the forbidden remained. The spirit sword master, eyes closed, absorbed the profound mastery within her mind. Wu Jing, observing Luo Yang's resolute demeanor, could not help but shake his head. Alas, what a pity. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, darkness reigned. The surroundings were teeming with undead creatures, resembling a world overrun by the deceased. After 20 years, the power of the forbidden finally manifested, and at all costs, it must be reclaimed. The lead figure in a black robe, wearing a sinister mask, held a compass in his right hand, beginning to pinpoint the location of the forbidden power's emergence. The Forbidden Scroll is in city. You 5 necromancers shall proceed, bring back the items, or face death. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Inside the scroll chamber, the spirit sword master was still enraptured by the power of the skill. With Luo Yang's assistance, her comprehension flowed effortlessly. Within mere seconds, she mastered the heaven-slaying sword technique. This was the terrifying aspect of unlimited extraction, as long as the extracted skill was compatible with the beast. Learning it would instantly elevate the skill to an introductory level. Even forbidden arts were no exception. Upon comprehension, the spirit sword master recognized the formidable nature of this forbidden skill. Understanding how the heaven-slaying sword technique would enhance sword-type beasts, her combat prowess surged several tiers in an instant. After absorbing the energy of the forbidden scroll, the spirit sword master also gained fragments of memory from an unparalleled powerhouse. This legendary swordsman, known as Dust Ghost, was a disciple of the heaven-slaying lineage. Born in ancient times, renowned for his swordsmanship, and revered as the heaven-slaying sword demon. With the heaven-slaying sword technique, he could ascend to the western heavens or descend into the depths of the underworld. Unfortunately, during the ancient war, he fought 10 foes alone, annihilating myriad races. He ultimately perished on the ancient battlefield, leaving behind this forbidden scroll for a fated individual to elevate its legacy. If the scroll's recognition was not attained, the heaven-slaying sword technique would vanish from the annals of history. Dust Ghost had once proclaimed, "I would rather let the sword technique gather dust than lose its former brilliance." This is the heaven-slaying sword demon's enduring wish. The heaven-slaying sword technique. Truly, it lived up to its illustrious name. Concurrently, the spirit sword master felt a powerful force nurturing her entire being. Could it be the residual energy from the forbidden scroll? As she sensed the surging sword energy within her, under the baptism of the forbidden scroll's energy, her level soared to LV10. She broke through 4 ranks in a single leap, and this was merely a fraction of the forbidden scroll's peak energy. One could scarcely imagine the power at its zenith. The heaven-slaying sword. Indeed, reaching its pinnacle held the might to slay the heavens. Chapter 24, Sealing the Space. As time progressed, the scroll chamber remained eerily quiet. Wu Jing noticed something unusual within the chamber. The forbidden scroll had vanished. Not a trace remained, as if it had never existed in this world. Could it be that his beast truly comprehended the forbidden art? This question echoed in Wu Jing's mind. As the spirit sword master slowly opened her eyes, it further validated Wu Jing's suspicions. As the torrent of sword energy was reabsorbed into her body, aside from the disarray of the scroll chamber, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Wu Jing stared at the vanished scroll, initially silent, but soon erupted into manic laughter. Ha! The forbidden scroll has disappeared. I am liberated, finally free. Ha! I no longer have to devise means to break the curse of the forbidden. 20 years. Do you know how I've spent these 2 decades? He laughed maniacally, descending into a frenzy. Luo Yang, witnessing Wu Jing's sudden madness, was taken aback. This was rather alarming. He could not fathom why losing such a precious item did not provoke his ire, but rather elicited such unbridled joy. It seemed to evoke a sense of liberation. This forbidden scroll had tormented him for 20 years, a constant pursuit for a means of dissolution. Yet he had made no progress. He had perused countless texts, only to ultimately lack the courage to comprehend it, fearful of facing the forbidden, and even more terrified of death. Now, after 20 years, the forbidden scroll had become his inner demon. With the shattering of this inner demon, he recognized that he should not chase after the elusive forbidden, but rather return to reality. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. This artifact was not a treasure, but a shackle. Thank you for helping me break free. As for this forbidden scroll, I shall take it for 10 coins. You have received your goods. It is time for payment. Let us settle this, and we shall part ways. At this moment, Wu Jing was unburdened by shackles. Appearing far more agreeable than at the outset, even his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. With a single thought, one understands the essence of all matters. Thank you, esteemed elder. Luo Yang bowed deeply to the old man, overwhelmed by the immense favor he had received. Under such temptation, it came as no surprise that Wu Jing would take action against him. Wu Jing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. The old man can assist you no further. Now that the taboo has been lifted, it is time for me to depart." Luo Yang turned his gaze towards the spirit sword master. At that moment, she too comprehended the gravity of the situation, having just traversed the gates of the underworld. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. She was grateful to be alive, longing to accompany her master in exploring the world, to become the sharpest blade in his hand. Initially, Wu Jing's heart was rife with thoughts. The forbidden arts were potent enough to turn brothers against one another, let alone strangers who had only just met. Luo Yang felt an overwhelming sense of tension, acutely aware of the change in Wu Jing's gaze. If the other party decided to strike, he would have no means of defense. The mere aura released by Wu Jing had left him breathless. The sensation of his life being at the mercy of another was unbearable. Yet, in the end, Wu Jing refrained from attacking. It was not merely because Luo Yang had helped him break free from his shackles. For a beastmaster, that was hardly sufficient reason to forego an assault. He held back because the forbidden arts were now etched into the spirit swordmaster's mind. The very nature of a taboo signifies its uniqueness. To date, no method existed to completely extricate the forbidden arts from a beast, so even if Wu Jing were to kill them, the forbidden arts would remain irretrievable. Moreover, successfully comprehending such arts was a testament to one's talent. It was wiser to foster goodwill, for one might need assistance in the future. A silence enveloped the two parties, with Luo Yang undoubtedly feeling the most anxious. Just as he pondered, suddenly, Wu Jing struck forth with a palm aimed at him. Luo Yang thought Wu Jing had reconsidered and intended to flee, but his body was ensnared by the power of space, rendering him immobile. The motion was completed in an instant. Luo Yang felt the force of the palm, and his body was propelled backward. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he found himself unscathed, passing through it, ultimately trapped by the power of space in this mysterious realm. Unable to enter or exit. This was a power of space that only a monarch-level expert could wield. The old man was indeed a monarch-level powerhouse. As Luo Yang stood in a daze, a hoarse voice echoed throughout the space. Wu Jing, surrender the forbidden scroll, or this time next year shall be your day of sacrifice, declared the leader of the black-robed figures, his voice raspy as he hovered midair, a hallmark of a monarch-level expert. Wu Jing maintained a calm demeanor, having anticipated the arrival of these individuals, though he had not expected them to come so swiftly. It seemed they were still unwilling to give up. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to obtain the forbidden scroll, you must first step over my corpse, or you shall not have it. Wu Jing was clearly not to be trifled with. Just as Luo Yang feared that their commotion would attract unwanted attention, he noticed the black-robed figure holding a black array plate. It dawned on him that this space had been sealed by them through some special means. Appearing entirely normal from the outside, those trapped within could not escape, and only once the array plate cooled down could things return to normal. But the time it took would suffice to eliminate their foes. Evidently, the opposition was also wary of other powerful beings in the vicinity. Onward, commanded the leader of the black-robed figures, unwilling to waste time. Securing the forbidden scroll was their utmost priority, lest they incur the wrath of the undead. As 5 black-robed figures illuminated with a hexagram insignia, 5 monarch-level undead crows slowly emerged from within the array. The space warped under the agitation of their energy. Boom. The force of the spatial power reverberated as the 5 undead crows emitted low growls, advancing step by step towards Wu Jing. Each identical crow bore the weight of death's oppressive aura, capable of tearing through space with each strike. Their might was undoubtedly the most formidable that Luo Yang had ever encountered. 5 identical undead crows, each equivalent to a monarch-level beast. Such overwhelming power was mobilized to eliminate a single individual. Luo Yang was left utterly astounded. Wu Jing's expression grew grave, yet he did not panic. He had dealt with these foul entities on numerous occasions. Since acquiring the forbidden scroll, he had been relentlessly pursued by the undead organization, reaching a point of no return. Realm of Death, suppress her. With that command from the black-robed leader, the 5 undead crows erupted in a plume of black mist, engulfing the space. This sight was nothing short of astonishing. The Realm of Death was a domain power reserved for monarch-level experts. Could the old man withstand it? Luo Yang's voice trembled. Had they not been in this mysterious space, the mere aura emanating from the domain would have obliterated him. He felt the very fabric of the surrounding space tremble. Come forth, Tai Chi Panda. As a massive Tai Chi diagram illuminated beneath Wu Jing's feet, the yin-yang fish within it danced with life. With a light call from Wu Jing, an overwhelming and unmatched pressure swept through the area. The Tai Chi diagram radiated golden light as the Tai Chi Panda slowly emerged from it. Chapter 25, Tai Chi Panda. The Tai Chi Panda was a striking blend of black and white, adorned with a Tai Chi diagram upon its chest, its claws shimmering with golden light. Upon its emergence, it let out a resounding roar. With that cry, the heavens shook, winds surged, and the earth trembled. Fortunately, the space was sealed, otherwise, the entire market would have been reduced to rubble. Such terrifying power. Truly, the legacy of the Wu clan's offspring was not to be underestimated. The leader of the black-robed figures sneered, his killing intent intensifying. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yang felt immense pressure, his breath quickening. A confrontation of titans was about to unfold before him. Thankfully, Wu Jing had preemptively thrust him into this mysterious realm. Otherwise, with his paltry strength, he would have been nothing more than cannon fodder, easily crushed by the aftermath of their battle. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yang activated the Eye of Humor, hoping to glean information about them. Name, Attributes, traits, level, potential? A series of question marks greeted him. He found the same obscurity when attempting to discern the undead crows. It yielded no useful information. What a disappointment. Although the eye of humor was extraordinary, the disparity between beastmasters was insurmountable, further protected by the world's rules. Typically, there were no restrictions on viewing information within 2 realms. But beyond a certain level, one required the beast's rank. Gazing at the Tai Chi diagram beneath the Tai Chi Panda, which stood resolutely in the void as if it possessed the power to counteract 1,000 tons, it remained steadfast in its position. As a national treasure, it was a paragon among its peers, possessing the highest potential for evolution. The leader of the black-robed figures regarded the Tai Chi diagram with deep-seated apprehension. Though he quickly masked it, with a cold snort, he remarked, "What of the Wu clan? The Wu clan has now become a relic of the past, and you, the last descendant of the Wu lineage, are destined to perish here. Surrender now, will you? I hardly believe that my demise awaits me today." Wu Jing replied with a serene expression. "Then let us put that to the test." Buzzing filled the air as the Tai Chi diagram spun violently above. The Tai Chi realm extended through the fabric of space, contesting the realm of death. The colliding energies sliced through the surroundings, causing the very essence of this space to tremble precariously, as if on the brink of shattering. The figure in black let out a cold snort. In unison, 5 individuals produced compasses, channeling their spiritual power to reinforce the wavering space, which gradually regained its stability. The clash between the realms failed to stir any ripples within this fortified environment, effectively obliterating Wu Jing's escape route. Within this extraordinary space, Luo Yang observed the proficiency points falling to the ground, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Available extraction attempts. 1. Successfully extracted 3,526 proficiency points from the Tai Chi Panda. Available extraction attempts. 1. Successfully extracted 3,044 proficiency points from the Undead Raven. Wealth is often found in peril. The ancients do not deceive. Such an abundance of proficiency points. If only I could survive this ordeal, I could ascend to greatness. All skills fully leveled. I would never need to worry about insufficient proficiency again. But the pressing question remains, will I survive? May the Buddha bless me. Dear grandfather, please hold on. If you perish, I shall remain clueless on how to escape this realm, and you have yet to reveal the means of exit. Boom. The Tai Chi Panda thrust the Tai Chi diagram forward with a sudden acceleration, charging towards one of the figures in black. In that instant, the black-clad individual felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, raising every hair on his body in alarm. His pupils constricted, everything transpired too swiftly for him to evade. The undead raven let out a piercing cry and spread its wings, enveloping itself in energy to form a protective black orb. It could only watch helplessly as the Tai Chi diagram descended upon it. The impact sent the undead raven crashing down, the Tai Chi Panda's claws piercing through its wings, followed by a violent toss. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the heavens. The figure in black was filled with trepidation. How is this possible? The Wu clan is said to be bound by their bloodline. How can you transcend such shackles? The black-clad individual was incredulous, as the strength exhibited by the Tai Chi Panda surpassed even their combined might, and most crucially, its Tai Chi realm was immensely potent. It could neutralize their assaults, embodying both offense and defense. With another swipe, the Tai Chi Panda crushed the undead raven's skull, delivering a devastating Tai Chi punch that reduced it to mere fragments, leaving only its ethereal purple soul flame behind. This soul flame could not be extinguished. At this moment, the formidable presence emanating from the Tai Chi Panda held its ground against 5 opponents. Wu Jing maintained an impassive demeanor. Once a prodigious youth himself, his rich bloodline resonated strongly with their revered beast, the Tai Chi Panda, ultimately aiding it in breaking free from its lordly constraints. Yet, this was the extent of the Tai Chi Panda's known potential. Nevertheless, its displayed prowess remained terrifying within its rank. Although the number of undead ravens was considerable, the might of the Tai Chi realm was unrivaled. At this juncture, Wu Jing was imbued with great momentum. Just as Luo Yang anticipated that the elder would achieve a divine feat against 5 adversaries, suddenly, the soul flame of the previously obliterated undead raven surged, sending shards soaring into the air to reconstitute a new undead raven. Simultaneously, its injuries were fully healed. What the hell? How can this undead raven be alive again? Is it immortal? Luo Yang gazed in shock at the writhing fragments of the undead raven within the Tai Chi realm. How can this be? The slain undead raven had risen anew. Wu Jing's expression remained unchanged. Having dealt with the undead organization extensively, he understood that their actions defied the natural order. However, there was little to be done. This was the very nature of the undead organization, capable of perpetual resurrection through the soul flame within them, and at present, there was no means to extinguish it. Either allow them to revive endlessly or continuously shatter them, waiting for their resurrection to deplete their soul flame's energy. Yet, the latter option was patently impractical. We cannot afford any more delays. If the other powerful beings of Ungshi discover us, we shall have no chance of escape. Surely, none of you wish to incur the wrath of the undead, the lead figure in the ghostly mask warned ominously. A shiver ran through the other four, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, as if they were reminded of some great horror. In their minds, nothing could compare to the retribution of the undead. The five exchanged glances, murmuring incantations, their hands weaving intricate gestures. A colossal undead array enveloped the space, dark tendrils of deathly energy rising from its center. Undead fusion. As the five shouted in unison, 5 undead ravens flapped their wings and soared toward the heart of the array. The alarm bells of danger rang. Wu Jing understood that he could not allow them to complete their incantations. He must interrupt their spellcasting. The Tai Chi Panda, in sync with his thoughts, lunged at the last undead raven. However, the speed of the undead raven was swifter. The soul flame erupted, vanishing in a flash, entering the core of the array. Wu Jing furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, it was now beyond his control. He could only wait and see what mischief they would conjure, those abominable, loathsome entities of the undead organization. Chapter 26. Undead Fusion. As the array within the space continued to emanate deathly energy, something terrifying seemed poised to emerge from its center. The original undead ravens merged under the array's influence, their forms expanding into a colossal behemoth, 10 times larger than before. Spreading its wings, it cast a shadow over the land, enveloping the space in darkness. The flapping of its wings produced a chilling gust, and its body was cloaked in skeletal remains, surrounded by a miasma of death that evoked the depths of winter. Moreover, 2 vertical eyes emerged upon the undead raven's forehead, radiating an eerie red glow, with streams of deathly energy flowing through them like lifeblood. Its momentum continued to escalate, reaching the pinnacle of a monarch. This was indeed the undead raven's most formidable form. With a whoosh, the fused undead raven transformed into a gray streak, hurtling toward the Tai Chi Panda. Wu Jing's expression turned icy. This undead raven was even more fearsome than the 5 combined, its power eclipsing that of the Tai Chi Panda. Damn it, what abhorrent creation has this undead organization conjured? They can even fuse. This is outrageous. Break it. Tai Chi fist. The Tai Chi Panda struck at the undead raven, and the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. The shockwave from the punch distorted the atmosphere. Though this strike was formidable, it was outmatched by the undead raven, which seized the Tai Chi Panda effortlessly, its overwhelming strength rendering the panda unable to escape. Roar. The undead raven opened its mouth to release a sphere. This orb, dark brown in hue, was inscribed with countless runes that emitted an ominous energy wave. The Tai Chi Panda hastily activated the Tai Chi diagram in an attempt to defend itself. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dark spheres collided against the Tai Chi diagram, producing a resounding explosion as it was pierced. Humph. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of the Tai Chi Panda's mouth, as a tumultuous surge of energy coursed through its body. The formidable power contained within those orbs was overwhelming, accompanied by a suffocating aura that clung mercilessly to its wounds, inflicting significant damage upon the Tai Chi Panda. This was merely the beginning. The strength of the undead raven was now vastly superior to what it had been moments ago. The Tai Chi Panda, which had once held the advantage, was gradually being pushed into a corner. Tai Chi Palm. The Tai Chi Panda roared, raising its arm high, as a colossal golden hand descended upon the fused, undead raven. Boom, boom, boom. The undead raven flapped its wings vigorously, managing to withstand the force of the Tai Chi Palm. Observing the tide of battle turning decisively, the ghostly figure in black robes relaxed slightly, though he remained vigilant until the very end, continuously directing the undead raven to launch its attacks. The Tai Chi Palm was gradually extinguished by the relentless assault of the undead raven, which then charged towards the Tai Chi Panda. Its sharp beak tore through the air. The Tai Chi Panda's gaze sharpened, rapidly contracting the Tai Chi domain beneath its feet to envelop the area behind it, effectively barring the undead raven's strength from breaching. Simultaneously, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish rotated, dissipating the force exerted by the undead raven. Roar. The undead raven screeched, releasing torrents of black smoke that spread in all directions. Within the smoke, anguished cries echoed, accompanied by a corrosive effect. The Tai Chi palm shattered continuously, and the Tai Chi Panda, grievously wounded, bore blood at the corner of its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the undead raven lunged towards the Tai Chi Panda's head. The quintuple-formed undead raven was immensely powerful. its spiritual energy flowing ceaselessly. With its skeletal form, it felt no pain, functioning as a veritable war machine. This appeared to be a new secret technique of the Undead organization. By utilizing the same beasts in a fusion formation, they could create a being of even greater strength. The Tai Chi Panda's eyes turned frigid. It abruptly raised its claws, intent on tearing the undead raven apart. Disgusting creatures, they would all be shredded to pieces. The two paws collided with tremendous force. In that instant, the very heavens trembled. Boom! The Tai Chi Panda was sent flying. Crack! It spat a mouthful of reverse blood. Roar! The Tai Chi Panda howled at the sky, its eyes ablaze with fury, as an overwhelming aura erupted from its being, resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm. With a fierce roar, the Tai Chi Panda stomped its feet, causing the ground to crack in myriad fissures. An unmatched, formidable power surged forth from its body, creating visible ripples in the air that swept far and wide, shaking the very fabric of space. This was a desperate gambit. The Tai Chi Panda forcefully unleashed its innate abilities. Step by step, the Tai Chi Panda advanced. Tai Chi Fist, Tai Chi Palm. Its figure resembled a moving mountain, each step causing the surrounding space to collapse. The undead raven's speed escalated once more, yet the Tai Chi Panda was undeterred. With each stride, it closed the distance between them. Boom! The Tai Chi Panda unleashed a punch, forcing the undead raven to retreat, its soul fire dimming under the impact. However, the undead raven's power was immense. The Tai Chi Panda could not withstand it and was sent sprawling once again. Roar! The undead raven transformed into a streak of gray light, lunging once more. The Tai Chi Panda crashed heavily against a spatial barrier, its body sliding down helplessly. It refused to yield. Even if it meant exchanging its life for another's, it would not allow its opponent to escape unscathed. Under the ferocity of the Tai Chi Panda's assault, the undead raven too sustained considerable injuries, yet it remained in a far better state than the Tai Chi Panda. The Tai Chi Panda was nearing its limit. Its spiritual energy was no match for the quintuple-formed undead raven, and it now found itself in dire straits. The Tai Chi Panda glanced back at Wu Jing, its expression complex, as if a resolution had been made. It yearned only to deliver its final performance. The Tai Chi Panda chuckled softly, as if bidding farewell. Little White. No. Its body began to fracture, becoming increasingly fragmented, sustained only by sheer will. The Tai Chi domain expanded to fill the space around it. Roar! The Tai Chi Panda let out a deafening roar, and then the entire Tai Chi domain detonated. A thunderous blast reverberating throughout the area. The explosion transformed the domain into countless shards. Now, in a state of near death, it lacked the strength even to stand. Its body bore horrific wounds, cracks lining its exterior, blood saturating its entire form. Master, Little White has done its best. The Tai Chi Panda collapsed, gazing helplessly at Wu Jing. Wu Jing, with moist eyes, looked upon the stricken Tai Chi Panda. The creature spoke. You have helped me break through my shackles. I shall grant you a wish in return. Old Wu, you are a fine companion, and I shall remember you. If there is a next life, let us fight once more. No, I cannot allow you to die. Wu Jing suddenly shouted in a frenzy, hurriedly summoning the Tai Chi Panda into the Beastmaster space, hoping to utilize its energy to aid in recovery. As the words left his lips, within the aftermath of the domain's explosion, 4 black-robed figures were reduced to mere flesh and blood. The undead raven was forcibly disassembled, its soul fire flickering as if on the verge of extinguishment. It had lost its combat capability, save for the leader among the black-robed figures, who had managed to employ a life-saving technique granted by the undead to preserve himself. Yet, he too was in a dire state, his chest caved in, a gaping wound the size of a fist incessantly pouring forth blood. Wu Jing, well done. Thank the undead lord for bestowing life-saving artifacts. Otherwise, it would have been a true disaster. However, your beast is dead. What can you use to resist now? Today, you must die. I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces to appease the spirits of my fallen brothers. The black-robed figure fixed a cold, menacing gaze upon Wu Jing. Wu Jing smiled faintly. After 20 years of fleeing from death, witnessing the demise of his other beasts, and now left with only Little White by his side, he felt a profound bond, both mentor and friend. With Little White's fate uncertain, he felt like a soulless shell. Death, at this moment, seemed insignificant to him. He had already tasted its bitterness. Chapter 27. The Backlash of Forbidden Techniques. With no fear of death, what could possibly hinder him now? The Tai Chi Panda lay in the Beastmaster space, on the brink of death, sustained solely by the life energy emanating from the space. Due to the bond between their souls, the explosion of the Tai Chi domain had also inflicted severe damage upon Wu Jing, leaving him in disarray. Yet the ghostly figure in black seized this opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black crescent blade appeared. swiftly transforming into a streak of darkness that surged towards Wu Jing. Whoosh! The blade sliced downward. Death Moon Catastrophe. A semicircular arc of dark light cleaved through the air, casting an ominous glow upon the earth. The black-robed figure came on fiercely, striking ruthlessly, each slash aimed at Wu Jing's vital points, intent on claiming his life. It is time to put an end to this. Wu Jing raised his gaze towards the heavens and took a deep breath. Despite his countenance being as pale as parchment, he exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. Die! Wu Jing murmured, as a brilliant sword light erupted from him, the Tai Chi sword soaring forth from within his being. The radiant blade shot skyward, colliding with the curved dagger. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated, causing the already precarious space around them to fracture with increasing intensity. Terrifying fissures spread like a web, casting an unsettling aura throughout the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Wu Jing's body was propelled forth like a cannonball, rolling across the ground for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt, blood spewing violently from his mouth, a harrowing sight. Gasp! Cough, cough! His form was riddled with cracks, blood ceaselessly oozing from his wounds. No, if this continues, I shall undoubtedly perish. The death warriors cultivated by the Necromancer organization are far too monstrous, and now heavily injured, my chances of escape are virtually non-existent. Yet, I refuse to resign myself to death so easily. Then let you all accompany me to the grave. With great difficulty, Wu Jing rose. His gaze filled with an unyielding ferocity as he lunged once more at the figure clad in black robes. Ignoring his internal injuries, he forced his spiritual energy into action again. This is a gamble of life for life. The black-robed figure's complexion darkened. He had not anticipated that this old fool, even in such a grievous state, would still be unwilling to relent, risking everything to kill him. No wonder the Necromancer organization has managed to escape numerous assassination attempts. This old man possesses an array of formidable tactics. Die! With a swift flick of his wrist, the black-robed figure's dagger sliced through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Wu Jing's neck. Uft! The sharp tip of the blade sought to pierce his throat, the next scene seemingly revealing blood gushing forth from Wu Jing. The black-robed figure's dagger was poised to cleave Wu Jing's head in twain. Humph! A bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corners of Wu Jing's mouth. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. His body suddenly swelled, heightening by over a foot, muscles rippling like a coiling dragon, his eyes filled with an insatiable bloodlust. As if possessed by a devil, this was the forced utilization of a forbidden technique, each passing moment draining his lifespan, only to be employed in the face of life and death. Wu Jing had previously invoked this technique when pursued by the Necromancer organization, costing him 10 years of his life. However, the lifespan extracted by such a technique is not constant, being heavily influenced by one's strength. Now, utilizing it once more. The price was 30 years. Even a Beastmaster has but a limited span of 30 years. The cost is indeed exorbitant. Boom. The black-robed figure was staggered back by the overwhelming aura, his body faltering as he retreated. During this interval, Wu Jing's momentum surged exponentially. Ah, such overwhelming energy. Precisely as it should be. Wu Jing howled towards the sky, his voice reverberating in all directions. His visage twisted with rage, cold eyes fixated on the ghastly black-robed figure. How is this possible? The black-robed figure's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not foreseen that this old man, despite suffering grave injuries, could unleash such terrifying power. His strength evidently augmented. The Wu clan is indeed extraordinary. No, wait. Bearing the crimson taboo, eyes ablaze with blood, his limbs ensnared by blood-draining chains. Black mist enveloping him. This is the forbidden technique. The black-robed figure's expression grew grave. He had long heard of the might of forbidden techniques. If only he could delay its effect, Wu Jing would surely meet his demise. But whether he could delay it was another matter. Die! Wu Jing bellowed. Utilizing the 7-star steps, he flickered, appearing before the black-robed figure in the blink of an eye. The black-robed figure's pupils constricted sharply, hastily attempting to dodge to the side. Whoosh! The Tai Chi emerged, a chilling radiance unveiled. The black-robed figure's body quaked violently, his right hand trembled, nearly losing grip on the crescent dagger. Shock filled his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung the long blade to counter Wu Jing's assault. Yet, all was in vain, for Wu Jing's speed was too swift to be countered. Uft! The long blade was pierced through. Wu Jing, like a bolt of lightning, flashed forth. The black-robed figure hastily evaded, striving to minimize the damage. But Wu Jing's blade still pierced through his waist. No. The black-robed figure let out a shrill scream. One half of his body shattered under the sword's energy, blood casting a magnificent hue across the sky. Allah! The black-robed figure wailed in anguish. A tremendous force swept through the area, as half of the space had completely crumbled. Time was running short. Once the space collapsed entirely, there would be no escape. This was truly a race against time. The black-robed figure, unwilling to succumb, chanted incantations, his life force transforming into bleached bones to replace the shattered half of his body. Failure to complete the mission and return to the Necromancer organization would render death a luxury for them. Then, the black-robed figure's form contorted, shifting into a wisp of black mist, attempting to utilize it to flee. Yet he failed. No matter how he struggled, the black mist remained unmoving, as if a cage binding him. The black-robed figure was thrown into a panic. He had come to grasp the sensation of being at the mercy of death. How could Wu Jing wield a forbidden technique? Even within the Necromancer organization, forbidden techniques are considered rare treasures, attainable only through fortuitous circumstances. As the black-robed figure pondered, the backlash of the forbidden technique struck. The once overwhelming aura dissipated, replaced by boundless agony. Damn, why did the backlash come so swiftly this time? Wu Jing's face was ensnared by dark lines, his body exuding waves of black mist, the dark threads voraciously devouring him. This was the might of forbidden technique backlash. Wu Jing had miscalculated. The backlash arrived too rapidly this time. Uffed. Wu Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyelids grew heavier. The sensation of his lifespan being siphoned away was painfully clear, yet he was powerless to resist, the black threads clinging to him like maggots. Wu Jing's body aged rapidly, his hair turning an ashen white. He swayed a few times before collapsing straight to the ground. This time, he had ultimately failed. Wu Jing's consciousness began to fade. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to glimpse the silhouette of the Tai Chi Panda. The black-robed figure also wavered, his body overexerted, though victorious. He was at his last gasp. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his vitality severely diminished. Stumbling forward, he approached Wu Jing, a manic laughter escaping his lips. "Ha ha, it seems the heavens are on my side. Then, I shall compel you to your death." His gaze was merciless. With a downward swing of his curved dagger, he aimed to sever Wu Jing's head. At that very moment, with the fall of 4 black-robed figures, the absence of the compass's support rendered the space precarious. Now, only a quarter of this space remained, the rest having succumbed to darkness. Amongst it, a massive fissure spread toward the space where Luo Yang resided. Once that space crumbled, he too would be exposed. In light of the ruthless methods employed by the figure in the black robe, it is evident that he would not spare himself. Rather than remaining ensnared in a narrow perspective, it is far wiser to take a bold leap. Presently, the black-robed individual is fortuitously turned away from the location where Luo Yang is situated, and given his current state of exhaustion, the timing and circumstances are decidedly favorable. The only variable remaining is human action. If he seizes the fleeting moment when the space begins to shatter to launch his assault, he can deliver a sudden and formidable strike. The probability of successfully vanquishing him stands at an impressive 74%. Rounding it off suggests minimal risk. Without hesitation, he resolves to act. However, for the sake of prudence, adequate preparations must be made. Luo Yang examines the data panel of the Spirit Swordmaster. Name: Spirit Swordmaster. Attribute: Metal. Characteristic: Clarity of the Sword Heart. Level: LV10, Elite. Potential: LV60, Monarch. Racial skill: Divine Speed, 0500. Entering the realm. Star-shattering sword chi, 0500. Entering the realm. Comprehension skills: Blessing, 0500. Entering the realm. Sky-cleaving sword technique, 01000. Initial understanding. Skill proficiency, 7510. Transformation path: Spirit Sword Master, Spirit Sword Sovereign. Sky-cleaving sword technique. Deep blue, allocate points. Luo Yang channels all the proficiency he has acquired into the sky-cleaving sword technique. As the proficiency converges like a sea of stars into a shimmering silver dragon that penetrates the Spirit Sword Master's being, he eagerly anticipates what heights this technique could attain. The enhancement is completed in an instant, as the Spirit Sword Master absorbs the energy completely. The patterns on the sword's blade illuminate, causing the Qian Yuan sword to swell dramatically, emanating a terrifying aura. Moreover, the blade glimmers with tangible blue light. Over 7,000 points of proficiency elevate the sky-cleaving sword technique to its 3rd stage. It is now second nature. This is still due to the excessively high skill level of the sky-cleaving sword technique, where breaking through the initial level requires 1,000 points of proficiency. It is likely that any other skill would have reached its zenith by now. Yet, the more exceptional the performance of the sky-cleaving sword technique, the more potent it proves to be. The turning point of this predicament may very well hinge upon the sky-cleaving sword technique. Summoning the Spirit Sword Master from the Beast Taming space, Luo Yang feels his breath quicken. Every subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution, for a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. He conveys the forthcoming task to her. This lethal strike is not to be trifled with. Little spirit, your heavy responsibility lies ahead. Your ability to survive this ordeal hinges on your decisive blow. Should the black-robed figure regain even a fraction of his spiritual energy, it would mark their demise. The spirit sword master nods earnestly, having witnessed the brutal scene outside through Luo Yang's perspective. The fractured space lies merely a meter away from them. Luo Yang strives to maintain his composure. Time inches forward with agonizing slowness. This brief minute feels as though it has spanned a century in his heart. As the space here erupts in chaos, little spirit, strike now? The spirit sword master dashes forth with divine speed. Sky-cleaving sword technique. She unleashes a sword strike, and in an instant, the sword light transforms into myriad beams slicing towards the black-robed figure. Aya! The black-robed figure screams in agony, sensing the imminent threat of death. He evades with all his agility, but one of his arms is still rent to shreds by the sword light. Damn it! Where did this insect come from? I will have your life. Whoosh. The spirit sword master continues to unleash hundreds of sword beams, seeking to capitalize on his weakness. Each strike is imbued with terrifying power. The black-robed figure, unable to evade in time, suffers a grievous wound to his back, blood gushing forth. Yet, he persists in dodging. He cannot afford to underestimate Luo Yang's onslaught. He fears death. How infuriating. A fierce hatred ignites in the black-robed figure's eyes. Were it not for his immense energy depletion, he would not need to evade. He could stand here and let her strike without consequence. However, he is now at his wit's end. Even those he perceives as mere ants pose a threat to his life. The spirit sword master thrusts her blade toward his vital points, determined to deliver a decisive blow that would obliterate the black-robed figure on the spot. Devoid of spiritual energy, he can only flee in desperation. But with the third stage of the sky-cleaving sword technique activated, this strike drains every ounce of power from the spirit sword master, emphasizing the principle of one strike. One kill. A radiant silver sword light flashes. The figure collapses with a thunderous crash. The black-robed figure dies with his eyes wide open. Am I really defeated? Defeated by an insect, a death filled with profound resentment. To perish at the hands of a true powerhouse is an honor. But to die at the hands of an insect is nothing short of ludicrous. The spirit sword master gazes at the bloodied spirit sword in her hand, excitement gleaming in her eyes. It is a success. At that moment, Luo Yang approaches. Upon seeing him, the spirit sword master cannot help but exhale in relief. With the fall of 5 black-robed figures, the compass shatters, and this space crumbles completely. The fierce battle aura that once permeated the area rapidly dissipates, replaced by the familiar confines of the scroll room, where, apart from the passage of time, everything remains unchanged. Observing the severely injured Wu Jing, Luo Yang initially contemplates departing this place to avoid further entanglements. Yet, recalling Wu Jing's previous actions, he finds himself lacking the resolve to leave steadfastly. The events can be traced back to him. Had he not activated the Forbidden Scroll, the black-robed figures would not have found their way here. In fact, he has reaped the benefits of forbidden knowledge due to this misfortune. Moreover, Wu Jing's earlier strike has saved his life, and crucially, a plan suddenly blossoms in Luo Yang's mind. Very well, if I do not rescue you, my thoughts will remain clouded, proving detrimental to my future cultivation. Luo Yang glances at the scattered scrolls within the scroll room. If discovered by the Undead organization, they cannot linger here any longer. As for these scrolls, well, I might as well reluctantly collect them. Without hesitation, Luo Yang gathers the scattered scrolls into his storage pouch. Then, he hastily carries Wu Jing on his back and departs. Shortly after their departure, the 3 monarch-level powerhouses guarding in city arrive at the scene. Their expressions are far from pleasant. A war erupted right beneath their noses. What do they take them for? The Undead organization dispatches so many monarch-level necromancers to assassinate in city. How could they not be enraged? This is a blatant provocation. The battle that transpired here must have been sealed by the compass, resulting in the deaths of 5 necromancers. This assassination is no trivial matter. One monarch-level powerhouse speaks solemnly. The demise of the black-robed figure indicates a formidable foe. Moreover, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, how could he have slain the black-robed figure? Such a powerhouse should not be present in city. Regardless of his origins, it is imperative to locate his whereabouts swiftly. We must ascertain the situation and issue a citywide bounty on the undead, suppressing all those who lurk in the shadows. A monarch-level powerhouse commands fiercely. With the final words of the monarch-level powerhouse echoing, they disperse, commencing a citywide search for the missing beast tamers. Chapter 29, Life Elixir. Meanwhile, Luo Yang carries the bloodied Wu Jing on his back, draped in a layer of black cloth. Although the appearance is peculiar, Luo Yang harbors no concerns. The peculiar attire has become quite commonplace in its city, with beast tamers of all unique styles frequently visible on the streets, drawing no unusual glances from passers-by. Swiftly navigating through the thoroughfare, I took a moment to administer a potion to Wu Jing, fearing he might falter along the way. This elixir was a rare life essence distilled from a 4th-tier life tree, procured at a staggering cost by Luo Yang. Only a single vial remained. The price for such a vial began at 3 million huaxia coins, originally intended for dire situations. This substance could serve as a second chance at life for a beast tamer. Never mind, given your grave injuries, you must drink this now. When you awaken, I shall certainly have my due, Luo Yang lamented. He pried open Wu Jing's mouth with his hand, uncapped the vial, and poured the verdant life essence into him. Drink it all, not a drop should remain. Despite Wu Jing's formidable strength, this death-tier life essence could only sustain his life and mitigate his internal injuries. Complete recovery would necessitate a higher-grade healing elixir, one far beyond his reach. I could only devise a plan upon his awakening. This old fellow is a monarch-level powerhouse. He should possess some reserves, Luo Yang mused, believing that once Wu Jing regained consciousness, matters would become considerably simpler. Observing Wu Jing's grievous wounds sent shivers through Luo Yang. Fortunately, this old rascal was robust, for anyone else would have perished under such circumstances. His body was a tapestry of injuries, nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. His garments were soaked crimson with blood, and several grievous wounds on his chest revealed glimpses of his innards. The sight churned Luo Yang's stomach. Nevertheless, he bandaged Wu Jing's wounds and scattered the bloodied remnants of his clothing around, realizing that, although this consumed precious time, it could disrupt their search patterns. A bit of misdirection never hurt. Luo Yang was uncertain of the success rate, but he believed in doing what he could and leaving the rest to fate. He rummaged through his storage pouch, finding various materials to replenish vitality and stuffed them into Wu Jing's mouth. After securing the bandages, Luo Yang pressed onward. Wary of being pursued, he took a convoluted route, eventually returning to the villa. With a sigh of relief, he laid Wu Jing upon the sofa. The spirit sword emerged autonomously from the beast's space, a feat achievable only when a beast tamer and their companion had reached a state of mutual understanding. Other beasts had to be summoned obediently unless in such a state. The spirit sword could enter and exit at will, a remarkable convenience. Luo Yang took a sip of water, his mind drifting back to the events of the day. It was indeed a fruitful excursion. Today had truly opened his eyes. Witnessing a battle between monarch-level powerhouses was a privilege few could claim. Remarkably, he, a mere novice, had returned unscathed. What a thrill, given the magnitude of the occurrences. It was clear that City would not enjoy tranquility for some time. That night, Luo Yang found it impossible to sleep. Within the villa, he sensed several formidable presences traversing the skies, faintly hearing their conversations. Fortunately, they lacked direction, akin to headless flies. Luo Yang, tense with apprehension, refrained from breathing, collapsing onto the sofa only after they departed. Though gifted, he knew many unrefined talents existed. Faced with monarch-level beings, who could remain composed, at least for now, Luo Yang's mindset had yet to reach such heights. He dared not report the incident. Should they learn of his acquisition of the Forbidden Scroll, despite its immense allure, there would always be those relentless enough to attempt retrieval. Who could guarantee they would not succumb to greed? The very prospect of survival was fraught with uncertainty. Luo Yang would not gamble, nor would he dare to. Opening his eyes, he stared at the ceiling, the day's events replaying vividly in his mind. For the first time, he truly grasped the significance of power. He was still too weak. What if he possessed the strength of a monarch? How splendid that would be. Beings of such caliber could obliterate entire cities with a single attack, and battles typically unfolded in alternate spaces. Once a monarch-level powerhouse comprehended the power of space, they could momentarily traverse dimensions or slice through realities. This alternate realm was aptly named the Other Space. Within this realm, there were no concerns, and its stability rendered it unlikely for skills to cause upheaval, with instances of spatial collapse being exceedingly rare. Yet, few would willingly engage in one-on-one battles within this other space, for who could guarantee there were no traps laid by the opponent? At their level, unscrupulous tactics were a given. Master, those formidable beings hovering above have departed. Do not worry too much, the spirit sword said, settling beside Luo Yang and gently massaging his shoulder with her delicate hand. His previously tense body gradually relaxed, a look of utter enjoyment washing over his face. The spirit sword's massage technique was exquisite. Her seemingly boneless, delicate fingers accurately targeted every sore spot. Luo Yang gently closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation. Ah, how delightful. Little Ling, your technique grows ever more refined. Seeing this, the spirit sword beamed with joy. Master, you've toiled all day. Rest your head upon my lap while I massage you. It's a perfect opportunity to test my new skills, she said, eager to please. As nothing seemed more important than earning Luo Yang's approval. He nodded in agreement, and her eyes shimmered with happiness, her gaze so warm it could almost produce tears. A sense of camaraderie began to blossom between them. Luo Yang reclined upon her lap, feeling the soft and delicate sensation, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a girl. His earlier anxiety gradually dissipated. The spirit sword's hands moved to his temples, kneading gently, her touch cool and perfectly calibrated. Luo Yang sighed with contentment, so soothing. He had never experienced such blissful relaxation, his entire being enveloped in tranquility, akin to entering a Western paradise filled with joy. As the spirit sword continued to massage him, Luo Yang slowly drifted into slumber, his expression serene, even smiling softly as he occasionally licked his lips, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. After he fell asleep, the spirit sword carefully rose to retrieve a blanket from the room and draped it over Luo Yang. She refilled his cup with water, placing it within easy reach to prevent him from waking in search of hydration. Then she tended to Wu Jing's bandages. Once everything was meticulously arranged, she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Luo Yang, feeling an immense sense of security. Finally, she transformed into a beam of light and dove into Luo Yang's body, returning to the beast space to prepare for her training. Chapter 30, A Decade of Protection. The following day, Luo Yang slowly opened his eyes, stretching before glancing out the window to find the sun shining brightly. Did I sleep a bit too long? He wondered, checking his phone to discover it was already 12:40. This was the first time he had slept so soundly that he nearly wished to remain in bed. Upon awakening from a profound slumber, I found myself enveloped in an exceptionally splendid state. Could it be that Xiao Ling's legs possess a calming and tranquilizing effect? Henceforth, I shall treat Xiao Ling's legs as a pillow, having become utterly enchanted after just one slumber. Luo Yang mused to himself. Moreover, I must remark on the exquisite weather today. With a sigh of appreciation, he stepped onto the balcony, spreading his arms wide to bask in the sunlight. After a while, he rose and descended the stairs. Observing the still unconscious Wu Jing, he noticed that the bandages on his body had been replaced and fresh medication had been administered. The energy within him gradually settled into a state of tranquility, indicating a positive progression. A knowing smile graced Luo Yang's lips. This household could hardly do without Xiao Ling. Such a flawless companion could likely only be encountered in dreams. Accompanying the sounds of clattering from the kitchen, it became evident that the spirit sword user had emerged from their training to prepare these meals. Fortunately, a pet beast only requires a few hours of rest to maintain peak condition throughout the day. The spirit sword user adeptly balanced both training and culinary endeavors, diligently studying recipes and preparing to cook. It must be said, their talent was quite formidable. Even when following a recipe closely, the results were commendable. With no mishaps in sight, methodically adhering to the recipe, they stir-fried with finesse, producing enticing aromas. Soon, an array of delightful dishes adorned the table. Simple yet appetizing fare such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Before long, the spirit sword user completed the lunch preparations. Ah, master, you are awake. Just in time, the meal is ready. I couldn't bear to disturb your sweet slumber. They chimed. Thank you for your efforts. It should be me caring for you. Yet here you are looking after me. Luo Yang replied with a wry smile. Oh, I am more than happy to cook for my master. Please, have a seat, the spirit sword user said eagerly, pulling out a chair for him. Xiao Ling, you should sit as well. Master, this is Xiao Ling's first attempt at cooking. Do let me know how it tastes, the spirit sword user added, their face alight with anticipation. Luo Yang, unreservedly taking a seat, picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the tender bamboo shoot. He chewed slowly, closing his eyes to savor the flavors. His expression transformed into one of astonishment. There was no pretense. The taste was delightful, surpassing any gourmet dish he had ever encountered, evoking a sense of homeliness. Quite impressive. It's delicious. Had I not known it was your first time cooking, I would hardly believe you made this, Luo Yang praised, giving a thumbs up. I'm so glad you like it. I'll fetch you a bowl of porridge, the spirit sword user said, beaming as they rose to head back to the kitchen. Within, Luo Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In that moment, the vanity inherent to man surged within him. For while others were busy appeasing their pet beasts, he was already reclining in blissful indulgence. Who wouldn't he appreciate such treatment? If only a maid's outfit could be added to this idyllic scenario, it would be utterly perfect. Just as Luo Yang was nearing the end of his meal, a sudden sound echoed from downstairs. Ahem, ahem, it came. Let us go. He must have awakened. Upon descending, they found Wu Jing, now with open eyes, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, muttering to himself, where am I? This doesn't resemble paradise. It's far from my conception of it. I recall battling that group of black-robed figures, forcibly activating the forbidden technique, only to be met with a backlash that rendered me unconscious. What happened to the ghost-faced black-robed man? Wu Jing's brow furrowed in confusion, as his memory of subsequent events seemed to elude him. Luo Yang approached him. I rescued you. As for that ghost-faced black-robed man, he is dead, Luo Yang explained. Wu Jing paused, seemingly processing the weight of these words, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? You mean you killed the ghost-faced black-robed man? Yes, it was a sneak attack, but it successfully allowed me to save you. Luo Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Jing's expression softened, but he soon inquired, why did you choose to save me? Because if I hadn't saved you, how would I have escaped that dimension? You hadn't yet told me how to leave before you went off to converse with the black-robed figures, Luo Yang replied, regarding him quizzically. Ahem, Wu Jing said, somewhat embarrassed. The primary reason is that you saved me once. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been detected and exposed. Luo Yang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, harboring his own secret intentions. Even if you saved me, it's of little consequence. I am now but a shadow of my former self, and my pet beast is hanging on by a thread. I would rather have perished in that battle. At least it would have been a more liberating end, Wu Jing said, his expression complex. His physical condition was dire, and his pet beast was in a similarly precarious state. Without resolution, they faced a slow demise. I can aid in the recovery of your pet beast, even elevating it to a new level, but I have conditions, Luo Yang declared, a realization dawning upon him. Wu Jing regarded him skeptically. The once dull glimmer in his eyes seemed to rekindle with a flicker of hope. What conditions do you propose? For a decade, I require your protection, Luo Yang stated slowly. This was his sole demand. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to rescue him and assist in his healing. It was inconceivable to act without motive. No one would engage in a losing bargain. However, everything hinged on Wu Jing's worth. Only with investment could there be a return. This notion was born from Luo Yang's encounter with the ghost-faced black-robed man. A monarch-level powerhouse, under his guidance, could potentially ascend to the catastrophe level. Such power would place him at the pinnacle of the pyramid on Blue Star. With Wu Jing as his protector, his initial safety would be considerably assured, provided he did not court disaster. All he needed to do was maintain his development. Moreover, he had witnessed Wu Jing's prowess in battle. Recognizing him as a formidable force among monarchs, superior to many beast masters of similar rank. Had it not been for the 5 necromancers possessing combined skills, Wu Jing alone could have dispatched them all. Wu Jing, that old rascal, possesses quite a few tricks up his sleeve. 10 years of safeguarding? Furrowing his brow, Wu Jing began to ponder the feasibility of such an arrangement. Indeed, 10 years. Once my level ascends, I shall utilize my talent to assist you in uncovering the evolutionary path of the Tai Chi Panda. During this decade, you must ensure my safety. Thereafter, you may choose to remain or depart at your discretion, Luo Yang asserted earnestly. This 10-year commitment was a decision reached after much contemplation on Luo Yang's part, aligning with his own growth trajectory. In 10 years, he would undoubtedly mature, perhaps even sooner, standing atop this world. By then, should he showcase formidable talent and strength. Even if Luo Yang wished to expel Wu Jing, he would surely be reluctant to leave. A decade can indeed alter many facets of existence. Wu Jing remained unaware that Luo Yang had meticulously charted his future. Yet, this strategy required patience. Old fellow, why not stay and work for me from now on? A peculiar smile crept across Luo Yang's lips. For reasons unknown, the esteemed monarch-level warrior Wu Jing felt a surge of unease under Luo Yang's gaze. As if an impending calamity loomed, Wu Jing contemplated seriously, while Luo Yang refrained from interrupting, confident that the former would arrive at the correct conclusion. 10 years can be perceived as both lengthy and fleeting. After all, having expended 40 years of lifespan through forbidden techniques, he found little reason to quibble over another decade. Moreover, as merely a guardian, the role promised considerable freedom. 10 years of safeguarding poses no issue. However, I must clarify one point to avert future discrepancies. Should we encounter an insurmountable adversary, my utmost effort will be to facilitate your escape. If time does not permit, I shall flee alone, and you must accept your fate. Wu Jing preemptively established boundaries, recognizing that it would be unrealistic for him to sacrifice himself for another. Those who attain such realms are often quite protective of their lives, rarely placing themselves in peril unless absolutely necessary. Hearing Wu Jing's words, Luo Yang felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. In moments of life and death, such reactions are the most genuine. When facing dire straits, one must evaluate the truth behind a monarch-level warrior's vow to protect. Naturally, I do not expect you to perish in my stead. That is simply impractical. Luo Yang replied with a candid smile. The emphasis here is on authenticity. In that case, let us establish a soul contract. Wu Jing proposed, seeking mutual assurance and protection against potential deceit from Luo Yang. After all, a verbal agreement holds little weight, as either party could breach it, leaving the weaker side at a disadvantage. Thus, astute beast tamers devised the heavenly contract, which simulates a contract from the soul of the first party, coalescing spiritual energy into a tangible document. Both parties would inscribe their names and fingerprints using their spiritual energy at the designated place, with the heavens as witness. The contract is thus validly executed. Should either party violate the agreement, regardless of their strength, they would face divine retribution within this realm. The consequences could range from the emergence of inner demons, stalling one's cultivation, to the catastrophic descent of divine retribution, leading to instantaneous demise. Given that the heavenly contract bears the essence of both parties, it serves as a compelling motivator for adherence. Even the most unscrupulous beast tamers become remarkably diligent in fulfilling the contract's stipulations, as tales of divine retribution are widely circulated across social platforms, instilling a deep-seated fear of challenging celestial authority. Absolutely, Luo Yang shared this sentiment. Being the initiator of the idea, he took it upon himself to draft the contract template. Fortunately, the principles of soul inscription and contract formulation are taught in compulsory education, allowing him to execute it with ease. In short order, a contract composed of spiritual energy materialized in the air, its content aligning closely with their deliberations. Wu Jing harbored no concerns about Luo Yang manipulating the heavenly contract, for such capabilities were beyond anyone's reach. Please review it to see if there is anything to amend, Luo Yang inquired. Wu Jing meticulously examined every word and punctuation mark. Once signed, the contract must be honored, with the heavens as witness. Who would dare breach it? Observing Wu Jing's thorough inspection, Luo Yang nodded inwardly, appreciating the attention to detail that indicated a strong desire for collaboration. After scrutinizing the document thrice to confirm its accuracy, Wu Jing finally nodded in affirmation. Luo Yang used his index finger as a pen, channeling spiritual energy to inscribe his name at the designated spot, followed by a fingerprint. Wu Jing mirrored his actions. So, your name is Wu Jing, Luo Yang murmured as he regarded the signature. Upon the completion of their signatures, the heavenly contract dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, they both sensed an unusual awareness coursing through their bodies, as if the heavens scrutinized their every detail. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating almost as swiftly as it appeared. It served as a reminder for both parties. Let us reacquaint ourselves. Greetings, I am Luo Yang, he introduced, extending his arm for a handshake. With the heavenly gaze now lifted, the countdown for their decade-long pact commenced. As you are my elder, I shall refer to you as Elder Wu. Luo Yang remarked with a smile. He harbored ambitions. This was merely the beginning. Your pet is gravely injured. And given the current tense atmosphere outside, several monarch-level beings were seen searching the skies for your whereabouts yesterday. Stay at home and do not venture out, Luo Yang advised kindly. Rest assured, I have administered a life bloom fruit to him, but it will only sustain his life for a month. If we cannot resolve the crisis within that time, he will inevitably succumb to death. Furthermore, we cannot take action during this period. You must be cautious, for I lack the capability to assist you against formidable foes. Chapter 32, Life Bloom. Wu Jing's expression turned grave. A month is indeed a tight time frame. Within this month, not only must a solution be found, but the necessary materials must also be gathered. Any oversight in detail could render even the most powerful of beings incapable of saving him. With each passing day, the condition of the Taii Panda deteriorates further. Luo Yang's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. With time pressing, the pace of his level enhancement must accelerate. Having decided to lay the groundwork from this point, Wu Jing represented a crucial piece on the chessboard. Luo Yang resolved that upon completing the spiritual sword training plan tomorrow, he would venture into the secret realm, for sometimes, combat is one of the swiftest methods for leveling up. Luo Yang had not anticipated that Wu Jing possessed a life bloom fruit. That is a 6th-tier spiritual herb, unparalleled in its healing properties, though exceedingly rare. Each fruit commands a king's ransom, and it seemed Wu Jing had kept it as a last resort. Managing to part with one was already a significant sacrifice. Luo Yang speculated that Wu Jing might be the poorest monarch alive, having concealed himself for so many years, fearful of exposure, and thus refraining from brazenly amassing wealth. Do not fret too much. The Taii Panda has two potential paths. One is to seek the 8th-tier spiritual herb, Star Source Grass, and the other is to break through and rise anew. Star Source Grass is exceptionally unique, possessing restorative properties, yet it only thrives in exceedingly harsh environments. Only thriving within the confines of this domain, the survival rate of the Star Source Grass is exceedingly low, with each mature plant requiring an exceptionally favorable natural environment. The unique, growing conditions and usage restrictions have rendered knowledge of it scarce. A month is ample time. Once I reach the extraordinary level, I will be able to explore the evolutionary path of the Taii Panda. At that point, I merely need to gather the necessary materials. Though I do worry about the potential scarcity of evolution materials, which could delay the process, Luo Yang articulated. However, we can certainly pursue both avenues simultaneously, preparing for contingencies. Tomorrow, I shall reach out to the largest shopping centers in the city and have them keep an eye out for any appearance of star source grass. Should it surface, I will procure it at any cost, while also dedicating myself to my cultivation in order to attain the extraordinary level as soon as possible. Wu Jing, upon hearing Luo Yang's words, visibly relaxed. For those with an S-class talent, breaking through to the extraordinary level is merely a matter of time, especially given Luo Yang's already high starting point, which significantly shortens the cultivation period. Old Wu, it just so happens that it's noon. Let us ascend to the upper floor for a meal. The Taiji Panda will recover, and he certainly would not wish to see you in sorrow. Wu Jing nodded in agreement, following Luo Yang upstairs. This villa, owned by Luo Yang, boasts 3 expansive floors. The first floor is equipped with recreational amenities, while the second serves as the living and dining area. The third floor houses the cultivation room, where Luo Yang typically practices. As they reached the dining table, Luo Yang remarked, "These dishes were prepared by my beloved Beast. Do sit down and savor her culinary skills." Wu Jing, feeling at ease, did not hesitate. Recognizing that they would be sharing a life together for the next decade, excessive formality would only render their existence burdensome. After all, they were nearing the twilight of life, and he preferred to embrace it with an open heart. Glancing at the dishes before him, Wu Jing could not resist swallowing hard. Although the food did not possess the refinement of a high-end restaurant's offerings, it exuded a distinct warmth that stirred long-buried memories. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of meat. The moment it touched his palate, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him. "Old Wu, are you all right?" Luo Yang inquired, noticing Wu Jing's unusual expression. Though both parties were bound by conditions, it had been many years since Wu Jing had felt the warmth of concern from another. "I'm fine. These dishes are particularly to my liking," he replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as memories flooded back. He continued to fill his plate, as if each bite would bridge the distance to a home long lost. Luo Yang noticed a knowing glance exchanged between Wu Jing and the spirit swordmaster, the meaning unmistakable. The spirit swordmaster smiled in understanding. "Old Wu, if you enjoy Shaoling's cooking, I shall prepare a variety of dishes for you in the future, ensuring you are well fed." Luo Yang chuckled inwardly. "Old man, I refuse to believe you can remain unmoved by this." Wu Jing, hearing the spirit swordmaster's words, could not help but chuckle, his face softening into a gentle smile. This child truly understands. Throughout the ensuing conversation, Wu Jing began to integrate into this new environment. "Old Wu, I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure," Luo Yang said as he stood to leave the table. Taking advantage of Wu Jing's dining, he meticulously tidied up his room before returning to observe Wu Jing. Due to the frequent use of forbidden techniques, Old Wu appeared significantly aged compared to their first meeting. The transformation was stark. 3 decades of life had wrought profound changes upon his visage. Luo Yang could only watch in trepidation, noting the deepening wrinkles, thinning hair, and sunken eyes that starkly contrasted with the vigor he once exhibited. Yet, despite his frail appearance, there was no trace of despair. Instead, he radiated a spirited energy, his eyes sparkling with vitality. After devouring the meal, Wu Jing still seemed unsatisfied, even offering to wash the dishes. "Leave the dishes to me, otherwise it would weigh heavily on my conscience to have dined for free," he declared, decisively dismissing any objections from Luo Yang. He then gathered the plates and made his way to the kitchen. The thought of having a monarch wash dishes was both amusing and daunting. Luo Yang leaned against the corner, unable to suppress a murmur. "Old Wu is quite different from my preconceived notions of a king. His approachability is somewhat intimidating." In Luo Yang's mind, monarchs were typically aloof and distant. "Indeed, I find Old Wu rather endearing. He merely seems to be averse to conversation." Perhaps perceiving us as too juvenile, the spirit sword master remarked, having joined Luo Yang at the corner, both observing Wu Jing's actions. It was evident that Old Wu moved with familiarity, his once stooped figure now exuding an imposing presence. Once everything was in order, he returned to his room and immersed himself in the Beastmaster space. "Old fellow, why have you come?" The Taiji Panda's voice was frail, lying on a bamboo bed, barely able to muster the strength to rise. Wu Jing quickly urged him to remain still. Observing the Taiji Panda's pained expression, Wu Jing gently patted him and employed his skills to provide temporary relief from his suffering. "Old friend, you must hold on. We still have a chance." even to transcend the limitations of your Taii Panda lineage and reach the pinnacle of the Taiji bloodline. The Taii Panda weakly nodded. He had overheard Wu Jing's conversation with Luo Yang. This might be his only opportunity in this lifetime. Although the eternal life fruit sustains his life, his injuries are too severe. The self-detonation in the domain has even damaged his essence, resulting in irreversible harm. Each day, his condition deteriorates. Within a month, his life force will completely dissipate, and he may not even last until that time. Concerned that he might be bored in the Beastmaster space, Wu Jing took out a flask of wine and a plate of peanuts, a combination they had once cherished. The two conversed deep into the night, sharing stories and laughter, reveling in each other's company. Chapter 33, The Door to the Secret Realm. The following day, Luo Yang rose early, traversing in city's various shopping malls and auction houses, urging them to keep an eye out for Star Source Grass and to contact him immediately upon any news. After completing these tasks, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and hailed a taxi at the mall entrance. "Driver, please take me to the Secret Realm Management Office." The driver, taken aback, noted Luo Yang's youthful appearance, suggesting he was likely still a student, perhaps having recently contracted a beast. He seemed to be brimming with ambition, eager to make a name for himself, blissfully unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. "Young man, the secret realm is fraught with peril," the driver cautioned. "You are still so young, your future is bright, and there is no need to take such risks." Luo Yang replied with a calm smile. "It's quite all right. I am heading to the novice secret realm, which poses minimal danger. It is the perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills." The lad has spirit. Few have the courage to challenge the secret realm alone, the driver mused, ceasing further admonitions as he started the engine. The journey passed in silence. After more than half an hour of travel, they successfully arrived. Luo Yang paid the fare and alighted at the Secret Realm Management Office, an expansive establishment with a wide, straight pathway flanked by towering buildings that exuded both grandeur and a hint of antiquity, contrasting sharply with the hustle and bustle of the city. Evoking a sense of historical depth, a massive sign hung at the entrance, boldly inscribed, "Secret Realm Management Office." This place is open to all, whether they be free knights, students, or members of society, welcoming them into its embrace, facing the entirety of the Blue Star. One need only pay a modest fee to enter. Remarkably, this cost is affordable even for the common folk. Surrounding the area, one can observe a bustling throng of people, some exploring in groups while others venture alone, creating a vibrant atmosphere. He had also sought information online regarding the novice secret realms, which provided detailed descriptions of the various perilous locations within. This novice realm has been developed by the authorities to about 70%. Despite this considerable development, the resources within remain abundantly rich. Numerous individuals have amassed wealth through exploration of these secret realms. Furthermore, the ecological balance and the intricate relationships among the various races have remained unscathed, sustaining their primal essence. The remaining 30%, however, constitutes the truly hazardous areas. The danger level within these realms is substantial. Not only are there ferocious monsters, but also peculiar life forms and other unknown threats lurking within. Nonetheless, the beasts residing in the realm generally fall within a manageable level, making it a favorable environment for novice beast tamers to hone their skills. However, the specific realm chosen by Luo Yang is of a higher difficulty than the ordinary novice realms, a choice that reflects his own capabilities. The novice secret realms are categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The corresponding beast levels are as follows: beginner at level 110, intermediate at level 120, and advanced at level 130. As it is Luo Yang's first venture into a secret realm, he refrains from overestimating his abilities and opts for the intermediate realm, intending to gauge the prowess of the beasts within. Given that the monsters in the realm have thrived in the wild, they possess a fierce nature and an intimate familiarity with their environment. Thus, one must not be careless. Upon arriving at the registration desk, he proceeds to register his information as a beast tamer. The popularity of the novice secret realm is palpable, with a considerable queue of individuals adorned in various attires. Among these, the intermediate novice realm appears to draw the largest crowd. After a prolonged wait, he finally approaches the staff with his registration form. "Hello. I would like to register," he states. "Greetings. May I inquire if you are a beast tamer?" The staff member asks politely. "Yes," Luo Yang replies with a nod. "Do you have your beast level certification and beast tamer badge?" "Yes," Luo Yang affirms, reaching into his backpack to retrieve the items, which had been prepared for them by the school. The staff member inspects the documents and, finding everything in order, hands him the secret realm certification along with the realm badge. Luo Yang opens the certification to scrutinize its details. Beast Tamer Secret Realm Certification. Name: Luo Yang. Beast Tamer Level: Elite. The realm badge, once worn, allows for immediate teleportation in the event of danger by infusing it with spiritual energy. There are 3 levels in the Novice Secret Realm: Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced. Young sir, which one do you intend to enter? I'll choose the Intermediate Novice Realm. Very well. Please proceed to the payment window, and a staff member will escort you to the entrance of the Intermediate Novice Realm. The staff gestures to the right. After settling the payment, everything proceeds smoothly. Moments later, a guide appears to lead Luo Yang to the entrance of the Intermediate Realm, the gate of the Secret Realm. Young sir, this is the entrance. Upon opening this door, you will be transported into the realm. Once inside, exercise utmost caution, as many beasts possess formidable levels. Understood. Thank you. Luo Yang pushes open the ancient stone door before him. A radiant light envelopes him, and in an instant, his figure vanishes from sight. Upon stepping into the secret realm, Luo Yang experiences a dizzying sensation as the scenery around him shifts continuously. Once the world stabilizes, he finds himself gazing upon an expansive forest. Is this the Intermediate Novice Realm? How exciting! The unique environment heightens the tension, causing Luo Yang's adrenaline to surge. He can hardly contain his anticipation. The air here, though fresh, carries a mingling scent of decay and blood, and the surroundings are eerily silent. Beside him, the spirit sword wielder is eager for action, the glint of the Qianyuan sword reflecting its thirst for blood. Due to the nature of random teleportation, Luo Yang is uncertain of his exact location and must proceed cautiously. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierces the initial tranquility, seemingly the sound of footsteps on fallen leaves. As the noise grows closer, a potent, foul stench wafts toward him. The spirit sword wielder readies its sword. Whoa! With a resounding howl, a blue wolf bursts forth from the thick underbrush, its eyes glowing red, sharp fangs bared, exuding a chilling aura, and its robust limbs covered in a bluish coat. Beholding the first beast encountered in the secret realm, Luo Yang immediately utilizes the spectral eye to gather information. Name: Azure Wind Wolf. Attribute: Wind. Level: LV13, Elite. Potential: LV32, Transcendent. Racial skills: 1. Wineblade, 35500, entry level, 2. Fury Bite, 30500, entry level. Evolution path, 5. It turns out to be an Azure Wind Wolf. This breed of wolf is renowned for its speed, unlike other wolf packs. The Azure Wind Wolf is solitary, preferring to hunt alone. Its offensive capabilities are exceptional, and it possesses a high aptitude for learning. However, its potential is somewhat limited, making it less favored as a beloved pet, yet it serves as an excellent transitional choice in the early stages. Upon noticing Luo Yang and the spirit sword wielder, the wolf lunges at Luo Yang with remarkable speed. Roar! The spirit sword wielder lets out a fierce roar, its sword flashing in a brilliant arc. With a swift slice, the sharp blade cleaves through the wolf's flesh, decapitating it in one clean stroke, blood gushing forth and brain matter splattering. The spirit sword wielder sheathes its sword, executing the maneuver with fluid grace. Although the wolf's head has been severed, its limbs continue to thrash instinctively until, after a brief moment, it collapses. Concurrently, as the spirit sword wielder claims its first kill, Luo Yang senses a slight increase in its spiritual energy. Although this change feels somewhat insignificant, it is undoubtedly a tangible transformation. Master, I have discovered that defeating beasts seems to enhance my level. The spirit sword wielder conveys its insight to Luo Yang. As the spirit sword wielder vanquishes the Azure Wind Wolf, Luo Yang receives a notification. Your beast, the spirit sword wielder, has defeated the level 13 Azure Wind Wolf, earning 20 experience points. Current growth progress: 1. Only then does Luo Yang take a moment to examine the information regarding the spirit sword wielder. Name: Spirit sword wielder. Attribute: Metal. Trait: Sword Heart Clarity. Level: LV12 Elite. 1. Potential: LV60 Monarch. Racial skills: Divine Speed, 40500. Entry level: Star Crushing Sword Chi, 100500. Entry level: Comprehended skills: Blessing, 35500. Entry level: Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, 1001000. Proficient. Skill proficiency, 300. Remarkably, a new growth progress indicator has appeared, likely a result of slaying beasts. Upon reaching the 10th level as a spirit swordmaster, the cultivation speed has evidently diminished. With only a single level gained from an entire night of practice, and the consumption of experience candies is necessary to maintain a progression of 2 levels. This cultivation pace is akin to being propelled by a rocket. Now, an additional method to expedite leveling has emerged. Little Ling, today we shall conquer this secret realm. By vanquishing 100 demon beasts of the same caliber as the Qingfeng Wolf, we can ascend 1 level, while simultaneously enhancing our skill proficiency. This is simply a boon beyond measure. Although leveling up is not particularly arduous, locating the demon beasts is quite the challenge. After all, where can one find 100 beasts waiting to be slain? Thus, some effort is still required. Luo Yang retrieved a dagger from his storage pouch, meticulously slicing away the valuable parts from the Qingfeng wolf's carcass before depositing them into the pouch. This particular Qingfeng wolf likely possessed a higher bloodline rank within its clan and had even mastered the skill of Windblade. The market value of the Qingfeng wolf's remains is quite promising. In addition to its skin and fangs, it harbors a precious demon core within, which encapsulates the essence of the beast. Extracting a core the size of a longan, he discovered it radiated a vibrant blue hue, infused with wind attribute energy, and could fetch a price in the tens of thousands. The other parts, lacking value, were discarded without hesitation, for it was only a matter of time before other creatures would consume them. Let us proceed forward and explore, he urged, casually selecting a direction to venture. Within the forest, the light was dim, and as night fell, the sense of direction vanished completely. Regardless, they hastened along a chosen path. Presently, ordinary demon beasts posed little threat to the spirit swordmaster. Only those of greater strength could elicit a sense of pressure, under which her growth would become more pronounced. After some time spent exploring, they encountered no other demon beasts, for those in this realm exhibited a strong territorial instinct, having lived here since their youth, brimming with wildness. They delineated their territories according to their strength, launching attacks on any intruding beasts of comparable power. However, this principle waned in the face of overwhelming strength. Suddenly, the spirit sword master halted, sensing a formidable aura ahead, prompting Luo Yang to focus intently. To his astonishment, a massive poisonous snake coiled upon the robust branches of a towering tree. Its body resembled a withered leaf, adorned with bark-like stripes, and its girth was comparable to that of an adult's thigh. With piercing black vertical pupils, it fixed its gaze upon Luo Yang and his companion, flicking its tongue incessantly. The snake's unique coloration enabled it to blend seamlessly into its surroundings, making it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Such a creature, born from the need to adapt, was known as the Withered Leaf Viper. Name: Withered Leaf Viper. Attribute: Poison. Level: LV-15, Elite. Potential: LV-35, Transcendent. Racial skills: 1. Camouflage, 324500, Mastered, 2. Corrosive Venom, 56500, Mastered, 3. Constriction, 124500, Mastered. Evolution Path, 8. Should a beast tamer approach without caution, they would surely face dire consequences. After all, the secret realm constantly reshapes one's understanding of demon beasts. Even with extensive study, stepping into the realm may not yield the flawless execution outlined in textbooks. Luo Yang dared not grow complacent. He could slow his pace, but must ensure the vicinity remained secure. As the Withered Leaf Viper perceived the halt of its prey, it realized its cover had been blown and abandoned its guise, striking first. Utilizing its serpentine agility, it swiftly closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, it was within striking range, yet it refrained from attacking, instead circling Luo Yang and his companion, poised to ambush. Watching the snake's movements, Luo Yang furrowed his brow. This creature has evolved to a remarkable degree. It exhibits tactical acumen uncommon in serpents. Master, this snake is quite cunning, the spirit sword master remarked. Indeed, exercise caution. This serpent possesses remarkable capabilities, employing human-like tactics, distinguishing it from ordinary demon beasts, Luo Yang advised. Understood, the spirit sword master nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a jet of black venom was expelled from the Withered Leaf Viper's mouth, tracing a sinister arc through the air. A chilling threat locked onto Luo Yang. Realizing the danger, he swiftly rolled to the side into an open area. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. The venom crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound as it corroded a massive pit into the earth. The Withered Leaf Viper prowled the area, searching for Luo Yang's presence, but to no avail. It refrained from charging forward, continuing instead to circle with a predatory demeanor, ever ready to strike. Watching the serpent's behavior, Luo Yang cursed inwardly. It's not the thugs who know martial arts that frighten me, but those who possess strategy. This snake is exceptionally cunning. Having likely lived here for a considerable time and encountered numerous beast tamers, thus absorbing various tactics. Chapter 35. A person of true character neglecting the spirit sword master entirely. The Viper relentlessly pursued Luo Yang, its speed remarkable as it constantly shifted positions, lurking in the shadows for an opportunity to strike. Truly, the demon beasts within this secret realm should not be underestimated. With so many individuals entering daily, the beasts have undoubtedly gleaned information about beast tamers. Moreover, being cold-blooded, the snake's attacks were lethally precise. Luo Yang continued to evade while deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to draw out the Withered Leaf Viper-S position. After several evasive maneuvers, the Spirit Sword Master finally seized an opening. With a swift motion, a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the air. The Viper emitted a pained cry as its body was sent hurtling backward, landing amidst a thicket, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Your companion, the Spirit Sword Master, has slain the 15-level Withered Leaf Viper, earning 40 experience points. Current growth progress is at 3. The Spirit Sword Master's offensive capability was astounding. Once an enemy was struck, their demise was assured. However, Luo Yang relied on his speed and agile reflexes to continuously evade the Viper's attacks, rendering it ineffective. Approaching the fallen Withered Leaf Viper, he expertly harvested its remains. Soon acquiring an intact snake skin, gaze filled with admiration, he appraised his handiwork. This exquisite skin could be transformed into numerous high-end leather goods, its unique scales, reminiscent of withered leaves, presenting a distinctive style that would surely appeal to many women. Next, Luo Yang extracted the Viper's gallbladder, a highly valuable medicinal ingredient. It appeared that defeating an enemy of a higher level yielded even greater experience. Luo Yang unearthed a newfound understanding. Vanquishing a level 14 demon beast resulted in a 2-point increase in growth progress, a remarkably lucrative outcome indeed. Shaoling. The withered leaf venomous snake possesses considerable intelligence and cunning, and it is likely that it has claimed the lives of numerous humans. We may very well discover valuable treasures within its dwelling, Luo Yang suggested. Moreover, many possessions of humans are rendered useless to the withered leaf venomous snake. Having lived in this secret realm for such an extended period, it may unknowingly guard a trove of riches. The lair of the withered leaf venomous snake is quite concealed. Nestled deep within the desolate forest, entirely enveloped by verdant foliage, Luo Yang and his companions navigated numerous obstacles before finally arriving at the entrance of the snake's cave. This cave, constructed from several dead trees, was shrouded in darkness, although the light from outside allowed them to discern a path within. At the entrance lay 2 stones shaped like withered branches, seemingly intended to deter any encroaching beasts. The cave's opening was quite expansive. A typical withered leaf venomous snake would not opt for such a large den, suggesting the possibility of other creatures residing inside. We must proceed with caution, Luo Yang advised, as this is fundamental outdoor survival knowledge. The spirit sword wielder nodded slightly in agreement. The two cautiously entered the cave, their shoulders brushing together. The cave was not extensive, but the presence of dead trees and its dim atmosphere rendered it eerily sinister. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed through the air. A massive gray-brown serpent, measuring 5 to 6 zhang in length, lunged from the depths of the cave, its emerald eyes fixated on Luo Yang and the spirit sword wielder. Luo Yang's expression hardened in surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of a withered leaf venomous snake, and this one appeared larger than the others. Noticing its swollen abdomen, stained with blood, it was evident that it was a female in the throes of laying eggs. Its vitality seemed remarkably diminished, yet it remained acutely aware of the intruders. Sensing the scent of a male serpent from the spirit sword wielder's blade, it assumed they were there to kill and steal its eggs, prompting it to attack furiously. Despite being cold-blooded, at this moment of motherhood, the withered leaf venomous snake exuded a fierce maternal instinct, determined to protect its offspring at all costs. Luo Yang exchanged glances with the spirit sword wielder, recognizing that they were likely facing a pair of mating snakes. Thus, it was time to send you on your way. A cold glint flickered in Luo Yang's eyes as the spirit sword wielder tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and thrust it forward. With unwavering resolve, she unleashed a brilliant starry sword energy that pierced the head of the withered leaf snake. The creature was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering and a foul stench filling the air. Yet, the spirit sword wielder's speed did not wane. Instead, it sharpened as she aimed directly for the snake's vital spot. With a swift motion, her sword penetrated the snake's heart, pinning it to the ground. The withered leaf venomous snake roared in fury, thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape. But it was futile. The blade in the spirit sword wielder's hand dripped with blood. Witnessing this, the snake became even more frenzied, summoning its last ounce of strength to charge at the spirit sword wielder. However, she had anticipated this move, nimbly evading the attack. Her blade arced gracefully, plunging through the back of the withered leaf snake's head. Scarlet blood gushed forth, staining the ground as the creature succumbed to its demise. The spirit sword wielder sheathed her sword and turned to Luo Yang. Your pet, the spirit sword wielder, has slain a level 15 withered leaf venomous snake, earning 40 experience points. Current growth progress, 5. Excellent. Luo Yang nodded in satisfaction, his target clear and his technique precise, with even the finer details executed flawlessly. Indeed, Combat remains one of the swiftest means of enhancing one's prowess. Now, it was time to gather the spoils. Within the cave, they discovered an egg the size of a basin, adorned with green patterns and a surface covered in small protrusions, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. A faint whirlpool could even be seen above the eggshell. This egg was likely that of the withered leaf venomous snake. As a beast, the withered leaf venomous snake did not require maternal incubation like ordinary animals. This unique trait allowed the snake to absorb the natural spiritual essence of the world, converting it into nourishment, even immediately after laying its eggs. Thus, in typical circumstances, as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, the hatchling could emerge without complications. This egg could be sold in the marketplace, where it was particularly favored by common players, as the first sight they behold upon hatching would be their closest kin, facilitating a more effective upbringing. Luo Yang remarked. In addition to the egg, he wandered around the cave, searching for other discoveries. He stumbled upon 2 storage bags in the nest where they had rested, but no bones were visible, indicating that they had likely been digested into waste by the withered leaf venomous snake. Excellent, 2 storage bags. Luo Yang immediately claimed ownership of the bags, as their previous owners were long deceased, rendering the bags essentially unclaimed. His soul entered the storage bags, and he briefly scanned the contents, finding them mostly mundane, lacking anything particularly extraordinary. One of the bags appeared to belong to a female, containing numerous personal items, including intimate clothing and a variety of peculiar objects, such as thongs, maid outfits, and even nurse attire. Notably, there were also small demonic toys and numerous similar items. The condition of these items suggested considerable wear and tear, reflecting extensive use. It was hard to imagine the hardships endured by their former owner, who seemed to be quite a character with significant demands, as evidenced by the state of these items. Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of shock. Disgusted, he discarded all the toys and clothing from the storage bag. Aside from these, there was nothing of value within. Chapter 36, The Thorny Tree Demon. After a brief call to the spirit sword wielder, Luo Yang and the others pressed onward. Navigating through the dense woodland, they quickened their pace after traversing the area for over 2 hours. Along the way, they encountered several beasts, yet none could escape their grasp. Among these foes was a formidable earth-shaking boar, boasting a level 16 strength. In this secret realm, it posed a significant threat. If it could not defeat them, it could at least flee. Even with its tough hide and robust flesh, it could not evade its fate of being slain by the spirit sword wielder. As the spirit sword wielder's level continued to rise, Luo Yang's inner spiritual energy grew more potent, and his physique experienced notable enhancement. Luo Yang estimated that his strength now exceeded several hundred pounds. Spiritual energy is a form of energy that the beast feedbacks to the beastmaster after breaking through its own level, commonly referred to as spiritual energy. Its uses are manifold. Commonly, it can reinforce the beastmaster's physical form, providing them with greater means of survival. It can also be utilized for the learning of skills by the beastmaster, as they primarily rely on their beasts as their main combat force, while the beastmaster's role is to guide and command. However, in life and death battles, adversaries often prioritize eliminating the beastmaster first. For example, a prodigy engaged in combat on the arena floor, bound by rules that prohibited attacking the beastmaster while standing in a designated area, ultimately emerged victorious and gained unwarranted confidence. Believing he had secured his safety, he boldly ventured into the secret realm. Yet, in the end, he perished within, having encountered a beast that did not adhere to the rules of the arena, resulting in his tragic demise at the hands of the very creatures he underestimated. This can be likened to the distinction between competition and reality. Beastmasters not only command their pets, but also seek the safest positions to maximize their own security. Consequently, they too become embroiled in fierce competition. For instance, they study skills to enhance their margin for error and ensure their safety. Yet the learning process is both time-consuming and laborious, often necessitating the purchase of manuals, which many are reluctant to waste their time on. Thus, a peculiar type of equipment has emerged, gear that beastmasters can don to augment their speed or defense. Yet such equipment is exorbitantly priced. Unless one possesses substantial wealth, the majority lack the necessary funds. Luo Yang has also contemplated procuring a speed manual later on, planning to flee at the first sign of danger. Moreover, spiritual energy significantly aids in mastering various manuals. Some beastmasters who have cultivated comprehensive manuals possess unparalleled fighting prowess, resembling humanoid tyrannosaurs. Following closely behind the spirit sword wielder, Luo Yang adeptly traverses the branches, creating a series of afterimages as he moves through the foliage. Suddenly, he notices something intriguing in the distance. His gaze sharpens, drawn to a lush area, prompting the spirit sword wielder to swiftly return to his side. This verdant region starkly contrasts the surrounding thicket, radiating vitality. Even from afar, Luo Yang can detect a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. His eyes rest upon a robust vine, measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, adorned with vibrant green leaves and abundant red blossoms that emit a faint luminescence under the sun's rays. The vitality it exudes is astonishing. This must be a treasure, Luo Yang exclaims in delight. After scanning with the eye of the nether, the information about this plant is revealed. Woodheart Vine, a second-tier spiritual herb. The blossoms it bears are wood spirit flowers, rich in life energy of the wood element, useful for healing injuries or as an evolution material for wood-type pets. It is indeed a second-tier spiritual herb, which explains its rich life force. Second-tier herbs correspond to level 20 pets, and given that this herb can heal injuries, it holds immense value. In Blue Star, anything related to healing commands exorbitant prices. This Woodheart Vine could easily fetch millions if sold. If cultivated properly, it could continuously yield wood spirit flowers, the most valuable product of the vine, each worth several thousand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. To his astonishment, there are 20 wood spirit flowers. He has struck it rich. After counting carefully, the smile on Luo Yang's face grows ever broader. It seems luck is on his side. However, despite the treasure lying before him, Luo Yang refrains from acting impulsively. This is fundamental knowledge. When encountering spiritual herbs in the wild, one must avoid becoming overconfident. For areas where such herbs grow are often inhabited by formidable beasts. After all, these herbs are beneficial not only to humans, but also to beasts. Wood-type creatures that consume them can not only level up, but may even unlock hidden potential. This presents an irresistible temptation for any wood-type beast. Furthermore, the Woodheart Vine's mature fragrance has lingered for some time without attracting any beasts, indicating a powerful guardian likely resides nearby. Luo Yang exercises caution, utilizing the eye of the nether to meticulously explore the vicinity of the Woodheart Vine, determined to uncover any hidden threats. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the nether, he finally discerns an anomaly among the nearby trees. A particular tree stands out from the rest. While the other trees are towering giants with sparse branches, this one is erect and lush, strikingly prominent. Its trunk is thickly covered in thorns, each as wide as a bowl, resembling a multitude of sharp steel forks that glimmer ominously. It is a Thorn Tree Demon. Name, Thorn Tree Demon. Attribute, Wood. Level, LV-17, Elite. Potential, LV-42, Transcendent. Racial skills, 1. Thorn Growth, 324500. Basic Proficiency, 2. Wood Spin Spike, 56500. Basic Proficiency. Evolution Path, 16. Being a plant-type demon at such a high level explains the absence of any lurking beasts. Should he let down his guard and approach the Woodheart Vine, he would likely fall victim to the Thorn Tree Demon's lethal thorns before even reaching it. This situation indeed tests the Beastmaster's discernment, as the Thorn Tree Demon is fundamentally a mutation of a tree, retaining the characteristics of its kind. The environment further complicates identification. According to incomplete statistics, the number of Beastmasters slain by plant-type demons far exceeds those killed by other species. If one fails to recognize the threat in time, escape becomes exceedingly difficult, particularly in such a densely vegetated forest where plant-type demons abound. Luo Yang casts a fleeting glance at the demon before deliberately averting his gaze, appearing nonchalant while contemplating his strategy. How can he eliminate the tree demon without harming the Woodheart Vine? However, just as he prepares to signal the spirit sword wielder to engage in a probing attack, an excited voice suddenly interrupts from nearby. Wow, is that the Woodheart Vine? Ha, brother, we're about to strike it rich. These wood spirit flowers will surely sell for a handsome price. Damn, I'm dying to impress the courtesan of Fragrant Pavilion. Once we sell the flowers, I'll ensure she serves me well. Chapter 37, Utterly Filthy. Luo Yang turns to see 3 men emerging from the left front of the Woodheart Vine. The youngest, with an unappealing appearance, exclaims with fervor as he gazes at the vine, envisioning a seemingly endless stream of gold. As long as they transplant the Woodheart Vine and irrigate it with spiritual water, it will continuously produce wood spirit flowers for years to come. They came to the secret realm primarily to make money, and now they have discovered a veritable gold mine, eliminating the need to risk their lives hunting beasts. The 2 older men, appearing more composed, exhibit a serious demeanor, though they struggle to contain their joy at the sight of the Woodheart Vine. Indeed, it is a mature specimen. If they can successfully harvest it, their future worries about sustenance will be alleviated, and they each have a courtesan upon their return. One particularly frail-looking man also displays signs of delight. Having spent years in the secret realm, the chances of discovering spiritual herbs are slim, making this find a stroke of immense fortune. The young man eagerly steps forward to seize the Woodheart Vine, but the burly leader swiftly restrains him, chastising. You clumsy fool, blinded by treasure. unaware of the most basic knowledge of beast taming. If you die, it will serve you right. I shouldn't have agreed to bring you along to the secret realm for training. What if we attract nearby beasts while trying to escape with the wood heart vine? Indeed, wild treasures are typically guarded by powerful beasts. Besides, given the maturity of the wood heart vine, the absence of nearby beasts is a clear indication of danger. Think about it. Brother, second brother, I understand my mistake. This is my first time in the secret realm, and I lack experience, the young man replies, lowering his head in shame. It matters not. Simply follow closely behind and learn well. The extent of your learning will depend on your innate talent. The burly man harbored a profound disdain within his heart. Were it not for his sister using him as leverage to take his younger brother into the secret realm for some training, he would have had no reason to acquiesce, especially since it involved indulging before undertaking any tasks. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have bothered to glance at the fool, lacking both strength and intellect. How could he find any merit in this? Yet his sister possesses the capability. How enticing. The burly man had already scrutinized the surroundings of the wood heart vine. Even though Luo Yang had concealed himself behind a tree, the signs of trampling nearby were unmistakably evident. Brother, there's a little brat over there. Likely drawn here by the wood heart vine as well. Should we? The slender man spoke, his eyes glinting with malice, making a gesture across his throat. The implication, all too clear. Such occurrences were commonplace within the secret realm, aside from the outright murder for treasure. A more pressing concern was preventing this boy from divulging their possession of the wood heart vine. Otherwise, they would stand no chance of holding on to it. Patience. I have observed the vicinity for quite a while and have detected no signs of any beasts, which indicates that the guarding beast possesses formidable strength. We can easily coerce that boy into scouting ahead for us, enticing the guardian beast of the wood heart vine into revealing itself. We can then reap the benefits. If the beast proves too powerful, we can always make our escape. In any scenario, we stand to gain. I did not anticipate the situation to be so intricate. You truly think ahead, brother. Humph. This is merely the surface. There is still much for you to learn. The burly man savored the praise, his expression quite pleased. After the trio devised their strategy, they exchanged knowing glances, as if everything was under their control. As the three summoned their beasts, they formed a triangular formation, advancing towards the massive tree where Luo Yang was situated. Do not hide any longer, brat. We have already discovered your presence. The wood heart vine is not something you can covet. The youth, emboldened by the presence of his two elder brothers, spoke with brazen arrogance. Boy, surrender willingly, and we may spare your life. The burly man added, exerting pressure. He sensed that Luo Yang's beast was merely at level 12. He could hardly fathom the audacity that compelled him to enter the secret realm. If they could force a surrender without bloodshed, they would enhance their chances against the unknown guardian beast of the wood heart vine. However, the boy's beast was undeniably captivating. The burly man's gaze turned lascivious. Were it not for the pursuit of the wood heart vine, he would have ensured the beast recognized his prowess. Boy, now that our elder brother has spoken, do not be foolish. If we are in good spirits, perhaps we might reward you with a wood spirit flower. Luo Yang, unperturbed, utilized his nether eye to probe the opponent's information. In the secret realm, everything revolved around interests, treasures beckoned, and no one would willingly relinquish them. If it came to a confrontation, it would be a fight to the death. Name, Storm Tiger. Attribute, Wind. Level, LV-17, Elite. Potential, LV-32, Extraordinary. Racial skills, 1 Windblade, 368500, Mastered. 2 Wind Wall, 156500, Mastered. Evolution Path, 6. Name, Black Gold Ape. Attribute, Gold. Level, LV-17, Elite. Potential, LV-26, Extraordinary. Racial skills, 1 Diamond Fist, 258500, Mastered. Evolution Path, 8. Both are at level 17, no wonder they are so brazen. Luo Yang muttered, realizing that the strength of these two was indeed above average within the secret realm. Only they posed a significant threat, the other was simply too weak. Accepting that he had been discovered, Luo Yang chose not to hide any longer. The spirit sword user regarded him with disdain, repulsed by the lecherous glances of the others. Yet she refrained from acting impulsively, awaiting Luo Yang's command. This little brat has some backbone. I must admit, his beast is quite enchanting. Given that we have lingered in the secret realm for nearly a month, our bodies are aflame with desire. How about we, You can have the first taste, brother, while we savor the aftermath. The young man leered at the spirit sword user, licking his lips, well aware of his own inferior strength, content merely to partake in the remnants. Indeed, it appears we are in agreement this time. The burly man nodded approvingly, recognizing the potential in this lad for suggesting he take the lead. For this alone, he could be brought along more often, and future visits to the fragrant establishment to see his sister could be made without charge. However, the slender man appeared somewhat displeased, casting an envious glance at the young man, but he dared not voice his discontent, knowing the burly man's might. In the secret realm, they had not encountered a woman in over a month, and their desires had grown unbearable. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could they possibly restrain themselves? Chapter 38, A Forceful Kill. First, let us subdue that brat, and allow him to witness how we humiliate his beast. The young man seemed to harbor some unhealthy inclinations, his mind conjuring images of such a scene, eliciting a wicked grin. The other two exchanged knowing glances and issued commands instantaneously. The Storm Tiger and Black Gold Ape launched their assault. The Storm Tiger, fierce of eye, bared its sharp, bloodied fangs, suggesting it had recently feasted, while its legs swirled with wind. As a wind attribute beast, the Storm Tiger was remarkably swift, crossing the underbrush in the blink of an eye. The Black Gold Ape also blocked any escape routes, launching a dual-sided ambush with no avenue for retreat. Ha ha ha. Boy, remember this, in your next life. Never enter a secret realm. The burly man wore a cruel smile, captivated by the grace of the spirit sword user, finding her more exquisite than any girl in the fragrant establishment. His anticipation was palpable. After all, a mere level 12 student, even if a prodigy capable of fighting 2 levels above, was hardly a match. Surely, no one could surpass 5 levels, right? And against the onslaught of 2 level 17 beasts, how could he possibly survive? Moreover, they intended to kill and torment, forcing Luo Yang to witness the degradation. The mere thought of such perverse intentions sent a thrill through their hearts. Within this secret realm, the demons of human nature were fully unleashed. After all, the rules were dictated by them, and desires were amplified beyond measure. Good and evil hinged upon their whims. At times, within the secret realm, one must be wary not only of the beasts but also of the hearts of men. In the unseen shadows, such circumstances were all too frequent. Generally, schools do not advocate for students to venture into entirely open secret realms due to the excessive dangers involved. Most student training occurs within the confines of the school's own secret realms, maximizing safety for the students. Only Luo Yang, in his naivete, dared to enter the secret realm at such intensity for his first encounter. Had the school been aware, it would surely have caused a stir. Shaoling, act in accordance with your heart's desire. Luo Yang could sense the spirit sword user's fury. Her terrifying killing intent was no longer containable, and he did not hinder her, allowing her to unleash her inner wrath. The long sword was drawn. The spirit sword user had a plan forming in her mind. Killing them would be too easy, and judging by their demeanor, they had likely harmed many innocent girls, especially that grotesque one, the weakest and the loudest. Without hesitation, she charged towards him. In an instant, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Aside from the Storm Tiger, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, the Black Gold Ape could only catch a fleeting shadow. This is bad, big brother, save me. The young man, feeling the gravity of the situation, urgently called for help, simultaneously unleashing his pet beast to counter the impending threat. Squeak. His pet, a gold-devouring mouse, measured half a meter in length, its entire body gleaming in gold. Although its combat prowess was relatively feeble, it excelled in agility and lacked the level of the spirit swordmaster. Without pausing, the young man sprinted towards the nearest towering tree, attempting to impede his opponent's velocity. However, the spirit swordmaster offered no opportunity for respite. Fleeing? A torrential rain of swords descended ferociously, piercing through the gold-devouring mouse that stood in the way, leaving no room for resistance. With the beast dispatched, the spirit swordmaster's expression remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any emotion. As the pet perished and the connection severed, the young man felt the repercussions, his soul reverberating with shock. He spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pallid in an instant, breath faltering, causing him to stumble and collapse heavily to the ground. The expressions of the other two men shifted dramatically. How can this brat be so powerful? Stop him. There is something off about this kid. The spirit sword master instantly materialized before the young man. No, please. The young man's face was a canvas of terror, trembling as he watched the blade draw nearer. The spirit sword master swung his sword, severing the meridians in the young man's legs. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Simultaneously, a wave of sword energy sealed off any thoughts of the Storm Tiger and Black Gold Ape attempting to assist. Yet, the young man's body, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily to the ground. Ah, my legs. Big brother, hurry and save me. The young man's face was ashen, cold sweat beading on his brow. The spirit sword master advanced step by step, his gaze icy and devoid of hue. Approaching him, the long sword aimed directly at the source of his distress. Ah, my treasure. The young man let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood poured forth from between his legs, the excruciating pain exploding within his mind. No, please. In a state of panic, his eyes filled with anguish, he continued to wail. The Spirit Swordmaster's movements were relentless, each strike more vicious than the last. No. Great hero, spare me. I was wrong. The young man, despite the intense agony, begged for mercy. I was wrong, I truly was. I promise I won't dare again. The Spirit Swordmaster harbored no compassion. Such a person was unworthy of sympathy. His pleas were as insincere as crocodile tears. His cries for mercy fell on deaf ears. For his past misdeeds had long since stripped him of any claim to pity. The Spirit Swordmaster continued his assault, each blade falling with a spray of blood. Anguished cries echoing through the air. Great hero, I truly won't dare again. Please, spare me. He cried, his face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. No. Thud. The Spirit Swordmaster's sword cleaved through flesh, embedding deeply into bone. A piercing scream shattered the silence. A bloodied head tumbled to the ground, the steaming crimson staining the earth. The two bystanders, hearing the young man's desperate cries, wore grave expressions, shaken by the Spirit Swordmaster's merciless tactics. This fellow is ruthless. We cannot delay any longer. Let the Storm Tiger and Black Gold Ape hold his pet beasts, and we shall take action against him. The burly man swiftly devised a strategy, his gaze sharp and unyielding. As long as they could stall for a while, they would resolve the issue with that brat, and everything would fall into place. Whether through underhanded tactics or otherwise, victory was the only goal. The Storm Tiger, receiving the command, unleashed a flurry of wind blades towards the Spirit Swordmaster, forcibly separating Luo Yang from him, increasing the distance between the two. Subsequently, the burly man flipped his right hand, brandishing a black long knife as he charged towards Luo Yang, while the smaller man, unwilling to be outdone, drew his weapon. Little beast, we shall dispose of you first. The two moved like lightning, racing towards Luo Yang. Their speed was remarkable, and their physiques no less formidable. Their objectives were clear. One would engage in frontal combat, while the other sought a flanking maneuver, aiming for a decisive strike. Having fought together for years, their coordination was impeccable, and their attacking methods were cunning. Under such a fierce onslaught, Luo Yang found it challenging to defend himself, retreating step by step. Yet he maintained his composure. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Trees around them were leveled, dust swirling in the air. Shaoling. The opposing beast masters are coordinating their attacks on me. You can counterattack and kill them. A surprise attack would be ideal. Luo Yang conveyed this message into the Spirit Swordmaster's mind. You shall die today, brat. They laughed maniacally, their spiritual energy surging, enveloping their bodies in a shimmering aura that augmented their speed. Chapter 39, Frenzied Pursuit. Both had trained in combat skills and were highly proficient. The overwhelming malice surrounding Luo Yang significantly constricted his room for maneuver. Damn. The adversaries are clearly seasoned veterans. Luo Yang resolved to use their own tactics against them. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Swordmaster suddenly conceived a plan, commanding his long sword to dance through the air. This time his target was those two, the Qianyuan sword. As the Spirit Swordmaster's innate flying sword was an extension of himself, and its rank would elevate alongside his own. Its hardness rivaled that of diamond. The sword sliced through the air, cleaving the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on them. A gold-hued energy enveloped its surface, its sharpness seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space. Damn, how can this sword fly? The smaller man attempted to wield his weapon to defend, but the sword bore down with the force of 1,000 pounds, overwhelming his body. He was sent staggering back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the earth. A testament to its might. Brother, we can't win. Quickly, call our beasts back, or we're in trouble. The smaller man felt as though his body were about to disintegrate. How could a flying sword wielded by no one be so formidable? It was utterly bizarre. They realized they had encountered a formidable foe. With survival in mind, the Storm Tiger and Black Gold Ape quickly unleashed their spiritual energy and rushed towards their side. The Storm Tiger continuously employing wind blades to obstruct their opponent. Damn it! How can this kid's pet be so monstrous? How can a mere student possess such power? As their beasts reached them, they finally exhaled in relief, their eyes filled with trepidation as both sides stood in a tense stalemate. Kid, we were in the wrong earlier. But you've also killed one of our brothers. Why not let this matter pass? We two brothers offer our apologies. What do you think? The burly man spoke in a conciliatory tone. Having lost one of their own and not fully grasping the Spirit Swordmaster's strength, they were deterred from rash actions. The burly man hoped to seek peace, knowing that despite the youth's formidable strength, his experience could not rival theirs, having long danced on the edge of death. Their experience and observational skills were formidable. This was undoubtedly an opportunity. They had employed this tactic countless times to escape death, proving to be an infallible strategy. Upon hearing the signal, the lean man immediately understood. hastily bowed his head in contrition, his expression appearing exceedingly sincere, as if genuinely remorseful. Luo Yang was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of human hearts within the secret realm. Any supplicant was akin to a venomous serpent, capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment. Faced with such a scenario, his inner conviction was to err on the side of caution and strike first rather than let any potential threat slip away. This was an unwritten rule in Luo Yang's heart. After the burly man finished speaking, he awaited Luo Yang's response. Yet, before any reply could be uttered, a shard of star-like sword energy surged forth, the shockwave obliterating the towering trees surrounding them. In the blink of an eye, the spirit sword user had advanced to their fore. "You dirty little brat." The lean man cursed vehemently, for in his mind, while they could engage in underhanded tactics, it was intolerable for others to do the same. Despite his tirade, he did not cease his flight. "Lean one, we must split up. He can only pursue one of us. Our survival now depends on fate." Having spoken, the burly man prepared to flee in the opposite direction of the Woodheart Vine, an undoubtedly advantageous escape route. After all, they had fought for the Woodheart Vine. If the boy had any sense, he would pursue the lean man, allowing the burly one to escape, and as for revenge, it could wait until they were safely out. Preserving one's life was of utmost importance. Everything else could be addressed later. The burly man felt an immense sense of triumph, for his actions had inadvertently ensnared his companion in his scheme. However, the lean man was no fool. Confronted with a life-and-death crisis, he too had to contend for his survival. If he perished, he would lose everything. Resolute, he sprinted in the same direction as the burly man. Their paths aligned perfectly, as neither wished to suffer disadvantage. "You bastard. Why are you running in the same direction as me? I told you to split up." The burly man panicked. Wasn't this giving Luo Yang an opportunity? "Fatty, you idiot. You've chosen the best escape route for yourself, leading yourself to your demise. How could you think of that? To be honest, I've been fed up with you for ages. Why is it always you who gets to be first in everything? Even with the courtesan, you were the first. Why can't I be the first? I'm always left with the leftovers, and I'm sick of it. Kissing the courtesan feels like kissing you." At this juncture, the lean man was utterly unhinged, the pressure of death causing him to unleash all his pent-up frustration. Luo Yang watched with amusement. This was truly a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs, far too entertaining to disrupt. He simultaneously signaled the spirit sword user not to waste any more time. "Shaoling, let us make this swift." The spirit sword user seized the opportunity to dash towards them. The golden longsword cleaved through the air, blood scattering like a beautiful sunset. A long gash appeared on the necks of both the burly man and the lean man, deep enough to expose bone. As they lost their vitality, they collapsed to the ground. With the demise of their beast masters, their contracted beasts automatically severed their bonds, becoming effectively unclaimed creatures. Just as the two beasts jubilantly anticipated survival in this secret realm, the spirit sword user's flying sword ended their lives. Observing the chaos around him, Luo Yang feared that such a commotion had surely drawn the attention of the Thorn Tree Demon. He turned to see the area where the Woodheart Vine had been was now desolate. "This is bad. The Woodheart Vine has been taken by the Thorn Tree Demon." Luo Yang noted the freshly overturned soil still damp, indicating that the Tree Demon had stealthily relocated the Woodheart Vine during their battle. After all, these demonic beasts, as their levels increased, also enhanced their intelligence, quickly sensing the fluctuations of combat and retreating. The Thorn Tree Demon's reluctance to uproot the Woodheart Vine entirely at its maturity was not without reason. As a plant-based demon beast, it could sense that the area where the Woodheart Vine thrived was ideally suited for its growth. The soil was fertile, and the concentration of spiritual energy was high. Relocating it elsewhere could drastically diminish its chances of survival due to environmental differences. "We must pursue the direction the Thorn Tree Demon fled. It cannot have gone far. Given its massive size, it is considerably slower than other beasts of the same rank." Thus, they could clearly discern the path of escape to the left of the Woodheart Vine. Luo Yang and the spirit sword user pursued relentlessly. After a vigorous chase lasting 10 minutes, they finally spotted the Thorn Tree Demon. Among the thorns atop its head, Luo Yang glimpsed the Woodheart Vine. Exchanging a glance with the spirit sword user, they channeled their spiritual energy into their legs, accelerating with renewed vigor. The spirit sword user then struck towards the area ahead of the demon. The sword energy, reminiscent of a celestial rift, cleaved a vast chasm, effectively obstructing the demon's path. "Ah, you can run, can you? I'll break your legs." Chapter 40, Slaying the Tree Demon. Cornered, the Thorn Tree Demon ceased its flight. Realizing its sluggishness rendered escape futile, it rooted itself in place, drawing sustenance from the earth. Simultaneously, a hail of thorns assailed Luo Yang, each thorn bristling with sharp barbs, glinting ominously in the light. Should they ensnare him, he would be reduced to mere shreds. Yet, the spirit sword user stood resolute against the demon's assault. The sharp thorns clashed against the blade, producing a crisp sound, for the spirit sword user had reached an extraordinary level of comprehension with his sword. He could derive various skills from his swordplay, a testament to the terrifying nature of his sword heart clarity. Not only did sword-based attacks fail to harm him, but he could also create unique sword techniques, rendering him a veritable war machine. With each clash between the Qianyuan's sword and the thorns, countless fragments flew from the sword's tip, reflecting a dazzling light in the sunlight, nearly blinding. The thorny vines could not withstand the onslaught of the spirit sword user and were shattered into pieces. The Thorn Tree Demon let out a pained howl. Although its plant-based form could regenerate, the agony was inescapable, as these vines constituted an integral part of its being. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit sword user dashed behind the demon and delivered a swift blow, sending it staggering. A massive crack formed along the trunk of the demon, greenish blood oozing from the wound, indicating it had sustained severe injury. The Thorn Tree Demon bellowed in fury, its grotesque visage contorting in rage. Its eyes ablaze with vengeful fire as it glared at the spirit sword user. "Damn you, wretched human. You dare steal my spiritual herb and destroy my roots. Prepare to pay." As its words fell, the demon opened its maw wide, and countless thorny vines erupted forth, rapidly covering the entire clearing, thrashing violently against the ground. Cracks spread across the earth as if it were about to collapse, and the spirit sword user hastily evaded. Yet the vines seemed to possess a sentience, relentlessly pursuing him. They aimed to ensnare him. "Indeed, plant-based demon beasts have their own peculiarities," Luo Yang murmured, utilizing the earth as a dojo to continuously absorb spiritual energy. Observing the once alarming wound on the Thorn Tree Demon, he noted it had begun to scab over, rapidly healing at an astonishing pace. At that moment, countless vines lashed out frenziedly towards the spirit swordmaster, shaking the very earth and toppling a significant portion of the surrounding flora. The spirit swordmaster, wielding the Qianyuan sword, unleashed a flurry of sword chi, which manifested in the air as numerous long swords. Each gleaming blade effortlessly severed the entangling thorny vines. However, the sheer volume of the thorns was overwhelming. As soon as one was dealt with, another emerged as if from an inexhaustible source. The spirit sword master found it increasingly difficult to sustain the expenditure of spiritual energy. The Thorn Tree Demon, deeply rooted in this place, drew upon an endless supply of energy from the earth, and being a plant-based beast, its recovery rate was exceptional among its kind. Only the spirit sword master would suffer from this prolonged contest. "Shaoling, do not hesitate. Strike at its core. Aim for its wounded trunk," Luo Yang shouted. With a swift whoosh, the Qianyuan sword expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal blade radiating golden energy, its surface aglow as if a blazing sun had suspended in midair. The sword descended forcefully, crashing down upon the Thorn Tree Demon's trunk. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted between the spirit sword master and the Thorn Tree Demon, sending the demon hurtling backward. Its massive form collided with the ground, creating a deep crater as debris and earth scattered in all directions. The Thorn Tree Demon struggled to rise, its branches scattered haphazardly, leaving only its crown intact. The rest of its body was bare, riddled with numerous wounds, bleeding profusely and appearing quite tragic. This is the grotesque nature of plant-based beasts. Such grievous injuries would have claimed the life of any other creature long ago. Yet the Thorn Tree Demon still possessed the strength to move. After regaining some composure, the Thorn Tree Demon, shaken, felt the chilling threat of death from that last strike. It entwined the woodheart vine around itself and forcefully flung it backward while swiftly retreating deeper into the forest. The execution of its actions was seamless. "I knew you would flee. Indeed, you couldn't wait," Luo Yang sneered. "Shaoling, pursue it. We must ensure it meets its end today." The spirit sword master nodded, then swiftly departed, moving with blinding speed to close the distance to the Thorn Tree Demon. Sensing imminent danger from behind, the Thorn Tree Demon turned to see the spirit sword master advancing with the Qianyuan sword thrusting directly at it. With a piercing strike, the sword penetrated the demon's trunk. "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed as the Thorn Tree Demon's trunk was impaled by the Qianyuan sword, blood gushing forth from the wound. The demon writhed in agony, its cries echoing in despair. It attempted to plead for mercy, yet it was too late. The spirit sword master was already at its side. With a swift movement, the sword cleaved it in two. The Thorn Tree Demon fell, lifeless, its body collapsing to the ground, never to stir again. Your pet spirit sword master has slain a level 17 Thorn Tree Demon, earning 80 experience points. Current growth progress is at 8. The spirit sword master approached, splitting open the trunk of the Thorn Tree Demon to extract the wood attribute demon core, along with other valuable materials. rich in life energy, making them ideal for crafting weapons or medicinal items. Collecting everything, the spirit swordmaster then turned to leave. Luo Yang did not overlook the storage bags of the three men, gathering valuable items and materials meant for sale into a separate bag for easier management later. We must handle the wood heart vine with care, Luo Yang cautioned as he carefully extracted a wood spirit flower, placing it in a box designed to preserve spiritual energy, while ensuring the wood heart vine was kept intact. Acquiring the wood heart vine makes this venture worthwhile, Luo Yang smiled. The belongings of the two men, plump and lean, were rather lackluster, as they appeared unlikely to save money. Likely, any earnings had been squandered on the courtesans of the Nanchon Tower. The materials found in their storage bags were presumably spoils from the secret realm, now benefiting Luo Yang. After cleaning the battlefield, they wasted no time continuing their exploration. Along the way, they dispatched numerous beasts, and the evolution progress of the spirit swordmaster reached 65, edging ever closer to the next level. After traveling for some time, their stomachs involuntarily growled. Chapter 41, Culinary Delights with Wine. As night descended, the secret realm took on an eerie atmosphere, with nocturnal beasts becoming active. The dangers of the realm at night surpassed those of the day, as powerful beasts thrived in the shadows. From the distance, the sounds of unknown roars resonated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight, their wings flapping echoing across the area. Luo Yang found an open space. While the spirit sword master surveyed the surroundings, vigilant against lurking beasts, knowing that encountering one could further aid in its growth. Xiaoling, come and help me prepare the meat, Luo Yang said, presenting the choice cuts from the beasts they had slain, readying for an outdoor feast. This was not merely to satiate their appetites, but also to lure nearby beasts. He intended to assist the spirit swordmaster in breaking through to level 13 tonight. Few dared to kindle a fire in the secret realm at night, for it was a perilous endeavor. Luo Yang retrieved a simple grill from his storage bag, assembling it before igniting a fire. The flames of the night were particularly alluring to beasts, who were instinctively drawn to such warmth. The branches used were those most common in the Blue Star, possessing a low ignition point and burning slowly. He produced a pair of bear paws, freshly severed from the thick earth bear earlier that day. Roasting them would yield an exquisite flavor. Additionally, he prepared the legs of a swift-winged rabbit, envisioning a spicy rabbit leg dish that made his mouth water at the thought. These were rare ingredients, sourced from high-level beasts, promising a delectable feast. As Luo Yang placed the bear paws and rabbit legs over the flames, he turned them slowly, ensuring even cooking. Soon, the bear paw was coated in a golden layer of oil, its aroma wafting through the air, while the rabbit legs sizzled, exuding mouth-watering scents. The bear paw was indeed a rare delicacy, imbued with a rich fragrance. As it neared completion, Luo Yang began adding spices. The bear paw received standard seasoning, while the rabbit leg was generously brushed with spicy sauce. The delightful aroma intensified, drifting further into the night. Luo Yang drew a dagger, slicing into the bear paw's skin, revealing tender, jade-like flesh, glistening with a hint of fat that made it even more tempting. He cut a piece from the most succulent part and offered it to the spirit sword master. Try my culinary skills, Luo Yang chuckled. Being his first attempt at barbecuing, he was somewhat apprehensive. As long as it is prepared by the master, no matter how it is done, it tastes divine, Ling Jianshi said with a sweet smile. Her earnest tone filled Luo Yang with a sense of vanity each time he was in her presence. Who wouldn't he desire a devoted admirer like her? Luo Yang chuckled. Being praised by you every day, I can't help but feel proud. Ling Jianshi picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, gently blowing on it before taking a delicate bite. The exquisite flavor instantly lit up her eyes. It melted in her mouth, the meat soft and tender, leaving a lingering aroma. This was undoubtedly the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Ling Jianshi nodded incessantly. So delicious, truly delightful. Master, you must try it too. Enjoy it, but don't fill up too much. There are spicy rabbit legs awaiting you, Luo Yang remarked, feeling quite pleased. He was eager to test his culinary skills further. Luo Yang sliced off other portions of meat, arranging them on a plate. While each spicy rabbit leg was nearly as large as a plate itself, he took a hearty bite. The spicy and savory flavors exploded in his mouth. Yet he sensed something was still missing. He then retrieved a dusty wine jar from his storage bag, a vintage he had personally brewed. Such exquisite dishes surely deserve to be accompanied by fine wine. Upon opening it, he poured himself a glass. The wine was a beautiful hue, reminiscent of moonlit waters, shimmering with gentle ripples and exuding an alluring fragrance. Luo Yang downed the cup in one gulp. The potent liquor coursed down his throat, warming him from within. The spiciness enveloped him, yet he did not succumb to inebriation. He understood that indulgence was not the goal. Savoring the experience was a gradual affair. Thus, He took his time relishing the culinary delights. Pouring more wine into his glass, he noticed Ling Jianshur's eager expression as she gazed at the fragrant liquid, seemingly entranced. "Master, I wish to partake as well," she implored softly. "Very well, just 1 cup for you." Luo Yang smiled, pouring her a glass. Such strong liquor was likely to be overwhelming for most, and he anticipated she might gag upon her first sip. Ling Jianshur cautiously took a small sip, her cheeks instantly flushing a vibrant red. Contrary to Luo Yang's expectations, she did not spit it out. Instead, she relished it wholeheartedly. "This wine is exquisite, truly potent," she exclaimed, unable to resist taking a larger gulp. Before long, a tipsy glow enveloped her. With slightly dazed eyes, she gazed at Luo Yang. "Master, may I have one last cup?" she asked, licking her lips with a look of yearning. "You, a young lady, have developed a taste for liquor." Luo Yang chuckled, pouring her another glass. Ling Jianshur raised her cup to clink with his, and they both drank heartily. Her complexion deepened in hue as she declared, "What a fine wine, so delightful. I adore this sensation." Ling Jianshur murmured, feeling her spiritual energy boiling under the influence of the alcohol, as if unlocking hidden attributes within her. Meanwhile, the previously tranquil forest began to stir with unusual sounds. A horde of demonic beasts was gathering, their fierce eyes gleaming with hunger. They seemed to have caught a whiff of the delectable aroma. Luo Yang and Ling Jianshur sat by the campfire, patiently awaiting their approach. "Xiaoling, shake off the effects of the wine. The real spectacle is about to commence." "They are coming," Ling Jianshur said excitedly. She felt as though she had reached an unprecedented peak, her spiritual power surging with an intense desire for battle. Luo Yang noticed her unusual demeanor, perplexed. Why does she seem bolder with each drink? The disparity in her aura is striking. Suddenly, Ling Jianshur leaped into the air, her sword in hand, standing proudly as she slashed forward. The air erupted with a thunderous crack. Chapter 42, The Iron-Shelled Giant Crocodile. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from above. It was a giant crocodile, towering and pitch black. Its body was covered in a thick layer of scaled armor, each inch resembling forged steel, appearing exceedingly formidable. The creature's head was thrice the size of an ordinary crocodile, its massive jaws revealing razor-sharp fangs. This giant crocodile exuded a terrifying presence, particularly its cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon Luo Yang and Ling Jianshur. With a thunderous roar, the giant crocodile swung its massive tail, unleashing a violent gust that extinguished the campfire, sending embers swirling into the air. Luo Yang swiftly dodged. Boom! Flames ignited as the crocodile flicked its tail, sending sparks flying. Luo Yang assessed the beast's information. Name: Iron-Shelled Giant Crocodile. Attribute: Gold. Level: LV-17, Elite. Potential: LV-39, Transcendent. Racial skill: 1 Steel Giant Tail, 312500, Mastery. Evolution path: 3. So, it was an iron-shelled giant crocodile. Luo Yang understood. Observing the surrounding darkness illuminated by the moonlight, he caught sight of numerous eerie eyes peering at them. Many demonic beasts were drawn in by the flames and aroma, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated upon Luo Yang and Ling Jianshur, sensing their unfamiliar presence as outsiders. In the pitch-black surroundings, Luo Yang could not discern how many beasts lurked nearby, only catching glimpses of glimmering green eyes, all greedily watching the pair. Ling Jianshur was encircled by the demonic beasts yet remained unperturbed, wielding the Qian Yuan sword, ready to face any challenge. A giant crocodile swooped down from the sky, its claws smashing the ground into rubble as it lunged toward Ling Jianshur. In response, she unleashed her flying sword, which extended to 3 zhong in length, spinning in the air to form a sharp golden sword aura aimed at the giant crocodile. This attack, infused with formidable gold-type spiritual power, could bypass most defenses. The razor-sharp sword aura collided fiercely with the crocodile's claw. The tremendous impact forced both combatants to stagger back a few steps. In this clash, Ling Jianshur gained the upper hand. However, the giant crocodile did not emerge unscathed. Its claw was severed by the golden sword aura, shattering its prideful defense. Its massive form rolled several times on the ground before regaining stability. With a furious roar filled with pain and resentment, the giant crocodile lunged at Ling Jianshur once more. Steel giant tail. As its tail expanded behind it, this strike seemed poised to turn the tide. The iron-shelled giant crocodile possessed tremendous attack power, and Ling Jianshur dared not be negligent. She swiftly swung her sword to meet it. Bang! The sharp sword aura sent it flying. Ling Jianshur's speed reached its zenith as they intertwined, colliding repeatedly. Sparks flew as the crocodile's scales began to shed, its body marred with sword marks, the golden energy relentlessly corroding it. A crisp crack echoed through the air. The armored giant crocodile was cleaved in two, its blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding leaves a deep crimson. Your pet spirit sword wielder has slain a level 17 armored giant crocodile, earning 80 experience points. Current growth progress stands at 67. A roar echoed through the air. The scent of blood had triggered the beasts nearby, sounding the alarm for an assault as they rushed towards this direction, howling in unison. Luo Yang furrowed his brow, a twinge of concern creeping in with the sight of so many beasts. Little Ling, are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. Master, I'm fine. Though I could use some wine. It feels a bit lacking, the spirit sword wielder replied with a wry smile. Well then, let's remedy that. Here is the wine. Luo Yang laughed heartily, tossing a wine jar before her. The spirit sword wielder caught the jar with a swift motion, uncorked it, and began to gulp it down eagerly. The aroma of the wine was intoxicating, and as she drank, she felt her spiritual energy surge within her, like a flood breaking through a dam, tumultuously churning. The effect was overwhelming. Master, I wish to hunt more beasts, she declared, setting down the wine jar, her eyes glimmering with excitement. With fine wine and a sword in hand, I shall offer blood as tribute. Very well, go forth, but be cautious. I will protect myself. You just focus on clearing this area, Luo Yang advised earnestly. Understood. The spirit sword wielder transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the fray of beasts. A sudden roar reverberated through the air, a wave of ferocity sweeping in all directions, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Another roar followed. As a beast lunged towards Luo Yang, his expression hardened. He had sensed the presence of over a dozen creatures, some of which were of higher levels than those encountered earlier in the day. Among them was an 18-level undead hellhound, a massive creature standing around 2 meters tall, with 2 pairs of black bone wings sprouting from its back, exuding a chilling aura. This beast, once unleashed, would wreak havoc. Be careful, Luo Yang cautioned. With a leap, the undead hound spread its wings, transforming them into enormous bone appendages that glimmered like scythes. With a powerful flap, it surged towards the spirit sword wielder with astonishing speed. As if teleporting, simultaneously, more beasts appeared. Some were lizard-like with black skin, others wolves with gray fur, and still others were bull-headed monsters with green skin. They all had a singular purpose. Undeterred, the spirit sword wielder wielded her sword like the harbinger of death, claiming the lives of one beast after another. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, a sound so jarring it felt like a thunderclap, leaving one breathless. The spirit sword wielder looked up to see a gigantic ape emerging from the forest, its eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Its forehead was adorned with sharp horns, and its robust body towered like a great peak. Her expression darkened. This colossal ape had reached level 20, a true overlord in the intermediate novice realm. Although she felt a hint of pressure, the mightier the opponent, the more her competitive spirit ignited. Finally, a worthy challenge. She licked her lips, a glint of madness flashing in her eyes, her desire for battle intensifying. The undead hound, sensing the overwhelming aura from afar, instinctively shrank back. It recognized the giant ape. Having suffered at its hands before, its power was terrifying, marking it as the undisputed king of this forest. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, swinging its massive fist toward the spirit sword wielder. Chapter 43, The Diamond Demon Ape. The giant fist, imbued with such tremendous force, could easily obliterate a mountain. The spirit sword wielder stood unafraid, raising her sword to meet the blow. Clang! The impact resonated with a piercing sound. The Qianyuan sword merely left a faint white mark on the ape's arms, unable to breach its defenses. Luo Yang quickly assessed the giant ape's information. Name, Diamond Demon Ape. Attribute, Gold. Level, LV20, Elite. Potential, LV49, Transcendent. Racial skills, 1 Diamond Frenzy Punch, 124-1000. Intuitive, 2 Diamond Roar, 450500. Mastery. Evolution Path, 9. With a thunderous boom, a violent shockwave radiated outward. The ground was scarred with deep fissures, surrounding trees were uprooted and twisted, and countless beasts collapsed, howling in agony. Some even shattered beyond recognition. Seizing the moment, Luo Yang harvested some growth progress. The undead hound roared, transforming into a swirl of black mist, charging at the spirit sword wielder. The giant ape and the undead hound advanced simultaneously, creating an atmosphere thick with menace and the scent of blood. Their targets were singularly aligned. The spirit sword wielder tightened her grip on her sword, slightly bending her knees, poised to respond to any eventuality. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's fist, infused with a wild fury, descended upon her, shattering the earth beneath it, leaving a network of deep cracks resembling a spider's web, with stones tumbling into the void. With another stomp, the entire ground quaked. Truly, the Diamond Demon Ape lived up to its fearsome reputation. The spirit sword wielder marveled. her body bending to evade the giant fist, then swiftly lifting her leg to deliver a powerful kick at the undead hound. Roar! The undead hound bellowed, baring its massive jaws to bite at the spirit sword wielder's leg. But she was incredibly swift, dodging effortlessly and countering with a thrust of her sword that pierced the hound's abdomen, the sharp golden energy spreading forth. With a sickening squelch, the sharp energy cleaved through the undead hound, extinguishing its soul flame, and a crystal core of the undead beast fell from its belly, the essence of the hound materializing before her. Your pet spirit sword wielder has slain an 18-level undead hound, earning 80 experience points. Current growth progress is now at 69. The spirit sword wielder picked up the essence and pressed onward into the throng of beasts. The giant ape, witnessing her actions, was consumed with rage. This was a blatant provocation. The diamond demon ape, with its exterior resembling a layer of molten black rock, muscles rippling, emanated an overwhelming power, standing tall like an imposing tower, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With a furious roar, the giant ape swung its fist toward the spirit sword wielder. Boom! The fist's wind howled, space distorted, and the air twisted under the force. With a thunderous clash, the fist collided with the blade, the energy of the explosion rippling outward, sending clouds of dust into the air. The spirit sword wielder was swiftly propelled backward, but still caught the brunt of the giant ape's fist wind, leaving a deep imprint on her chest, blood spurting forth as her complexion paled, revealing her precarious state. Given the 8-level disparity between them, managing to withstand such an assault was already remarkable. Meanwhile, Luo Yang remained vigilant, observing the surrounding beasts as the spirit sword wielder engaged in battle with the diamond demon ape. As long as they are vanquished, it will undoubtedly aid the spirit sword master in transcending their current level, thereby granting them the capability to contend with the diamond demon ape. Shaoling. First eliminate the surrounding beasts. Slaying these creatures will suffice for your breakthrough, Luo Yang urged during this critical moment. Rest assured, Master, I know what to do. The spirit sword master replied, swiftly accelerating their assault. Simultaneously, they deftly evaded the pursuit of the diamond demon ape, exhibiting remarkable agility and speed as they continuously dodged the giant ape's attacks. Although the diamond demon ape possessed unparalleled physical strength, its massive size rendered speed its Achilles heel, making it incapable of catching the nimble spirit sword master. Taking advantage of the distance, the spirit sword master relentlessly dispatched the beasts. Within mere seconds, several level 17 beasts lay slain. Your pet, the spirit sword master, has slain a level 17 giant force ant, earning 80 experience points. Current growth progress stands at 72. Your pet, the spirit sword master, has slain a level 18 bloodthirsty bat, earning 90 experience points. Current growth progress is at 75. Growth progress surged remarkably. Not enough, still insufficient. Luo Yang's brow furrowed as he urged once more. In the heat of battle, a single second could spell death. He must seize every fleeting moment. With a roar, the diamond demon ape, witnessing the demise of nearby beasts, bellowed in fury, launching its colossal form into the air and slamming its massive palms down upon the spirit sword master. The ape's paws struck like steel whips, accompanied by an ominous gust of wind that resonated with explosive sounds throughout the air. The sheer force made Luo Yang's scalp tingle. Should he be struck, he would likely be reduced to a mere pulp. Cautiously, he maneuvered continuously, ensuring he remained in a safe position. The spirit sword master sidestepped the ape's assault, then utilized their speed to create distance, opting not to engage in a prolonged confrontation. Infuriated by being toyed with, the diamond demon ape erupted with rage, its fury palpable, as it flailed about like a slippery eel, unable to grasp its target. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a sound wave that swept toward the spirit sword master like a blazing sun. The diamond demon ape pounded its chest repeatedly, producing a series of deep, resonating sounds akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum, instilling terror in all who heard it. The ape's fists, imbued with tremendous power, struck fear into the hearts of those nearby. With a resounding clash, the spirit sword master swung their sword, deflecting the ape's sound wave. As the spirit sword master continued their relentless slaughter, the area became drenched in blood, with carcasses strewn across the ground, forming a river of crimson. At last, growth progress reached 98. One final beast remained to be slain for the breakthrough. The spirit sword master's face lit with joy. They then turned their gaze towards the last beast behind the diamond demon ape, devising a plan. Charging towards the giant ape, the spirit sword master advanced with determination. Seeing the spirit sword master approach, the ape let out a disdainful sneer. With a thunderous boom, it swung its fist toward the spirit sword master, unleashing a terrifying force that threatened to collapse the very space around them. The fist shimmered with a layer of dark light, crackling ominously, causing the secret realm itself to tremble. This was the Diamond Frenzy Fist. Chapter 44, Leaving the Secret Realm. The Spirit Swordmaster's heart soared at the sight. With incredible speed, they transformed into a streak of light, darting behind the Diamond Demon Ape. But just then, the ape's fist was upon them. The Spirit Swordmaster barely had time to raise their sword for defense. The impact was tremendous, resulting in a violent explosion that sent sparks flying, forcing both combatants back several meters. The Spirit Swordmaster found themselves propelled into the vicinity of the Moonshadow Cat, which eyed them hungrily. The Moonshadow Cat thrived on absorbing lunar essence, making the night its domain. With a cold snort, the Spirit Swordmaster hesitated not, unleashing a shard of star-slicing sword energy towards the Moonshadow Cat. In an instant, a silver blade of energy manifested before the cat, moving so swiftly that it barely had time to react. With a hiss, the Moonshadow Cat shrieked and retreated rapidly. The shard of energy sliced through its head, showering the ground with fresh blood, further enriching the earth. Concurrently, the growth progress reset, and the Spirit Swordmaster's aura surged dramatically, radiating with newfound intensity. Successfully breaking through to level 13, their strength was significantly enhanced. At the same time, the previously expended spirit energy rapidly replenished, restoring them to peak condition. As they reveled in the continuous flow of power, in high spirits, the Spirit Swordmaster faced the Diamond Demon Ape, their battle intent reaching its zenith. "Come," they exclaimed, wielding the Qianyuan sword, charging directly at the Diamond Demon Ape with blinding speed, closing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The giant ape roared in fury, clawing at the Spirit Swordmaster with wild abandon. The Diamond Frenzy Fist. The ape swung its massive claw-like hand, delivering a punch that exploded through the air, creating a vacuum effect around them. The collision unleashed a powerful wave of energy that shook the very earth, sending boulders flying and causing fissures to mar the ground. Nearby beast tamers, unaware of the chaos, cowered in their caves, trembling in fear, convinced that the overlords of the secret realm were locked in battle. Worried that they might be caught in the crossfire, a figure was hurled backward by the residual force of the clash, spitting out a mouthful of thick black blood mid-flight before crashing heavily to the ground. It was the Diamond Demon Ape. A gaping wound, as wide as a bowl, marred its abdomen, flesh mangled, evidence of the Spirit Swordmaster's strike. Shaking in pain, the Diamond Demon Ape glared with intensified ferocity. Its defenses had been breached. Damn it! The Spirit Swordmaster grew bolder, exuding a fierce aura of slaughter, as sword energy rained down like snowflakes. With each strike, the Spirit Swordmaster's blade carved through the air, the mist of blood swirling around them. The final move, Diamond Frenzy Fist. This technique was the most fearsome of all, nullifying its own pain and significantly enhancing combat prowess. It burned through the ape's vitality, rendering it a true killing blow. Should it connect, even the strongest opponent would be obliterated. Given that ape-like beasts were renowned for their brute strength, and the Diamond Demon Ape was a prime example of its kind. The Diamond Frenzy Fist was a pinnacle technique of the Demon Ape clan. With no regard for its injuries, the Diamond Demon Ape unleashed the Diamond Frenzy Fist once more. This time, the punch was more condensed, akin to the claws of a diamond, tearing through the air with a chilling resonance. As the fist struck, the ground quaked. A terrifying gust of wind surged forward. The Diamond Frenzy Fist charged towards the Spirit Swordmaster with unyielding ferocity. Sensing the imminent threat, the Spirit Swordmaster's eyes narrowed. Retrieving their sword, they remained calm, their gaze tranquil as still water. The spiritual energy within surged wildly, rippling in concentric circles around the body. The sword aura crisscrossed in a dazzling display. Heavenly slashing sword technique. The Swordmaster called out sharply, channeling his inner vitality to its utmost limit, his wrist twisting deftly. Buzz. The long sword emitted a crisp sound. A silvery sword light cleaved through the void, slicing the surrounding air and producing a hissing sound. This strike harbored devastating power. Crack. The sword light collided with the Diamond Demon Monkey's ferocious punch. Upon their meeting, a brilliant metallic sheen erupted, illuminating the pitch-black night with a brilliance that lit up the entire space. The long sword struck the Diamond Demon Monkey. Hiss. The creature was cleaved in two. Yet, astonishingly, the Diamond Demon Monkey remained upright, its eyes wide with disbelief and fury, its body swaying precariously as if it would collapse to the ground at any moment. The Swordmaster's lips curled into a faint smile, a testament to his success. This strike had obliterated the Diamond Demon Monkey. Your pet, the Swordmaster, has slain a level 20 Diamond Demon Monkey, earning 180 experience points, with current growth progress at 50. However, it had drained his own spiritual energy, leaving his complexion significantly pale. Luo Yang observed the battlefield's return to tranquility. He retrieved a fruit that restored spiritual energy from his storage bag and handed it to the Swordmaster. Subsequently, Luo Yang commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. The most valuable prize here was undoubtedly the demon core of the diamond demon monkey. He extracted it and placed it into his storage bag, then began to gather the materials from its body, looting the site of every demon core available. Nothing of worth could escape Luo Yang's grasp. Once the dust settled, he caught a whiff of the pervasive scent of blood in the air, his brow furrowing at the sight of demon beast corpses strewn about, resembling a chaotic graveyard, with blood already seeping into the ground. This was no place to linger. The overwhelming stench of blood, combined with the flesh of the demon beasts, posed a lethal temptation for other creatures and could even incite a minor beast tide. Luo Yang glanced at the time. Let us go. It's time to head back. This expedition to the secret realm has been quite fruitful. With that, he activated the metal, and the swordmaster transformed into a shooting star, darting into the beast master space. As the light of transmission flickered, Luo Yang had already returned. The passage of time within the secret realm was the same as that outside. Upon exiting the secret realm management office, Luo Yang hailed a cab and headed straight home. Upon returning home, a sigh of relief escaped Luo Yang. The tense nerves that had been taut within the secret realm finally relaxed. Old Master Wu glanced at him before retreating to his room to chat with his pet. He could tell that Luo Yang had gained significantly from this expedition, as his pet had also leveled up by 1. The following day, Luo Yang arrived at school early. Lu Rushuang informed him that the principal was looking for him. Luo Yang surmised it must be regarding the special reward the principal mentioned, and he wondered if it would be related to his second pet. He felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 45. Ruins of an Ancient Civilization. Luo Yang made his way directly to the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Upon entering, he saw the principal reclining in his chair, surrounded by an array of tea utensils, seemingly brewing tea. Not bad, young man. In just 2 short days, you've already reached level 14. It seems you possess not only exceptional talent, but also diligence and perseverance. Please, have a seat. Principal Yang indicated a chair beside him. His expression brimmed with approval. Such students were treasured by any school and were rare gems indeed. He felt increasingly vindicated in his decision. Luo Yang took a seat without hesitation. Last night, after the swordmaster returned to the beastmaster space and utilized the experience candy, he successfully leveled up once more, a fact easily discerned by Principal Yang. The principal began to pour tea for Luo Yang. Here, try this fine ancient tea. It should aid your cultivation as well. Luo Yang lifted the teacup and savored it. Finding the aroma rich and lingering, the tea clear and emerald green, leaving a delightful aftertaste. What exquisite tea! Luo Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This truly is top-tier tea, surpassing anything I have ever tasted. Not only that, but it also carries a hint of spiritual energy. I can feel my internal spiritual power increasing significantly. This is undoubtedly the finest of the finest. Haha. Principal Yang chuckled heartily at Luo Yang's praise of his tea-making skills. You have not disappointed me, indeed. He continued, this tea originates from a 1,000-year-old ancient tea tree. I usually hesitate to drink it, but today, in my joy, I made a special effort to brew it for you. Principal Yang, you are too kind. There is no need for such formality. Since you are now a student of our school, and I am your elder, you may simply call me Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, Luo Yang obediently addressed. Good boy. Now, let us attend to business. Principal Yang declared. As promised, I shall reveal to you the mysterious reward. I will take you to a lost ancient civilization. There, your talent will only serve as the threshold for entry. The better you perform, the greater your rewards will be. What? A lost ancient civilization? Luo Yang had heard of this and realized that this reward seemed rather weighty. Let us depart now. I will explain more on the way. With a wave of his hand, Principal Yang initiated a transformation of their surroundings, and in an instant, they had traversed from the office to the wilderness. What kind of sorcery is this? Luo Yang thought, bewildered. Even a monarch-level power would struggle to achieve such a feat. It was astounding to cross such a distance. Seemingly reading Luo Yang's curiosity, Principal Yang chuckled. Do not be surprised. My pet possesses spatial attributes and is a mirage beast, endowed with formidable spatial traversal abilities. It is what brought us to this wilderness. Mirage beast? That name sounds rather impressive. Haha, it's just a name, don't dwell on it. Principal Yang felt a bit awkward after Luo Yang's comment. He couldn't very well say that the mirage beast looked unattractive. Then why haven't I seen it? Cough, cough. I mainly feared it might frighten you, so I had it hide in the spatial interstice. Luo Yang chuckled, imagining that it might be one of those creatures whose names sounded grand, but whose appearance could be quite the opposite. It was no wonder that few had heard of Principal Yang owning a spatial attribute pet. It likely looked so fearsome that he preferred to keep it concealed. So, where exactly are we now? Luo Yang surveyed the boundless wilderness around him, unsure of where they had been transported to. This is the endless wilderness. 700 kilometers outside in city. There are no humans here, and we still have a distance to go to reach our destination. Principal Yang's demeanor remained calm and composed, as if traversing over 700 kilometers in the blink of an eye was merely a trivial matter. I see. Then let us hurry. I'm starting to feel a bit motion sick. Luo Yang nodded. Principal Yang looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. You're remarkably composed. Do you have any idea how rare a spatial attribute pet is, especially one capable of such long-distance travel? Could you not at least show a bit of reaction? Just a little would suffice. Principal Yang's excitement grew, and his face flushed red. Wow, Principal, that's so amazing. Luo Yang clapped his hands in praise. Get lost, you rascal. You're driving me mad. Having failed to garner any admiration points from Luo Yang, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy as a principal. Allow me to inform you. Our current endeavor involves a challenge-type ruin, categorized into elite, extraordinary, and lord levels. Initially, I intended to wait until your level reached 20 before bringing you here. But recent developments within the ancient ruins compel us to advance our plans. A challenge-type ancient ruin? Luo Yang was taken aback. The 9 years of Beastmaster education had covered these concepts extensively. Ancient ruins are remnants of the era of Beastmasters, teeming with abundant resources. A testament to the foresight of the first generation of Beastmasters who sought to safeguard future generations. Many Beastmasters speculate that prior to the cataclysm of all races, there existed an even more mysterious and magnificent civilization of Beastmasters. This was also a contingency plan left behind to counter the cataclysm, and since its occurrence, the frequency of ancient ruins has gradually increased. However, due to spatial displacements, the locations of these ruins remain uncertain, yet each emergence invariably stirs considerable excitement. The known ancient ruins are generally classified into resource type, challenge type, and talent type. Access to these ruins is typically exceedingly rare, with stringent regulations governing the number of entrants to maintain spatial stability. These opportunities are predominantly monopolized by the elite, with only a scant few trickling down to powerful beastmasters. Consequently, reports concerning ancient ruins are seldom seen, effectively suppressed. Originally, this particular opportunity was fiercely contested among the 5 prominent high schools, intended for the most formidable genius of an city. It was akin to awarding the first-place student in a friendly competition, and everyone assumed that this opportunity was destined for Shang Wan Fu. However, the emergence of the anomaly that is Luo Yang changed the dynamics. No wonder Luo Yang sensed something amiss regarding the rewards for this friendly competition. Although they appeared similar to previous years, this time, Shang Wan Fu was a formidable contender for the championship title. The crux of the matter lay here. This single opportunity could overshadow all other rewards. Undoubtedly, this reward was exceedingly coveted. Do not overthink it. I have always been fair. As the most outstanding student of the 5th High, this opportunity rightfully belongs to you, Principal Yang declared with a nonchalant smile. Now let us press on. 10 minutes later, they found themselves far from a city, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, with waves crashing violently, akin to ferocious beasts ready to devour. Occasionally, sea creatures would rise, their massive heads breaking the surface. Principal Yang produced an ancient piece of jade, emanating a wondrous energy that harmonized perfectly with this space, creating ripples in the air. Sensing the disturbance, the sea creatures mistook it for a treasure and hurriedly approached. Yet, Principal Yang walked through the void, his regal aura repelling those with ill intentions. Suddenly, a portal began to materialize. Luo Yang found himself momentarily dazed. What are you standing there for, young man? Step inside. Observing Luo Yang's sluggishness, Principal Yang swiftly hoisted him and dashed into the portal. In an instant, they were separated, teleported to different locations. Principal Yang was transported to the observation area, where a smooth mirror formed in the sky, allowing him to monitor Luo Yang's progress. Surrounding him were several powerful monarchs, who had brought their younger kin for trials. Some elders were even preparing for the future by seeking suitable partners for their descendants, fervently promoting them in a lively atmosphere. This was a significant opportunity for families to forge robust alliances. As Luo Yang surveyed the unfamiliar environment, a sense of apprehension washed over him. The unknown is always the most daunting. I must be within the ancient ruins now. I wonder what challenges await me next, Luo Yang mused, beginning to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Detected challenger strength at level 14, automatically assigned to the elite challenge zone. Challenger ID 778. Would you like to commence the challenge? Once initiated, the competition cannot be halted unless the challenger perishes, at which point they will be teleported out. Upon hearing the voice, the spirit swordmaster emerged, standing resolutely beside Luo Yang, her eyes brimming with combat fervor. Accept challenge. In an instant, the scene before Luo Yang transformed chaotically, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Ultimately, the challenge arena materialized into a vast green stone platform, surrounded by towering trees and lush grass. A line of text appeared above, Elite Challenge Scene Generating. Please prepare for battle, Challenger. As the announcement concluded, Luo Yang closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breath in preparation for the impending challenge. First round. With the proclamation, a beast entered the arena. Name, Swift Swimming Frog. Attribute, Water. Level, LV10, Elite. Potential, LV19, Elite. Racial skill, 1 Water Gun, 124500. Initial understanding. Quack. The swift swimming frog let out a shriek, shooting a jet of water towards the spirit swordmaster. Extractable attempts. 2. Successfully extracted 13 points of proficiency from the swift swimming frog. Goodness. Even virtual beasts yield proficiency? Luo Yang realized he had stumbled upon a loophole. Although he was uncertain how many rounds lay ahead, if he could continue battling, he could accumulate a substantial amount of proficiency. The proficiency he had gathered previously in the secret realm was considerable. The spirit sword master unsheathed her sword, darting towards the swift swimming frog in a flash. The frog had no time to react before she struck, causing it to dissolve into a cascade of luminous particles. Passed. Second round, begin. Barely catching her breath, another beast entered the fray. Name, Muscular Rabbit. Attribute, Earth. Level, LV10, Elite. Potential, LV25, Extraordinary. Racial skill, 1 Meteor Fist, 124500. Initial understanding. The challenge escalated continuously. One wondered what kind of monster would appear in the final round. The spirit sword master was filled with anticipation, realizing that her gains in battle were increasing. The muscular rabbit, with its robust physique, embodied explosive strength, and each strike seemed capable of shattering boulders. Every move exuded raw power as it swung its arms towards the spirit sword master. Little Ling, remember not to waste excess spiritual energy. Strive to eliminate the enemy with minimal expenditure, Luo Yang advised, uncertain how many rounds awaited them. He understood the importance of maintaining peak condition by executing swift, decisive strikes. Understood. The spirit sword master instantly grasped Luo Yang's intent. With a flash of sword light, the muscular rabbit lost all impetus to advance, dissipating upon the stone platform. Passed. Third round, begin. The pace is exceedingly rapid, within a mere 10 seconds. Yet another monstrous beast materializes. Clearly, such a swift rhythm tests one's comprehensive prowess. As the third beast reemerges, it takes the form of a gale bird. The spirit swordmaster's gaze remains fixated, poised to unleash a thunderous strike the moment the gale bird takes form, leaving the adversary no opportunity to react. The spirit swordmaster possesses unwavering confidence in the might of his assault. At this moment, in the ancient relic observation area, the tally reads, current challengers, 156 individuals. This figure represents the total number of challengers within the current time frame, encompassing 3 major tiers. Luo Yang's personal information appears before Principal Yang on the luminous screen. Observing Luo Yang's astonishing clearance speed, even the seasoned Principal Yang is taken aback. Most encounters end in a single, decisive blow. His mastery over spiritual energy and combat intricacies is remarkably adept, far exceeding the capabilities typically exhibited by an elite beastmaster. Ah, young lad. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Were it not for my physical ailments and diminished strength, I would be tempted to take you as my disciple, Principal Yang muses. His expression a blend of complexity. Cleared. 4th stage, commencing. Cleared. 5th stage, commencing. The spirit sword master sweeps through with relentless vigor. His consumption of spiritual energy negligible, reaching the 10th stage at the speed of light. Simultaneously, an announcement resonates throughout the observation area. Elite Challenger 778 has cleared the 10th stage in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Witnessing this firsthand, Principal Yang stands in astonishment. Not only he, but others in the observation zone are equally stunned. To clear 10 stages in merely 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Even if the beast stood still for him to strike, it would still require considerable time. So what manner of extraordinary talent is this? Where is Challenger 778's display screen? I must see this prodigy for myself. If he is a young man, I'll introduce him to my granddaughter. If a young woman, I'll introduce him to my grandson. That is preposterous. You're disturbing the order of things. Someone interjects. Enough chatter, 778 is right here. As others gather around Principal Yang, eager to witness Luo Yang's subsequent performances. Yang feels the weight of their gazes, his expression swelling with pride, almost to the point of smugness. It is a sensation he hasn't experienced in quite some time. How wondrous it feels. Do you see? That is my student. Chapter 47, The Golden Mammoth. Principal Yang boasts to the awestruck crowd surrounding him. True to form, many express their envy upon hearing this. while principals from other schools contemplate recruiting him, eagerly awaiting Luo Yang's emergence to extend their invitations. My friend, congratulations. You have discovered a true gem. This child exhibits immense potential. However, after 10 stages, the strength of the beasts will transform, and the ensuing battles will be anything but simple. One can only wonder how far he will advance. The difficulty level will escalate significantly beyond the 10th stage, with the potential and ranks of the beasts generated becoming increasingly formidable. Look, someone pointed at the screen. The 11th stage has already introduced beasts with Lord-level potential, and their ranks are no lower than that of this young man as pets. On the screen, the Spirit Swordmaster launches a ferocious assault against the lizard, its entire form cloaked in darkness, leaving deep claw marks upon the ground. Principal Yang finds himself momentarily stunned by the lizard's rank and power. Goodness, how formidable. Name, Poisonous Tail Lizard. Attribute, Poison. Level, LV14, Elite. Potential, LV41, Elite. Racial skill, 1 Frenzied Poison Tail, 378500, Entry level. The Poisonous Tail Lizard moves with astonishing speed, leaving only a blur to the naked eye. Extraction attempts remaining. 4. Successfully extracted 30 proficiency points from the Poisonous Tail Lizard S drops. By the 10th stage, beasts with Lord-level bloodlines have already appeared, and their ranks continue to rise. A tough battle lies ahead. Yet, to the Spirit Swordmaster, the movements of the Poisonous Tail Lizard seem to have slowed dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly pinpoint its location. With a single strike, it is sent flying, as if it were but a paper construct. Despite the increase in potential, it cannot escape the fate of being eliminated in one blow. 10th stage cleared. 11th stage cleared. 12th stage cleared. Current number of challengers in the Elite Challenge Zone, 53 individuals. The remaining competitors, over 100 in number, have been eliminated, leaving only the creme de la creme, each possessing the strength to challenge foes of superior rank. The beasts encountered here are generated based on the challenger's pet levels, meaning that each individual faces different adversaries, ultimately testing the Beastmaster's overall capabilities. Goodness, this child is remarkable. Not a single beast has managed to last even one move against him. His strength is extraordinary. Many bystanders gasp in astonishment. Such decisiveness at such a young age indicates exceptional training. As time progresses, several beams of light illuminate the Elite Challenge Zone, signifying that some have been eliminated. Subsequently, a young man and woman emerge. What a coincidence. We emerged simultaneously. Yufeng remarks. I only reached the 15th stage, which is quite a disparity from my expectations. What about you? Tanshi's expression is one of disappointment. Don't mention it. I, like you, faltered at the 15th stage. The beasts beyond that point are far too powerful, both in level and potential, far surpassing our capabilities. Yufeng nods in agreement. After the 15th stage, all beasts possess king-level potential and have activated their pet traits, making them exceedingly formidable. Even if my pet performs at its peak, it remains a daunting challenge. Enough talk. We must return to training, intensifying our regimen. We shall not emerge until we achieve the extraordinary. The two approach their elders, seeking comfort, only to lift their gazes and find that their relatives have gathered around the display screen of Challenger 778, enthusiastically cheering. Their expressions seem even more animated than if they had cleared the challenges themselves, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Uncle, it's one thing not to watch my match, but why are you here cheering for someone else? Yufeng expresses his frustration. After all, it is his own uncle, and instead of supporting his nephew, he is engrossed in the performance of another. This blow is rather disheartening. Weren't you eliminated? I have nothing to do, so I'm merely observing the matches of other children, hoping to glean some insights. Now that you're out, let us watch this child's performance together and learn from his combat techniques. Yufeng rolls his eyes in exasperation, internally cursing the child for stealing his spotlight. Why are you still dawdling? Come here. With that, Yufeng is pulled forward, granting him a clear view of the entire scene. Though he feigns resistance, he understands his uncle's standards. Earning his uncle's approval signifies that he possesses considerable merit. Not just him, but Tanshi's father, upon seeing her emerge, pushes her next to Yufeng without waiting for her to speak. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? I just came out. Can't we wait until I recover before discussing anything? Tanshi protests. Silence. Do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts? Come here and take a look at this young man. He is not only handsome, but also possesses remarkable strength. You should seek his guidance in the future. With that, Tanshi's father rushed to the front, applauding enthusiastically at the screen. I quite admire this child's character. If you can get along well with him, I wholeheartedly encourage you to engage in more exchanges. Tanshi thought to herself, is my father's thought process always this rapid? Before they could converse further, everyone was captivated by the images on the screen. Luo Yang was currently facing a golden mammoth, a colossal creature with a monarch-level bloodline. Measuring an impressive 5 meters in length, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen. Its trunk resembled a robust tree trunk, and its powerful tail swept the ground, causing tremors beneath it. Its crimson eyes exuded ferocity and brutality. Name: Golden Mammoth. Attributes: Gold. Characteristics: Golden Battle Armor. Level: LV-17, Elite. Potential: LV-63, Monarch. Racial skills: 1. Mammoth Stomp, 488500, Novice, 2. Fearless Charge, 127500, Novice. How formidable. We have witnessed his prowess. This child's potential is indeed impressive. Having advanced to the 17th level in such a short time, I wonder if he can surpass the 20th level and break the record for the 19th? It was evident that the young man's combat talent was exceptionally high, though his own strength was merely at level 14. Facing such a behemoth, it seemed daunting. With a fierce roar, the golden mammoth lunged forward, its enormous body creating a wailing sound as it compressed the air. Humph, is that all? The spirit sword master smirked derisively, then spread his arms wide, gripping his sword firmly. Boom. The massive foot slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves reverberating. The spirit sword master narrowed his eyes and swung his sword at the golden mammoth. Bang! The golden mammoth swung its trunk with great force, striking at the spirit sword master. The two immense forces collided, producing a thunderous sound. Chapter 48. Dark Dragon's Breath. The spirit sword master remained unyielding, yet the golden mammoth was pushed back considerably, leaving deep ruts in the earth. Truly formidable, this golden mammoth, remarked the spirit sword master. At that moment, his gaze sharpened with increased determination. This is the golden mammoth's weakness. While its attack power is insufficiently strong, its defensive capabilities are exceptional. However, the spirit sword master's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, he spun around abruptly, his body transforming into a meteor streaking across the sky. The sword tracing an unusual arc as it struck towards the golden mammoth's flank. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the golden mammoth hurriedly raised its trunk to block the blade, but it could not prevent a portion of its waist from being severed, blood gushing forth. Splurt! Roar! The golden mammoth bellowed in pain, retaliating with a powerful kick aimed at the spirit sword master. Boom! The spirit sword master was forced back. The kick struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The golden mammoth charged once more towards the spirit sword master. Golden Battle Armor. Extractable times: 9. Successfully extracted 100 proficiency points from the quick-swimming frog. This time, the golden mammoth was enveloped in a golden battle armor, exuding an imposing aura. This was indeed the racial trait of the golden mammoth. Empowered by the golden battle armor, both its defense and attack capabilities reached unprecedented heights. Roar! The trunk let out a thunderous roar, followed by a fearless charge, crashing again into the spirit sword master. Boom! The spirit sword master's blade collided with the golden battle armor, unleashing a tremendous force that detonated upon impact. The spirit sword master staggered back several steps, while the golden mammoth only retreated a few meters before regaining its footing. Yet, the spirit sword master's attack left merely a faint mark on the golden battle armor, inflicting no substantial damage. Seeing itself being pushed back enraged the golden mammoth even more, prompting it to initiate a relentless assault. The spirit sword master evaded once more, but the golden mammoth's onslaught grew increasingly rapid, pursuing him time and again. The spirit sword master's expression darkened. He realized that the golden mammoth's combat style was brutishly simplistic, relying solely on raw power, entirely devoid of technique. He could not help but question whether his strategy would prove effective. As the golden mammoth attacked again, the spirit sword master remained cautious and dodged once more. Luo Yang surveyed the scene and noted that although the golden mammoth was clad in armor, there was still one vulnerable spot lacking any defense. Little spirit, strike its weak point. That area is the most susceptible. Just as he dodged the golden mammoth's attack, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The golden mammoth halted, its body stiffening in place. A fine fissure appeared at its rear, slowly spreading until it culminated in mangled flesh falling to the ground. One strike. Merely one strike was all it took to vanquish the golden mammoth, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Well done. That was splendid. Truly a genius. This level of strength and insight surpasses my expectations. Our young talent from Huaxia is indeed exceptional, a new generation of prodigies. At this moment, Luo Yang and his companions had reached the 17th level and continued to surge forward to the 20th level. The spirit sword master's spiritual energy was significantly depleted, prompting him to hastily recuperate amidst the intervals of the summoned monsters. The ensuing battles grew increasingly arduous. Despite possessing the same monarch-level potential, the disparity in levels remained distinctly apparent. Luo Yang began to feel the pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's already the 20th level. I must hold on. There is still a considerable chance to break the record. I cannot give up. The spectators outside appeared even more anxious than Luo Yang. After all, Little Spirit's potential was currently limited to the Monarch level, and if their potentials were equal, the competition would hinge on the Beast's level and skill proficiency. Level 20, commence. As the announcement resonated, a colossal monster began to materialize. A creature radiating immense authority, towering over 6 meters, its body adorned with golden scales, stout limbs, and enormous black wings sprouting from its back, each feather glimmering with a metallic luster. A sharp horn crowned its head, and its fangs glinted with a chilling gleam. It stood there, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The audience gazed at the beast, feeling the suffocating pressure, their breaths quickening. How terrifying. I can barely breathe. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was struck with fear at the sight. Luo Yang, in the 17th level, found himself confronted by this formidable creature. In the elite challenge area, few could withstand its might. The spirit swordmaster's face paled. He had never encountered such a beast before. However, judging by its aura, it likely belonged to the dark faction and held a high status among them. Seeing this, Luo Yang quickly examined the creature's information. Roar. Suddenly, the monster let out a thunderous roar, its form vanishing in an instant. The spirit swordmaster's pupils constricted. This is the Dark Dragon. Name, Black Dragon. Attribute, Fire. Trait, Dark Dragon Breath. Level, LV20, Elite. Potential, LV68, Monarch. Racial skills, 1, Black Dragon Breath, 299-1000, Mastered, 2. Indomitable Dragon Claw, 113-1000, Mastered, 3. Cloud Riding, 512-1000, Mastered. The aura emanating from it is formidable. Luo Yang exchanged a grave glance with the spirit swordmaster. The Dragonkin had already emerged at the 20th level of this challenge. This breed of dragon is a legendary entity, reputed to be among the most powerful races in ancient times. Unfortunately, their numbers are exceedingly rare, and the cataclysm nearly rendered them extinct. Roar. The black dragon unleashed another roar. A torrent of searing flames erupted from its maw, hurtling towards the spirit swordmaster. Swift as lightning. Blessing. Both skills activated simultaneously. The spirit swordmaster deftly evaded, then utilized a teleportation skill to escape once more. Yet that fiery orb seemed to track her, detonating beneath her feet. The teleportation faltered. The spirit swordmaster reappeared on the opposite side of the fireball. Yet this time the orb did not relent. It erupted once again, shooting forth with renewed ferocity. Boom. The fireball exploded. The spirit swordmaster's expression shifted, preparing to teleport again, but this time the fireball's velocity had increased exponentially. In that fleeting moment of reappearance, she felt the very air around her distorting, her body searing with unbearable pain. This is dire. The spirit swordmaster thought to herself, hastily evading. Roar. However, this time the fireball did not detonate. Instead, it transformed into a colossal black fire dragon, its gaping maw poised to strike at the spirit swordmaster. The dragon's might was tremendous, even from a distance. Luo Yang could sense the terrifying heat emanating from it. Be careful, Shaoling. The spirit swordmaster's expression darkened as she swiftly swung her longsword towards the dragon. Clang. The clash of metal rang out. The dragon was repelled by her sword's energy, yet her left arm bore a grievous burn, blood flowing freely from the wound. The spirit swordmaster furrowed her brow, the injury throbbing painfully. Such a domineering dragon breath. Luo Yang's expression was equally grim. The onlookers were captivated, their hearts in turmoil, hardly anyone believing Luo Yang could prevail. Even Principal Yang was taken aback. Luo Yang's performance had far exceeded his expectations, even granting him a considerable surprise. Even if he were to fail at this 20th challenge, it would not tarnish his efforts. Yet, it must be said, this final beast truly was extraordinary. A member of the Black Dragon lineage, albeit merely a juvenile in its growth phase. It still towered at the pinnacle of the food chain, a testament to the strength of its race. No one dared to underestimate even this young dragon. This was also the first time the Spirit Swordmaster had sustained an injury since her debut, indicating that her opponent was exceptionally formidable. Most notably, the proficiency of the Black Dragon's skills was impressively high. The Spirit Swordmaster's skill proficiency, in comparison, was evidently lacking, manifesting clear signs of fatigue. Luo Yang hurriedly assessed his remaining proficiency points. After battling through these several levels, his proficiency had reached new heights. Glancing at the over 6,000 points of proficiency, he felt a wave of relief. Such an abundance of points would allow him to elevate both the swift and star-shattering sword chi skills to the 4th stage. Other skills could also be upgraded by a level. Allocate points, allocate points. Without hesitation, Luo Yang acknowledged that the situation on the battlefield was rapidly evolving, leaving no room for delay. The Spirit Sword Master was in dire peril. He had to seize every fleeting moment. Ding! A notification chimed. Proficiency cleared. Success! Luo Yang's heart soared with joy. The Spirit Sword Master wasted no time, feeling the surge of spiritual energy and sword chi within her. Along with newfound insights regarding her skills, she radiated an aura of unmatched sharpness. This presence was strikingly different from before, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Its brilliance unveiled. Star-shattering sword chi. The Spirit Sword Master called out, gripping her spirit sword with both hands. Buzzing. The sword trembled violently, seemingly exhilarated. Emitting a series of low hums, a ferocious and piercing energy exploded from her being. The Spirit Sword Master's eyes narrowed. Her spirit sword transformed into a streak of light, leaving a residual shadow as it sped towards the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon reared its head and roared, its massive tail sweeping out to strike against the beam of light. Bang! The beam dissipated instantaneously, yet a deep gash marred the black dragon's scales. Roar! The black dragon howled, sensing its draconic dignity being affronted, its eyes ablaze with fiery wrath. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose. A series of whirlwinds coalesced in the air, forming a colossal vortex. Luo Yang lost his footing, his body enveloped by the spiraling winds, spiraling downward uncontrollably. Had his physical constitution not been enhanced, he might have been reduced to mere pulp. Damn it, Black WYRM, I shall see you perish. The Spirit Sword Master shouted in fury. A dragon possesses a reverse scale, and for her, Luo Yang was that scale. Any harm directed at him would be met with her annihilation. Her eyes turned crimson, and even faced with the imposing dragonkin, she vowed to cast it into the abyss. A suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloped her, distorting the very fabric of space around her, as if to tear the black dragon asunder. Sword intent surged forth from within, flooding into the Qianyuan sword, dramatically amplifying its destructive power. With a single strike, it seemed as though the very space had been cleaved open. SCZ. The air split, forming a pitch-black chasm as if it aimed to consume all of existence. The black dragon's eyes widened, sensing the imminent danger. Its form flickered and vanished from sight. This black dragon possessed a semblance of teleportation ability. Although the Spirit Sword Master's swordsmanship was formidable, her opponent was not foolish. It would not engage in direct confrontation, unless it was ensnared in place, but the Spirit Sword Master lacked any control-type skills. Observing this, the Spirit Sword Master's eyes narrowed. Is this what it means to be a dragon? Lacking the courage for a frontal battle, truly a disgrace among dragonkin. Her expression turned disdainful. She aimed to provoke her opponent intentionally. Although these beasts were born of ancient relics, they retained the memories and instincts of their kind, not mere soulless shells. Indeed, upon hearing the Spirit Sword Master's taunt questioning its worthiness to be a dragon, the black dragon's form abruptly appeared before her. Its claws lashed out fiercely towards the Spirit Sword Master. With a cold scoff, the Spirit Sword Master flickered slightly, evading the dragon's claws. The black dragon's claws struck nothing but air, plunging deep into the earth below, leaving a 2-meter deep trench. This scene only fueled the black dragon's rage further. Despicable. Humanity dares to insult my kin. Perish. The black dragon roared, its massive head opened wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. The flames were imbued with a chaotic force of destruction, certain to obliterate any ordinary being who dared to come into contact with it. Yet, the Spirit Sword Master merely curled her lip in disdain. With remarkable agility, she deftly evaded the onslaught of dragon fire. Humph, such feeble attacks barely tickle, she remarked with a light chuckle, and then, with a fierce swing of her spirit sword, an overwhelming wave of sword energy surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal blade that cleaved through the dragon fire. Crack! The flames erupted in a violent explosion, following her skills enhancement. The Spirit Sword Master's power had significantly amplified, rendering the dragon's fire far less threatening than before. The force of her attack had magnified, now several times more potent than the last. The black dragon reappeared, its eyes wide with terror, now filled with a grave seriousness. Get away from me. The Spirit Sword Master's eyes glinted with cold fury as she unleashed another strike, this time with a force exponentially greater, the air shrieking in response. The dragon's scales managed to momentarily absorb the blow, yet the might of her strike tore through its defenses, causing scales to cascade from its body. Blood gushed forth. A woo. The black dragon emitted a wretched cry, swiftly retreating. Die. Chapter 50. The Ultimate Counterattack. The Spirit Sword Master's eyes blazed crimson as she pursued relentlessly. Whoosh. 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 In a flurry of movements, she found herself before the black dragon, her visage paler than ever, yet her sword remained sharp and unwavering, thrusting towards the dragon. Roar! The black dragon bellowed, its entire form enveloped in dark flames, its scales radiating a blinding brilliance. Bang! The spirit swordmaster felt her sword tremble as it was repelled. Such formidable defense. This black dragon's strength likely surpassed the extraordinary level, truly a final obstacle. The difficulty had doubled. She was inwardly astonished, yet her offensive onslaught did not wane. Whoosh! Whoosh! A relentless barrage of strikes rained upon the black dragon. Yet none inflicted any damage. This cannot continue. The spirit sword master furrowed her brow, contemplating her next move. Such a degree of attack was utterly insufficient to harm the foe. Moreover, the dragon's physical prowess was unparalleled, its recovery abilities formidable, and the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became. At that moment, the black dragon sought to resolve the battle swiftly. Dark dragon breath. The black dragon was enveloped in black flames, erupting with a ferocious intensity. Sizzle. The flames instantaneously engulfed the entire vicinity, incinerating the surrounding landscape and reducing the ground to ashes, scorched earth. Damn it, the heat is unbearable. The spirit sword master gritted her teeth, swinging her sword once more. Suddenly, the black dragon vanished. What? The spirit sword master gasped in shock. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the black dragon had never existed. She looked up, only to see a colossal silhouette hurtling towards her from the horizon. The dragon, dark as ink, emanated a potent black glow, seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. The black dragon. The spirit sword master's expression shifted dramatically, shattering star sword chi. She raised her Qianyuan sword high, cleaving towards the approaching dragon. Boom! The collision between the dragon's head and her swift sword produced a thunderous explosion, warping the very fabric of space as if it were being obliterated. The spirit sword master's countenance paled. Boom! The impact resonated once more, and she felt a wave of numbness in her arm. Her body staggered back several paces. At that moment, the black dragon dove downward, opening its maw wide to envelop the spirit sword master within. Puffed. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body plummeting, yet she swiftly regained her composure, extricating herself from the dragon's grasp. Curse it! The spirit sword master clenched her jaw. However, the disparity in levels between her and her adversary was far too great. If they were of equal rank, she held unwavering confidence in her ability to vanquish it. Suddenly, she sensed a stirring within herself. A breakthrough? Luo Yang was elated. The continuous high-intensity battles had indeed propelled the spirit sword master to a new height. As expected, prolonged, intense combat proved highly beneficial for pets. Buzz. A radiant sword light enveloped the spirit sword master, and a massive, enigmatic long sword materialized. Sword intent projection. Explode. The sword struck fiercely against the dragon's head. Boom. A terrifying force erupted, energy waves corroding the surrounding area. Bang. The clash between the dragon's head and the spirit sword master reverberated through the air. Crack. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as fissures appeared on the dragon's head, its scales reduced to mere ash. It seemed on the verge of collapse. The black dragon howled in agony, its body convulsing on the ground. Roar. It bellowed once more, lunging towards the spirit sword master. Dragon fire breath. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A barrage of immense sword energy shot forth. The black dragon's body sustained severe injuries, its skin marred with deep gashes, blood cascading from its wounds. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, with the spirit sword master regaining the upper hand, pressing the black dragon back. Fury filled the dragon's eyes. It had not anticipated that the relentless domination it had exerted would transform into its current predicament. The spirit sword master thrust her sword repeatedly, each strike leaving a painful mark upon its form. Roar. The black dragon roared, yet the pain it endured rendered its movements sluggish, even clumsy. It was defeated? How could it fall to one so far beneath its level? The spirit sword master smirked coldly, once more targeting its claws. Slish. The black dragon's claw was severed in an instant. Slish. Blood sprayed forth. Damn human. Prepare to hear your final lullaby. The spirit sword master steadied her breath. Heaven-slaying sword technique. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed her long sword. The blade glimmered serenely, stirring not a ripple in the air. Slish. The dragon's claw was swiftly severed. The black dragon screeched in agony, its body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Whoosh. The spirit sword master reappeared beside the black dragon, delivering a decisive strike that severed its neck. Blood gushed forth as the immense body of the black dragon fell. No longer struggling, the spirit sword master gazed down at the fallen beast. At last, she exhaled in relief. It is finally over. Observation zone. This unexpected victory left them in stunned silence. Elite Challenge Zone. Challenger number 778, level 20, cleared. Incredible, they actually cleared it. Yufeng was incredulous. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he was more inclined to believe that his vision had faltered than the reality of victory. Many had reached the 15th level, yet almost none had managed to clear the challenge in one go. This ancient relic had endured since its discovery. Only Luo Yang emerged victorious, even during the ancient times. Those who could achieve this feat were but a handful. The final match was rife with unexpected twists. Initially, the Black Dragon displayed an invincible demeanor, leading everyone to believe that Luo Yang was destined to fall, yet he triumphed against all odds, winning the match while standing atop the dragon's head. How impressive this young man is. Tan Shi, having witnessed the entirety of the competition, felt somewhat dazed, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes radiated an unusual brilliance. Luo Yang's actions shattered her preconceived notions, making her realize for the first time just how captivating this man truly is. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses an extraordinarily powerful beast. He embodies the very essence of her dream prince. My student has cleared the challenge. My goodness. Who else could achieve such a feat? I ask who else? Principal Yang, finally coming to his senses, was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly dislodging his dentures in the process. Ha. My student possesses the demeanor of a king. I have lived long enough to witness a miracle. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their eyes glued to the screen, brimming with excitement. In the challenge space, the voice of the spirit of the ruins echoed in Luo Yang's mind. Congratulations, Challenger number 778, for clearing the elite level challenge. Your prowess is evident for all to see. The rewards for your achievement will soon be distributed, so please remain on standby. At that moment, Luo Yang and his companion felt a tremendous sense of relief. They exchanged a triumphant high five, as if they had accomplished yet another remarkable feat together. Xiaoling, you have performed exceptionally well. In my eyes, you are the mightiest beast, Luo Yang expressed with heartfelt admiration, unfazed by the imposing presence of the Dragon Clan. Xiaoling continuously sought opportunities to breach its defenses. Upon hearing Luo Yang's praise, she beamed with joy, striding confidently. Hehe, master, feel free to shower me with compliments. I can take it. Chapter 51, The Treasure Vault of the Ruins. Suddenly, the scene before Luo Yang began to shift dramatically, culminating in a radiant light curtain that captivated his gaze. Concurrently, the voice of the spirit of the ruins resonated once more. Challenger number 778. The following are your rewards for clearing the challenge. You may select any 4 from the list, without repetition. Each reward comes with an accompanying description for your reference. Remaining selection time, 9:59. 1. Choose 1 Monarch-level potential beast. 2. 5 Monarch-level beast cores, attributes unrestricted. 3. 10 soul crystals, permanently increase soul strength. 4. 4 Lord-level beast puppets, pain-free guardians. 5. 1 epic-level beast skill, choose any one. 6. 100 sword and 10 herbs. 7. 10 drops of life essence. A total of 10 rewards to select 4 from. Luo Yang felt dizzy with options. Each reward could stir a significant uproar if presented externally. After reviewing all the options, he could only ask, can I have them all? The allure of these rewards was simply irresistible, leaving no room for refusal. However, with only 10 minutes to decide, Luo Yang needed to carefully choose the 4 rewards best suited to him. The first choice was clear, a Monarch-level bloodline beast cub. This was a must. Luo Yang had already devised a plan in his mind. A Monarch-level potential cub, with the liberty to choose, would allow him to maximize the rewards benefits in tandem with his innate talents. He was also contemplating a second beast. Beast tamers can contract a beast after each major breakthrough. Yet the cost of nurturing these beasts is exorbitant, leading very few to utilize all their contracting opportunities. Typically, beast tamers would have a combination of 2 or 3 beasts, often favoring offensive, defensive, and supportive types, which are highly popular combinations with remarkable win rates. Luo Yang enjoyed a natural advantage due to the vastness of his beast space. Enriched with special energy, he had a significant edge in contracting beasts, and the probability of achieving monarch-level potential was considerably higher than that of ordinary beasts. After all, monarch-level potential is exceedingly rare. Only the pets of prominent high school principals and renowned entrepreneurs in the city have reached such heights. Moreover, his beast space could cultivate pets in a remarkably short period, maturing them from growth to maturity within a year or 2 at most. While others had to meticulously manage their beast's energy distribution, Luo Yang was free from such concerns. The more beasts he had, the more he could nurture them within his expansive beast space. Without hesitation, he selected this reward. Next, he continued to peruse the remaining options. He dismissed the beast cores and soul crystals. Having already succeeded in the elite challenge, he assumed that the esteemed principal would understand the decorum involved. Resources that could be traded externally were of little interest to him, and the soul crystals offered minimal benefit, leading him to pass on both. 100 sword intent herbs? He examined the accompanying description. Sword intent herbs are born in the Valley of 10,000 Swords, a paradise for sword practitioners. They thrive at the heart of sword intent, with stringent sowing and growth conditions leading to a low survival and growth rate. Furthermore, the valley is perilous. Ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to approach it, and those venturing too close to the inner valley risk being shredded by the sword intent emanating from within. Countless lives have been lost each year in pursuit of the sword intent herbs, with their remains capable of forming mountains of bones. Such harsh conditions have perpetuated the high price of sword intent herbs, which are highly coveted among sword practitioners for their profound benefits to internal sword intent. Discovering 100 of these herbs was an opportunity too good to pass up. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Yang made his decision. These herbs would greatly assist Xiao Ling, his primary beast, and thus warranted special consideration. As for the option of selecting an epic-level beast skill, Luo Yang was intrigued. Any skill capable of being featured within a civilization relic would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, selecting only one would seem somewhat regrettable. Yet, should he manage to extract multiple skills, the outcome would be overwhelmingly beneficial. After all, the ability to draw skills infinitely was inherently advantageous. You shall be mine, he declared. For his final choice, Luo Yang opted for the life essence, a decision made after comparing it to other rewards. Not only would it benefit Wu Jing's beast, but it could also serve as a means of preserving his own life. Used wisely, it would effectively be akin to carrying a resurrection charm with him, and thus, he finalized his selections. Challenger number 778, please hold for a moment. The rewards are being distributed. Luo Yang observed as the previously dark surroundings began to dissipate, revealing a golden portal. Guided by the spirit of the ruins, he slowly pushed open the portal. The first layer of the treasure vault of the ruins unfolded before him, revealing a plethora of beasts, most possessing at least lord-level potential, with no extraordinary beings qualifying to reside within. Moreover, he spied numerous monarch-level cubs, all appearing vibrant and in excellent condition. The beasts had already been meticulously categorized based on their potential, with a staggering 20 monarch-level potential beasts among them, curated through careful selection. Each cub, if released into the world, could fetch an astronomical price. Wow, the civilization ruins truly are formidable. Luo Yang inhaled sharply. The visual impact of witnessing such a multitude of exotic beasts was indeed overwhelming. Could this be the legendary treasury of ancient relics? Challenger number 778, please select your beast. The voice of the spirit of the ruins echoed throughout the first layer of the treasury. Without hesitation, Luo Yang stepped forward, approaching the area designated for the juvenile monarch-level beasts. Here, he observed that the young beasts were housed in individual spaces, occasionally connecting with one another to alleviate the monotony of their existence. Not wishing to squander time, Luo Yang swiftly activated the Eye of the Underworld to inspect the details of these young creatures. Name: Ice Python. Attribute: Ice. Level: LV-17, Elite. Potential: LV-66, Monarch. Racial skills: 1. Ice Lock, 124500, Entry Level, 2. Frost Breath, 450500, Entry Level. Evolution Path, 9. Optimal Evolution, Monarch, Ice Python, Catastrophe Level, Ice Dragon. Name: Earth Shatter Armor. Attribute: Earth. Level: LV-18, Elite. Potential: LV-65, Monarch. Racial skills: 1. Mountain Shred Claw, 401500, Entry Level, 2. Earth Escape, 391500, Entry Level. Evolution Path, 4. Optimal Path, Monarch, Earth Shatter Armor, Monarch, Sky Shatter Armor. It was evident that most of these juveniles had already reached their peak potential, making further breakthroughs exceedingly rare. Yet, there were still a few with the potential to transcend their limitations. Chapter 52, The Lucky Die. Luo Yang remained unperturbed, continuing his search. After all, every beast here possessed the potential of a monarch. Even if he did not find one that could mutate, he could still discover a creature capable of evolving to the catastrophe level. For instance, the first ice python could ultimately transform into the ice dragon, possessing both control and formidable power. In the blink of an eye, he had examined 10 beasts. Among them, 2 had the potential to advance to the catastrophe level. But regrettably, one was offensive and the other defensive, neither of which piqued Luo Yang's interest. Name: Blood Mantis. Attribute: Insect. Level: LV-19, Elite. Potential: LV-68, Monarch. Racial skills: 1. Death Scythe, 341000, Mastered, 2. Insect Cloak, 450500, Entry Level. Evolution Path, 10. Optimal Path, Monarch, Blood Mantis, Catastrophe Level, Reaper Mantis. This one seemed promising. Luo Yang regarded the juvenile with satisfaction. Its future potential could indeed reach Catastrophe Level, and it was an assassin-type beast with formidable intrinsic power. After perusing the options, he resolved to choose it if he found nothing more suitable. Upon reaching the 16th beast, he still had no success. Luo Yang had begun to lose hope, contemplating abandoning the search altogether, were it not for the fact that only a few beasts remained. Suddenly, he froze in place, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This was it. Name, Lucky Die. Attribute, None. Level, LV20, Elite. Potential, LV62, Monarch. Racial skill, 1, Lucky Moment, 1241000, Mastered. Evolution Path, 7, Mutation Path, 1. Monarch, Lucky Die, Monarch, Fortune and Misfortune Die. Not only could it mutate, but it was also an auxiliary-type beast. This was an incredible find. Luo Yang was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as though he had just discovered a hidden treasure. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the ruins opened the space door for the Lucky Die. Having been confined in this space for an eternity, the Lucky Die eagerly awaited the opportunity to form a contract with Luo Yang, its anticipation palpable. These beasts of monarch-level potential were highly intelligent and fully aware of their predicament. Others longed for Luo Yang to select them, hoping to escape this confinement. Though their needs were met here, they yearned to experience the diverse world beyond. Unfortunately, Luo Yang chose the Lucky Die. At that moment, the Lucky Die could hardly contain its eagerness to contract with him, fearful that an unforeseen event might shatter the dream of its liberation. Luo Yang traced a hexagram with his spiritual energy. Both their souls entwined within it, and soon the contract was established. The Lucky Die finally felt at ease. You may first enter the beast space while I handle these matters, and I will release you afterward. After the Lucky Die nodded in agreement, Luo Yang stored it within the beast space. Next, he turned his attention to the other two treasures, the sword intent grass and the essence of life. As the treasury door radiated a brilliant light, the two treasures floated before Luo Yang, enveloped in a special energy that ensured their vitality would not wane. This energy, too, had a shelf life. He stored them in his bag of holding. Now, only the final reward remained. As the door to the third layer of the ancient treasury creaked open, an endless expanse of skill scrolls appeared before him, densely packed on every shelf. The sight was nothing short of magnificent. Luo Yang's mouth fell agape, astonishment and disbelief etched across his face. Many of these skill scrolls were familiar to him, while others were high-tier skills he had never encountered. However, there were also some that he simply could not comprehend. The scrolls were categorized by rank, with epic-level skills displayed in a straight line before him. What a bounty of skills! Just as Luo Yang was reveling in his good fortune, the spirit of the ruins doused his excitement with a cold dose of reality. Dear Challenger number 778, you have only 10 minutes to select your skills. Countdown, 9:59. Please make your selection promptly. Failure to do so will be considered an automatic forfeiture. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Luo Yang was instantly jolted into awareness. Why the rush? This is rather unfair. He shook his head in resignation, refusing to let his momentum wane. He needed to utilize his infinite extraction ability to seize every skill he could obtain. After all, this opportunity was too precious to squander. He must reap the rewards of his arduous journey. With keen focus, Luo Yang scrutinized the row of shelves, searching for any fragments of skills that might drop. He maintained his pace, feigning a casual search for skills while his mind remained vigilant. As the extraction commenced, luminous fragments soon became visible. These fragments, within the range of his automatic collection, directly entered his virtual backpack. A system notification echoed in his mind. Extractable chances, 1. Skill dropped from scroll, Heavenly Thunder Slash. Extractable chances, 1. Skill dropped from scroll, 9 Heavens Divine Movement. Extractable chances, 1. One can extract skill scrolls from the radiant golden shields of skills. A myriad of skills flashed rapidly through his mind. The Thunderclap Slash is an epic-level lightning skill, boasting immense power capable of unleashing the internal forces of lightning to create a terrifying storm. Indeed, this is a remarkable thunder martial technique, and being of epic caliber, it is worth retaining. The 9 Heavens Divine Movement, on the other hand, is an epic-level speed skill, which, when cultivated to its zenith, can achieve an effect akin to the swift winds and flashing lightning, remarkably sharp and a true standout among epic skills. As for the Golden Shields, they represent a formidable defensive skill. Luo Yang focused solely on the epic-level skills, allowing lower-tier skills to be automatically collected. He navigated through the plethora of options, gathering everything that could be extracted. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Luo Yang had amassed a substantial bounty. His virtual backpack was nearly filled with skill fragments, ensuring that his future beasts would not lack for skills. I choose the Shadow Clone. After claiming all the rewards, the ancient treasure vault began to repel him. Ultimately, Luo Yang was enveloped in light and returned to the spectator area. Upon seeing Luo Yang reappear, Principal Yang hurried over. How did it go? No issues, I hope, he inquired. This time, Luo Yang did not disappoint him. Rest assured, Principal, everything went smoothly, Luo Yang replied with a smile. Noting the presence of several unfamiliar faces nearby, he refrained from elaborating further. The principal quickly understood the need for discretion to avert the attention of any ill-intentioned individuals and promptly activated the ancient jade to teleport them away. As they departed, the news of the elite challenge area being cleared flashed across all screens. They emerged back into the familiar coastal area. Just as Luo Yang was about to say something, Principal Yang gestured for silence. This is your opportunity. There is no need to share it with me. Furthermore, in the future, regardless of what you gain, be sure to keep it concealed. Incidents of robbery and murder are exceedingly common in Blue Star. Luo Yang nodded in understanding. The principal, satisfied, patted Luo Yang on the shoulder and offered a few more words of caution before traversing the spatial rift back to City. For today, you should head home. Take a day off, and if any issues arise later, come find me. Luo Yang nodded. He had acquired too much today and needed time to digest it all. Chapter 53, The Glory of Beast Taming. Principal Yang returned to his office, lost in thought. It is rumored that there are 4 levels within the ancient civilization ruins, and upon clearing all levels, one would receive acknowledgement from the civilization ruins, as well as mysterious rewards. Yet, this remains mere rumor, often dismissed as a tale. Coupled with the immense difficulty of clearing the levels, achieving even a single clearance is a feat that brings considerable renown. No one has ever succeeded in clearing all levels, leading to the gradual fading of this legend. However, Luo Yang has made a promising start. Although the chances are slim, he may attempt it once he surpasses the extraordinary level. Perhaps this is not just a legend, but a challenge yet to be conquered. Leaving the school, Luo Yang made a bold decision and opted to commandeer a shared bicycle. As he pedaled along, humming a cheerful tune, he exerted himself further. Today was a fine day, and he felt buoyant enough to greet the dogs he passed by. Upon returning to the villa, he noticed the absence of Wu Jing. Luo Yang surmised that he had gone out in search of life-restoring herbs for the beasts, likely wishing to prepare thoroughly. Regardless, he was confident that Wu Jing would return in due time and had no concerns about him absconding. Currently, Luo Yang possessed the life essence, which had reached the quality of a sovereign level. While it could not restore the territory of the Tai Chi Panda from its self-destructive state, it was sufficient for healing its internal injuries. Thus, he merely needed to wait to collect the evolution materials for the Tai Chi Panda. However, he would not easily part with the life essence, as doing so would undermine its psychological impact. Luo Yang approached the situation from a merchant's perspective. It was imperative to maximize the utility of the life essence, ensuring that Wu Jing became a fully fledged member of his team. After all, investments that yield less than their returns hold no value. Upon arriving home, Luo Yang released both of them from their confinement. The urgency of time in the ancient ruins had left him no opportunity to examine the exterior of the lucky die. Now back home, he took the time to scrutinize its appearance. The exterior resembled an ordinary die, predominantly white, yet it bore only 3 numbers on its faces, 3, 6, and 9. The faces with the same number mirrored one another. Its features could manifest randomly across various faces, with no distinction other than a nose and 2 eyes. Although the lucky die had attained level 20, it was vital for it to recognize its standing as a newcomer. Even the dogs at home held a higher status than it. Little fellow, welcome to our home. Remember, this is your big sister. You must heed her words, or I won't be able to help you if you get into trouble. Luo Yang pointed to the spirit swordmaster. Greetings, big sister, exclaimed the lucky die. Oh, we are all family. No need for such formality, the spirit swordmaster replied, though her face radiated joy upon hearing the lucky die's words. Finally having a target to tease. From now on, I'll look out for you, she declared, patting her chest and giving him an encouraging look. The lucky die nodded earnestly, understanding the hierarchy. As long as he maintained a good relationship with his big sister, he would be secure in this household. Henceforth, the other beasts would have to refer to him as second brother. By the way, let us give you a name. Considering the numbers on your die, how about we call you 369? Luo Yang pondered for a moment before making his decision. The lucky die's expression soured, as it was not given a chance to refuse. Nevertheless, the name 369 sounded quite pleasant and was certainly better than something like Big Yellow or Fortune. Luo Yang then began to examine the materials required for the lucky die's mutation. Mutation materials, 4 lucky charms, for misfortune stones, 20 spirit nurturing liquid, and extraordinary level beast crystals of 8 attributes. Reclining on the sofa, he took out his phone to access the Beast Taming Mall, where purchases could be delivered directly to 1's door. However, the delivery was not conducted by humans, but by beasts. With the advent of the grand era of beast taming, the role of beasts had been fully realized, encompassing not just the profession of delivery personnel, but also various modes of transportation like the Dragon Centipede train and the Airbus Falcon. Beasts had permeated every aspect of daily life, with most industries having been supplanted by them. Thankfully, the necessary materials could all be found in the Beast Taming Mall. Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Among the materials, the lucky charms and misfortune stones were the most expensive, while the other materials were quite affordable. He added all the required materials to his shopping cart, totaling 11 million huaxia coins. Luo Yang's hands trembled slightly, but for the sake of his beast's development, he successfully placed the order. Spending over 10 million, Luo Yang swiftly became a premium member of the Alliance Mall, with dedicated customer service at his disposal. Save where you can, spend where you must. I'll be sure to take it all home. The display indicated that delivery would occur within 2 hours, and Luo Yang was advised to be ready to receive the items. Taking advantage of his free time, he began teaching the spirit swordmaster how to use a smartphone, as he had been preoccupied before, but now found himself with time to spare. First, download the game Beast Mastery Glory, then get Tremor, along with several series watching applications. Luo Yang assisted her in downloading the most popular apps from Blue Star, all of which are essential for leisure. Tremor allows for the viewing of short videos, while Beast Mastery Glory is a game that provides relaxation during moments of boredom. Ling Jianshi nodded in partial understanding. After Luo Yang opened Tremor, he prompted her to create a name for her social media account. A name? Yes, it's your pseudonym. Then let us call it Thorned Rose. Ling Jianshi pondered, her limited vocabulary failing to conjure a more melodious alias. Upon completing the registration, the first video commenced playback. As it was developed by Blue Star, the platform primarily featured videos of pet beasts, including combat scenes and live broadcasts of top Beastmasters competitions. The initial video showcased the interaction between a Beastmaster and their pet, striking a chord with many Beastmasters, garnering millions of likes. Ling Jianshi watched, utterly enthralled. As Luo Yang scrolled down, a plethora of trending videos appeared. The Blue Star News was also bustling with activity, reporting, for instance, that the second pet beast of Alibaba's chairman, Ma Yun, had successfully broken through to the disaster level today, creating a sensation and establishing itself as yet another pillar of Blue Star. Additionally, a renowned Blue Star artist, Wu Di Fan, was apprehended by the Beast Alliance for alleged infringement and was sentenced to sewing duty, subsequently announcing her permanent withdrawal from the entertainment industry. The array of amusing news articles was endless. Wow, this phone is incredibly entertaining, Ling Jianshi exclaimed, her small hands gleefully rubbing together, marveling at the novelty of the device. Give it a try, Luo Yang chuckled, noticing her eagerness. With deftness, she took the phone and began to explore. Within mere minutes, she had mastered the applications, laughing heartily as she scrolled through videos. 369 could only watch from the sidelines, unable to engage due to his lack of hands. Chapter 54, The Cursed Demon Dice. Before long, Ling Jianshi began experimenting with Beast Mastery Glory, a competitive game. The character models were meticulously crafted based on real-life mythical beasts, with skills and appearances replicated to an exact degree. Even the intricacies of the beast's features, expressions, and reactions to injury were faithfully rendered. The immersive experience, combined with smooth graphics and fluid movements, made it not only entertaining, but also a valuable source of knowledge about mythical creatures. The game's release caused a tremendous uproar on Blue Star. Even parents who typically opposed their children playing video games found themselves unconditionally supportive, encouraging their offspring to invest boldly and strive for the top. Some parents even proclaimed, if you can't play games, you won't excel in your studies either. This game had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of popularity on Blue Star, with no other game daring to rival it. Beast Mastery Glory claimed the first position, with no contenders for second. After completing her beginner tasks, Ling Jianshi embarked on her gaming journey. Up, up, up. Beautiful. They're all dead on the other side. Hey, don't rush. Wait for your teammates. Damn it. What a useless teammate. I'm furious. We've been wiped out. At that moment, Ling Jianshi transformed into an esports girl, utterly absorbed in the game. Time slipped away unnoticed. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, Luo Yang rose to answer the door. A colossal galehound entered, carrying a massive box on its back, which appeared remarkably stable, not wobbling in the slightest. Inside, it must contain the transformed materials for the lucky dice. Hello. Is this Mr. Luo Yang? Indeed, that's me. Your package, please sign here. The Galehound produced a sealed box from within the larger one and handed it to Luo Yang. After signing, it added, "Remember to leave a 5-star review," before swiftly departing for its next delivery. The entire process was exceedingly efficient. Luo Yang silently marveled, realizing the industry's standards for the appearance of mythical beasts were stringent. Any that appeared fierce or malevolent were deemed unworthy. Moreover, the interview process for these beasts involved thorough scrutiny of their lineage. Any with a history of aggression towards humans would be permanently disqualified, akin to a civil service examination within the realm of mythical beasts. Some creatures competed eagerly for the opportunity, fearing they might miss out on this stable position. Luo Yang opened the package, finding the exterior tightly wrapped, requiring considerable effort to unveil. The vibrant colors of the mythical beast crystals nearly dazzled his eyes. The symbols of fortune and misfortune were indeed distinctive. Luo Yang continued to inspect the remaining materials, confirming that everything was intact and accounted for. The transformed materials for 369 were now complete. It was time to explore their usage. 369 looked at the items in confusion. "Master, are these materials for me?" "Indeed, 369. These materials will strengthen you, enabling you to break the shackles of your lucky dice lineage and reach unimaginable heights." Luo Yang's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing 369 to envision standing atop the world, filled with admiration for his master. It became evident that Luo Yang was adept at painting grand visions. Upon regaining his composure, 369 became curious about the veracity of Luo Yang's claims. In his understanding, attaining monarch level was already the pinnacle for their lucky dice lineage, and he never dared to dream of anything beyond that. "My unique talent allows me to perceive the various evolutionary paths of your pet beasts. This is precisely why I chose you as my second pet. Furthermore, you must have sensed the anomalies within the beast mastery space, correct? The energy contained within is sufficient for you to develop rapidly." 369 understood, gazing at Luo Yang with admiration, feeling as though he had secured a remarkable ally. Could it be that the most fortunate event in the life of a lucky dice was encountering his master? "Don't be nervous. Your older sister went through a similar process. If you persevere, a new world awaits you," Luo Yang reassured. He then began examining the methods for utilizing the materials. This evolution process was vastly different from the first, given that 369's initial potential had already reached monarch level. A combination of magic arrays was necessary to facilitate an energy transformation within. Luo Yang's hands moved in intricate patterns, swiftly conjuring a magical formation that eventually materialized before him as an 8-directional star array. As the formation's design gradually completed, the flow of his own magical energy intensified. At that moment, he felt a unique connection with the star array, a wondrous sensation. He focused intently on the array before him, unaware that sweat was already beading on his forehead. Following this, Luo Yang began placing the materials according to their designated positions. The outer octagon was adorned with symbols of fortune and misfortune, each occupying half of the star array. As the symbols entered, the black and white colors claimed their respective halves. In the center, different attribute crystals of mythical beasts were arranged in the 8 cardinal directions. 369, prepare yourself, Luo Yang instructed. Lastly, he poured the spirit-nurturing liquid into the array. With this final step, the magical formation was completed. 369, step into the array. It is time to alter your destiny. 369 nodded, and, with a leap, jumped into the array. The array suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the lucky die in a dual veil of black and white. Terrifying energy surged relentlessly into the die, causing a profound transformation of its very essence. The entire ordeal was lengthy and excruciating. One could witness 369's body convulsing violently, the intense agony prompting him to unleash desperate howls. Yet, despite the torment, 369 gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the pain. If his elder sister could withstand it, why couldn't he? He did not wish to disappoint his master. He must succeed. Hold on. This was merely the beginning. Luo Yang was equally anxious, sensing the suffering that 369 was enduring. However, from outside the array, he could not discern the situation within. As the energy continued to pour in, the transformation progressed. 369's form began to expand. The once 1-meter-long lucky die swelled to an astonishing 3 meters, and the numbers 369 became strikingly prominent. Finally, after enduring for half an hour, the situation within the array began to stabilize. Almost there, Luo Yang exclaimed with delight. He had begun to anticipate what the transformed lucky die would look like and what abilities it would possess. As the array dissipated into the heavens, 369's appearance underwent a radical metamorphosis. Thank you, Master. This sensation is truly marvelous. 369's form swiftly shrank, ultimately transforming into a die the size of a fist. Suspended in midair, the change was so vast compared to its initial state that it was hard to believe it was the same entity. However, he should now be referred to as the Jixian die. Luo Yang speculated that the transformed version wielded two distinct abilities, to bestow fortune and to bring misfortune. The exterior of the Jixian die retained the same numbers, 369, but its appearance had dramatically altered. The original white body morphed into a duality of black and red, with each color occupying half of the surface. The black faces bore dark golden engravings, exuding an air of enigma. The black face was adorned with a dragon, reputed to symbolize calamity, while the red face featured a phoenix soaring majestically. Each depiction was vivid and lifelike. The contrasting black and red created a chillingly ominous aura. Chapter 55, The Demon's Curse. 369's appearance had transformed into a half-red, half-black visage, presenting an exceptionally terrifying sight from afar. Name, Jixian Dai. Attributes, fortune, misfortune. Traits, harmonization of fortune and misfortune. Level, LV21, extraordinary. Potential, LV75, monarch. Racial skills, 1, divine fortune, for 181000, effortless, 2. Demon's Curse, 1241000, effortless. Transformation path, 1. Monarch, Jixian Dai, calamity, Jixian Dai emperor. 369. You now not only possess the ability to bring good fortune, but also the attribute of misfortune. Although auxiliary in nature, you have gained the capacity for self-preservation, making you significantly stronger than before. Luo Yang felt immense satisfaction as 369, under the baptism of energy, transcended into the extraordinary realm, becoming the first extraordinary level pet under his command. Next, he began to examine the effects of the skills. 369's role is that of a support entity. The abilities related to good fortune primarily enhance allies, while those of misfortune cast curses upon enemies, drastically diminishing their attributes. The disparity created by this duality is truly remarkable. Luo Yang gazed at 369's skill panel. First, good fortune. Divine fortune bestows good fortune upon allies, enhancing all attributes by 35%. Increases health recovery speed by 50%, skill cooldown time, for hours. Second, misfortune. Demon's Curse inflicts a curse from the demon upon the target's body, reducing all attributes by 20% and causing them to randomly forget one of their skills. Duration, half an hour. This is the very embodiment of support capabilities. Luo Yang could not help but exclaim in awe. A 35% increase in all attributes. What does that even mean? The difference created by these two skills amounts to an astonishing 55%. This is simply outrageous. Even Luo Yang, who is accustomed to the extraordinary, felt the weight of this power. If he could master the synergy of these two skills, he would face any challenge without trepidation. Regardless of the formidable races he would encounter, dragons, phoenixes, or the ancient 10 evils, all would be subdued. Challenging opponents of higher levels would pose no difficulty whatsoever. With eyes closed, the ascent would be effortless. 369, you've done splendidly. Our team's strength has ascended several tiers. Luo Yang praised. Go find Xiaoling to play. You can enjoy some short videos together. It's a perfect opportunity for companionship. Next, he began to inspect the skill fragments extracted from the ancient ruins. Due to the conflicting attributes of many skills, forcibly learning them could produce adverse effects, leading to a scarcity of suitable skills for the spirit swordmasters. The sword shadow clone scroll that Luo Yang chose had not been extracted. Given its considerable effect on the spirit swordmasters, it could elevate their strength to new heights. Thus, Luo Yang selected this skill scroll for himself. As the name suggests, the sword shadow clone allows one to manifest an identical duplicate, albeit at 70% of the original S power, with a duration of only 15 minutes. Yet, one should not underestimate these 15 minutes. A sudden appearance could catch enemies off guard. Moreover, a spirit swordmaster's 70% power is formidable enough to sway the tide of battle. However, the requirements for training are stringent. Firstly, the pet must be a sword-type creature. Secondly, a certain mastery of sword intent is necessary. And if the intent is not recognized by the scroll, it will result in backlash. These conditions pose no challenge for the spirit swordmasters. Xiaoling, you should learn this skill from the scroll, Luo Yang said, tossing it to her. All right. He had great trust in her, as her characteristic of sword heart clarity made mastering sword-related skills effortless. Currently, the defensive aspect of the spirit swordmaster was their weakest link. Luo Yang also selected a defensive skill, Golden Armor Technique, from his bag of skill fragments. This skill, too, reached the epic level, being a gold attribute skill. Golden Armor Technique allows the user to generate a golden armor that envelopes the entire body, possessing the ability to absorb damage and reflect a portion of it. The defensive effect is extraordinarily significant. With this, the Spirit Swordmaster would truly be flawless. Luo Yang also selected 2 auxiliary skills for 369 to learn: Healing Aura and Blessing Aura. Healing Aura is primarily used for healing and restoring damage, while Blessing Aura can eliminate all negative conditions from the pet and grant immunity to any status effects, such as poison, confusion, burning, and sleep for a duration of half an hour. With everything arranged, Luo Yang comfortably reclined on the sofa, engaging in cooperative gameplay with the Spirit Swordmaster, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, 369 could only watch from the sidelines, likely yearning to join in the fray. As night fell, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the room. Wu Jing returned home, dragging his weary body. "Old Wu, you're back?" "Indeed, after a day of toil. There seems to be no reward in sight." Wu Jing, upon uttering these words, appeared somewhat agitated, yet he swiftly concealed this negative sentiment. However, upon noticing an unexpected figure in his home, he smiled and remarked, "Ah, young one, splendid indeed. You have contracted a new beast companion. It seems fortune is smiling upon you. Encountering a suitable beast companion is indeed a stroke of luck." 369, sensing Wu Jing's vast aura, could only retreat to a corner, trembling in trepidation. A glance at Luo Yang revealed that his humble master was no ordinary individual. "Oh my, the pinnacle of my fate with dice seems to be approaching. All right, you attend to your matters. I shall return to my room to handle a few things." Wu Jing entered his quarters, changed his shoes, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then ascended the stairs. In his room, aside from a bed, there rested a bottle of liquor on the nightstand, accompanied by a box of cigarettes and a pack of cigars. Wu Jing took a puff of the cigar, exhaling the white smoke languidly, his face etched with sorrow as he gazed out at the inky darkness beyond the window. Luo Yang, observing his demeanor, surmised that he was once again facing obstacles at every turn. It was a lamentable fate for a once mighty sovereign, perhaps the most unfortunate among them, without a doubt. Time passed. Luo Yang entered the kitchen, with the spirit sword wielder assisting him. They hastily prepared a few simple dishes, and soon called Wu Jing down for dinner. Their household had developed a harmonious routine. Luo Yang handled the cooking, while Wu Jing washed the dishes, their roles clearly defined. At the dining table, Luo Yang initiated a conversation. "Old Wu, does the life essence have any effect on healing the injuries of the Tai Chi Panda?" "Life essence? That substance is incredibly precious. A single drop is sufficient to mend injuries. However, such a life-saving elixir is not something anyone would willingly part with. Its worth transcends monetary value." "Is that so? I heard whispers within our school that the principal returned from an ancient site with significant gains, including what seems to be life essence." Luo Yang shifted the topic. "What? Yang Wanhua possesses such a rare treasure? Yet his beast companion is severely injured as well. Surely, he would prioritize his own needs over selling it to us. That is utterly unrealistic." Wu Jing seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, yet upon deeper contemplation, his hopes deflated. These notions were simply impractical. "Do not be hasty. As I mentioned, this is merely internal news. Tomorrow, I shall inquire further on your behalf. After all, I am now a talented student at the 5th high school and have had considerable dealings with the principal. Who knows, there might be a chance." Luo Yang observed Wu Jing's reaction keenly, deliberately heightening the suspense. "Indeed, there might be hope. If we manage to procure the life essence, I would owe you my life. I would follow you through fire and water without a second thought." Wu Jing exclaimed, rising with fervor, his murky eyes brimming with gratitude. "Old Wu, you flatter me. I shall do my utmost." Luo Yang replied with a gentle smile, well aware that Wu Jing's intentions were to alleviate the suffering of the Tai Chi Panda, for it bore the brunt of the unresolved injuries. A glimmer of hope rekindled within Wu Jing's heart. The meal was quite delectable. With the contract of 369, Luo Yang experienced a reciprocal enhancement, elevating his own level significantly. Due to the unique nature of his contracted beast, however, the speed of his advancement was somewhat slower. Nevertheless, each increase represented a qualitative transformation, rendering him far more powerful in both spirit and physique than his fellow beast tamers of the same level. The arrival of 369 instilled a sense of urgency within the spirit sword wielder. After indulging in some games, she voluntarily retreated into the beast taming space to immerse herself in training. She set a goal for herself, to achieve a breakthrough within a week. The following day at school, Luo Yang was visibly popular. Even the elderly gentleman at the entrance wished to offer him a cigarette. Along his path, numerous classmates requested to take photographs with him. The ensuing classes predominantly blended practical experience with theoretical knowledge, as they were soon to face the beast taming college entrance examinations. Many students' families began to invest heavily in various resources to secure a place at a prestigious beast taming university. It is worth noting that beast taming universities differ significantly from high schools, offering not only a plethora of beautiful peers and the freedom to pursue romantic relationships, but also abundant resources. They boast independent secret realms and beast cultivation chambers. And possessing the status of a beast taming university student allows for substantial discounts on certain resources. Over time, these savings accumulate to a considerable sum, and most importantly, entering university diversifies future career paths and accelerates exposure to new experiences. Attending a beast taming university marks the moment when one's level can experience explosive growth. Luo Yang harbored great anticipation. Prior to his journey here, he never experienced university life, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, it would be an affront to his extraordinary life. Even those with formidable backgrounds strive to gain entry into the finest institutions, as that is where their ascent begins and family approval is earned. Luo Yang continued training alongside his peers, though he primarily focused on one-on-one sessions with Lu Rushuang, as she wished to avoid undermining the confidence of other students. Luo Yang's rapid progress had rendered him an unattainable goal for his classmates. Both the principal and Lu Rushuang had granted him the privilege to choose whether or not to attend classes. He could come when he wished and remain at home sleeping when he desired, provided he did not neglect his training. Such privileges were reserved for the truly gifted. Subsequently, Luo Yang visited the principal's office. "Ah, what brings you here, young one? Are you in need of something?" Yang Wangwa reclined on the sofa, displaying a look of surprise. "I merely thought of you. My return to school was motivated by the desire to see you," Luo Yang replied with a smile. Yang Wangwa smirked. After a day of interaction, he had discerned Luo Yang's true character and would never believe such a statement. "Enough of the jesting. I have come bearing a precious gift for you." Luo Yang produced a small jade vial, containing a single drop of life essence. He was aware that Yang Wangwa's beast had sustained injuries during the defense of Nanchon City, and that these wounds had persisted, stalling his progress due to ongoing afflictions. For years, he had sought healing elixirs, but had found none suitable. "What is this?" Yang Wangwa inquired with curiosity. "This is a drop of life essence." Upon hearing this, Yang Wangwa's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He hastily opened the vial, feeling the overwhelming life force within. Disbelief etched across his face. "It is real. Young man, what folly! Quickly put it away. If others learn of your possession of such a treasure, how could you hope to remain unharmed?" Yang Wangwa's tone was urgent. He even stepped outside to check if anyone had overheard their conversation. Only when he confirmed their solitude did he allow himself to relax. "What nonsense! Put it away at once. Thankfully, it is not in the hands of others. Otherwise, you would be in grave danger." Yang Wangwa shot him a fierce glare, nearly resorting to striking him. "Principal, do not be so anxious. This drop was a reward for my success in the ancient site. It is merely this one drop. I brought it to you precisely because I recognized it as a hot potato. Had others known, I would have met my demise long ago." Luo Yang's expression remained calm, as though the precious life essence in his hand were but a common drop of water. "You intend to give this to me? Otherwise what? I was merely considering a smooth delivery for you. While this item possesses great value, it holds little significance for me at present. It would be more fitting to present it to you, Principal. Surely, you wouldn't want any mishaps to befall your students because of it." Luo Yang's expression was cheeky. "Principal, this should be beneficial to you, wouldn't it?" "Of course. This item is of immense utility. Do you have any idea of its worth?" "Just a single drop of life essence. You won't find another throughout the entirety of the city. It's worth its weight in gold," Yang Wangwa exclaimed, gripping his arms with fervor. Luo Yang shot him a glance and jested. "Am I still in time to retract my offer?" "You. Of course you can. Quickly take it back." Yang Wangwa stood there, momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Luo Yang's teasing. He couldn't possibly suggest keeping the item. All right. I'm not teasing you any longer." Luo Yang promptly shifted the topic. "From now on, you'll be under the protection of the esteemed principal." He casually tossed the jade vial before the principal and then turned to exit the office. "I'm leaving." Yang Wangwa gazed at the small jade vial in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He never anticipated having to rely on his own student. It seemed rather ironic. Yet, the potential benefits of this item were too significant to dismiss. Ultimately, he cast aside his reservations and summoned his old companion, the Dark Moon-Winged Tiger. "Are you looking for me again?" The Dark Moon-Winged Tiger lay languidly on the ground, its spirit waning, its appearance aged, entirely lacking the grandeur befitting a monarch-tier beast. "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to seek you out without a pressing matter?" Yang Wangwa retorted, exasperated. Today, he had already been mocked twice, and the authority of his position had dissipated. "Are you foolish? Why would I be sought out if there were no matters at hand?" "Oh, if you aren't curious about such a splendid opportunity, Then that's your loss. Though Yang Wang feigned indifference. He discreetly scrutinized the dark moon winged tiger from the corner of his eye. What is it? Your injuries have a chance of healing. The eyes of the dark moon winged tiger sparkled with intrigue. Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? 57th chapter, Recovery of Injuries. You foolish tiger. Did you grow that brain in your rear? Would I dare deceive you? Wasn't I just escorting a student to the ancient ruins? That lad cleared the trials and obtained a drop of life essence, and he willingly relinquished it to me, fearing it was too precious to handle. Though he spoke casually, those in the know understood the unspoken nuances. Yang Wanghua extended the small jade vial towards it. The dark moon winged tiger took it, inhaled deeply, and upon sensing the overwhelming vitality within, smiled contentedly. This lad is rather impressive. His character is commendable, and his talent is exceptional, a worthy seedling to nurture. Moreover, I fully endorse this young one as your successor. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Of course, one must be cautious when accepting assistance. I intend to care for him diligently. However, for his safety, we mustn't rush. Yang Wanghua nodded in agreement. Having a plan is sufficient, thus, I shall not hesitate. This drop of life essence is enough to restore me to my former glory, perhaps even provide an opportunity for a breakthrough. The dark moon winged tiger flapped its wings and vanished in an instant. It sought a tranquil location to absorb the life essence, as revealing its aura at the school would be ill-advised. Yang Wanghua shook his head. You, much like me, remain as impatient as ever. He sighed and resumed his reading. Meanwhile, the dark moon winged tiger found itself in a desolate valley in its city. As it consumed the drop of life essence, the vitality within began to take root and flourish. The lingering internal injuries gradually healed. The efficacy of the life essence was truly remarkable. What once felt like a parasitic affliction dissolved effortlessly under its rejuvenating influence. Before long, the dark moon winged tiger opened its eyes, its aura surging with renewed vigor. And as it moved, the sound of cracking fireworks echoed around it. To be free of injuries feels so refreshing. I am now eager to find someone to spar with. The dark moon winged tiger emitted a melodious growl. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Simultaneously, a palpable aura of lethality radiated from its being, its presence now exponentially more formidable than before. In overcoming its internal injuries, the dark moon winged tiger also harnessed the accumulated spiritual energy within to elevate its level. It had not felt this invigorated in quite some time. Rising slowly, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout its city. A powerful pressure rolled forth like a white wave, startling countless birds in the valley, sending them fluttering away in a panic. It was as if it was proclaiming to the world that a ferocious tiger had emerged. What a terrifying presence. This overwhelming aura compelled everyone to gaze upward, eager to behold its true form. In various locations throughout its city, numerous individuals reacted to this astonishing energy, sharing differing opinions. Indeed, you have resolved many years of inner turmoil. Your springtime has arrived. Will the Dark Moon Monarch once again reveal its brilliance? Has the once great Dark Moon Monarch returned? I eagerly anticipate our clash. Wu Jing, at home, also sensed this energy fluctuation. It appears Luo Yang was correct. Yang Wanghua's Dark Moon Winged Tiger has healed. And due to the energy amassed within, it has even achieved a breakthrough, reclaiming its peak. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Wu Jing's tone brimmed with envy. Such an opportunity would make anyone envious. Back at home, Luo Yang sat wearily on the sofa, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance, seemingly troubled. Wu Jing joined him on the sofa, feeling both anxious and fearful, dreading the possibility of hearing an unacceptable outcome. Luo Yang, what is the situation now? Is there still hope? I just sense the aura of your principal's beast recovering, which confirms he possesses a treasure for restoration. Master Wu, I have not failed in my mission. Luo Yang retrieved the pre-prepared jade vial from his storage pouch, his hand trembling slightly as he held it. He was grateful for having an abundance of life essence. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous. Wu Jing eagerly accepted it, examining it closely, his face lighting up with joy. Haha, it's real. Truly splendid. My old companion, you shall no longer suffer in pain. Wu Jing exclaimed, repeating his delight thrice. By the way, Luo Yang, this item is so precious. Yang Wanghua must cherish it dearly. How did you acquire it? Wu Jing inquired, puzzled. Do you think I risked my life for this? I had to agree to a series of unequal terms with the principal to secure this last drop. Sigh. Were it not for the principal recognizing my potential, I would have been dismissed long ago, and he wouldn't have endured my chatter. Luo Yang lamented, painting the conditions in exaggerated terms, his countenance a picture of sorrow, almost convincing himself of his own tale. Yet such theatrics often tug at the heartstrings, and Wu Jing, who had not felt genuine concern for over 2 decades, now regarded Luo Yang as family. Even if Luo Yang were to dismiss him now, he would not leave. A drop of the essence of life has procured a monarch-level enforcer. No matter how one calculates, this transaction is undeniably advantageous. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's expression grew exceedingly grave. He had not anticipated that Luo Yang would sacrifice so much for him. Such a feat would be difficult even for one's closest kin. Even if the other party acted with ulterior motives, what could they possibly deceive him into believing? He had nothing of value. His life was but a meager existence. His strength had even diminished. What was the purpose of this? Did they covet his very being? He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of this statement. After all, the essence of life, unattainable even by monarchs, could hardly be acquired by a mere elite-level student. Unless the world had descended into chaos. Despite the small size of the jade vial, merely the size of a palm, it felt as heavy as a mountain in his grasp. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Clutching the jade vial tightly, his murky eyes glistened with moisture. Luo boy, I owe you a life. He realized that his debts only seemed to multiply, becoming unrepayable. All right, old man, don't get all sentimental. It's making me uncomfortable. Quickly give it to the Taii Panda to consume. This will relieve him of his suffering and allow him to recover swiftly, enabling you to get back to work and earn money to repay your debts, Luo Yang jested. Progress was already becoming evident. Wu Jing ceased his idle chatter. At worst, he thought, he would use his own life to protect this young man. Witnessing the rise of a prodigious talent, what joy was there not to partake in? After expressing his gratitude, he returned to his room, eager to see his old companion in vibrant health once more. Entering the Beastmaster space, he entrusted the essence of life to the Taii Panda. The effects of the essence were remarkably potent. In a mere few minutes, the Taii Panda's injuries had completely healed. However, the internal damage to its realm remained exceedingly challenging to rectify. The methods for restoration were few and far between. The most reliable approach was to heal its injuries and seek materials to evolve the Taii Panda to the next stage, during which a new realm would coalesce. This was an opportunity. Chapter 58. Breakthrough to the Extraordinary. Old companion, you have finally recovered and can accompany me into battle once more. A smile of genuine happiness graced Wu Jing's face. The Taii Panda adjusted its size and appeared in the living room, bowing in gratitude to Luo Yang, who graciously accepted it. Wu Jing had already informed the Taii Panda of the circumstances. Now, it's time to properly adjust your state. This will increase the chances of evolution. Though evolution could restore injuries by harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, the risks were substantial. Especially when a monarch attempted to break through a catastrophe, the difficulty escalated dramatically and required utmost caution. Given the Taii Panda's injured state, the risk of failure during evolution could even jeopardize its foundation. At that moment, choosing evolution was merely a delaying tactic. Now that its injuries had healed, the chances of successful evolution had improved considerably. I estimate that within a week, I can break through to the extraordinary level. And then we shall witness the evolution path of the Taii Panda. During these 7 days, you must also seek work to earn money. Otherwise, you will find yourself empty-handed and unable to afford the materials, Luo Yang reminded. Despite being a monarch, his wealth was likely less than Luo Yang's. Although currently impoverished, Luo Yang had no doubt about his ability to earn money swiftly. This was the advantage of a high-level beastmaster. Right. Wu Jing snapped back to reality. He was indeed without resources. Even with knowledge of the necessary evolution materials, he had no means to procure them. Moreover, now that the Taii Panda had recovered and could fight, albeit without a realm, its combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. Nevertheless, it was still a monarch. That title alone commanded respect. He could register for an identity at the Beastmaster Guild and take on simple tasks. The earnings from just one task would surpass a normal person's lifetime income. This was why Beastmasters held a transcendent position in Blue Star, who wouldn't be dazzled by such rapid financial gain. Enough talk. I must go to work for my companion now, Wu Jing declared before hastily departing to the nearest Beastmaster Guild for certification. The guild treated Beastmasters with utmost care. As long as one met the strength requirements and passed the certification, they could become a multi-star Beastmaster. Depending on their star level, the tasks available varied immensely. With Wu Jing's monarch-level strength, he would start as a 6-star Beastmaster. Tasks of this level typically began at millions and never fell below market price. If anything, they were more likely to exceed it, with the highest reaching even billions. It was evident how lucrative being a high-level Beastmaster could be. Had Wu Jing not concealed himself to evade necromancers, his wealth would likely have soared into the billions. To call him the poorest monarch would not be an exaggeration. Who could fathom that a monarch could find themselves in such dire straits? The following days passed in relative tranquility. Each day was filled with eating, drinking, and training, with occasional moments for relaxation over drinks. Thus, a week slipped by. As the spirit sword master felt the surge of sword intent within, with myriad sword shadows above, he was fortunate that the villa was protected by soundproof and defensive formations. Otherwise, the noise would have been unbearable. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, accompanied by the sound of cracking shells. The spirit sword master successfully broke through to the extraordinary level. Luo Yang, benefiting from the shared energy, saw both his physical form and spiritual power advance, achieving the same extraordinary level. Wow, what a powerful sensation. I feel as though I could crush an elite-level beast with a single punch. The sudden influx of strength provided Luo Yang with a multitude of illusions. The Giga Demon dice also advanced to level 23, progressing smoothly. Skill proficiency was now exceedingly close to the 4th stage, and during this period, the synergy between the Spirit Sword Master and the Giga dice had grown markedly stronger. With but a glance, they could anticipate each other's next moves. This harmony did not escape Luo Yang's notice. Wu Jing had been leaving early and returning late daily, sometimes not returning until the early hours, always either on a task or en route to one. He had exerted considerable effort to earn materials for his companion. Even the head of the Beast Master Guild was astonished by his frequency of task acceptance, wondering if this monarch was truly so desperate for money. Tasks were snatched up eagerly, provided they were not excessively dangerous. He would often undertake 3 tasks in a single day. On this particular night, Wu Jing was well aware that Luo Yang was likely to break through today. He had deliberately clocked out early and even procured fine wine and exquisite dishes, preparing for a grand celebration. Hey, old man, you actually got off early today and arranged for fine food and drink. Surely you're not intending to celebrate for reasons beyond mere festivity? Luo Yang couldn't help but tease. Huh, indeed, today marks a historic moment that deserves proper celebration. And you, young man, should refrain from teasing me. My mind may not turn as quickly as yours. Wu Jing laughed heartily. Old companion, come forth. Luo Yang remained silent, curious about the Tai Chi Panda statistics. Name, Tai Chi Panda. Attributes, Yin and Yang. Traits, harmonious balance. Realm, Taiji domain, severely damaged. Level, LV72, monarch level. Potential, LV72, monarch level. Race skills, 1. Tai Chi Palm Seal, 27, 195, 000. Comprehensive mastery, 2. Tai Chi Diagram, 29, 045, 000. Comprehensive mastery, 3. Tai Chi Demon Sealing Palm, 32, 135, 000. Comprehensive mastery. Evolution path, 1. Monarch level, Tai Chi Panda, catastrophic level, Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign. Luo Yang swallowed hard after perusing the data. Is this the information of a monarch level pet? It is extraordinarily lavish. The skill proficiency is nearly maxed out. Yet, it is no surprise. The Tai Chi Panda has reached the pinnacle of its potential. Unless it breaks through the racial shackles, further advancements will be exceedingly difficult. Its level has already reached the limits of its bloodline. What do you think? Is there still a chance for evolution? Wu Jing inquired. This not only pertains to the Shattered Realm, but also concerns whether the Tai Chi Panda can transcend its racial limitations and become the first of its kind in history. Luo Yang's expression was one of bewilderment, nearly causing Wu Jing's heart to leap into his throat. Is there no hope? Could you please say something? Wu Jing was on the verge of tears. Have I ever said it was impossible? Luo Yang snapped back to reality and patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. I have examined the Tai Chi Panda's potential. It can indeed evolve to the catastrophic level, but the materials required for evolution are quite extensive, and I suspect their prices will be steep, so you must prepare yourself mentally. Luo Yang glanced at him, his eyes seemingly conveying a message that he should not return until the task is accomplished, urging him to work diligently. The cost of this evolution is exorbitant, and there are risks involved. If the first attempt fails, one must continue searching for evolution materials, and the pet must recover and adjust its mindset before attempting again. Otherwise, the repercussions for both the pet and the Beastmaster could be severe. No worries, worst case scenario, I'll work to repay the debts. As long as it aids the Tai Chi Panda in breaking through its limitations, I will spare no effort. Alright, I will jot down the required evolution materials on paper. You can gather them as listed, and once you have collected them all, I will teach you the method of evolution. These materials can only be collected gradually by him. Anyway, it's just a matter of spending money. Ever since he assumed his new identity, he no longer fears being hunted by necromancers. Nowadays, Wu Jing is practically raking in wealth daily. He has even gained considerable renown within the Beastmaster Guild, where everyone perceives him as one who treasures wealth above all else. Chapter 59, Gathering Materials. Luo Yang hastily listed all 12 types of materials. They include Tai Chi Primordial Crystals, Catastrophic Level Monster Cores, Legendary level evolution material Tai Chi formation disc, and ancient Yin-Yang ginseng. Just writing down these materials made Luo Yang tremble. Merely hearing their names indicated their extraordinary nature. The prices were unfathomable. Fortunately, only the first 4 present the highest difficulty, so there remains a chance, albeit at the cost of considerable time. The catastrophic level monster core can only be obtained by slaying a catastrophic level beast. How many beastmasters on Blue Star possess the strength to single-handedly take down a catastrophic level beast, let alone kill it? The difficulty is off the charts. This is essentially an impossible task. Hiss. After reviewing this list, he collapsed onto the sofa, pinching his philtrum in disbelief. After regaining his composure, he cautiously tucked the note away, realizing the enormity of the challenge ahead. It's over. There's no turning back now. Thus began his arduous journey of labor. This is precisely why those at the catastrophic level can roam freely on Blue Star. After all, for a monarch to break through to catastrophic, it could be said to be 1 in 100. Only 1 out of 100 monarchs can succeed in this endeavor. A 1% probability may not seem low. But how many monarchs exist on Blue Star? The current situation is such that without the emergence of catastrophic powerhouses, monarchs reign supreme. Most individuals will never witness one in their lifetime. Ordinary folk can only aspire to linger at the elite level throughout their lives. Luo Yang has done all he can. Now it is up to him. As long as he has time to gather the materials, there remains hope for evolution. If he cannot even collect the materials, then it is utterly hopeless. Besides completing tasks, Wu Jing spent his days traversing various shopping centers. If he couldn't find what he needed in a city, he would venture to nearby cities, fervently collecting evolution materials. Fortunately, the other 8 materials were relatively common. With enough money, they could be procured. But the primary challenge lay with the first 4. Luckily, although these materials were scarce, they were not entirely elusive. After scouring 5 nearby cities, Wu Jing finally managed to acquire 3 of them. However, the 10 billion he earned from completing tasks evaporated in an instant. And even that was merely a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Yet, the catastrophic level monster core proved to be his greatest challenge. How could he, with monarch level strength, hope to confront a catastrophic level beast? He scoured the nearby cities but found no leads on the whereabouts of a catastrophic level monster core. However, he did not relent. He continued to inquire in several of Blue Star's largest cities, refusing to overlook any shred of information about the catastrophic level core. Fortunately, traversing these cities with his monarch level strength required little effort. The days that followed for Luo Yang were dedicated to rigorous preparation for the Beastmaster College entrance examination, with aspirations set on one of the top 3 Beastmaster academies on Blue Star. This would greatly aid his future endeavors. Moreover, all graduates from esteemed institutions are formidable individuals in their own right. Finally, 2 weeks later, on an otherwise ordinary day, after fruitlessly searching through Hu City and Xin City, Wu Jing found himself at the Monarch Exchange Conference in the farthest reaching Jing City, where he successfully procured a catastrophic level monster core. Alas, the energy within had seemingly dissipated significantly, rendering it of little value. Yet, it was precisely this diminished state that allowed Wu Jing to seize the opportunity, ultimately securing it for an exorbitant 30 billion. Even so, the mere acquisition was a remarkable feat. The hardships he endured throughout this process are known only to him. It could be described as a desperate gamble. This 30 billion was obtained through a substantial loan applied for at the Beastmaster Guild, leveraging his monarch level status. Once the final material was gathered, Wu Jing hurriedly returned from Jing City, eager to find Luo Yang. Luo, my friend, we finally have all the materials. One could see that Wu Jing's mental state was far from optimal. He had scarcely slept in pursuit of the catastrophic level core. The Tai Chi Panda has now recovered from its injuries and is in a position to proceed. You need not exert yourself so tirelessly, Luo Yang remarked with exasperation. You will understand once you find yourself in my situation, Wu Jing replied with a smile. Although fatigued, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at that moment. Old buddy, make sure to adjust your state of mind. Don't get too anxious. I still want you to reach the catastrophic level and show me some flair. Noticing the Tai Chi Panda's serious expression, seemingly anxious about a potential failure in evolution, Wu Jing quickly resorted to humor to divert attention. It is essential to recognize that breaking through the bloodline shackles could invoke divine wrath. Surviving the ordeal would lead to a meteoric rise, descending into the world in a brand new form. Conversely, failure would result in being reduced to mere dust, a challenger on the path to the underworld. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. You have such lofty aspirations, old man. Once I break through to catastrophic, the first thing I will do is give you a good beating. The Tai Chi Panda retorted without hesitation. Get lost. If you dare to make a move, I will confiscate all your wine. Luo Yang chuckled at this banter between the mismatched pair. Now that the materials are fully assembled, there is no need to rush. Indeed, Wu Jing concurred. However, he feared the worst possible outcome. In such a scenario, no one could predict the outcome. Elder Wu, moving forward. You must also prepare additional defensive array discs and restorative elixirs, for they will prove invaluable when facing divine retribution. Wu Jing nodded. Recognizing the necessity of meticulous preparation before attempting evolution, there could be no room for error. As the date of the Beast Master entrance examination drew near, Yang Wanhua had informed him yesterday that his talent had garnered the attention of one of the top 3 Beast Master academies in Huaxia. Should he pass the special recruitment assessment, he would be granted admission to the academy. In the 3 days leading up to the Beast Master examination, instructors from various prestigious schools would arrive in Engshi, where there were only 3 special recruitment slots available. The academy would evaluate students based on their talents, character, and perseverance. Only those who excelled in all areas would qualify for special recruitment. Yang Wanhua had also reached out to him in advance, urging him to prepare thoroughly and shine brilliantly during the assessment. Thus, for days past, Wu Jing and Luo Yang found themselves hundreds of kilometers away from Engshi, in a desolate wilderness, marred and pockmarked, littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, an unsettling sight. This shall suffice. It appears to have once been a mass grave. There are no towns nearby, and no one shall disturb us, allowing us to prepare for evolution in peace, Wu Jing suggested. Over the past few days, Wu Jing had exhausted all his funds and accrued substantial debts, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. He purchased a few disposable defensive items, mindful not to overdo it. These would serve as a surprise, for frequent use of divine retribution would draw attention, and the ensuing thunder would be catastrophic for the Taii Panda. Thankfully, the Taii Panda had returned to peak condition, and Wu Jing's mindset had been finely honed. Today was the optimal moment for evolution. Luo Yang instructed Wu Jing on the steps of evolution. Such a process was astoundingly intricate. Each phase required utmost caution, with not a single misstep permitted. How confident are you? Luo Yang inquired. Let us proceed. Human determination can triumph over heaven, Wu Jing replied, gazing skyward, fueled by an unyielding resolve. Taking a deep breath, he noticed the Taii Panda beside him, displaying a remarkable nonchalance, even offering words of comfort to ease his worries. Chapter 60, Divine Punishment Bestowed. As the internal spiritual energy surged, Wu Jing's hands moved rhythmically, reciting incantations. A colossal light array gradually materialized. This was merely the first step. He then began to arrange the evolution materials in precise directions. This was the most critical phase, demanding absolute accuracy. As the materials were placed within the array, the light surged towards the heavens, and a vast Taiji diagram appeared beneath their feet, expanding at an astonishing rate. Old friend, the rest is up to you, Wu Jing declared, swiftly pulling Luo Yang to a distance of 100 meters from the light array, wary of divine punishment detecting the Taiji Panda's ally, which would amplify the impending thunderstorm. The two remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. At that moment, the Taiji Panda stood at the center of the Taiji diagram, its form swelling by dozens of meters, resembling a war god. The yin and yang energies surged violently into its body, cleansing it of impurities. This lengthy process was accompanied by a grandeur that made them grateful to have chosen this secluded location. Otherwise, their actions would have attracted the attention of the Beastmaster Alliance, leading to troubling consequences. The purification proceeded smoothly, and simultaneously, the yin and yang energies coalesced into a new domain within it. The vast Taiji diagram filled the entire sky, and as the yin-yang fish swirled within, a grinding sound resonated, as if to cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. The Taiji diagram grew larger, its inherent power becoming increasingly formidable. While the yin and yang energies converged into a colossal dragon, the Taiji yin-yang domain was now fully formed, vastly superior to its predecessor. With a thunderous roar, the Taiji Panda unleashed a cry that reverberated like a tidal wave, shattering and obliterating everything in its vicinity. Following this, the yin and yang energies congregated at its forehead, forming the essence. Is this the primordial power reserved for calamity-level beings? Wu Jing mused, observing the black and white orb atop the Taiji Panda's head. He had successfully broken through the shackles of his bloodline, an exhilarating sensation coursing through him, compelling him to strike his chest in fervor, each blow resounding like a drum. Yet, this was only the beginning. As the evolution reached completion, the previously radiant sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Within the shadows, lightning danced, its fury directed towards the Taiji Yuanzun. It sought to claim his life. The thunderous roar of divine punishment approached. Luo Yang held his breath. This was the divine punishment bestowed from above. The forceful breach of rules had invoked the wrath of the spirit of the world. Countless beasts had attempted to break free from the shackles of their bloodlines, only to perish beneath divine punishment. Yet, divine punishment only manifested when a sovereign transcended calamity, marking a stage that would capture the attention of the world's spirit. The Taiji Yuanzun's blood surged within, his combat spirit ignited. Come forth. I shall defy the heavens alone. As his words fell, he raised the Taiji Inyang domain high, standing resolutely against the heavens. The divine punishment seemed provoked. A terrifying storm gathered, lightning roaring like a dragon in the void, intent on obliterating this land. Wu Jing, alarmed, urgently pulled Luo Yang to retreat, seeking to escape the area marked by divine punishment. Boom. Crack. The heavens and earth appeared on the verge of tearing apart. The thunder erupted, striking the Taiji Inyang domain. The rumble of thunder reverberated within the domain, creating terrifying gusts of energy. However, under the domain's rotation, countless bolts of lightning were deflected, transforming into a torrential rain of thunder, cascading down to the earth, each clap of thunder forming unfathomable abysses. The thunder crashed within the Taiji Inyang domain, yet could not disturb it in the slightest. This was merely the first wave of divine punishment. There were 9 waves in total, with 9 being the extreme. After the 9th wave, divine punishment would dissipate. Roar. Boom. The heavens roiled with thunderclouds, lightning serpents danced, and the might of the heavens surged. Yet, the Taiji Inyang domain remained unyielding. The divine punishment failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the domain. A furious roar resonated from the depths of the clouds, akin to the frantic stampede of myriad beasts. Then came an earth-shattering spectacle. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced, transforming into a colossal lightning dragon. The dragon, fierce and clawing, let out a howl towards the heavens. With its roar, the lightning within the storm surged wildly, gathering into a terrifying lightning sphere of several dozen feet in diameter. Under the dragon's guidance, it charged towards the Taiji Inyang domain. Boom. The earth-shattering sounds reverberated, and the Taiji Inyang domain trembled violently. Yet it held firm. It remained unbroken, while the lightning dragon diminished in size, ultimately vanishing into the void. The Taiji Inyang domain emerged unscathed. Within the domain, the Taiji Yuanzun gazed defiantly at the heavens, his resolve unwavering. Yet this was merely a prelude to the divine punishment's true ordeal. The genuine divine punishment had only just begun. As the divine punishment intensified, the power brewing within the heavenly tribulation grew increasingly immense. The protective barrier of the Taiji Inyang domain continued to thin. At this moment, the domain itself became increasingly fragile, akin to an infant enduring the trials of the world's power. The ordeal is excruciating, particularly at this critical juncture where life and death hang in the balance. Each moment of refinement feels akin to a fate worse than death. The Tai Chi primordial sovereign grits his teeth, enduring the searing agony coursing through his body. His eyes alight with defiance and unwavering resolve. In his heart, nothing can impede his progress. After undergoing countless transformations and trials, his state of mind has ascended to an unimaginable level. Boom. Thunder roars once more, and it seems as if a torrential downpour descends from the heavens. Yet, the Tai Chi primordial sovereign remains steadfast, arms outstretched, as immovable as a mountain. He endures the divine retribution that strikes his form with unyielding fortitude. A roar erupts. The thunderous dragon emerges from the void, hurtling towards the Tai Chi Inyang domain. The divine dragon, fierce and majestic, is enshrouded in swirling lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The power of the thunder is overwhelmingly immense, heralded as the most potent force of destruction known to the world. The Tai Chi Inyang domain teeters on the brink of collapse, having withstood 5 divine punishments. Its limit has been reached, and its mission fulfilled. The figure of the Tai Chi primordial sovereign begins to blur. The lightning from the divine punishment rampages within him, leaving behind terrifying fissures in his body. A cry of anguish escapes him, his face contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. These fissures are akin to knives, ruthlessly tearing apart his flesh and extinguishing his very soul. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberates as the Tai Chi Inyang domain crumbles, and the thunder strikes him, sending him hurtling through the air. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, the Tai Chi primordial sovereign stands, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, he is grievously injured, his body marred with horrifying scars. Every inch of his skin is lacerated, a sight both shocking and tragic. This is the nature of divine punishment, the strongest force of annihilation in existence, capable of inflicting mortal destruction upon both body and soul. The Tai Chi primordial sovereign retrieves a vial of spiritual liquid and swallows it, the pain within gradually subsiding. However, he remains in dire straits, his body riddled with wounds. blood dripping from his injuries and staining the ground, resembling a blooming Lycoris radiata. Chapter 61, Successful Evolution. Within the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign, profound fissures resemble black holes, revealing glimpses of bone in certain areas. Boom. Thunderclouds roll ominously, and lightning cascades like raindrops. At this moment, silence envelopes the world, save for the resounding thunder. Wu Jing remains silent, his gaze fixated on the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign. Clenching his fists tightly, he dares not contemplate the worst-case scenario. He must endure. Only 2 more divine punishments remain. Hasn't breaking free from the shackles of his bloodline always been his aspiration? He must become the pride of the Tai Chi lineage. The end is now tantalizingly close. He believes the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign will surely persevere. Uft! Lightning strikes the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign. Countless bolts as thick as arms bombard him, electricity ravaging his form. Sizzle! His flesh erupts in gory bursts, blood scattering across the ground. A scream of agony escapes from the depths of his throat, his expression grotesque and contorted. Yet, soon after, a low groan emanates from him. Uft! This time, he spews forth a torrent of crimson blood. The destructive power contained within his blood is overwhelmingly formidable. A single drop splatters onto the ground, causing the earth to crack for hundreds of meters. His skin instantly charred black, exposing stark, white bones beneath. The annihilative force of the lightning severely depletes his body, even threatening his very existence. He yearns to rise against the onslaught, yet the might of divine punishment is relentless, overwhelming the Tai Chi Yin-Yang domain entirely. Now, he can only rely on his physical strength. Suddenly, the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign violently expels a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling further. His body sways perilously, on the verge of collapsing. These final 2 divine punishments are even more terrifying than all the previous ones combined. The purple lightning has transformed into black, its power exponentially greater. The breath of destruction stretches for miles, warping the very fabric of space. Wu Jing's heart sinks with dread. Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign. The Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign is on the brink of collapse, his gaze resolute, yet devoid of fear. His body teeters, yet he remains upright, steadfast as a mountain. Boom. The thunderclouds churn, and divine punishment descends once more. The Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. At this juncture, retreat is not an option. Victory must be attained. The golden bell appears. The Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign flips his right hand, revealing a delicate ancient bell, its surface adorned with flowing runes, radiating an otherworldly aura. With force, he shatters it, as the runes surge into the sky, accompanied by the resonant sound of golden chants. A golden Buddha statue materializes amidst the incantations. The statue glows brilliantly, emanating a myriad of Buddhist light. Within the golden chants, the statue slowly opens its eyes, its radiance illuminating the land, and then it joins its palms, summoning a golden ancient bell above its head. This golden bell exudes an aura of boundless majesty. Ding! A crisp sound resonates as the ancient bell reverberates throughout the space, which is on the verge of collapse, as though it might explode at any moment. Transforming into a shower of Buddhist light, it envelopes the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign, spanning across the Tai Chi domain. The golden light dazzles, illuminating the cosmos. As the golden bell emerges, the oppressive aura of thunder dissipates. Yet, the divine punishment does not relent. A torrent of black lightning cascades from the ancient bell, pouring down from above like a waterfall. Boom. The onslaught of divine punishment intensifies, each bolt of black lightning containing unimaginable power. The ancient bell spins wildly, golden light cascading towards the earth, absorbing every last bolt of lightning. Despite this, the bell suffers a massive dent, its runes dimming considerably. Clearly, it has become riddled with wounds from the brutal punishment. Fortunately, this wave of divine punishment has been halted. However, the ancient bell is merely a one-time artifact, and its ability to withstand this strike suffices to affirm its worth. Seizing this moment, the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign fervently begins to heal his internal injuries, preparing to confront this final blow with all his might. At this moment, the divine punishment continues to coalesce the last black thunder, the destructive force in the realm growing ever more formidable. Moreover, this bolt of thunder is denser and mightier than before, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Even from a distance, Wu Jing and Luo Yang can sense the aura of destruction, instilling a profound fear within them. It feels as though no creature could emerge alive from the divine punishment. The Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign fights desperately against the tide. He has reached his absolute limit. Should he continue, only death awaits. I refuse to succumb. The voice of the Tai Chi Primordial Sovereign is faint, his breath faltering, as if he might collapse at any moment. Wu Jing's heart races, his throat tight with anxiety, muttering fervently, "Old man, you cannot die. You must not die. You must restore the glory of the Tai Chi lineage. You have yet to accomplish this. You cannot be unfaithful to your word." As the conversation unfolded, Wu Jing's eyes grew moist with emotion. He recognized his own selfishness in wishing for the Old One to remain by his side indefinitely. He feared the prospect of his soul lacking a sanctuary. The Supreme Tai Chi Master seemed to sense the emotional turmoil within Wu Jing. With great effort, he lifted his head, casting a glance at Wu Jing, his lips struggling to form a faint smile, as if to convey, "Old friend, I am well. There is no need for concern." Yet, in that moment, he appeared exceedingly frail, struggling to articulate his words. "I cannot falter. I must not falter. I cannot allow the Old One to witness my disgrace." The last two words were almost painstakingly enunciated. Boom. The final bolt of dark divine thunder struck, sending the Supreme Tai Chi Master hurtling away. His body collided with the ground, shattering it, and he skidded for over 1,000 miles before coming to a halt, surrounded by bottomless ravines. Bang! The Supreme Tai Chi Master crashed onto a mountain peak, bloodied and barely clinging to life. The divine punishment bestowed by the heavens had not dissipated. It coalesced into the last bolt of black divine thunder, poised to extinguish this challenger's life. Tears streamed down Wu Jing's face, his sorrow beyond articulation. He even contemplated rushing into the realm of divine punishment, but was halted by Luo Yang's admonition. "Steady yourself. The divine punishment persists, indicating that the Supreme Tai Chi Master has not surrendered yet. Your reckless intrusion into the domain of divine retribution would only complicate matters, risking his very survival." Luo Yang's roar jolted Wu Jing back to clarity. "Yes, I must believe in him. I cannot be a hindrance." Indeed, after hearing this, Wu Jing calmed considerably, yet his heart remained intertwined with the Supreme Tai Chi Master, enabling him to be instantly apprised of his condition. In that moment, their thoughts became one. Roar. Suddenly, a furious bellow erupted, and an overwhelming force emanated from the Supreme Tai Chi Master, as the remnants of his life essence fervently safeguarded his existence. Under the oppressive weight of divine punishment, the life essence blossomed in its final splendor, defiantly absorbing the last strike of divine wrath. Chapter 62, The Supreme Tai Chi Master. Bang! The thunderclouds shattered, and the world was finally restored to clarity. The divine punishment that had once instilled terror in them dissipated into nothingness. Phew! A figure emerged from the thunderclouds, bloodied yet embodying indomitable resilience. His gaze swept the surroundings, revealing that the once chaotic burial ground had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Mountains and valleys, ravaged by the thunderous onslaught, lay scorched and blackened. The ground was littered with bones, reduced to mere dust. This territory had morphed into a battlefield of azuras, a scene of utter devastation. Everything here seemed to recount the brutal past. Then, the heavens and earth resonated in unison. This realm rejoiced for him. He had triumphed, successfully breaking through the shackles of his bloodline after withstanding the divine punishment. In that moment, he shone the brightest. Instantly, the sky was awash with radiant hues, and auspicious colors soared to great heights. Spiritual energy cascading from the heavens coalesced into 9 majestic dragons, swirling around him in a captivating dance, while above him, a colossal vortex materialized. At the vortex's center, pure spiritual energy and the essence of life were drawn into the Supreme Tai Chi Master. This was a gift from the spirit of the world, an acknowledgement of his strength and tenacity. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated. The Supreme Tai Chi Master suddenly opened his eyes. Within them burned the radiance of a sun. 2 distinct powers intertwined, creating an unfathomable might. A chilling aura surged forth from within him. Ha ha ha! The Supreme Tai Chi Master laughed heartily, his smile brimming with unyielding spirit. Yet, at that moment, his state had transcended its zenith. Standing aloft, he exuded an unshakable presence. After enduring the divine punishment, his injuries had healed, and he had ascended further, his strength surging by 3 levels. The elation of having survived such tribulation filled the Supreme Tai Chi Master with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. To be reborn was indeed a wondrous experience. Now, as the Supreme Tai Chi Master evolved from the Tai Chi Panda, he stood upon the Tai Chi array, waves of profound Tai Chi energy emanating from him, as if he had become one with the entire array. His garments billowed without wind, rustling in the air. Above him, the ethereal shadow of Tai Chi flickered in and out of sight. He radiated an intense aura of authority, and from his panda-like eyes shot forth 2 dazzling beams of light. He raised his gaze toward the heavens. His eyes sparkled with boundless dominance and strength. Reforging the glory of Tai Chi, the Supreme Tai Chi Master roared skyward. In that instant, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from him. Upon achieving his evolution, he immediately shared the news with Wu Jing. Haha, old friend, I have succeeded. I have broken through the shackles of the Tai Chi Panda bloodline. Thank you all, and especially to Luo Yang. Without your assistance, I might never have reached this pinnacle, and I shall forever cherish this gratitude. Expressed the Supreme Tai Chi Master, filled with appreciation. Haha, no need for thanks. Your ability to break through the bloodline shackles is your own merit, and the stronger you become, the more secure my own safety will be, won't it? Luo Yang chuckled, surprised that the Supreme Tai Chi Master had withstood the final onslaught of divine punishment. Indeed. Your evolution has brought me some benefits as well. I feel rejuvenated, even sprouting a few black hairs. Wu Jing felt an immense sense of relief. Observing the slightly darkened roots of his hair, it seemed he was on the verge of reversing the effects of aging. Luo Yang examined the newly transformed Supreme Tai Chi Master, reviewing his information. Name, Supreme Tai Chi Master. Attributes, Yin and Yang. Characteristics, harmonious balance. Domain, Tai Chi Yin Yang domain. Level, LV75, Monarch level. Potential, LV90, Catastrophic level. Racial skills, 1. Tai Chi Palm Seal, 27195000. Comprehensive Understanding, 2. Tai Chi Array, 29045000. Comprehensive Understanding, 3. Tai Chi Demon Sealing Palm, 3213500. Comprehensive Understanding. Evolution Path, 0. The attributes of the evolved Supreme Tai Chi Master were astonishingly luxurious, causing Luo Yang to salivate at the prospect of his increased combat prowess, capable of effortlessly shattering necromancers with a mere slap. With the shackles of his bloodline broken, future breakthroughs into calamity would come naturally, devoid of any pressure. He no longer felt like a solitary figure. It's about time, we should return. Wu Jing could hardly contain his joy at this moment. He was finally on the verge of escaping his current predicaments, with many more possibilities ahead. The now diminutive Supreme Tai Chi Master exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Jing and approached Luo Yang, bowing respectfully. It could be said that without Luo Yang, none of this would have been possible. Despite Luo Yang's lower level, they held him in immense respect, showing no signs of disdain. Luo Yang's growth was merely a matter of time, and he was destined to surpass them all. Subsequently, Wu Jing tore through space, bringing Luo Yang back to City. Although he had successfully evolved, Wu Jing's mission was not yet complete. The 30 billion debt still loomed over him. Stopping was not an option. In life, one toils. In death, one's spirit toils. Upon returning to the villa, Wu Jing's mood was exceedingly bright, with wrinkles on his face diminishing significantly. As though he were envisioning a promising future, he reclined on the sofa, and Luo Yang was the first to speak. In a few days, the esteemed teachers from the Beastmaster Academy will arrive in Ungshi for a special recruitment assessment. If all goes according to plan, I shall secure a coveted spot at one of the academies. Once I am admitted, you will no longer need to protect me. What? Not protect you? Then what am I supposed to do? Wu Jing's expression turned peculiar, feeling as though he was being dismissed. This sensation was akin to a boss abruptly informing you that you need not come to work the following day. It felt strikingly similar. Of course, I have other plans. Within the confines of the Beastmaster Academy, my safety is assured, as there are even formidable individuals of disaster-level strength present, making unforeseen events highly improbable. I intend to assign you a task, one that only you are capable of accomplishing. Luo Yang spoke slowly, having contemplated this for quite some time. His ambitions were vast. Even if he were to gain admission to the academy, he would remain unsatisfied, for he sought a grander stage. What task? Wu Jing inquired with a hint of anticipation. The specifics will be revealed in due course. Luo Yang refrained from elaborating, recognizing that Wu Jing's strength had significantly improved, and with his own safety guaranteed. It was imperative to maximize his potential. Having such a valuable resource by his side would be a waste. Wu Jing, after hearing this, chose not to speak further. Understanding that Luo Yang possessed great wisdom, and any arrangement made would undoubtedly be of considerable significance, Wu Jing felt a surge of expectation, as Luo Yang's presence had ignited his fighting spirit, compelling him to demonstrate his worth. It seemed he had grasped the essence of life. If that is the case, then go forth with peace of mind. I will be here to support you. Ideally, arrange for me some challenging tasks, as I am eager to unleash my capabilities. Killing and such are mere trifles for me. Wu Jing chuckled softly, uttering the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Rest assured, I will ensure you remain occupied. Days passed swiftly, and the teachers from various prestigious schools successfully arrived. Upon awakening, Luo Yang reached for his phone, only to find an influx of missed calls and messages. So many notifications. Who could be bombarding me like this? It was quite disruptive to one's rest. Luo Yang blinked in surprise, and upon checking, discovered they were all from the principal. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he promptly returned the call. As soon as the line connected, an irate voice erupted from the other end. What on earth is going on with you? Do you know what day it is? The teachers from the Beastmaster Academy have already arrived. And you are still in bed. If you don't show up in 5 minutes, I'll have your legs broken. Yang Wang's fury was palpable. He had just reminded this young man the previous day, and yet today he was late. Were it not for the unique circumstances surrounding Luo Yang and the immense favor owed to him, he would have been tempted to deliver a kick. Instantly, Luo Yang snapped to attention. Oh no, I overslept. This is dire. I can sense the principal's wrath threatening to strip me of my skin. With a swift motion, he sprang into action, dashing to the bathroom. Within 3 minutes, he had completed his preparations, even washing his hair and styling it, before racing toward the school, pedaling furiously on his bicycle until it nearly smoked. Meanwhile, at the plaza of the 5th high school, the principals of the other 5 prestigious high schools gathered, patiently awaiting the arrival of the assessment teachers from the various academies. Following their victory in the recent friendly competition, where 5th high school secured first place, and given Luo Yang's outstanding performance, the 5 academies were essentially coming to recruit him. Thus, a unanimous decision was made to conduct the assessment at 5th high school. Today, the top 5 Beastmaster academies in Huaxia were set to arrive: Shangjing Academy, Yinshan Academy, Tianhu Academy, Shenzhou Academy, and Xingyan Academy. These 5 institutions represented the pinnacle of Huaxia's educational landscape and the new generation of talent, embodying the future pillars of Huaxia. Those fortunate enough to gain admission were undoubtedly the leading figures of their respective cities' youth. Within these hallowed halls, genius was not a rarity to be lauded, for all were prodigies, who among them lacked talent. Moreover, these 5 academies were situated in the 5 most developed cities in Huaxia, far beyond the reach of a 4th-tier city like Angxi. Suddenly, a colossal spatial rift appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. A massive figure emerged, adorned in deep blue hues and covered in extraordinary scales, pulsating with spatial power. Its twin fins spread wide, casting a vast shadow. This was a void whale, possessing the ability to traverse dimensions, making it an exceptional traveler. It served as the exclusive beast of Shangjing Academy, boasting strength just shy of disaster level, with unparalleled speed. Though it had not fully broken free from its bloodline shackles to attain disaster status, it had cleverly evaded the final divine punishments, achieving a state just below that threshold. Such occurrences were not uncommon, particularly for beasts nearing the end of their lifespans, whose potential had been exhausted. This was akin to exploiting a loophole in divine judgment to transcend physical limits, albeit at the cost of never being able to advance in rank again. It was said that the void whale contained realms within, offering a plethora of entertainment facilities, akin to a paradise where one could enjoy the comforts of ancient emperors. All who had experienced it spoke of nothing but praise. Ah, the allure of the big city. Transporting a half-step disaster-level beast for travel truly exemplifies greatness. I yearn to experience such luxury. The crowd buzzed with excitement. As the void whale descended, a powerful gust of wind swept through the plaza, sending dust swirling. It landed gracefully, then opened its mouth, revealing a portal of space. The assessment teachers from the 5 academies began to emerge, each exuding a vibrant aura and a sharp presence. Most notably, they radiated a confidence that was unmistakable, an absolute assurance in both their institutions and their own abilities. The principals of Angxi's 5 high schools exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison, clasping their fists in greeting. They approached the 5 teachers with utmost courtesy, even displaying a hint of humility. Their respect extended beyond the institutions they represented. It was a deep-seated admiration for their formidable prowess. The entities behind them were ethereal. While they placed greater value on the present, it was essential to note that these 5 teachers were all monarch-level powerhouses, remarkably youthful, any one of whom could dominate Angxi. The students observed this interaction, feeling a pang of embarrassment as they witnessed their principal's subservience. This was a symbol of power, igniting their desires to gain admission to the Beastmaster Academy even more fervently. Everyone aspired to make a name for themselves, to rise to greatness. Though these teachers appeared amiable, their inherent arrogance made it difficult for them to interact on equal footing. Their exceptional aura commanded respect, and every movement exuded authority, a habit cultivated through years of holding power. Esteemed teachers, please. Yang Wanghua extended a personal invitation, guiding the teachers toward the meticulously prepared lounge. This space was exclusively designed for the assessment teachers from the 5 academies, featuring lavish decor that spoke to its considerable expense, including rooms specifically for their training and leisure. Yang Wanghua had spared no effort in ensuring their comfort. The 5 teachers entered one of the lounges, each selecting a seat within the expansive private suite. Within the confines of this gathering lay an exquisite array of 4th and 5th tier spiritual liquids and fruits. A veritable cornucopia of rare varieties that are seldom found in the market. Not only do they tantalize the palate with their exquisite flavors, but they also offer substantial benefits to beast tamers. A single bottle of spiritual wine commands a price exceeding $1 million. This, mind you, is merely the most commonplace among them, underscoring the magnitude of this affair. These wines have been transported from various locales, ensuring a diverse selection of flavors to cater to differing preferences, a thoughtful gesture by Principal Yang. A female teacher from the capital city chuckled, expressing her surprise at the unexpected generosity of an city in presenting such precious spiritual wines to them. This act elevated their perception of Principal Yang, for they were well aware of their own esteemed status. Even the heads of prominent high schools would show deference to them. Yet, Principal Yang's attentiveness to their presence served as a testament to his high regard for the students in question. Too kind, Principal Yang. And city is but a small town. It is we who are honored by your hospitality, Yang Wanghua humbly replied. Are these wines crafted by your esteemed academy? Inquired a strikingly handsome young man, directing his gaze towards Yang Wanghua, who was seated comfortably on the sofa. Indeed, only a small portion has been sourced externally. The majority are brewed by our own students. Moreover, our academy possesses a unique technique known as Drunken Immortal, though it may sound somewhat exaggerated. A single sip can transport you into a realm of exquisite intoxication, Yang Wanghua explained. Drunken Immortal? The young man picked up a wine glass and savored its contents, his eyes alight with excitement. I am quite intrigued by this technique. Might you share the brewing process with me? With a smile and a nod, Yang Wanghua replied. Of course, though the ingredients required for Drunken Immortal are exceedingly rare. They necessitate 5th tier spiritual springs, spiritual fruits, and various spiritual herbs. I shall provide everyone with the detailed steps shortly. Yang Wanghua, ever the astute negotiator, skillfully navigated the conversation, quickly fostering a lively exchange among the teachers, even revealing tidbits of information that had previously eluded them. A mutual fondness began to blossom, creating a beneficial atmosphere for all parties involved. As the evening progressed, with the wine flowing generously, the conversation naturally shifted towards the special recruitment examination. Securing high-quality students would significantly enhance their careers. The female teacher from the capital, appearing the most affable and seemingly able to engage with anyone, was in fact quite shrewd. I've heard that City has recently produced a remarkable crop of talented individuals, she remarked casually, and our 5 esteemed academies are soon to commence their assessments. I am eager to witness their performances. Her words were a subtle probe, gauging their reactions. Indeed, I recall that your school secured first place in the recent friendly competition, led by someone named Luo Yang. I wonder how his strength has evolved since then. We are all quite eager to see him in action. And then there's Shang Wan Fu. I have high hopes for these 2 youngsters, she continued. That lad has been unwell of late, just discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing of your arrival, he hurried over, yearning to behold your esteemed selves, Yang Wanghua replied with a chuckle. Is that so? He seems rather interesting. Several teachers from the academies nodded in agreement, before shifting away from the topic. The assessments conducted by the 5 academies would not be simple, but exceptional performances would yield substantial rewards. As the group exchanged toasts, the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. Esteemed teachers, as newcomers, we, as the principals of various high schools, ought to extend our hospitality. If there are any shortcomings in our reception, I beg your forgiveness, Yang Wanghua stated, producing 5 storage bags. Please accept these modest gifts from our school. They contain items essential for cultivation. I hope they prove beneficial to each of you. And may you all find great success in your journeys as beast tamers. Nonsense. How could we, as educators of esteemed academies, accept such an outrageous gesture? Protested a bespectacled teacher, indignation etched upon his features, though his gaze discreetly lingered on the storage bags. Indeed, Principal Yang, this places us in a difficult position. Another teacher chimed in. Yang Wanghua, instantly grasping their underlying intentions, inwardly chided them for their insatiable greed. Forgive my presumption, I shall drink to my folly, he declared, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. The other 5, each harboring their own thoughts, exchanged glances of disappointment, wondering why the old fox had suddenly lost his composure. Yet, just as their spirits began to wane, Yang Wanghua rose once more, offering to toast each of them individually, all the while discreetly placing the storage bags beside their chairs. Teacher, it seems you've dropped your storage bag. Aren't you going to pick it up? The female teacher from the capital remarked with a smile. Indeed, how careless of me. I nearly lost such a precious item. And you all shouldn't just sit there. Your storage bags have fallen as well. If you don't retrieve them, I shall assist you, he continued, feigning surprise. Oh dear. How did my storage bag end up here? Yang Wanghua's maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. It not only salvaged their dignity, but also provided them with what they desired. The 5 teachers regarded him with newfound respect, acknowledging his cunning and resourcefulness. After inspecting the contents of their storage bags, they were thoroughly pleased, accepting them discreetly, and even proactively offering to toast Yang Wangguo in return. Their journey to this remote region was not only to recruit students, but also to seek rewards, and finding exceptional talents would greatly benefit their futures. As Luo Yang approached the school gates, he was met with a rather displeased expression from Lu Rushuang. "You've finally arrived. I was nearly beside myself with worry. The assessment teachers from the 5 academies are already here, and the principal is in the lounge conversing with them. You must hurry there at once," she insisted, grabbing his hand to prevent him from straying and hastening towards the lounge. "Whoa, Teacher Lu, your pace is too swift for me to keep up. How can you be so weak? You can't handle this speed? I haven't even gone all out yet. If I did, you'd surely be overwhelmed." Teacher, I'm sorry, but I've already lost my lunch." "What?" In the lounge, after several rounds of toasts, both sides appeared quite satisfied. They began to expel the lingering effects of alcohol with their spiritual energy. "Almost there, Principal Yang. We've eaten and drunk our fill. It's time to attend to serious matters. Let's hasten our preparations for the special training assessment so we can return early and fulfill our obligations, allowing everyone to rest easy once the results are released. Naturally, I shall not delay this. May I inquire if the 5 esteemed teachers have any specific instructions?" Principal Yang Wangwa nodded eagerly. "It is quite simple. Gather the students from the 5 prestigious academies participating in the special recruitment assessment. The venue will be the training square of the 5th high school, where a unified assessment will be conducted according to protocol. Furthermore, let us not invite any subpar candidates, as they would only waste everyone's time, which would be advantageous for us all." Principal Yang was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from objection. "Very well, I shall make immediate arrangements." Subsequently, Lu Rushuang brought Luo Yang before Yang Wangwa. "Luo Yang, come forth. These are the esteemed teachers from the 5 major academies responsible for this special recruitment assessment. Be sure to greet them," Yang Wangwa said with a warm smile. Luo Yang promptly offered a respectful greeting to the teachers. One of the gentlemen scrutinized Luo Yang from head to toe and remarked, "Not bad, young man. You even came out from the hospital upon learning of our arrival. I have high hopes for you. The Cloud Deep Academy awaits your presence." Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback. He turned to see Principal Yang winking vigorously at him, and he instantly comprehended the principal's good intentions. "Ahem, it is an honor to meet you esteemed teachers," Luo Yang coughed, his face slightly pale from staying up late the previous night, giving him a somewhat unwell appearance. "You are Luo Yang, the one possessing S-level talent?" A female teacher from Beijing inquired with keen interest. "Indeed," Luo Yang nodded. "Your talent is impressive, and you are quite handsome as well. We have observed your matches and are thoroughly impressed with your abilities," the female teacher affirmed. "However, it is not the time for extensive conversation. We shall discuss further after the competition concludes." "Understood," Luo Yang replied obediently. "You are indeed fortunate to have garnered the attention of these esteemed teachers. Make sure to perform well." Yang Wangwa thought it unexpected that Luo Yang would attract such attention upon his arrival. The disparity in the teacher's demeanor towards him compared to Luo Yang was stark. Yang Wangwa pondered, unable to fathom what advantages Luo Yang possessed beyond his good looks, talent, keen observation, and formidable combat prowess. Chapter 65, The Battleground of Space. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Square, students from the special training classes of the 5 prestigious high schools gathered. They gazed fervently at the 5 spirited teachers, their eyes filled with admiration. These figures represented their aspirations. "Dear students, today we convene this assessment on behalf of the 5 esteemed Beastmaster Academies. Being able to participate in this special recruitment assessment signifies that you all possess remarkable qualities, presenting you with an invaluable opportunity," one of the teachers proclaimed. "This assessment differs from those of the past. Your performances will be rated, with the highest being S-level, entailing the utmost privileges, including the right to select your teachers. And further rewards await your discovery. Therefore, your task is to showcase your strongest selves. We will select the most outstanding candidates to join our new cohort of special recruits. Whether you seize this opportunity lies solely within your hands." Upon hearing the assessment teacher's words, the students exchanged glances, their spirits ignited with determination. This was an opportunity to soar to great heights, and with limited slots available, each individual would be their rival. "Now let us proceed into the Void Whale," commanded the 5 teachers, leading the way as the students from the special recruitment classes followed suit. The assessment venue was unexpectedly within the body of the Void Whale, eliciting a mix of tension and anticipation among them. Upon entering, the scenery transformed dramatically. "Wow, is this the interior of the Void Whale? It resembles a paradise. How beautiful it is." The lavish surroundings included the presence of the elven race attending to them, with their snow-white skin, pointed ears, and exquisite attire, prompting a moment of mischievous thoughts from Luo Yang. Good grief, this is akin to heaven. The students of the 5 prestigious high schools were in awe. Having lived in a city all their lives, they had never encountered such grandeur. It was as if they were witnessing a new world. They could hardly believe that this was the location of their assessment. It felt more like an idyllic sanctuary, and living here would never become tiresome. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of their previous residences, with some areas even exceeding the high-level training rooms in the city. Luo Yang stood among the crowd, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Was this the foundation of a high-ranking academy? They even had a magical beast designated for transportation. Such treatment was truly enviable. In the future, he too aspired to possess one for his own amusement. The assessment process was straightforward. Divided into 4 stages. The first tested talent, the second assessed temperament, the third evaluated perseverance, and the 4th gauged combat prowess. As long as students achieved a rating of B level or above in all 4 stages, they would pass the special recruitment review. The female teacher waved her hand, and they found themselves in the talent testing chamber, where awakening stones were displayed. The first stage was merely a formality, as everyone's talents were already known. However, it was a precaution against cheating. The awakening process needed to be recorded using memory crystals, and if they passed the special recruitment, the records would be stored in their files for review by other academy teachers, with each stage evaluated by different instructors. The final review would be overseen by the principal and other leaders to ensure fairness and impartiality. The primary focus of the assessment lay in the latter 3 stages. Rooted in the academy's motto, those with poor temperament and perseverance, regardless of their outstanding talent, would find it difficult to achieve great things. It was evident that the 5 academies had likely suffered significant losses due to such issues in the past. These were lessons learned from experience. The assessment process proceeded swiftly, overseen by the 5 sovereigns, with the number of participants in the special recruitment assessment being quite limited. Soon, they reached the final combat assessment. Only 7 individuals managed to meet the standards through the first 3 stages, including Luo Yang and Shang Wan Fu. Their performances were undoubtedly the most remarkable, breezing through the stages without any semblance of pressure. Each of their scores reached the highest S level. Even the experienced teachers from the 5 academies could not help but cast admiring glances at them, eagerly anticipating their performance in the upcoming combat assessment. Curiosity surrounded what level of combat rating they would achieve. The final combat assessment undoubtedly posed the highest difficulty. Defeating a magical beast of the same rank merely indicated that one was not weak, but did not necessarily demonstrate exceptional strength. Challenging one rank higher was merely the baseline. The more ranks one surpassed, the greater the rewards. Here, the challenge of surpassing ranks did not refer to disparities in bloodline levels, but rather involved competing against others of the same bloodline rank. In such circumstances, the difficulty escalated significantly. It was essential to understand the skills of the magical beasts and the dynamics of the battleground. When both parties shared the same bloodline conditions, they essentially began from an equal starting point, thereby enhancing the significance of the challenges undertaken. Undoubtedly, the spotlight of this event shone on Luo Yang and Shang Wan Fu. Since his previous defeat to Luo Yang, Shang Wan Fu had intensified his training, not merely to amend his previous loss, but to compel Luo Yang to recognize him as a worthy opponent deserving of respect. That was all. Although the distance between Luo Yang and his aspirations seems to grow ever wider, he remains resolute in his pursuit of the luminous moon. Thus, when he glimpses Luo Yang, a steadfast glimmer ignites within his eyes. Everyone, follow me into the virtual battle space, the female instructor declared, enveloping the group in a surge of spiritual energy, transporting them instantaneously to the threshold of the virtual combat arena. This is the terrifying capability of the Void Whale. Not only does it serve as a war machine that can swiftly carry countless beast tamers to the battlefield, but its auxiliary functions are also unparalleled, boasting an array of support facilities that are extraordinarily comprehensive. Within, it truly qualifies as a small world. As the name suggests, the virtual battle space replicates your summoned beasts in a one-to-one manner, including the sensation of pain, with the sole exception being that death is impossible, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from the outside world. The battle space will then generate demon beasts based on the bloodline level and strength of your summoned creatures. The first demon beast matches your strength, and upon its defeat, you will be granted a 10-minute respite. The second demon beast will possess a strength 1 level above that of your summoned creature. Only by defeating a demon beast 1 level higher will you earn a score. This pattern continues, with each subsequent demon beast being a level higher than the last. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask me. After the introduction of the rules by the instructor from Shangjing, she cast her gaze upon the group. The 5 individuals comprehended the assessment criteria in simple terms. The more levels they surpass, the easier it is to pass the evaluation. However, the fact that they could defeat demon beasts 1 level higher is already worthy of reverence. At this moment, only Luo Yang and Shang Wan Fu appeared eager, seemingly brimming with absolute confidence in their abilities. Teacher, how many levels must one surpass to achieve an S rank? Luo Yang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Luo Yang, achieving an S rank requires defeating a demon beast 5 levels higher with equivalent potential. However, this is an exceedingly daunting task, and nearly no one can accomplish it. Aspiring youth, while it is commendable to have ambition, remember not to reach beyond your grasp. For reasons unknown. The words of the instructor from Shangjing had an uncomfortable undertone. Understood, teacher. Luo Yang nodded, his inner thoughts aligning. If that is the case, I shall have the Spirit Swordmaster assist them momentarily. Merely surpassing 5 levels will suffice. Let us not seek special treatment. Chapter 66. A dazzling performance. Unbeknownst to them, the assessment had commenced. After the 7 entered the virtual battle space, the instructor from Shangjing waved her hand to conjure a colossal light mirror, allowing a clear view of the ongoing battles. The focus was primarily on Luo Yang and Shang Wan Fu, whose scenes were the most prominent, indicating that the 5 prestigious academies were keenly interested in the two, while the others appeared as mere background figures. Moreover, as Luo Yang had contracted 2 summoned beasts, even if he wished to conceal this fact, the virtual battle space would capture it distinctly, unless one possessed a legendary artifact capable of cloaking oneself. There would be no escape from visibility. At that moment, the virtual battle space generated 2 demon beasts. The beast Luo Yang faced was named Bone Crocodile, with both appearing identical save for their size. One was level 26, while the other was level 27. Oh, this lad's level is rising at an astonishing pace. Moreover, he has contracted a second beast. It is imperative that we secure such a prodigious talent for our Shangjing Academy. The female instructor from Shangjing thought without hesitation. As long as Luo Yang's subsequent combat performance remained commendable, he would undoubtedly attract fierce competition among the 5 prestigious academies. This is the reality. Within the battle space, the bone crocodile, entirely composed of white bones, bore sharp barbs on its skeletal frame. Its head resembled a massive skull, with its eyes glowing with an eerie green flame. The bone crocodile possessed formidable defensive capabilities and speed, and was impervious to pain, exhibiting a terrifying biting force in its attacks. With a ferocious roar, it lunged forward with its enormous claws aimed at Luo Yang. Unfazed, Luo Yang deftly evaded, his steps fluid as he danced around the bone crocodile, making it nearly impossible to target him. Simultaneously, the space around him illuminated with a magical array, and the Spirit Swordmaster along with the Jiromo dice made their appearances. The bone crocodile roared once more, but this time it did not charge directly. Instead, it swayed alongside its companion and vanished mid-attack. Suddenly, Luo Yang felt a chill at his back. With a surge of spiritual energy, he vanished from his position. The bone crocodile, having missed its target, let out an enraged roar. The Spirit Swordmaster unleashed a flurry of blades, transforming into countless sword shadows that assailed the bone crocodile. As the Spirit Swordmaster's prowess and sword intent surged, the myriad sword shadows became almost tangible, effortlessly piercing through the bone crocodile's tough exterior. In a swift motion, a single strike ended the life of the bone crocodile. The other bone crocodile could not escape a similar fate. This exemplifies the terrifying capabilities of the Spirit Swordmaster, with both offensive and defensive prowess. Even the Jiromo dice's amplification and misfortune skills were rendered unnecessary, as the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. All that remained was to cheer on the Spirit Swordmaster. You're amazing. Crush them, and let them know who reigns supreme among beast tamers. Next came the challenge of defeating a beast 1 level higher. As Luo Yang's match concluded, Shang Wan Fu followed closely behind. It was evident that despite his S-rank talent, Shang Wan Fu's level was gradually falling behind Luo Yang's. His summoned beast was only at level 20, a result of his family's relentless efforts, as he was the sole S-rank talent of his lineage, inevitably receiving their full support to rise. The disparity was stark, as even with various artifacts to elevate levels, they could not achieve parity. 10 minutes elapsed, and 2 more demon beasts descended, their presence considerably more formidable than the initial ones. With matching bloodline levels, the 2 demon beasts activated their inherent traits, emanating an air of intimidation. Yet, they too were no match for the Spirit Swordmaster. During this time, the Spirit Swordmaster's skills had advanced to the 4th stage, making his combat strength far beyond that which peers could withstand. For others, achieving even the 2nd stage of skill proficiency was already an extraordinary feat moreover. With the Jiromo dice standing by, the talents of fortune and misfortune were poised to unleash their potential. unrivaled among his peers. While the virtual battle space could simulate bloodline levels, summon beast levels, and their characteristics, it could not replicate the depth of skill proficiency. This had become ingrained in the very essence of his being, unchangeable. Luo Yang's pace through the challenges was nothing short of astonishing. In mere minutes, he had reached the 5th stage, exhibiting a terrifying dominance that compelled the 5 prestigious academy heads to acknowledge his prowess. They all marveled at how Yang Wanghua had stumbled upon a treasure. This break is excessively long and cannot be expedited. We must await the allotted time, Luo Yang lamented. His words left the observing students and instructors speechless, unable to compare themselves to his prowess. All I can manage is a 6. Others would have relished a longer interval to contemplate and recuperate, as the challenge of surpassing levels posed a significant test, crucial for scoring and securing special admission into the 5 prestigious academies. For the other students, this was of utmost importance. It is important to note that this was already a battle 5 levels higher. Ordinary individuals would be tense, fearing any misstep could jeopardize their performance. At this juncture, even a moment's relaxation could lead to defeat. Who would dare to be as nonchalant as Luo Yang, sauntering leisurely without a care? At that moment, the instructors from the 5 prestigious academies could no longer remain seated, rising in unison, their gazes fixated on Luo Yang. At this moment, the light mirror displayed only Luo Yang. As the 2 demon beasts materialized, they were revealed to be the Terrain Earth Dragon and the Thunder Falcon. Roar. One occupies the ground, while the other commands the skies. This combination undoubtedly poses the greatest challenge for beast tamers. Capable of both enduring and striking, they belong to the pinnacle of bloodline species, surpassing level 5. The Terrain Dragon emits a thunderous roar, its body enveloped in a thick layer of earthy yellow scales, as a massive tail sweeps through, scattering debris in its wake. This pairing seems almost destined, flawless in execution. Not only is it astonishingly swift, but it also boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Even the most resolute would contemplate surrender upon encountering such a duo. In a flash, a shadow, imbued with a sense of annihilation, hurtles toward Luo Yang. The Thunder Falcon emits a piercing cry, encircled by crackling lightning, arcs of electricity dancing across its form. Beside the Thunder Falcon, tendrils of electric energy emerge, slithering toward Luo Yang like serpents. The sight is nothing short of terrifying. Opposite Luo Yang, a colossal vortex of lightning, towering around 10 meters, materializes behind the Thunder Falcon. Its roars echoing as thick, crimson bolts of lightning cascade down. Under the weight of such an assault, an overwhelming sense of helplessness settles over the onlookers. Were they to face such an onslaught, even the thought of resistance would seem futile. The disparity in raw power is insurmountable, particularly with such an abominable combination. Indeed, the union of the Terrain Dragon and Thunder Falcon is fearsome. Luo Yang is in peril. Such a magnitude of attack is beyond the capacity of his offensive beast to withstand, leaving one to wonder if a miracle might transpire. Crucially, the unique traits of both beasts enhance one another, rendering this battle far more ferocious than a mere 11. The audience buzzes with speculation. Yet, amidst the chaos, Luo Yang remains composed. The Spirit Swordmaster grips his sword, a powerful aura of lethal intent radiating from him, a near limitless will to kill. G East rotates in place. The number 999 appearing. Divine fortune bestows its blessings upon the Spirit Swordmaster. Simultaneously, a curse of misfortune transforms into a black crow, burrowing into their being. The Spirit Sword in the Master's hands gleams with a chilling silver light, as if it aims to eradicate all that stands before it. With a swish, the Spirit Swordmaster's figure flickers like a specter, leaving behind an illusion. In an instant, he is beside the Terrain Dragon, his sword sweeping forth, etching brilliant silver arcs through the air. At that moment, Luo Yang seems to meld into the realm of the sword, becoming one with his weapon. The sword light cascading like mercury, enveloping the Terrain Dragon. Chapter 67, A Frenzied Contest. With a thrust, the sword light pierces the Terrain Dragon's hide, impaling it. This strike appears straightforward, yet its potency is tremendous, for the lethal intent harbored within transcends mere physical assault. It possesses the power to obliterate souls. The Terrain Dragon emits a cry of agony, thrashing in desperation. Its body now bears numerous wounds, scales torn apart, blood gushing forth. Even with the protective trait of its indomitable scales, it cannot stave off the damage. The Spirit Swordmaster's intent not only injures the beast, but also disrupts its mental fortitude, rendering it combat ineffective. This ability borders on the absurd. As long as one is not vastly outclassed in level, a mere brush with this lethal intent can spell doom. Moreover, with the amplification from GES cursed dice, it is akin to the sharpest spear in existence, unyielding. Yet now, With its spirit wounded, the terrain dragon poses little threat. Thunder erupts. The thunder falcon flaps its wings. A bolt of lightning descends from the heavens toward Luo Yang, coalescing into a colossal thunderball, brimming with electric fury. This thunderball appears immense, rivaling the size of a small mountain, carrying limitless destructive force. This is the Thunder Falcon's innate trait, thunderous eruption. The spirit swordmaster, eyes devoid of emotion, raises a hand to flick. A beam of black sword light shoots forth, meeting the thunderball head-on. The collision produces a muffled explosion. The two thunderballs clash, releasing a surge of blistering white airwaves that obliterate nearby structures with ease. With a crash, the aftermath of the thunderous eruption sends the Thunder Falcon hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as it crashes to the ground, creating a deep crater. The terrain dragon, too, rolls several times before coming to rest, its injuries worsening. In a stroke of misfortune, it finds itself rolling directly in front of the spirit swordmaster. With a swift kick, a colossal spirit sword materializes above the terrain dragon's head, plunging into the earth with force. A wave of sword energy erupts, piercing the terrain dragon's skull, ensuring its demise. My word, gasps erupt from the audience. The Thunder Falcon and Terrain Dragon are both extraordinary level beasts at level 31, having transcended 5 levels, their power undeniable. Yet, they could not withstand even a single strike. Remarkable. To engage in combat across 5 levels and annihilate a beast in an instant is truly monstrous. How terrifying. How has Luo Yang's beast cultivated such formidable sword intent? The master is extraordinary, and the beast even more so. A dual sovereign bloodline beast, unparalleled. This sword technique is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. The audience is astounded. Luo Yang's prowess far exceeds their wildest imaginations. The last Thunder Falcon desperately flees, disregarding everything to escape Luo Yang's reach. Alas, its speed pales in comparison to the swiftness of the sword intent. The sounds of clashing metal resonate as fissures appear across the Thunder Falcon's form, until it ultimately dissipates into the ether. In this battle, Luo Yang emerges victorious. Following the 5-level combat, he could opt to continue challenging, yet it seems pointless. The highest score suffices. Having forfeited the challenge, Luo Yang is promptly teleported away. Upon his arrival, he observes others in the virtual combat space grappling with beasts. The moment Luo Yang appears, teachers from the 5 great academies swarm around him. Luo Yang, if you enroll in our Jing Capital Academy, we will offer you S-class treatment, with all resources directed toward you, even a catastrophe-level professor dedicated to your instruction. All secret realms and skill scrolls within the academy will be at your disposal. If only Luo Yang would consider our Tianhu Academy. Our offerings surpass those of Jing Capital Academy. Our Xinzhou Academy also provides exceptional benefits. Should you agree, an annual salary of 3 billion awaits you, granting you the freedom to pursue your desires. The 5 teachers extend olive branches to Luo Yang, creating a scene of utter chaos, akin to a bustling marketplace where the produce is up for grabs, and Luo Yang is the prized item. Even the seasoned Yang Wanhua is taken aback. With others still undergoing assessments, these 5 teachers are nearly ready to brawl over a single student. Only Luo Yang could incite such fervor. Surely, as esteemed educators from the 5 great academies, their behavior is somewhat unbecoming. Just then, a gentle voice resonates, capturing everyone's attention. The speaker, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, presents a demeanor reminiscent of a gallant gentleman. Student Luo Yang, you awakened your S-class talent on April 1st, and within just a month, you have ascended to level 26. Such a terrifying rate of advancement is indeed rare throughout all of Huaxia. This individual has conducted thorough investigations. Even though Shang Wan Fu from the same cohort is equally remarkable, he pales in comparison to Luo Yang. What? Achieving this level in just 1 month? Exclaimed the female teacher from Beijing. Prior to their arrival, they had followed the standard protocol and had conducted no prior investigations. They were only aware of Luo Yang's overwhelming victory in the friendship competition, where he emerged as the champion. They had not kept up with subsequent developments. The expressions of the other 4 teachers fluctuated dramatically, their minds in turmoil. Could it be that his pet's unique trait enhances cultivation experience? Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so astonishing? Forgive me, it's merely luck. Although Luo Yang was not thoroughly acquainted with the 5 prestigious academies, he had formed a rough assessment in his mind. While these small details might be unappealing, Luo Yang remained pragmatic. He would choose the academy that offered the most favorable conditions, without any inclination towards favoritism. The other 4 teachers sensed trouble, although these minor details did not dictate the final outcome. Under comparable circumstances, Luo Yang would undoubtedly prioritize the other party over them. They had already incurred a slight disadvantage before even discussing terms. This MO2 was undoubtedly being deliberate. He was intentionally showcasing his prior research to influence Luo Yang's perception of him, thereby gaining the upper hand in any future negotiations. Damn it. Everyone relies on their own strategies. Yet this young man dares to employ schemes. The 4 teachers need not regard me with such disdain. The initiative lies with student Luo Yang. I am merely stating facts, enumerating Luo Yang's advantages. I wish not to let such a talent go unnoticed. After all, if student Luo Yang, so brilliant, were to be overlooked due to your underestimation, it would be a loss for both us and the Dragon Nation. Chapter 68, Qingyun Academy. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but feel that this young man deserved condemnation. He dares to stand on a moral high ground to criticize them. It is best to allow student Luo Yang to make his own decision. After all, the power of choice lies with him. All we can do is offer our suggestions without imposing any obligations. After their remarks, they once again passed the ball to Luo Yang. Then, I would appreciate it if the esteemed teachers could introduce the details of your academies. Although I am well aware of the reputations of the 5 renowned institutions, my understanding of their internal workings is somewhat limited, primarily based on hearsay. A brief introduction would provide me with a clearer perspective on whether I am truly suited for your academy, Luo Yang inquired calmly. Choosing a Beastmaster Academy is not akin to purchasing vegetables in a market, simply buying based on hearsay. Allowing them to present their strengths and weaknesses would yield much insight, especially with all 5 academies teachers present. There would be no risk of false advertising. As they are all competitors, once a lie is discovered, it could lead to severe consequences. The last thing anyone wants is to lose the opportunity to compete. Thus, it is most reasonable to have them introduce themselves, ensuring that all they convey aligns with reality and showcases their respective academies' merits. The teachers from the 5 prestigious academies could not help but admire Luo Yang's meticulous thinking. It was clear that mere bluster would not suffice. The moment had arrived to display the inherent strengths of each academy. Of course, no problem. Let us begin with our Beijing Academy. The teacher from Beijing replied with a confident smile. Our Beijing Academy boasts a rich history in the Dragon Nation, tracing back to ancient times, and achieved an impressive 2nd place in last year's academy rankings. Situated in the capital, we are renowned for our comprehensive training of Beastmasters. With nearly 1,000 secret realms within our institution, most of which remain undeveloped. Additionally, we possess the ancient treasure, the 7-colored Linglong Pagoda, which enhances pet abilities, skills, and even uncovers bloodlines. Notably, the renowned swordmaster of the Dragon Nation hails from Beijing Academy. The recruitment teacher, Wu Yun, succinctly highlighted all the key points in just a few sentences. Moreover, our academy is most famous for the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. The higher one ranks, the more abundant the rewards, allowing continuous improvement through combat, and we even have specialized training rooms equipped with spirit power acceleration formations. Wu Yun concluded, her expression filled with pride as a member of Beijing Academy. The other 4 teachers had no rebuttal. Clearly, her statements were devoid of falsehood. Luo Yang fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. The 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity indeed sounded intriguing. The competition for such rankings must be fierce. Yet it also presents drawbacks. If one is constantly challenged, the time available for cultivation would be significantly diminished. However, this applies primarily to average talents. If one possesses strength that instills fear in others, these issues become trivial. In his mind, Luo Yang had already ranked Beijing Academy highly. It truly deserved its status as a top-tier institution with profound heritage. Our Shenzhou Academy achieved 1st place in the last academy rankings. And I am sure everyone has heard of the feats of our top talent, Lin Xian. Most importantly, Shenzhou Academy is financially robust, with abundant cultivation resources, ensuring that your 3rd pet's potential is no less than that of a sovereign, with the possibility of its bloodline reaching a half step into calamity. The Yunshin Academy offers treatment comparable to other academies, but its most notable feature is the abundance of beautiful women within, earning it the nickname of nunnery, ensuring that finding a girlfriend is hardly a concern. Although our Qingyun Academy may not possess the same depth as the other institutions, it connects to the battlefield of myriad races. Our students take pride in slaying the myriad races, each exhibiting exceptional combat quality, especially our own students, who can significantly enhance their combat power on the battlefield, thereby contributing immensely to the overall combat capability of the academy. In life or death battles, we hold a distinct advantage. Upon hearing the introductions of the various academies, Luo Yang understood why MO2 differed from the other recruitment teachers. He exuded an astonishing aura of menace. It became evident that these individuals had carved their paths through the battlefield of myriad races. Luo Yang had mentally categorized the academies according to his suitability. If he wished to expedite his level-up process, slaying fierce beasts was undoubtedly the way to go, as it would yield experience and hone his skill proficiency. While other academies had their merits, none could surpass the suitability for himself. Among the 5 teachers, I have decided to attend Qingyun Academy. Once Luo Yang had reached a conclusion, he did not hesitate. He understood that if he delayed further, the various academies would continually enhance their offers. But the wasted time and the ensuing negotiations with the 5 recruitment teachers were of no interest to him. Splendid. The teachers from Qingyun Academy were instantly exhilarated. Student Luo Yang possesses remarkable insight. Rest assured, Qingyun Academy will not disappoint you. Qingyun Academy ranked lower among the 5 prestigious institutions, overshadowed by the brilliance of Beijing and Tianhu academies. They had prepared themselves for the possibility of returning empty-handed, yet unexpectedly, Luo Yang bestowed upon them a tremendous surprise. Student Luo Yang, your strength and talent are extraordinary. Choosing the right Beastmaster Academy can save you from many detours. Have you considered your decision carefully? Wu Yun, slightly anxious, pressed on. Acquiring a student of such caliber would be a significant gain, even if he had a target. It was worth striving to persuade him. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Indeed, this pertains to your future, and upon entering the esteemed Tianhu Academy, you shall not have to fret over resources. Classmate Luo Yang, do you not yearn to win the heart of a beautiful maiden? Our academy boasts a gender ratio of 110. Simply by attending, you shall become the center of attraction, seamlessly honing your skills in both cultivation and romance. What could possibly deter you? The other instructors also fervently urged him. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of all the esteemed teachers, yet I have already found the institution most suited to my aspirations. Luo Yang replied with a respectful clasp of his fists, his resolve unwavering. The remaining 4 could only sigh in resignation. These 5 academies represent the pinnacle of education in the Dragon Nation, each possessing unique advantages. Regardless of the choice, one must accept their fate. The expressions of the other 4 were filled with regret as they shook their heads, lamenting, what a pity, such a promising talent, yet he did not choose our academy. I even entertained the thought of abducting him. Realizing that Luo Yang was resolute, the 4 instructors turned their attention to Shang Wan Fu instead. Although Luo Yang was a lost cause, securing Shang Wan Fu would still be a commendable choice, better than returning empty-handed. Sir, when shall we report to the academy? Luo Yang inquired. After a few days, once the Beastmaster entrance examinations conclude, you may head to Qingyun Academy. Are you looking forward to it? Mo2 replied with a smile. Absolutely. Luo Yang exclaimed, his eyes alight with anticipation for university life. Chapter 69, The Right of the Undead. It was evident that he was elated. He retrieved the admission notice, inscribing Luo Yang's name and today's date upon it, then affixed the emblem of Qingyun Academy. Only then did this admission notice become officially valid. Additionally, he needed to upload Luo Yang's special training assessment results to the admissions office of Qingyun Academy, ensuring that all records were meticulously documented. Qingyun Academy is situated in the southeast, a considerable distance from the city. Even a monarch-level powerhouse would require half a day to traverse the space to reach it. As he had not anticipated successfully recruiting a student, he had not brought any special rewards. Therefore, your rewards will be issued to you upon your arrival at the academy. Mo2 admitted somewhat sheepishly. Since he had not held high hopes, the rewards that rightfully belonged to Luo Yang remained at the academy. No worries. I'm in no rush. I can receive them once I'm there. Luo Yang waved dismissively. After a brief conversation and exchanging contact information, they departed. Upon stepping outside the Void Whale, Luo Yang discovered that Shang Wan Fu had also been admitted through a special recruitment. After leaving the school, Yang Wangwu chatted with him for a while before setting off for home. With the admission results now confirmed, Luo Yang felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He no longer needed to concern himself with the Beastmaster examinations. With time on his hands, Luo Yang prepared to venture to the Secret Realm Management Office to challenge a higher-level Secret Realm. Without hesitation, Luo Yang hailed a taxi and sped toward the Secret Realm Management Office. Upon arriving at the Novice Secret Realm area, he recognized that his current level was most suited for the Advanced Novice Secret Realm. However, seeking a thrill, he deemed the Advanced Novice Secret Realm insufficient for his appetite. Other than the Novice Secret Realm, the remaining secret realms bore various names. For instance, the Moonlight Forest, the Valley of Souls, and the Right of the Undead. Luo Yang scrutinized the descriptions of these secret realms, each indicating the types of beasts that appeared within. None should exceed the extraordinary level, otherwise he risked peril. Ultimately, Luo Yang chose the Right of the Undead, as it was rumored to harbor peculiar entities, with some beasts mutating post-mortem, often becoming even more terrifying than before. Such mutated undead creatures might closely resemble ordinary beasts, yet they possess the ability to unleash bizarre dark powers. This was precisely the reason Luo Yang wished to investigate. Good day, sir. I would like to select the right of the Undead Secret Realm. Luo Yang presented his identity card and jade token to the staff. Please hold on a moment. Shortly thereafter, the staff returned with Luo Yang's identity card and jade token, leading him toward the secret realm. Upon entry, Luo Yang found himself enveloped in a world of utter darkness. Visibility was non-existent, and a chilling wind swept through the air, as if countless eyes were watching him. His heart raced, and a shiver ran down his spine as cold sweat trickled down. The dangers of this secret realm far exceeded his expectations. Luo Yang summoned his spirit sword and the Jier demon dice, cautioning, "Be vigilant. This place is rather eerie." Just then, he felt a powerful force rising from the ground, tugging at his feet. The sensation sent chills down his spine. He realized he was ensnared in an illusion. The undead beings within this secret realm could conjure illusions. Luo Yang had a premonition that he might be trapped in a delusion. If he did not awaken swiftly, he could easily become lost within this phantasm. Illusions? Luo Yang calmed himself. While this illusion posed no direct harm, prolonged exposure could lead him to become disoriented within the mirage, resulting in his soul and body becoming separate entities. He closed his eyes, gathering his spirit energy, and began reciting the cleansing heart mantra to repel the illusion. He then resumed observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of light emerging from the shadows ahead. Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback. Following the light, he discerned a skull emitting a faint green glow. What is that? A question arose in his mind. Yet, he quickly entertained a plausible hypothesis. Undead beings. These entities were peculiar life forms left behind after death, transformed by the energy of this realm. Commonly referred to as undead beings, they were not truly alive. They retained remnants of their consciousness from their former lives. Notably, their power grew stronger upon becoming undead. Luo Yang's pupils constricted. The Rite of the Undead truly lived up to its reputation as the most perilous secret realm, abundant with dangerous undead beings. Without hesitation, he soared toward the direction of the green light, drawing closer. Upon nearing, he was astonished to behold a bluish flame consuming a spherical object radiating a faint green glow. The object resembled a human head in size, its surface somewhat distorted. Yet Luo Yang recognized it as a life form resulting from the mutation of a deceased human. He was taken aback. The sheer number of undead beings was staggering, nearly saturating the entire secret realm. Just then, a roar reverberated throughout the city of the undead. Luo Yang turned to see a massive figure charging forth, a colossal undead demon, over 5 meters in girth, clad in armor and wielding a steel weapon. Its blood-red eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty light, while the blackened bones beneath its armor glimmered with a bluish flame in its chest. This was a level 30 undead being. How can there be so many undead beings in this world? A strange light flickered in Luo Yang's eyes. Though he harbored no fear of the undead beings, he had no desire to engage in combat. Disturbing the other undead beings would spell disaster. At that moment, the level 30 undead being also caught sight of Luo Yang, revealing a sinister grin as it lunged forward, brandishing its steel spear. The spirit swordmaster unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the steel spear with ease, and then leapt into the air, landing upon the head of the undead creature. In an instant, the creature's skull was crushed beneath her weight. A ferocious roar erupted from the undead being. Subsequently, a dense cloud of resentment erupted from its mouth and nostrils, transforming into countless ghostly visages that lunged toward the spirit swordmaster. The spirit swordmaster swiftly retreated, evading the onslaught of these phantoms. With a powerful thrust of her right foot, she propelled herself forward like a cannonball, her speed so remarkable that in the blink of an eye, her foot connected with the chest of the undead demon. A sickening crack echoed as its ribs shattered. In an instant, the ribs of the undead demon were broken, followed by a devastating punch that struck its abdomen. The creature's belly erupted, bones scattering in all directions. The undead demon howled in agony, desperately struggling to rise, but its body remained immobilized. Frantic roars filled the air as it attempted to break free from the spirit swordmaster's hold. You overestimate yourself. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as her left hand materialized a sword of spiritual energy, which she wielded to sever the undead demon cleanly in two. The corpse of the undead demon collapsed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 70. The Undead Mage. Your pet, the Spirit Swordmaster, has successfully slain the undead demon, earning 100 experience points. Current growth progress stands at 57. Hiss. To think that killing a level 30 undead demon could yield such a significant increase in growth. Luo Yang marveled. Indeed, defeating foes of a higher level grants greater experience. Name: Undead Demon. Attribute: Undead. Level: LV 30. Transcendent. Potential, LV30, Transcendent. Racial skills, 1 Death Charge, 812-1000, Mastered. 2 Body Reconstruction, 920-1000, Mastered. Evolution Path, 0 Suddenly. The scattered bones of the deceased undead demon began to tremble, rapidly fusing back together. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, and the once fallen undead demon miraculously stood again. However, the flame of its soul flickered precariously, indicating that resurrection came at a great cost. The soul fire could not grant it infinite revivals. This was the insidious nature of undead creatures. As long as the flame of their souls endured, they could resurrect indefinitely. Just like the skeletal crows summoned by the Necromancer, as long as the soul fire remained strong, the number of revivals would continue to multiply. But there was more to come. Luo Yang furrowed his brow. At this moment, the undead demon had grown to an imposing height of 5 or 6 meters, appearing even more formidable than before, yet its internal energy was steadily waning. With a raspy roar, the undead demon raised its spear and lunged toward the spirit swordmaster. She scoffed disdainfully. With a swift sweep of her sword, she sent the undead demon back to its original form, reducing the scattered bones to mere fragments. The soul fire within had all but extinguished. There would be no chance of revival left. Your pet, the spirit swordmaster, has successfully slain the undead demon, earning 2,000 experience points. Growth progress now at 60. Remarkably, the undead demon gained experience even after its resurrection. Luo Yang's eyes gleamed with insight as he grasped the significance of this. The necropolis was vast and devoid of other life forms, populated solely by undead creatures, presenting an opportunity to exploit for leveling up. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. Continuing forward, he encountered no living beings. The landscape was littered with ruins and hills formed from piles of bones, the trees long dead and riddled with holes, bearing witness to their demise for who knows how long. This piqued Luo Yang's curiosity. Could it be that in this secret realm of the necropolis, there were truly no living creatures? Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed from afar. The sound was sharp and grating, imbued with an eerie and sinister quality. Luo Yang quickly halted his advance, casting his gaze toward the source. In the distant sky, a massive creature engulfed in flames was swiftly approaching. It was a colossal skeletal bird, adorned with 2 pairs of bony wings, the tips of which were curved like sickles, glinting ominously and evoking fear. Its body was a chilling white, and the bony horns atop its head appeared forged from iron, exuding a terrifying aura, while its blood-red eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, making it an imposing sight. The creature's speed was astonishing. Upon spotting Luo Yang, it emitted a bizarre cry and dove toward him with reckless abandon. Seeking death, the spirit swordmaster bellowed. In an instant, a silvery radiance enveloped her, resembling a silver moon. With a swift motion, she cleaved through the air, targeting the monstrous bird. Clang! The skeletal bird was utterly obliterated by the force of her sword. Its soul fire extinguished in an instant. Your pet, the spirit swordmaster, has successfully slain a level 30 skeletal bird, earning 210 experience points. Growth progress now at 74. This time, the experience gained was significantly greater than that from the initial encounter with the same level undead creature. Could it be that since the soul fire was the key to the resurrection of undead beings, extinguishing it effectively combined the experience from all subsequent revivals? Luo Yang pondered, and this explanation seemed the most plausible. Let the necropolis tremble, he declared, as the spirit sword master charged forth once more, her spiritual sword slicing through the air, cleaving it into countless minuscule fragments. A booming thunder echoed from above. What was happening? It felt as though something monumental was about to descend. Luo Yang lifted his gaze to the heavens. A colossal rift had opened in the sky, resembling a black hole that consumed everything in its vicinity, slowly revealing a dark, foreboding magical array. With a staff in his right hand and the tome of the undead in his left, Luo Yang's expression grew solemn. This ominous black hole array instilled a profound sense of foreboding. Name, Undead Mage. Attribute, Undead. Special training, Tome of the Undead. Level, LV32, Transcendent. Potential, LV67, Monarch. Racial skills, 1 Undead Amplification, 932-5000, Mastered. 2 Undead Ceiling, 15235000, Mastered. Evolution Path, 2. It was the Undead Mage. Luo Yang's pupils constricted, a wave of alarm rising within him. The Undead Mage was notoriously formidable within the realm of the undead, possessing immense power to summon undead creatures ceaselessly. How would this foe contend with him? Yet, his concerns were unwarranted. From the depths of the abyss, a shadowy figure cloaked in black emerged, gripping a dark staff. Standing upon a golden magical array, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Luo Yang's expression became increasingly grave. The undead mage began to chant incantations, the black staff swaying gently in his hand. A gust of wind swept through, and a cluster of black flames erupted from the tip of the staff, dancing upon it and emitting a crackling sound. The undead creatures within the Necromancer's right, drawn by the noise, surged forth like a tidal wave, countless in number. In that moment, the faces of the skeletons revealed a frenzied expression, overwhelming in their advance. Simultaneously, within the magical array beside the Necromancer, an endless stream of undead beings crawled forth. The Necromancer, standing atop a skeletal dragon, surveyed the scene with a disdainful gaze. Rather than displaying alarm at the arrival of intruders, he chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief that anyone would dare enter the city of the undead. However, he declared coldly, laced with mockery, that they would surely meet their demise here today. "You think yourself quite brave," remarked Luo Yang, his tone indifferent. The Necromancer remained silent, commanding countless skeletal soldiers and skeletal birds to charge at Luo Yang. These skeletal warriors were encased in impenetrable scales, even if severed. As long as their soul flames were not extinguished, they could reassemble. The variety of undead creatures was seemingly endless. This was their innate ability. Chapter 71, The Infernal Bone Dragon. "Little Karami, taste my sword." The swordmaster thrust her long sword with vigor, a silver light slicing through the sky, instantly cleaving all the skeletal birds and several skeletal warriors in twain. Simultaneously, a series of notifications rang out. "Your pet, the swordmaster, has successfully slain a necromantic hound, gaining 1534 experience. Current growth progress, 65. Your pet, the swordmaster, has successfully slain a necromantic crow, gaining 2419 experience. Current growth progress, 67. Yet, Luo Yang's focus remained steadfastly on the Necromancer. This individual was perpetually summoning the undead, news of great fortune for Luo Yang. The Necromancer suddenly appeared less grotesque in his eyes. With a clap of his hands, he couldn't contain his excitement. For others, this was a calamity, but for Luo Yang, it was akin to a walking experience pack. The crucial aspect was that the experience gained from these encounters far surpassed that from typical beast slaying, and the sheer numbers were extraordinary. How could one let such an opportunity slip away? Moreover, one must gradually reap rewards. Hastily exhausting them would diminish the thrill. He intended to extract every last drop from the Necromancer before allowing it to perish. The Necromancer? Is this truly polite? Seeing his attacks yield no effect, the Necromancer's eyes flickered momentarily before he gently waved his staff. With a rustling sound, layers of black smoke enveloped the area, shrouding all skeletal beings within 100 meters. The previously sturdy skeletal soldiers began to decompose, countless bones merging to form a colossal undead knight, towering at over 10 meters. Clad in thick black armor akin to a massive war chariot, adorned with a fearsome helmet and wielding a trident, the knight emanated an overwhelming aura that was suffocating. With a deafening roar, the undead knight unleashed a furious bellow, summoning a violent tempest that bore down upon Luo Yang. The gust swept through, billowing his garments. This necromancer possessed formidable abilities. The stronger the summoned creatures, the greater the experience gained. Yet, it still felt insufficient. Now this is intriguing. I relish this. The swordmaster licked her lips. The Jier demon die, lacking any significant presence, could do little more than assist. Although it possessed combat capabilities, they were negligible, especially given the vast disparity in levels. It could only watch with wide eyes, occasionally casting skills upon the swordmaster to aid her recovery and enhancement. At other times, it could only bully the feeble skeletal soldiers. With a powerful thrust of her legs, the swordmaster launched into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. Grasping her spirit sword, she brought it down with ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. The air itself was torn asunder in her wake, creating a fissure several meters wide. A colossal beam of sword light descended upon the undead knight. Boom. The undead knight planted its legs firmly into the ground, producing a resounding crash, propelling itself skyward like a cannonball. Observing this, the swordmaster quickly adjusted her stance and executed a sweeping strike. Silver sword auras erupted from her blade, cascading down towards the heavens. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated, sending dust swirling. A massive beam of sword light cleaved through the smoke, striking the ground. Thud! The earth split open, swallowing the surrounding skeletal beings whole. The undead knight was bisected, reduced to a pile of ash. Your pet, the swordmaster, has successfully slain the undead knight, gaining 6,269 experience. Current growth progress, 100. Growth progress complete. Your pet has advanced to level 27. With the demise of the undead knight, the remaining skeletal soldiers scattered like wounded wolves. Yet, Luo Yang would not allow their escape. With a tremor of his body, a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy surged forth, annihilating the undead creatures entirely. His experience points surged dramatically, reaching a remarkable 100. The swordmaster leveled up twice in one go, her expression radiating joy at this exhilarating ascent. Though the Jierer demon die dealt no damage, its participation in the battle still earned it experience, elevating it by one level as well. Even idling could yield upgrades, perfect for someone like me, a slacker. The Jierer demon die shrank to the size of a fist, perching on Luo Yang's shoulder to admire the swordmaster's prowess in combat. As more and more undead fell, the necromancer's fury escalated. As the high priest of the undead, being provoked by an outsider was an affront to his dignity, a humiliation that ground the pride of the undead race into the dirt. His eyes blazed with rage, vowing to exact a toll upon his adversaries. With the ominous dark magic circle illuminating, the soul flame within the necromancer blazed to its zenith, causing even the hand that held the tome of the undead to tremble. Luo Yang, observing the necromancer, chuckled. Here comes the big move. From within the dark magic circle, a colossal skeletal monstrosity was summoned. What is this? Luo Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that this skeletal creature was far more formidable than any he had encountered before. What manner of being had been conjured? Arise, Infernal Bone Dragon. The necromancer intoned, unleashing a spell. Instantly, a terrifying, malevolent force radiated from an ancient tome, black as ink, bearing the inscription Tome of the Undead. Ha! The necromancer cackled maniacally. Great Infernal Bone Dragon, I summon you to descend and rend our foes asunder with your divine might. Roar. As the necromancer's words echoed, the bones within the dark array began to writhe violently, as if striving to break free from their constraints. Soon, the black bone dragon rose, towering over 20 meters, its form as dark as obsidian, resembling a creature forged from steel. Its dragon head was fierce, with menacing fangs, and flames flickered within its eye sockets, emanating a cataclysmic aura that enveloped the surroundings. Roar. The Infernal Bone Dragon let out a thunderous roar, its gaping maw snapping shut upon the ground. A fissure erupted from its massive jaws, carving a profound chasm into the earth. Simultaneously, robust bone spikes surged forth from the crevice, each adorned with menacing barbs and interspersed with the essence of the undead, hurtling towards the distant Luo Yang and the spirit swordmaster. Whoosh! A barrage of bone spears was launched, swiftly and densely assaulting the two. Bang! A dull thud resounded as one of the bone spears collided with the spirit sword, producing a resonant chime. The long sword trembled and deflected the bone spear, sending it hurtling back into the ground, where it embedded with a force that left a bottomless rift. Dark energies emanated from the fissure. Name: Infernal Bone Dragon. Attribute: Undead. Special ability: Domain of the Undead. Level: LV35, Extraordinary. Potential: LV63, Monarch. Racial skills: 1. Bone Spike, 812-1000, Mastery 2. Undead Binding Chains, 920-1000, Mastery 3. Undead Breath, 831-1000. Evolution Path, 5. A spark of excitement flickered across Luo Yang's face. The more formidable the Infernal Bone Dragon's power, the greater the experience he could gain, potentially enabling the Spirit Sword Master to ascend a level. Such rapid progression felt akin to soaring through the skies. Furthermore, the sheer force contained within that bone spear was beyond imagination. Had Luo Yang been unfortunate enough to be struck, he would undoubtedly have suffered grievous harm. Roar. At that moment, another earth-shattering roar echoed. Boom. The Infernal Bone Dragon descended from the heavens, a torrent of malevolent energy erupting from its form, scorching the air with a crackling sound and releasing a noxious, corrosive miasma. Luo Yang's heart raced with dread. This was dire. Retreat quickly. The Spirit Sword Master's countenance paled in response. Roar. The Infernal Bone Dragon reared back, its claws lunging towards Luo Yang. With a swift leap, he evaded the dragon's assault. Yet the creature's claw descended relentlessly. Instantly, the very fabric of space trembled, as if the ground itself would collapse. Crack. The earth split open in a web-like pattern of fissures. The Spirit Sword Master deftly conjured a flourish of swordplay, aiming for the Infernal Bone Dragon. Boom. The clash of the sword against the dragon's claw produced a shockwave of terrifying force. The Spirit Sword Master's blade shattered while the dragon's claw was severed. The Infernal Bone Dragon roared in anguish, its fiery eyes blazing even more fiercely as the severed claw regrew. Roar. The dragon emitted a fearsome roar, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Domain of the Undead. Dark rings materialized out of thin air, coalescing behind it into an immense skull formed of shadows, its maw agape. releasing waves of suffocating death energy that left Luo Yang gasping for breath. This creature harbored formidable powers. Suppress it. The Infernal Bone Dragon's claws swung violently, transforming the dark energy into colossal chains inscribed with black runes, sweeping towards the spirit swordmaster. The terror of the domain of the undead lay in its ability to consume surrounding undead beings to bolster its own strength, rendering it an inexhaustible source of power. Once the domain was established, even those of higher rank would meet their demise, for within this realm, the dragon was virtually immortal. Once the domain of the undead manifested, it could not be dispelled. I shall see just what you are capable of, the Infernal Bone Dragon coldly declared. Break it. The spirit sword master retorted with a scoff. The Beast Demon die understood, spinning wildly as crimson and ebony energies poured forth, claiming half the sky and spreading outward. Roll a 999. The die finally landed on 9. 3 999s signified the maximum effect of the Curse of Misfortune, and the temporarily forgotten skills would be of the highest rank among all abilities. However, the outcome of the roll was left to fate. In an instant, the intertwining of fortuitous and cursed energies erupted in a radiant display. The Curse of Misfortune descended. The red energy of fortune enveloped the spirit swordmaster, radiating brilliant light. The black energy of misfortune engulfed the Infernal Bone Dragon. As the fortune coursed through him, the spirit swordmaster's aura surged, forming a faint golden armor upon his exterior, elevating his presence to unparalleled heights. Conversely, the aura of the Infernal Bone Dragon plummeted, unable to recover in the short term. Bang, bang, bang. The Curse of Misfortune struck the Infernal Bone Dragon, causing its vitality to churn violently. It emitted a muffled groan, its body swaying as the flames of its soul dimmed significantly. Its physical attributes and capabilities visibly deteriorated. The effects of the curse had taken hold. The Infernal Bone Dragon suddenly felt an overwhelming void in its mind, as if it had forgotten something of utmost importance. Subsequently, the domain of the undead vanished without a trace, leaving only residual energy as evidence of its prior existence. It had forgotten its skills, even the very names eluding its memory. It was as though an enigmatic hand had erased fragments of its recollection, though this was merely conjecture. The power of misfortune had merely sealed its memories of the skills temporarily. Upon the cooldown's conclusion, it would revert to its original state. Yet, in this fleeting moment, the battlefield's dynamics began to shift. The Infernal Bone Dragon was engulfed in sheer panic, even as a member of the dragon lineage, having witnessed many grand spectacles. Yet this skill was beyond its comprehension. Such a terrifying ability was truly fearsome. If wielded correctly, it could be a divine technique. Now, its dragon eyes reflected sheer terror as they gazed upon Luo Yang. How did you accomplish this? The Infernal Bone Dragon trembled, its voice quaking. It had never anticipated falling to this youth's prowess. Luo Yang cast a dispassionate glance at it, refraining from wasting words in explanation. I see now, demons. You are demons from the depths of hell. The Infernal Bone Dragon shrieked, its eyes brimming with terror, unable to fathom that anyone could wield such bizarre abilities. The Beast Demon die, hearing the dragon's cries, wore a satisfied grin. What a jest! Though I may not excel in combat, my support skills are not to be underestimated. Were it not for the desire to partake in the fray, I would have remained idle. Roar! Kill! The spirit sword master commanded coldly, once more unleashing his sword technique as he charged towards the Infernal Bone Dragon. The sword in his grasp shimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the air with a fierce momentum. The Infernal Bone Dragon felt an icy dread wash over it, devoid of any means of defense. Even with an opportunity to flee, the dragon's pride was etched into its soul, compelling it to choose death over submission. Thrust! The spirit sword master pierced the Infernal Bone Dragon's skull with his blade, delivering a lethal blow. A colossal skull plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. The flames of the dragon's soul extinguished within its cranium. Your beast, the spirit sword master, has successfully vanquished the level 35 Infernal Bone Dragon, earning 31,000 experience points. With growth progress now at 100. The growth progress being maximized has automatically converted into a level up, propelling the spirit sword master to level 29. Witnessing the majestic Infernal Bone Dragon's fall, the Necromancer was momentarily taken aback, incessantly murmuring, "Damn it, how could this happen? You are the Infernal Bone Dragon. How can you be defeated by a horde of mere ants? I refuse to accept this. I must resurrect the Infernal Bone Dragon. My power has yet to be fully restored, and I must regain my strength swiftly." The Necromancer's eyes burned with fury. "Little spirit, this one is of no further use. Eliminate him," Luo Yang remarked coolly. The spirit sword master nodded, instantly teleporting before the Necromancer and delivering a fatal blow. The sound of experience notification resonated through the air. Simultaneously, upon slaying the Necromancer, an object dropped from his corpse. Chapter 73. The Infernal Command token. A grayish token appeared, inscribed with ancient and esoteric runes, emanating an aura of mystery. What is this? Luo Yang mused, grasping the token in his hand, as peculiar waves of energy emanated from it. As he perceived the fluctuations, his expression shifted subtly, murmuring, "This must be some form of treasure, and given that it dropped from the Infernal Bone Dragon, it cannot be an ordinary item." Infernal Command Token. Effect. Summons an Infernal Bone Dragon of equal level to the Master for combat. Note: level not exceeding the peak of the Extraordinary. The summoned creature will possess all the memories and skills of the Infernal Bone Dragon from its prior existence. Duration of combat, 30 minutes. Usage count, 3. Well, I anticipated something grand, only to find it is merely a trinket, and it has a usage limit? Forget it. I shall sell it when the opportunity arises. Luo Yang rolled his eyes, disappointed after such anticipation, and tossed the token into his storage bag to gather dust. "Is this truly polite?" remarked the Infernal Bone Dragon. "Let us proceed. Time is ample. We shall continue our exploration. My anticipation for this Necromancer's right grows ever stronger." After 3 hours of exploration, Luo Yang and his companions arrived at a desolate city. The architectural style vastly differed from that of humans, with various ferocious creatures intricately carved into some structures, while others displayed grotesque beast heads. At the city's heart stood a towering altar, soaring to 300 meters, adorned with a multitude of intricate patterns and mysterious lines. Beneath the altar lay an extraordinarily wide thoroughfare. The desolate city teemed with countless undead, and a palpable aura of dread permeated the atmosphere. Even the spirit swordmaster felt a shiver of trepidation. Luo Yang surmised that they had encountered a presence of peak extraordinary strength, likely the Necromancer priest, the overseer of this necromantic realm. However, due to the constraints of this realm's space, unless one could escape, they would remain unable to ascend beyond the Lord level in their lifetime. Yet within this realm, the Necromancer priest held supreme authority, revered by all undead beings. To provoke such a being with Luo Yang's current strength would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Luo Yang was self-aware, daring only to cleanse the outer perimeter of the desolate city of the undead, clutching a teleportation talisman tightly in case of emergencies. After clearing the interior of the undead, the Spirit Swordmaster's growth progression reached halfway, and the Jixia Demon dice leveled up by 1. Now, only the inner undead remained, perilously close to the Necromancer priest, and Luo Yang refrained from any reckless actions. Glancing at the time, sensing it was nearly time to conclude their expedition, he felt a sense of fulfillment. The Spirit Swordmaster and Jixia Demon dice had both significantly strengthened. Luo Yang quickly reviewed their statuses. Name: Spirit Swordmaster. Attribute: Gold. Trait: Clarity of Sword Heart. Level: LV29, Extraordinary. Potential: LV60, Monarch. Race skills: Swift, for 19050000, comprehended. Star-Shattering Sword Chi, 28105000, comprehended. Acquired skills: Blessing, 37205000, comprehended. Sky-Severing Sword Technique, 409110000, comprehended. Golden Armor Technique, 21325000, comprehended. Sword Shadow Split, 30025000, comprehended. Evolution Path, 1. Evolution Path. Monarch, Spirit Sword Master, Calamity, Spirit Sword Sovereign. Name: Jixia Demon dice. Attribute: Fortune. Misfortune. Trait: Flow with Fortune and Misfortune. Level: LV28, Extraordinary. Potential: LV75, Monarch. Race skills: 1 Divine Luck, 21805000, comprehended. 2 Demon Curse, 12405000, comprehended. Acquired skills: 1 Healing Aura, 10035000, comprehended. 2 Blessing Aura, 15225000, comprehended. Evolution Path, 1. Evolution Path. Monarch, Jixia Demon dice. Calamity, Jixia Dice Emperor. Reading through the impressive achievements, Luo Yang felt a profound sense of pride. Is not the essence of a beastmaster found in the journey of nurturing their beasts to greatness? The nurturing process is immensely gratifying, witnessing one's companions grow stronger bit by bit. The Spirit Sword Master had ascended 3 levels within the realm, while the Jixia Demon dice had increased by 2. In a buoyant mood, Luo Yang departed the realm. The following days were spent indulging in leisure. While others prepared for the Beastmaster examination, Luo Yang began to savor life, relishing fine wines and enjoying operatic performances. On the eve of his journey to the academy, Luo Yang approached Wu Jing, revealing his grand ambitions. After listening, Wu Jing comprehended Luo's resolve. He had not anticipated such ambition from the young man. Yet recalling the tragic demise of the Wu clan, the seeds of vengeance took root within him. Rest assured, young Luo, this matter shall be entrusted to me. If I cannot achieve it, then truly no one else can. Wu Jing assured Luo Yang confidently. Since befriending this young man, he felt rejuvenated, invigorated with a renewed sense of purpose, as if he were growing younger. You may leave this matter to me without worry. When the time comes for my assistance at the academy, I will reach out to you. Let us remain in contact. Haha, that would be splendid. I shall prepare to return. Luo Yang nodded with a smile, relishing the thrill of strategic planning. On the day of his journey to the Qingyun Academy, Mo2 informed Luo Yang that he had discovered promising prospects in a city near in city, necessitating a day's delay there. He inquired whether Luo Yang would wait for him or proceed alone. Ultimately, Luo Yang opted to advance alone, eager to witness different landscapes. He then boarded the Dragon Earthworm train bound for Qingyun Academy, a train ingeniously constructed from subterranean dragon earthworms, incorporating multiple carriages to ensure passenger comfort. Along the way, he could admire the picturesque scenery, feeling a sense of serenity and poetic inspiration. The Dragonworm train is specifically designed for traversing long distances, exhibiting a formidable hardness and an unparalleled smoothness that renders it impervious to any assaults from beasts encountered along its route. Passengers find themselves nestled within the train's body, where the compartments are crafted from a unique material that obscures the interior from external view, yet allows those inside to gaze upon the picturesque scenery outside. Every compartment of the Dragonworm train is filled to capacity with eager travelers. After much effort to navigate through the throngs, Luo Yang finally located his designated seat and settled in. Moments later, the Dragonworm train commenced its gentle departure. Luo Yang soon perceived that despite its massive size, the train glided with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any jarring movements. It seemed evident to him that the choice of the Dragonworm as a locomotive was the key to its smooth progression. Before long, the Dragonworm train gracefully exited Anxi City. Luo Yang lifted his gaze and beheld a breathtaking vista. The entire city was enveloped in a brilliant azure hue, crystal clear and vibrant, as if reflecting the surface of tranquil waters. He couldn't help but express his admiration, pondering how, upon his next visit, the scene would undoubtedly transform into something entirely different. Chapter 74. The Journey's Tribulations. Seated by the window of the Dragonworm train, Luo Yang watched as the landscapes faded away, a gentle sense of nostalgia washing over him. Though anticipation surged within his heart as well, he was eager for this grander stage. Here I come. The air inside the Dragonworm train was fragrant, and the lively din harmonized with melodious music, effortlessly lulling him into a state of drowsiness. With a yawn, Luo Yang leaned against the window and drifted into slumber. The blue star is vast beyond measure, with considerable distances separating each city, necessitating external means of transportation to navigate between them. Eventually, the Alliance military fused technology with the beasts, alleviating the burdens of urban travel for the populace. Even aboard the Dragonworm train, it would take nearly a full day to reach their destination. Crystal cores, beast skins, spirit fruits, no regrets, and no deception. Anyone interested? A voice called out. Madam, kindly take a seat. The train also featured attendants hawking various wares, though these were not mere snacks, but rather items beneficial for beastmasters in their cultivation endeavors. Prices were slightly elevated compared to those outside, and even fortune tellers made an appearance, showcasing a bewildering array of offerings. Naturally, Luo Yang had no need for such items. Yet many passengers displayed keen interest, particularly those experiencing the Dragonworm train for the first time, curiously inquiring about the goods. How much for this firetail lizard crystal core? A mere 4,000. Then I shall take one. The journey to Qingyun Academy would necessitate stops at 6 cities along the way. The Dragonworm train accelerated through mountain ranges and slowed down to enhance the scenic experience when picturesque views unfolded, all while ensuring punctuality for its passengers. Next to Luo Yang was an empty seat, while opposite him sat a couple, seemingly enamored, exuding an air of intimacy. After 2 hours of slumber, the Dragonworm train had already traversed one station and was nearing the next. The scenery outside gradually transformed, revealing a quaint town before Luo Yang's eyes. This town exuded an ancient charm, and he noticed 2 stone lions at the entrance adorned with robust inscriptions reading Nanchon City. The train will arrive at Nanchon City. Passengers disembarking, please ensure you have all personal belongings. We wish you a pleasant journey. Nanchon City boasted a diverse array of flora, and its architectural style was distinctly unique. Standing apart from other locales, many houses displayed intriguing designs, seemingly narrating tales of history. The streets bustled with individuals donned in various attires, their skin tones diverse. Yet their robust physiques and strength were unmistakable. Is this Nanchon City? How grand! Luo Yang exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the city before him. The streets of Nanchon City were broad and vibrant, lined with numerous shops, the majority being storefronts. Various beasts roamed the thoroughfares, while a few households tended to herbs or cultivated trees in their courtyards, embodying a leisurely lifestyle. Upon arrival, a young woman, approximately in her 20s, occupied the seat beside Luo Yang. She was strikingly beautiful, with skin as fair as snow, clad in a flowing white garment. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a refreshing and elegant aura reminiscent of a charming neighbor, evoking an immediate fondness in Luo Yang. After settling her belongings, the girl donned wired earphones, soft melodies drifting into her ears as she cradled a book in her hands and began to read. Luo Yang, awakening to the presence of the girl beside him, subtly shifted further into his seat, wary of any potential misunderstandings, especially given her striking beauty. He wished to avoid becoming an unwitting participant in a viral video trend featuring an oversized watermelon head, captioned, "Who understands, right, family?" After a 10-minute stop in Nanchon City, the Dragonworm train continued its journey. Luo Yang, immersed in his own world, retrieved his phone and opened a novel on a reading app, leaning on the table. The girl beside him occasionally glanced in his direction. Upon noticing the device in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed her face before she returned her attention to her book. Time passed slowly, and the train became increasingly crowded, a mix of characters aboard. Among them, a few individuals with shifty eyes seemed to be scrutinizing various passengers, perhaps hunting for a target. After surveying the surroundings, their gaze settled on the girl sitting next to Luo Yang. Their intentions appeared dubious, and one nudged his companion with his elbow. The jostled man furrowed his brow, raised his arm to shield his view, and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yao, his expression frosty. The two exchanged a knowing look, their eyes silently communicating a conspiratorial agreement. That girl's bag looks bulky, it must contain something valuable. Let us steal it. With a shared understanding, they moved to the vacant seat behind Qin Yao, plotting their approach. One of them cautiously extended his hand towards the handbag resting at her waist. The girl remained engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching threat. As the thief's hand inched closer to her bag, it appeared he was on the verge of success. Suddenly, a nearby young man, who had been observing for some time, abruptly lifted his head. The thief froze, instinctively retracting his arm, but it was too late. The young man seized the thief's wrist, his gaze sharp and frigid. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you attempt theft in broad daylight? Fear not, fair maiden. With me here, there shall be no mishaps." The thief, with a sneer, retorted, "What your father does is none of your concern." With a swift motion, he freed himself from the young man's grip, his eyes filled with malice. "You little rascal. I wasn't looking for trouble, yet you come seeking it. Playing the hero comes with a price." With that, the thief aimed a kick at the young man's chest. Thud! The young man was sent sprawling to the ground, crashing heavily. "Ah, you," he gasped, clutching his abdomen, his face turning pale as he groaned in agony. The onlookers turned a blind eye, as if such scenes had long since become commonplace. They had witnessed this spectacle numerous times before. These individuals specifically targeted those adorned in fine attire. After all, wealthy patrons predominantly opted for the Airbus A380, a vessel whose speed and comfort far surpassed that of the Dragonfly train. Encounters with substantial backgrounds were exceedingly rare, which emboldened their audacity. As for the young man who dared to intervene, his motivation stemmed from the sight of a beautiful woman being robbed, igniting a chivalrous impulse to rescue her. Hoping to seize the opportunity for a romantic encounter, little did he anticipate the ferocity of his adversaries. At this moment, regret consumed him. The thief's accomplices had already encircled him. "Young man, if you aspire to be a hero, you must first assess your own capabilities, otherwise, the price you pay may far exceed your means." Observing the unfolding situation, the other two men swiftly drew daggers from their bags and lunged towards him. You. The young man trembled in terror, his face a portrait of fear as he realized these men were indeed willing to commit violence. "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I deserve to perish," he exclaimed, frantically striking his own hands in despair. In his fright, his trousers became damp, a pungent odor permeating the air. Just as the dagger was mere inches from him, Qin Yao slowly set down her book and rose to her feet. With a graceful motion, she pinched the dagger between two fingers. The action was seamless. The blade remained utterly immobile, regardless of the assailant's efforts to wield it. She then fixed her cold gaze upon the group of thieves.